Her words immediately made Zhang Zi's eyes widen in surprise. Ruotong gripped her cane tightly, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, I'm sorry, Zhang Zi wondered inwardly. Does that mean she already knows my true identity? Then Ruotong promised, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I swear I will never reveal your identity. If I break my oath I will suffer retribution. He then raised a finger in relief. Okay, you must keep my identity a secret, only you know this, if it leaks out it will be troublesome. Ruotong nodded firmly. I can even make a more solemn oath, however. Zhang Zi quickly stopped her. No need, I trust you. At this moment the system suddenly showed a message from Shanwai. Zhang Zi glanced at it and said in a deep voice, my friends are almost here, let me introduce you, everyone. As soon as his voice fell, Shanwai slowly walked forward calling out, Rakshasa. Zhang Zi spoke, let me introduce to everyone. Kong Yulu is my friend, she wants to explore this floor with us. Ruotong also warmly responded, hoping for everyone's help. Shanwai smiled happily after hearing this. Since she's Rakshasa's friend there's nothing more to say. Chao Wei and Moonshadow, the two sisters, couldn't help but be curious. What's her relationship with Rakshasa? Girlfriend, the little girl also secretly wondered. Why does this girl look more and more familiar? After the introductions, Zhang Zi quickly reminded. Everyone is here, let's get started then. Today we must successfully clear the 11th floor, help Jushin and Kong Yulu get the key, and tomorrow we can go to the 12th floor to explore. Di Yang replied with a smile. Got it, thank you everyone. A few minutes later after teleportation, Zhang Zi suddenly remembered something. Jushin, are you alright? Di Yang gently reassured. Don't worry, the doctor has already arranged for me to be discharged. He nodded after hearing this. That's good. Just as the ship started moving, someone shouted, oh, it's so smooth this time. Where are the pirates? Where's Captain Jack? Zhang Zi calmly explained. That might have been an anomaly before. It's usually a very low probability. We just happened to be lucky enough to encounter it. The person laughed again. Then it won't be exciting enough this time. At this moment, rows of muzzles on top kept firing at the giant beast below. They opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth, and growled uncomfortably. At this moment, Little Rabbit unhappily pushed Ruotong back, taking her hand away. Don't touch my big brother Rakshasa, Zhang Zi sternly reminded. Little Rabbit, don't be so rude, while Ruotong said somewhat apologetically. Sorry, this is my first time riding a giant beast, so I haven't adjusted yet. Then she admired Rakshasa. You're amazing, you can even summon war chariot beasts. What level is your talent skill? Little Rabbit continued to boast with crossed arms. What's so great about that? Big brother Rakshasa can even summon bosses. Ruotong's eyes widened in surprise. What, he can summon bosses? The little girl calmly nodded. Yes, just wait and see. Zhang Zi saw them distracted and shouted, everyone pay attention. Let's finish this quickly and clear the floor. The next floor is waiting for us. With that, everyone jumped to the captain's front, cheering in unison. Got it, let's finish this quickly. After finally eliminating the enemies, the system's color quickly covered them. Shanwai couldn't help but say, I never thought we'd defeat the octopus so quickly this time. Moonshadow nodded in agreement. With previous experience it was much easier this time. Zhang Zi looked down at the system panel, calculating continuously in his mind. All 10 slots are full. There's no way to subdue a second Captain Jack. His eyes were full of doubt. The summoning skills level is still 1, but it's already halfway to the next experience level. I hope it levels up quickly to 2. Then I'll be able to summon 30 minions. At this moment the space portal had already appeared before them. Zhang Zi spoke to remind them. Jushin and Kong Yulu have both received their keys. Let's go to the 12th floor. Shanwai sighed annoyedly. There's no point in going there. We don't have any elemental mages at all. He lowered his voice to reassure them. We still lack a fire mage. Lei and earth types can only be figured out together. At this moment Di Yang interjected helplessly. I know a fire mage, but she and her team are still stuck on the 10th floor right now, so she probably can't come, Meng Dai complained unhappily. Are we left with only the option of posting on the forum, recruiting elemental mages? Those guys are all leeches, even more greedy than me? Just then, Ruotong softly made a suggestion. I think I might be able to help, Shanwai eagerly pressed. Do you have mage friends? What element are their spells? She shook her head. I don't have mage friends, but my talent skill is elemental imbuement, which can imbue weapons and equipment with elemental attributes. As soon as she said this, Meng Dai immediately raised her voice. Are you a support mage? Di Yang also laughed excitedly. That's great, you're a godsend for us. Zhang Zi muttered to himself. Elemental imbuement can imbue weapons with elemental attributes, which means we can counter elemental monsters, and we can successfully clear the 12th floor. Immediately after, he turned to everyone and instructed, it's late today. Even if we reach the 12th floor, we won't be able to fight for long. And I have something to do tomorrow. So how about we go back to rest and recover our stamina first? There are already a lot of demon soul orbs accumulated in the guild warehouse. I'll take a portion of them and distribute them for everyone to use. Tomorrow we'll challenge the 12th floor in our best state, okay? Shanwai immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, tomorrow there's also a class placement test at the academy, and Jushin and I both have to help out. After finally getting everyone's agreement, Zhang Zi nodded decisively. Alright, that's it for today then. I'll distribute the demon soul orbs to everyone in a bit, Meng Dai shouted loudly. Understood, he continued to look at Di Yang. Jushin. Get some rest early and recover quickly. He immediately replied, "Okay, then I'll go back to rest first, and we'll continue fighting tomorrow." Back in the real world, all the students were now in the classroom. Zhenlong began to announce, "Next, this is the class placement test. Everyone can choose to team up or go solo. This is teacher Jiyu Tianyang, the head of Class A." Zhang Zi tilted his head and looked around, then asked himself, "Why isn't Xiao Qin here? Did she finish her task and leave?" Zhenlong sternly reminded the person next to him, "Teacher Jiyu, although you are an elite class head and have priority in choosing students, you should also pay attention to your image." Hearing the other party call his name, Tianyang calmly picked up the wine bottle and said, "My test is very simple. If you're ready, come to the small auditorium next door to find me and I'll test you personally." Ruotong softly whispered from behind, "Zhang Zi, I want to team up with you." Chao Wei pushed her way over loudly and rudely. "I'll team up with you too. I'm afraid Sun Ruotong will drag you down and prevent you from getting into a good class." He was stunned by their attitude. Aren't you two not on good terms?" At this moment, a group of people walked over from a distance, mocking, "Don't think too far ahead. Trying to get into Class A is wishful thinking." The person next to them also excitedly echoed, "Why don't you follow our young Master Chen? At least you'll have someone to rely on." With that, they immediately turned and walked in, leaving behind a series of cunning laughs. Chao Wei looked at the closed door, couldn't help but snort inwardly, "That Chen Feng, I really want to see him get beaten to a pulp." Zhang Zi spoke to reassure her. "Don't worry, let them test first." In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes later, the front door was roughly kicked open. Chen Feng and his two companions simultaneously fell to the ground. He couldn't help but curse, "What kind of crazy teacher is that? He's too heavy-handed. My right leg is broken." All the students who saw this immediately fell into a panic. Were they beaten by Jiyu Tianyang? Even Chen Feng was beaten. "I don't want to participate anymore. This is too terrifying. This is too much. It's just a class placement test. Why is it like a life and death battle?" Chen Feng hobbled and continued to curse inside. "I am young Master Chen of the esteemed Chen family. It is your school's honor that I came to Qingda Martial Arts Academy. How dare you reject me? If my grandfather hadn't insisted I come here, I would have gone to study abroad in country M long ago." Zhenlong sternly reprimanded, "Chen Feng, don't be so casual. The Chen family is indeed prominent, but that's not a pass to Qingda Martial Arts Academy." He shouted loudly at the other party, "I don't care about it. I'm going to study abroad." At this moment, he folded his arms and ordered, "Quickly leave here." Next group after the announcement, Zhang Zi and his party quickly walked in. "Let's go, it's our turn." After the wooden door closed, the three of them stood before Tianyang. The atmosphere in the room was eerily quiet. Chao Wei couldn't help but frown. Could this drunkard teacher be our future homeroom teacher? He looks so annoying. Zhang Zi, on the other hand, objectively assessed, to be able to beat Chen Feng so badly, this teacher is definitely not simple. Tianyang was still gripping his wine bottle. With a slight smile, he asked, "Are you all ready? The rule is that if you touch my body, you pass. Remember, you don't need to hold back because I won't either." Hearing this, Ruotong immediately tightened her grip on her cane and warned, "I can hear the energy flowing in the teacher's body. It's very powerful." Zhang Zi was also extremely cautious. "It seems the teacher is just feigning drunkenness. Everyone be careful, stick close to me." Chao Wei gritted her teeth and nodded. "Okay." With that, they charged forward without hesitation, closing in on him. Zhang Zi assigned tasks. "Charge forward, I'll attack from below." Tang Chao Wei attacks from above. Ruotong attacks head-on. Chao Wei yelled with a stern face, "Okay," as ordered. She quickly raised her leg and kicked directly at Tianyang while Ruotong raised her cane and pointed it at his chest. Finally, Zhang Zi bent down, preparing to kick his leg. Tianyang uttered an "oh," somewhat surprised. Excellent teamwork, however. In this seemingly unavoidable moment, he merely lightly gripped the tip of Ruotong's cane. Then Tianyang unhurriedly waved his hand and the two girls were light as swallows swept away by the wind. At this moment, Zhang Zi had also retracted his leg and leaped backward. Tianyang crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "Interesting, trying to ambush me." With that, he nonchalantly leaped in another direction, causing Zhang Zi's punch to miss. However, just as Zhang Zi lifted his foot to kick backward, he continued to leap to another position. "So what? Take this." At this point, Tianyang couldn't help but praise, "You three are stronger than the previous students, but you're still far from touching me." Zhang Zi asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" Chao Wei shook her head in annoyance. "I'm fine. This drunkard teacher is too fast. We can't touch him at all." Just then, Zhang Zi suddenly whispered, "I have a plan," the little girl asked in surprise. "What plan?" He began to plan. "Tang Chao Wei, you and I will attack from the front. Ruotong will assist from behind, helping us predict the teacher's movements." Then, however, contrary to their nervous demeanor, Tianyang was unusually calm, sipping his wine. "These three little rascals are quite interesting. I'll play with you until the end." Meanwhile, in the area above the room, Shi Jing was observing and let out a puzzled hum. Why has teacher Jiyu Tianyang's movements slowed down? He used to finish battles quickly, resolving a group in 10 minutes. Is the teacher not in a hurry this time? Tianchu stroked his beard with keen interest. He's interested, all right. He must have taken a liking to these three students. Just wait and see. With that, they charged forward to execute their plan. Zhang Zi concentrated all his efforts, launching a fierce assault on his opponent. However, all attacks were easily evaded by Tianyang, he thought to himself. His speed has already reached its limit. Even with the dragon's breath technique, I still can't catch him. How high is his agility attribute? He couldn't help but chuckle. You're called Zhang Zi, right? Your speed is decent, but you still need to work harder. At this moment the girls stood by, silently observing each of their strikes seemingly whistling through the wind. Chao Wei eagerly asked, "How is it? Did you see the teacher's movements clearly?" Ruotong dizzy reminded. 10, 9, 8, 7, don't move. In that moment she suddenly shouted firmly. Left. Chao Wei got the answer and acted immediately. Okay. Tianyang quickly noticed the children's intention, then curled his lips and asked directly, "What?" Predicting my moving position, Ruotong continued to shout, "Jump, retreat." He clenched his fist, muttering to himself, "So they're relying on hearing to predict my position. It's my turn to counterattack." Finally, Tianyang leapt towards Ruotong without hesitation, shouting loudly, "I'll deal with you first." However, at that moment, Ruotong suddenly smiled happily. Teacher fell for it. With that, Zhang Zi quickly seized the opportunity from behind. Softness flow technique, attack together. The two girls, following orders, charged forward in unison. Okay. At this moment, Tianyang also began to grit his teeth and shout loudly, "Softness flow technique, your Pang Tiwa's disciple." Immediately after, a flash of light appeared, enveloping his entire body. Zhang Zi and his party were then thrown far away. Zhang Zi lay on the ground muttering, "The power is too terrifying." Just then, Tianchu also descended from above. The old man smiled with keen interest. Very good to make Tianyang use the sealing spell. You three are truly excellent." Shi Qing interjected, "This test is very special." At this moment Tianyang nodded in agreement with folded arms. It was worth coming for this year's test. You three little rascals are very interesting. Finally, Shi Qing slowly approached, holding 3 badges in her hand. "Congratulations to the 3 of you for passing the class placement test. You will be assigned to Class A, led by teacher Jiyu Tianyang." As soon as Chao Wei received hers, she excitedly cheered, "It's a golden badge. Only Class A students are eligible to wear it. I finally got it. Now I can go back and show off to my cousin Yuying." Ruotong at her side was also choked with emotion. Finally, when they completely calmly walked out, the students immediately burst into an uproar, discussing animatedly, "I thought those 3 would also be carried out. I never expected them to pass the test. They're amazing. They're the first team to pass the test, right? I heard that Class A usually has no more than 5 people, and now there are already 3. This means there are only 2 spots left. Our competition will be even more intense." At this moment, Zhenlong spoke to instruct, "After the test, go back and rest. Be on time for roll call in Class A1 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late." Zhang Zi nodded gently. Understood. At this moment, Chao Wei eagerly made a call. "Hello Dad, I passed the class placement test. I'm a Class A student. Dad, get ready to buy me a gift as a reward." Ruotong eagerly followed him and asked, "Zhang Zi, are we going to the demon domain tonight?" Zhang Zi looked at her gently. "Of course, tonight we'll take the opportunity to conquer the 12th floor." That evening, the waiting area on the 12th floor of the demon domain was already very lively. 5 friends had also arrived. At this moment, Shanwai exclaimed gleefully, "You 2 finally made it. Ruotong, quick, show me your elemental imbuement. I can't wait." Zhang Zi heard this and reached out to urge, "Ruotong, let everyone see." Ruotong gently agreed, "Okay." With that, she gripped her cane tightly and raised it above her head. The light emanating from the cane enveloped Ruotong's body. Elemental imbuement, the system immediately prompted. Weapon enchanted with lightning element. Lightning began to crackle on Shanwai's cane as well. He laughed excitedly. "Lightning element, for 30 minutes all my attacks will have lightning attributes, right?" Ruotong confirmed. "That's right, but my talent skill has a flaw, which is that I can't arbitrarily designate the element. It can only be a random imbuement, so I don't know what element it will be next." Zhang Zi explained from the side, "It's okay. If it's not the element we need, then we'll just wait until your skill cooldown ends and continue using your talent skill." With that, Moonshadow's staff suddenly shot out a series of fiery sparks. She gazed at her staff in fascination, exclaiming, "Fantastic! My weapon has been imbued with the fire element." Immediately after, De Yang's shield was also enveloped by surging water currents. After they confirmed the elemental imbuements, Shanwai cheered energetically. "Finally, we can go fight monsters," Zhang Zi said in a deep voice. "Good luck. We basically have all kinds of elements." However, Meng Dai suddenly noticed a rocket flying through the air. "Those people are so rich. They're actually using talismans to add elements to their weapons," Shanwai consoled. "Those things cost hundreds of thousands each. We can't afford them. Ruotong's talent skill is still more cost-effective." At this moment, a huge creature suddenly appeared from above, approaching them with a scorching aura. Zhang Zi quickly rushed forward. "Everyone be careful, it's an elemental monster." However, before they could act, the fire elemental monster opened its mouth and spewed a furious column of fire, so hot that even the air seemed to ignite. De Yang unhesitatingly raised his water shield to block. "Leave it to me." Immediately after, they all charged forward to attack the fire elemental monster, giving it no chance to resist. Zhang Zi, holding his bow and arrow, exclaimed, "Attacking with a counter-element is indeed much easier." In just a moment, the fire elemental monster fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, they all watched it disappear into the air. Moonshadow whispered, "Using counter-elements is easier than I imagined." Shanwai suddenly asked in confusion, "But which elemental monster should my lightning element attack?" Zhang Zi guessed, "It should be wood element. You can try it when we encounter a wood elemental monster later." He nodded. "Okay." A moment later, they moved to another location. Zhang Zi instructed, "Fighting monsters is easier than I thought. Ahead is the palace of the boss elemental lord. Everyone get ready." As soon as they arrived, a flurry of discussions from the crowd left Zhang Zi very puzzled. Hasn't the Elemental Lord refreshed yet? It's been a long time since the last refresh, it should have appeared by now. Yeah, did something go wrong with the demon domain? How can we clear it if the boss doesn't appear? The forum says the demon domain has been acting strangely lately. Sometimes bosses appear in groups, sometimes none appear for days. Some even say someone saw a level 26 boss on the demon domain's 6th floor, one person exclaimed in surprise. My goodness, is the demon domain going to collapse? How did it become like this? Shanwai glanced at them in confusion. Are they telling the truth? Will the demon domain's bosses not appear? Zhang Zi quickly answered. Probably not, but with so many people gathered here, we'll have to queue up. We won't be able to clear it today either, Moonshadow murmured in confusion. Then what should we do? It's still early, he then offered a suggestion. How about we go back and continue fighting small monsters? We can familiarize ourselves with the elemental counter rules and earn more spoils of war, she replied helplessly. That works too, I guess. At this moment, Shanwai sighed dejectedly. It's the only way. I'll take the opportunity to kill more monsters, otherwise my elemental imbuement effect will wear off soon. However, at this very moment, a series of dazzling lights suddenly appeared high in the sky. Zhang Zi loudly warned, something seems to be happening ahead, let's go check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people poured out, all with unpleasant expressions. Run! The Elemental Lord boss suddenly appeared outside the palace. A short-tempered person cursed. Damn it, what bad luck to encounter the boss out of nowhere. Shouldn't he be inside the palace? Why is he outside? The person next to him feigned regret. Our team is short-handed today, otherwise we would have eliminated him long ago, the other party immediately retorted. Stop boasting, your skills don't do any damage at all. At this moment, Shanwai was looking ahead and couldn't help but shout. My goodness, he's so huge. The Elemental Lord appeared from nowhere, obscuring the entire sky. Its body was covered in sharp rocks and layers of white smoke, an imposing sight. Zhang Zi quickly shouted. Everyone get ready, little birdie. Use gravity suppression. Meng Dai, though already bent over casting, still struggled to retort. It's little birdie, don't call me little bird. With that, a strange red aura appeared at the Elemental Lord's feet, making it tremble slightly. De Yang seized the opportunity, pushing his water shield towards it, but then exclaimed in surprise. Why is the damage 0? They all rushed into battle together, but the Elemental Lord remained completely unharmed. Shanwai couldn't believe his eyes. No way, all damage is 0, so how do we defeat him? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Zhang Zi's mind. Could this boss be non-elemental? Moonshadow's eyes widened in surprise. What, non-elemental? At this point, the Elemental Lord had lost its patience, waving its hand to attack everything below. Shanwai frowned uncomfortably. Damn it, that hurts, Moonshadow immediately comforted. Dragon King, be careful, don't charge forward for now. Chao Wei also struggled to hold on. We must find a way. My skill can't suppress the boss for too long, Zhang Zi responded with an hum. If it's non-elemental, then there are no counter-elements. Is there a way to change its state? Ruotong pondered and spoke. How about I try? Zhang Zi questioned sternly. What do you plan to do, however? She merely answered vaguely. I'm not sure, but I can try. With that, Ruotong walked forward, raised her weapon, and then used elemental imbuement to shoot a fiery column of fire at the monster. The Elemental Lord felt the heat and immediately turned its head to observe. Immediately after, the white aura on its body was instantly enveloped by scorching flames, burning every part of it. Shanwai just saw this scene and gaped. It can even be done this way? This method is brilliant. Zhang Zi quickly understood the other party's actions and couldn't help but praise. Ruotong, you're too smart. The boss has turned into a fire element. Everyone prepare to attack. Immediately after, everyone obeyed the command, swiftly charging forward to attack, and the damage soared to over 10,000, extremely powerful. Zhang Zi laughed excitedly. It worked, little birdie. Maintain control. Use gravity suppression to control the boss, Chao Wei happily responded. Understood. Damage continued to increase, and the Elemental Lord gradually weakened. The boss's health had already dropped by a third. Let's continue to push him to the brink. Just at that moment, the smoke on the Elemental Lord's body suddenly turned a strange blackish gray. Zhang Zi shouted, Everyone be careful. Chao Wei also began to panic. Oh no, my gravity suppression doesn't seem to be working on him anymore. Facing the Elemental Lord's strange transformation, Zhang Zi was very puzzled. What's going on? Ruotong stammered an explanation. It seems the Elemental Lord is starting to change its elements on its own. This also stunned Shanwai. What? Just then, De Yang also frantically shouted, It really changed, our attacks have no effect again. Zhang Zi tried to calm everyone down. Wait a moment, his element will change again. If it's a counter-element, the damage will be even higher. No sooner had he spoken than the smoke on the Elemental Lord's body reverted to white and he immediately shouted, The boss changed again. He turned into a gold element. Zhang Zi then glanced at the person behind him. A gold element, Moonshadow, your fire element, quickly find an opportunity to attack the boss. Moonshadow, hearing the command, charged towards the Elemental Lord without hesitation, swinging her sword. Her movements were agile, yet her strength was terrifyingly incredible. Shanwai, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. Moonshadow, your damage is too high. Just then, the Elemental Lord began to focus on her, and someone quickly warned, Moonshadow, be careful, its aggro has turned to you. No sooner had he spoken than De Yang leaped over at light speed, blocking its astonishing attack. Moonshadow hastily leaped back, her sword drawn a beat too late. If it had been the Swordmaster, he would have definitely landed 2 or 3 slashes by now. Shanwai was anxious, he lost his patience, gritting his teeth. When will this boss change elements? My lightning element can't wait. At this moment, the elemental lord's gaze continued to sweep around as if searching for something. Finally, it raised its claw, aimed at Moonshadow not far away, and prepared to pounce. A voice urgently shouted, "Moonshadow, be careful!" However, before she could do anything, the elemental lord had already acted. It struck Moonshadow's body with all its might, making her scream in pain. Zhangzi, seeing this scene, immediately rushed over. "Moonshadow," he quickly took her into his arms and gently asked, "Are you alright? Why have you been so distracted lately?" Moonshadow looked at him and stammered, "Rakshasa, there's something I'd like to ask you," Zhangzi asked in surprise. "What is it?" Moonshadow explained seriously. "I want to learn swordsmanship from the swordmaster." Immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. "That's easy enough, it can be done anytime, but first we need to defeat the boss." She nodded. "Thank you." Just then the elemental lord had turned purple. It stomped fiercely with each step and the ground gradually began to tremble. Chao Wei frantically warned, "You two stop being distracted, be careful, the boss has become a lightning element." Zhangzi quickly drew his bow and stepped forward upon hearing this. "My arrows have an earth element which can counter him perfectly." No sooner had he spoken than his arrow, carrying the force of earth and stone, shot fiercely forward. However, the moment it touched the elemental lord's body, it showed no reaction. Shanwai's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? Why didn't it deal any damage?" However, just then a loud bang suddenly erupted from the elemental lord's body, dealing extremely terrifying damage. Shanwai continued to shout loudly, "This time it's Rakshasa, how is your damage so high?" Zhangzi vaguely replied, "I didn't expect the damage to be so high either, it even scored a critical hit." Just then, De Yong quickly raised his shield and leaped out in front, warning, "Quick, retreat behind me." The elemental lord continuously slammed against the shield. He sighed dejectedly. "My role as a shielded warrior is becoming less and less important. My attacks aren't high and I can't hold aggro. If only I had a taunt talent skill." Zhangzi continued to draw his bow, not forgetting to encourage, "Jushin, hold on a little longer." No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed from the elemental lord's chest, making it writhe in terror. Shanwai, seeing its health bar, laughed excitedly. "Everyone keep it up, the boss's health is only a third left." However, just then, Moonshadow spoke up to warn, "Oh no! Everyone look, there are many people swarming in from behind." Chao Wei cried out in alarm. "Oh no, more and more people are coming to watch, will they snatch our boss?" Shanwai angrily exclaimed. "I'd like to see who dares." Zhangzi, however, was very calm. "Don't worry, I already have a plan." With that, he bent down and placed his hand on the ground. A vortex immediately appeared. Immediately after, a large number of huge monsters quickly emerged from within. They charged forward together. Shanwai exclaimed excitedly, "Rakshasa, your boss minions are even more formidable." He also shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's finish this quickly." A chorus of shouts answered him. At this moment, everyone saw the giant beasts and couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, what is that? War chariot beasts, grand cult leader, swordmaster. Where did these monsters and bosses come from? They look like they've been summoned. Live long enough and you'll see everything, but to be able to summon monsters and even bosses? How are we supposed to play? How are we ordinary adventurers supposed to survive? The demon domain is truly becoming more and more chaotic. My goodness, there are too many bosses. Let's be smart and retreat or we might get killed on the spot." Zhangzi then aimed at the elemental lord and fiercely shouted, "Die!" No sooner had he spoken than its entire body exploded with a deafening roar, as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck simultaneously, devouring everything around it. The system immediately issued cheerful congratulations, and Zhangzi's tone also became relaxed. "It's over." No sooner had he spoken than numerous demon soul orbs continuously fell, and Shanwai cheered excitedly, "So many equipment drops." He walked forward, picked up a necklace and carefully read its attributes. Zhangzi then gently handed it to Ruotong. "This necklace is good. It adds 17 to spiritual attribute, very suitable for you." Ruotong held it unhappily, shyly waving her hand. No, I can't take it," Zhangzi reminded her. "This battle was largely thanks to you." Shanwai also agreed from the side. Exactly, it was thanks to her skill. Just then, Moonshadow suddenly spoke seriously. "Rakshasa, I've discovered a very serious problem." He turned his head, puzzled. "What problem?" She continued in a low voice. "There doesn't seem to be a teleportation stone gate to Demon Domain Floor 13 here." No sooner had she spoken than everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Ruodong also said confusedly. "It seems to be true. Why hasn't the stone gate appeared?" De Yong speculated if the absence of the stone gate was related to the abnormal situation in the demon domain. Shanwai meanwhile gritted his teeth angrily. "Still no stone gate?" Chao Wei sighed regretfully. "Did we fight the boss for nothing then? But we already got the key." Then from the crowd behind came waves of terrified screams. "This is dangerous now. Just now my expert friend told me that on floor 19 where he is the stone gate has also disappeared. What on earth is going on? Something big must be happening. The demon domain isn't going to shut down, is it? Damn it, how will we hunt monsters and earn money in the future? I still rely on this to support my family. Without demon domain experts, where will we find people to deal with the demon soul cave monsters? Is the end of humanity coming?" Just then, Shanwai silently offered a suggestion. "Rakshasa, since there's no portal, let's head back first. If something really goes wrong with the demon domain, this place will become very dangerous." Moonshadow added, "I'll go back and ask Uncle Lu now about what happened to the demon domain. He must know something, he hummed in response after hearing this. Everyone, let's head back quickly. These next few days we need to keep an eye on any news. Perhaps there will be an explanation. They all replied in unison. Okay, back to the real world. Students' discussions rose and fell. The demon domain is truly chaotic this time, have you heard? Even the elf guide is gone, making it impossible to choose which demon domain floor you want to go to through the elves. What, isn't that terrible? Even the trading post hasn't been operating these past few days. Just then, Chao Wei stood downstairs continuously shouting, Zhang Zi, wake up quickly, go to Class A for roll call. In the dormitory area, ruffians began to whisper, who's that girl shouting so early in the morning and she's quite pretty? A few seconds later, Zhang Zi slowly emerged. Didn't they say it starts at 9 a.m.? It's only 8 o'clock now, however. The little girl was very anxious. I heard 5 people got into Class A this year. Let's hurry and see what the other 2 look like. No sooner had she spoken than Chao Wei quickly pulled him along, leaving him a bit confused. I haven't had breakfast yet, the little girl urged impatiently. What's there to eat for breakfast? Let's go. A while later, in the Class A classroom, a boy was swaying on a desk, introducing himself loudly. You're also in Class A, right? My name is Lin Junyang from Hongxing Academy in Gaoyuan City. Nice to meet you, Ruotong stammered in reply. My name is Sun Ruotong. Just then, hearing footsteps, she immediately brightened. Zhang Zi, you're here? Junyang enthusiastically waved. Hello, my name is Lin Junyang. He walked forward and politely shook hands. Hello, my name is Zhang Zi. You're also a Class A student, right? Junyang then pouted, pointing to the student behind him. And that one wearing glasses named Shang Chuyu has been sitting there reading, not saying a word. I greeted him, but he ignored me. Good thing you guys are here or I'd be bored to death. Just then, Chao Wei suddenly asked, by the way, how did you pass the class placement test? That drunkard teacher was really tough. It was thanks to Zhang Zi's efforts that the 3 of us passed. Junyang scratched his head and muttered, Teacher Jiu Tianyang is indeed very strong. Then he sat on the desk and continued recounting. I also used all my strength to tie him up. I had a nosebleed and a headache for several days. Zhang Zi asked doubtfully, you said you tied him up? What do you mean? Just then, Junyang took out his Class A badge and continued. I've had a special ability since childhood to control objects with mental power. Both girls were very surprised to see this. There's such an ability? That sounds amazing, he explained in a low voice. I could originally only control small objects. To prepare for this exam, I absorbed many demon soul orbs and my mental attribute greatly improved. I can now move larger and heavier objects, but compared to teacher Jiu Tianyang, I'm still far behind. Chuyu, reading behind them, suddenly spoke. Your mental power is still too weak, especially when facing a powerful character like Jiu Tianyang. It's practically asking for trouble. His attitude made Chao Wei frown. You seem to know a lot, so how did you fight that drunkard teacher? Chuyu calmly turned a page of his book and replied, I didn't fight him, I passed directly. This answer surprised the 3 even more. What, you mean you passed the test directly without fighting Jiu Tianyang? Zhang Zi thought, did he use connections? Otherwise, why could he get into Class A without a test? Chao Wei angrily pointed at him and questioned, what? Qingda Martial Arts Academy allows backdoors too, he also asked himself. How is that possible? Just then, Tianyang staggered into the classroom, still clutching a wine bottle. What's all the noise about? Chao Wei unhappily pointed at Chuyu and shouted, I'm going to complain. Someone used connections to get into Class A. Why does he get into Class A without a test? Junyang, meanwhile, helplessly covered his nose. He's drinking again. Tianyang then said, oh, you mean him? That's right, I made an exception and took him in because he solved a problem that had been troubling me for 3 years. Chao Wei clenched her fists, stubbornly protesting. Why, that's not fair, however. He simply stood calmly at the podium. Whether it's fair or not, you'll understand later. Zhang Zi also agreed, comforting the little girl. This matter shouldn't be argued anymore. Teacher Jiu certainly has his reasons. Finally, Tianyang folded his arms and got to the point. No more nonsense. I've taught at Qingda Martial Arts Academy for 6 years, leading 2 Class A batches. Out of a total of 10 students, only 4 graduated successfully, which is a very low percentage. Everyone must be mentally prepared. Junyang asked curiously, so why didn't the other 6 graduate? Tianyang didn't answer immediately, but instead raised his wine bottle and took a long gulp. Finally, he explained sternly, because they all died. Chao Wei was stiff with shock. What? They all died? He nodded, admitting. Their abilities were mediocre, and they ultimately died at the hands of demon soul cave monsters. No one can be blamed. This answer immediately plunged the entire room into an eerie silence. He continued to elaborate, hands on hips. My requirements are very strict, so you must have firm resolve to pass my test. Don't think you're exceptional. In front of me, you're nothing. Finally, he calmly walked out, leaving only one sentence. That's all for today. Training starts tomorrow. Cherish this last bit of relaxing time today. Good wine, Chao Wei asked, puzzled. Is that all for today's class? Junyang reminded her. Didn't you hear what the teacher said? Cherish this last bit of relaxing time. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Don walked down the street, muttering into his walkie-talkie. I've arranged for someone to replace Mad Blade. If he can't handle it, we'll send him on his way. 2 people are with me. I'll contact you later. With that, he turned into a nearby alley. At that moment, Don met with 2 men. The surrounding air fell silent instantly, with only the howling wind remaining. He held up his badge and said, Security Bureau Shulu, we suspect you're connected to the Dawn organization. Please come with us. However, Dawn calmly leapt high, challenging, You think you can catch me? At this, Xu Lu also pulled a gun from his pocket. They all aimed their firearms at the moving Dawn. A volley of bullets whizzed past, but strangely Dawn showed no reaction and instead laughed excitedly. Dawn calmly removed his outer cloak, revealing bright purple armor. Demon domain equipment works much better than bulletproof vests. Bullets can't kill me. Xu Lu unhesitatingly clenched his fist and charged straight forward. Dawn nimbly blocked the attack, then provoked, "Security Bureau, is a few thousand yuan a month worth giving your life for?" A series of dazzling electric sparks erupted in the air, and Xu Lu desperately shouted, "Enough talk, die." Finally, a chain of lightning enveloped Dawn's entire body, sending him falling to the ground. Xu Lu clenched his hands, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it, so what if he has demon domain equipment? I do too. Take him back to the classroom." At this point, Tianyang, with arms crossed, introduced, "Everyone is familiar with the virtual reality combat system. I've adjusted the settings according to each person's situation. Now everyone will train for 24 hours using the equipment." Chao Wei gasped in panic, breaking into a cold sweat. "What? 24 hours? Does that mean no sleep?" Hearing this, he roared angrily. "Sleep? Will monsters wait for you to sleep? Will enemies wait for you to sleep? They'll only strike to kill you when you're asleep." At this moment, Junyang asked seriously, "Why isn't Zhang Zi here yet?" Tianyang calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about him. I've arranged special training for him. After all, he is Pang Tiwa's apprentice." The girl asked in surprise, "How, what special training?" Meanwhile, in another location, the roar of a waterfall mixed with Zhang Zi's terrified screams. He pushed while cursing. "This rock is too huge." Zhang Zi's entire body glowed brightly, but even with the dragon's breath technique he only moved a few meters, unable to push it at all. Tianyang stood by, sternly shouting, "Breathe, pay attention to your breathing. Deep breaths, it's already been dozens of seconds and you've only moved a few meters. Is this all the ability Pang Tiwa's apprentice has?" Hearing this, he muttered to himself. Deep breaths. Could the dragon's breath technique be related to breathing methods? When teaching the dragon's breath technique, Professor Pang indeed mentioned strengthening deep breathing training. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. A plane cut through the sky and Chen Feng calmly stated, "Mom has prepared everything for me. Someone will pick me up as soon as I land." A man beside him asked doubtfully, "Why didn't they send a private jet for you? Sitting on such a rundown plane, mingling with those commoners, it's an insult to your status." He sighed and replied, "My mom doesn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, the Chen family is one of the 4 great families, and sending a descendant to study abroad isn't something to brag about." At this, he lowered his voice and said, "Tonight, Colonel Andrew, head of the Broken Blade Operation Action Team and Deputy Minister of the Wagwo Security Bureau, wants to discuss future plans with you." Chen Feng shouted excitedly, "Fantastic, the Broken Blade Operation Action Team." Then he secretly cursed, "Qingda Martial Arts Academy, Jiyu Tianyang, Zhang Zi, Lu Yueyang, I'll make them pay the price sooner or later." Meanwhile, Zhang Zi suddenly received a call from his sister. "Zhaofeng, is there something urgent calling your brother?" The girl happily boasted. "Dr. Yang just called to say they finally have a new kidney. I can have the surgery in a few days." He immediately interrupted her. "That's great, don't worry. Big brother will definitely come home to be with you then." Zhang Feng then excitedly continued, "Brother, one more thing, our homeroom teacher took us into the demon domain yesterday afternoon." Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "What? You went into the demon domain too?" The girl happily confirmed. "Yes, but the demon domain is still in chaos right now, and the elf guide has disappeared. None of us new students can awaken our talents. Brother, what's your name in the demon domain?" Zhang Zi gently hummed, "The demon domain has been unstable for the past month. You must be careful when you go in. I'll tell you my name later." Zhang Feng happily replied, "Okay, I understand. I miss you so much." At this moment, Zhang Zi's arm began to tremble. "Right, Zhaofeng, I'm still training. I'll ask Teacher Jiyu for leave later. I'll be by your side on the day of the surgery." However, at that moment, the rock in front suddenly shattered into pieces and water gushed down with a splash. He retreated in alarm. Damn it, I hit too hard. The debris is flying everywhere. I'm going to get scolded again." After a while, Zhang Zi had arrived on Demon Domain Floor 12. Zhang Zi looked at Moonshadow and greeted her in surprise. "You're here?" She gently nodded and said, "I'm here. You're early today, aren't you?" At this, he instructed, "Moonshadow, I have something to do in a few days, so I might not be able to practice swordsmanship with you." Moonshadow paused. "Oh, what is it? Do you need my help?" He shook his head and reassured her, "It's fine, I can handle it myself. Let's hurry and start practicing." She immediately nodded, "Okay." After a while, Moonshadow declared firmly, "I'm definitely going to defeat you today." The other party sternly reminded her, "The sword moves with the wind. The one you need to defeat is yourself." With that, the two plunged into an extremely intense attack. He began to rationalize there were too many distracting thoughts when he drew his sword. The man gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. "Do you want to defeat me? Do you want to abandon your current swordsmanship?" Moonshadow again made a firm request. At this moment, Zhang Zi observed from a distance, muttering to himself, "This girl is really diligent. She's been practicing for a month straight and her enthusiasm hasn't waned at all." Meanwhile, in the operating room, the doctor instructed the person in front of him to inject the girl with anesthetic. The other party immediately understood. Then Dr. Yang continued to reassure the girl, "Don't be afraid. Relax just like usual, don't be too nervous." Zhang Feng gently hummed, "I hope after this time I won't have to go through surgery again." Dr. Yang smiled, trying to calm the girl down. "You're too nervous, your heart rate and blood pressure are a bit high. You can chat with Uncle to relieve the stress." Zhang Feng stammered, "Thank you, Uncle." "Dr. Yang, I'm already 18 this year. A few days ago my teacher took us into the demon domain. A man holding a syringe walked in at this. He asked loudly, "Congratulations, Zhaofeng. So what talent skill did you awaken?" The girl closed her eyes in confusion. "The demon domain is unstable right now, so it seems I can't awaken talent skills, but I'm really looking forward to it." Then Zhang Feng sighed. "I wish I could be as strong as my brother." These words immediately piqued Dr. Yang's curiosity. "Is Zhang Zi's talent really that strong?" The girl's forehead broke out in sweat and she admitted, "Of course, my brother awakened an SSS rank talent. My eyelids feel so heavy, I'm so sleepy." Dr. Yang slowly injected the girl with an anesthetic. "Really, SSS rank? This is the first time I've heard of someone awakening an SSS rank talent." He continued to press. "Your brother is that strong? What's your brother's name?" Zhang Feng stammered in reply. "Brother won't let me say." However, he still tried to tempt her. "Zhaofeng, uncle isn't an outsider. Tell me your brother's name." At this, under the effect of the anesthetic, Zhang Feng's consciousness gradually blurred. "My brother's name is Rakshasa." As soon as he heard the name, Dr. Yang's eyes widened and he shouted, "What? Rakshasa?" At this, he suddenly grinned sinisterly, and then removed his mask. "Zhang Zi, Rakshasa, what an unexpected turn." The person next to him also asked doubtfully. "I really didn't expect it. Big brother, should we continue?" He unhesitatingly turned and left, leaving only one sentence. "No, this girl is important. Arrange for someone to take her away. I'm going to use her to trade with Rakshasa." Zhang Zi understood what he meant by the item. Meanwhile, outside the operating room, Zhang Zi paced back and forth, restless. "She'll be fine. She'll be fine." However, at that moment his phone vibrated gently in his pants pocket. Zhang Zi impatiently answered the call. "Who is it calling me at such a critical moment?" At this, Xiao Qin, while driving, shouted urgently, "Zhang Zi, why are you only answering now? Don't let your sister go into the operating room. That doctor isn't a good person." Zhang Zi heard this and was terrified. What do you mean? Explain it clearly." Xiao Qin gritted her teeth seriously. "I'm talking about Yang Nuo. He's the leader of Dawn. Don't let him perform surgery on your sister. It's very dangerous." Zhang Zi frowned, repeating nervously, "What? The leader of Dawn?" Immediately after, he rushed in, cursing nonstop. "Damn it." At this, a doctor rushed out to block him. "Surgery is in progress. Family members are not allowed to enter." However, Zhang Zi angrily clenched his fist and charged forward. "Get out of the way." His punch was immediately blocked by the doctor. Then the opponent quickly flew backward. Zhang Zi immediately recognized him as Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao clenched his mask, grinning excitedly. "Zhang Zi, you've gotten stronger, but the stronger you are, the better. Otherwise it would be too boring to kill you easily." The sound of the wall shattering sent the nurses running out in panic. Someone's fighting in the operating room hallway. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was still exchanging blows with that despicable opponent. "Get out of the way!" The sight terrified the security guards who had just arrived, sending them scattering. "My goodness, are these two even human? One punch can go through a wall. Big brother charging in is no different from suicide. It's better to wait for the police." Zheng Hao pulled out a dagger from somewhere, laughing arrogantly. "After losing last time, I've been training hard with the sole purpose of defeating you. Now your sister has already been dissected. You can't save her." These words ignited Zhang Zi's rage, and he channeled his power. He made his fist connect with his opponent's abdomen, accompanied by a growl colder than frost. "Zheng Hao, die!" This blow sent Zheng Hao flying, crashing heavily against the far wall. The intense pain made his voice tremble. What kind of move was that? Even while fiercely kicking his opponent, Zhang Zi maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "This is one of the broken meridian techniques called bursting meridian. I'm telling you so you don't go to hell and get asked by King Yama without knowing how to answer." He thought he had the upper hand, but a sudden sound of a door being broken made him retreat. Zhang Zi stared blankly at the thick white smoke. Yang Nuo strolled in leisurely and said, "Xiaozhe, didn't I tell you to wait quietly outside?" Yang Nuo ignored Zheng Hao, who was painfully dragging himself on the ground. "Uncle, quickly help me kill him." Zhang Zi thought in a panic. That power just now was too terrifying, like power from the demon domain. How could this be? He hurriedly responded to the man who had just caused him trouble. "Where's my sister? What have you done to my sister?" "Don't worry, your sister is safe. However, if you want to see her, you'd best listen to Uncle." He couldn't suppress the rage in his heart and shouted, "What exactly do you want me to do?" But when he heard the other party's proposal, it was simple. "Tonight at 8 p.m., you enter the demon domain, and we'll trade an item." Zhang Zi thought for a moment before replying, "The demon domain? The demon domain is unstable right now. I'm still stuck on the 13th floor. How did a spear suddenly fly into the scene from nowhere?" Yang Nuo just dodged it, then laughed excitedly. "The fierce little girl is here too. It's really lively today." At the end of the hallway, Xiao Qin rushed over, threatening, "Yang Nuo, you can't escape today." Unfortunately, the other party was not only unafraid but provoked. "Can't escape? I don't think so." Seeing the scroll that had just appeared, she stammered in panic, That's a demon domain item." And Yang Nuo, taking advantage of the escape time, said his last words, "Zhang Zi, Rakshasa, tonight at 8 p.m. the gate of death opens wide. We'll meet there." As soon as their figures disappeared, he roared as if a silencing spell had been lifted. "Why are you targeting me? What do you want to use me for?" An evil demon face suddenly appeared in the smoke in front, accompanied by a hoarse and unpleasant voice. "Because you are the only one in this world with an SSS-Rank talent skill. These words immediately jolted Xiao Qin awake, realizing the hidden truth, and she roared indignantly. Zhang Zi, you said Zhang Zi, you awakened an SSS rank talent? In another place, Pangxi eagerly said as soon as he heard the door open, Big brother, once that door is fully open, we'll see Zheng Hao's miserable state. Yang Nuo stood in front of him. My identity has been exposed. I can't stay here any longer. Once I get what I want, we'll leave now and let that junior rest in the chair. He couldn't help but sigh heavily, then heard the worried voices of the servants in front of him. What, big brother, you've been undercover in Tianfeng City for so many years, how could you suddenly be exposed? This made Ning Yang respond impatiently. Because there's been a variable, Tao Mu, we're entering the dead zone tonight. The boss is up to you all. Make sure the boss stays alive until I get what I want. Tao Mu nodded excitedly. Understood. Big brother, he continued to assign tasks to the others. Guaisho, you and Pangxi guard the outer perimeter of the boss's spawn area. Don't let other adventurers interfere. If necessary, deal with a few to deter them. After Ning Yang finished, the three quickly pledged their loyalty. Understood. A moment later, Zheng Hao, having just regained a little strength, gritted his teeth and demanded, Uncle, you must help me kill Zhang Zi. This made Ning Yang, busy sighing, remind him, Xiao Hao, you're too badly injured. Stay and guard Zhang Feng. Uncle will have Guaisho record Zhang Zi's entire death for you to see. It's still early. Everyone go prepare. This time I will leave no flaws. With the superior's order given, how could the servants disobey? Understood. Sometime later, on Demon Domain Floor 12, someone was already standing on the stage. After the system officially released the notification, Zhang Zi sighed helplessly. The dead zone has really appeared. Meanwhile, Shanwai's team arrived with a ruckus from somewhere. Rakshasa, you've arrived so early today. This greatly surprised Zhang Zi. How, why is everyone here? Hearing his teasing. Rakshasa, we heard you've been secretly practicing swordsmanship with Moonshadow these past few days, so we specially came to see. Zhang Zi awkwardly cut off what the other person was about to say next. I'm afraid today won't work. I have some important matters to handle. His obvious nervousness made both Moonshadow and Shanwai show concern. Important matters? What is it? Can I help? Yes, Rakshasa, tell us quickly. Your brows are furrowed, you look very anxious. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to share with them. My sister was taken by Dawn. As soon as he said this, everyone present exclaimed in unison, What? Your sister was kidnapped by Dawn? Beneath his mask, Zhang Zi said in a low voice. Yes, Dawn wants me to go to the dead zone to find him. Shanwai grew increasingly annoyed the more he heard, becoming furious. What? Dawn actually kidnaps women, big men playing such tricks. Rakshasa, I'll go with you. Even Di Yang, usually so composed, couldn't help but say at this moment, That's right, Rakshasa is our brother. If a friend is in trouble, we absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. I'm definitely going. How about the rest of you? In just a brief moment, shouts of solidarity echoed through the air. Is that even a question? I'm coming with you. We're all going. Usually my help costs a fortune, but since we're friends, this time it's on the house. This made Zhang Zi lower his head, touched. Thank you, everyone. But the dead zone is very dangerous. I hope that if anything happens, everyone will prioritize their own safety. Feeling that Zhang Zi was being too hesitant, Shanwai quickly urged, All right, no more wasting time, let's go. That's right, saving your sister is more important. Their sincerity filled Zhang Zi with hope, and he immediately activated spatial teleportation. Okay, then we'll head to the dead zone first. A moment later, everyone was swiftly teleported to an unfamiliar place. Eerie Park, a fantastical space, echoed with extremely bizarre sounds, making even Moonshadow's friends, experienced warriors, shiver with fear. What kind of creepy place is this? It's terrifying. Is this park the dead zone? This is my first time entering the dead zone. Ah, are those foreign adventurers? That's right, adventurers from all over the world can enter the dead zone. What's there to be afraid of? With so many of us, no one would dare provoke us. Zhang Zi unintentionally saw a group of people in the distance and proactively said, Let's follow them. That must be the park's entrance. Receiving new information from the enemy, he secretly fumed, gritting his teeth as he replied, Got it. After confirming the destination was the park's central stage, Zhang Zi quickly pulled everyone to follow him. Let's go, we'll find a friend at the park entrance and then go in together. Moonshadow, who had been observing the other party's movements, quickly replied, Okay. Xiao Qin was silently waiting in the space filled with an eerie aura. As soon as Zhang Zi saw the familiar face, he immediately said, I'm here. I just received a message that he wants me to go to the park's central stage. But he heard the other party's reproachful words. Are these your friends? They don't have any power at all. He could only sigh, matching her tone. That's right, everyone came to help. If things go wrong, I'll have them go back first. Xiao Qin looked at the crowd opposite her and after a moment's thought warned, The other party isn't ordinary. They are the Dawn Organization merciless killers. Unfortunately, this concern was clearly ignored by the group opposite. Don't worry, sister, we'll protect ourselves. That's right, we won't hold you back. Seeing her words disregarded, she angrily turned and left. All right, I'll lead the way. Everyone protect yourselves. This made Zhang Zi have to quickly follow behind. Understood. Xiao Wei looked at the disgusting monster shapes around them and without hesitation scoffed, These monsters are too gross. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin had already picked up her weapon and reminded everyone, Finish them quickly, don't get bogged down in prolonged fights. Soon she heard Shanwai's excited voice from behind, Got it. I want to see how strong the dead zone monsters are. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. He was kicked head over heels by a rotting wooden horse, cursing, the dead zone monsters' attacks are too strong, not like I imagined. Xiao Qin, however, silently chipped away at the health of the surrounding monsters, moving with ease. Her merciless fighting style astonished both Moonshadow and Chao Wei. The damage is so high, she's amazing. Rakshasa, where did you find such a powerful person? As they finished off the monsters and approached the crowd gathered in the distance, a disgruntled voice came from outside the area. The stage entrance is blocked, we can't get in. That group of people, as if hyped up, roared at each other. These damn defense towers have exceptionally powerful attacks. There are so many of them. What do we do now? Let's all charge in and try. I don't believe that with so many of us we can't get past. Are you crazy? Didn't you see that assassin who charged in first get struck down by a dozen lightning bolts on the spot? Why don't you charge in first and we'll follow you? Zhang Zi's voice of confusion had just sounded. What's happening? Why are so many people gathered at the entrance? It was also swallowed by their rude remarks. I was the first to arrive here, thinking I'd be the first to kill the boss. Looks like it was a false alarm. Exactly. Everyone look. Hearing that, Zhang Zi suddenly looked up. The giant towers in front of them were inexplicably drawing lightning from the space. A few foolish individuals had rushed in first, only to be struck down by electricity. Seeing this, Xiao Qin stepped forward to warn everyone present. Those are lightning defense towers. Don't get close, they will attack anyone who enters their range. With many defense towers grouped together, if we attack any one tower, we'll be attacked by all of them, making it very easy to be killed on the spot. Her ears suddenly picked up Moonshadow's noisy voices. That's strange, the entrance is blocked by defense towers, so how did Dawn's people get in? Is Dawn behind this? Damn it, this made her head throb and she unconsciously gritted her teeth. Everyone stop arguing, the priority is to save people quickly. Fortunately, before anyone could act, Zhang Zi had already quickly shouted, Someone's coming, Pangxi, standing in the distance excitedly waved, Big Brother Rakshasa, we're waiting for you inside, come in quickly, my defense towers won't harm you. Big Brother has instructed, only you are welcome, everyone else must stay outside. Don't even think about forcing your way in or you'll be struck by lightning and turned to cinders. His earnestness immediately made Zhang Zi anxious. Alright, I'll go in alone. This made Xiao Qin anxiously pull him back. You'll be facing Dawn alone, you probably won't stand a chance. But Zhang Zi still followed Pangxi. I can't worry about that now. Saving her is more important. Everyone be careful staying here. The concern and worry of those behind him grew with each passing second. Rakshasa. What should we do? We can't let Rakshasa go in alone. We can't just watch him walk to his death. But those who had already been waiting weren't so calm and roared loudly. I don't believe he can get in. We can't just stand here and wait. Everyone swarmed forward. Charge. As a result, they were struck down by electricity. That scene made Xiao Qin panic and mutter to herself, I can't get past either. Lightning magic attacks are not only strong but they also have a paralyzing effect which will affect my speed. Once paralyzed, I can only stand there and wait to die. Meng Dai also had an emotional breakdown because of this. No one can withstand simultaneous attacks from over a dozen defense towers. But she still muttered to herself in her private space, what should I do? It seems forcing our way in is a death trap. Suddenly, Ruotong, the most silent in the team, spoke up for the first time. I have a method, though I don't know if it's feasible. This made the two big sisters in front of her ask in unison, what method? Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was busy looking at the surrounding lightning rods with a headache. Did you set up these defense towers? This gave Pangxi an opportunity to show off his skill. That's right, my talent skill is Tower Master. I can summon defense towers to assist me in battle. As long as you step into a defense tower's attack range, even a high-level adventurer will be defeated. As soon as he heard the other party's praise, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. It's just a small trick, still far inferior to your talent. I heard your summoning skill can summon bosses. That's truly amazing, worthy of being a top figure in our summoning class. I'd really like to see it for myself. Seeing Pangxi continuously avoiding the main topic, Zhang Zi expressed his dissatisfaction. There will be opportunities later. Stop chit-chatting and quickly take me to Dawn. After a while, he finally got his wish and met Ningyang and Tamu. Ningyang casually narrowed his eyes and looked behind him. So you're here, Rakshasa. Welcome to Uncle's stage. You will witness the birth of a miracle here. His jovial tone disgusted Zhang Zi, but he was sensible enough to state his demand. I'm here. Release my sister first. However, the other party, driven by his villainous nature, clapped and cheered. Don't rush. Uncle's show hasn't even started yet. After saying that, he turned and called another person. My dear, it's your turn. Tai-in, as soon as she heard the command, walked out imposingly. As soon as he saw the familiar face, Zhang Zi couldn't hide his surprise. How Lu Yuying? Hearing that name. Tai-in also unexpectedly showed a bewildered expression. You know my sister? This made Zhang Zi, already utterly confused, even more bewildered. Sister, are you Moonshadow's sister? After they talked for a long time, Ningyang had to interrupt. My dear, let's pause the chit-chat for now. It's time to get down to business. Don't keep the audience waiting too long. Remembering the important matter, Tai-in quickly spoke like a girl madly in love. I'm sorry, Rakshasa. Zhang Zi was suddenly touched by the other party's body and shouted in alarm. What are you doing? But then the system prompted that she had used a talent skill on him. A thought flashed through his mind. What is Tai-in's Moonchaser talent skill? What does she want to do to me? He already felt Ningyang's touch. Don't move or your sister will die. This sentence made Zhang Zi break out in a cold sweat. What should I do? Zhao Feng, are you okay? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was being continuously urged by Ning Yang's subordinate. Dare to pull any more tricks and I'll beat you up. Though a little scared, the young girl bravely spoke her mind. I really can't hold it anymore. You won't even let me use the restroom, so I'll just have to go here. This made the subordinate show a disgusted expression and pushed Zhang Feng into a private room. That's disgusting. Get into the restroom quickly. You have 5 minutes, hurry up and finish. Don't play any tricks with me. His fierce appearance scared Zhang Feng. But as soon as he closed the door, the young girl stuck out her tongue and secretly scoffed. 1 minute is enough. If you're so capable, come find me in the demon domain. Idiot. The young girl quickly snapped her fingers even though her current posture was a bit awkward. As soon as the crisp sound ended, Zhang Feng vanished without a trace. The young girl was swept into the sounds of the demon domain, her mind constantly wondering, is this the demon domain? I finally escaped? Oh no, I'm not completely out of danger yet. I must quickly contact Big Brother, tell him my location and have him come save me. Zhang Feng quickly opened the system panel and sent Zhang Zi a text message confirming her safety. Not long after the message was sent, the young girl saw the familiar elf girl from before. Taoyao, welcome to the demon domain. I am your elf guide. Looking at the elf's petite figure, Zhang Feng couldn't hide her excitement and joy. The elf guide has appeared. Does that mean I can awaken my talent? She couldn't help but chuckle, nodding. Next please choose your attire in the demon domain. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, then quickly stated her wish. A pink dress with a mask. Big Brother once said the demon domain is a lawless and unsafe place, so I need to protect myself well. Hearing this detailed explanation, the elf excitedly waved her magic staff to cast a spell. Looking at the new image she had created, she slowly guided it according to the preset program. Dao Yao, if you are ready, we will now activate your talent. Please place your hand on the crystal ball and your talent skill will automatically manifest. Just like Zhang Zi before, Zhang Feng nervously placed her hand on the floating crystal ball as it emitted a dazzling light. She squinted, full of anticipation. So nervous, what will my talent skill be? It surely won't be SSS rank like Big Brother's, right? I'm daydreaming. It's probably C or D rank, at most a rank. Her noisy thoughts were quickly interrupted by the elf's voice. Congratulations, you have awakened your talent. Meanwhile, Moonshadow's team was in a heated discussion. Ruotong, have you thought of a solution? Yes, what is it? Tell us quickly, we can't wait. Ruotong somewhat sheepishly expressed her idea. I carefully observed the attack targets of these defense towers, and their attributes seem to be lightning-based, which can counter lightning attacks from the defense towers. When she heard Xiao Qin's question, Ruotong confirmed, it seems so. So what? She eagerly explained. Although my elemental imbuement is random, there are so many of us. As long as one person gets the lightning attribute. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible, but even lightning attribute cannot completely offset all damage. There are too many defense towers, ordinary people simply cannot withstand it and must be protected by healing adventurers. Meng Dai and Shanwai excitedly shouted, that's me, my skill is great, healing is guaranteed, what are we waiting for? Let's try it. Seeing everyone so excited, Xiao Qin couldn't help but sigh. There's no time to lose and no better way right now. You cast the spell on me first. With permission granted, Ruotong quickly nodded. Okay, I'll start casting now. As everyone retreated, she raised her staff and chanted, elemental imbuement. Seeing the flames erupt around her, Xiao Qin's face showed disappointment. Not lightning, it's fire. Ruotong then looked at the others. Cool down 60 seconds, next one prepare immediately. Moonshadow volunteered. I'll go. Seeing the spell cast on herself, she couldn't help but feel nervous. I hope I'm lightning. Unfortunately, things went against her wishes. It wasn't lightning, it was ice. Di Yong stepped forward to comfort her. It's okay, we still have a chance. Until he saw his own element, he also showed a little disappointment. It was earth, even the hope for Chao Wei was dashed. I am wood. This made Moonshadow anxious, as if standing on a hot pan. What to do? Not a single lightning element. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Shanwai quickly ran over and spoke, it's my turn. We still have a chance. Everyone watched nervously as Ruotong cast her spell. When the incantation ended, his staff suddenly glowed. Shanwai looked at the electricity crackling around him and shouted excitedly, it's lightning, it's lightning. However, Zhang Zi's side wasn't as optimistic, especially as he was trying to use a skill to rush towards the enemy, but before he could run over, he received a text message notification from the system, which startled him. Without even opening it, Zhang Zi already felt alarmed and anxious. It was Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng actually entered the demon domain. I must find a way to save Zhao Feng. While Zhang Zi was still dazed, Taiyun quickly used her power to approach him. Just a few seconds later, she reported, skill successfully cast. This statement made Zhang Zi frantically check his body. What's going on? My attributes haven't changed and my body hasn't reacted at all. What exactly did she do to me? Ning Yong looked at the book in the beauty's hand and happily said, my dear, how is it? Was it successful? And he got confirmation from her. It worked, but the situation is not what we expected. However, when he read the first sentence on the note, all his joy vanished. Different, what's different? Skill copying technique requires the summoner to have an SSS-Rank talent. This sentence completely shattered all of Ning Yang's previous hopes. What? The summoner must have SSS-Rank talent? Dissatisfaction surged and he kept muttering like a madman. The summoner must have SSS-Rank talent. The summoner must have SSS-Rank talent. A summoner must have an SSS-Rank talent. Impossible, impossible. This made Taiyun unable to help but ask, my dear, are you alright? Anger and resentment filled Ning Yang, making his ears buzz and leaving only torment in his mind. Impossible. I originally wanted to use the copying technique to turn your SSS-Rank Summoning talent into a skill book. That way I could master extraordinary talent skills, command powerful boss minions, be invincible, and rule the world. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. This farce can only end prematurely, and you are also about to be finished. Ning Yang, like an old villain, muttered his private plan to himself. I cannot allow the enemy to possess powerful skills in this world, so I can only send you to hell. But when he heard a small request from Talmu, he immediately happily agreed. Boss, can I kill him? I hope to carve the name of the first SSS rank talent adventurer on myself. He immediately happily agreed. Okay, then I'll leave here first and give you 10 minutes. Before her confusion spell wears off, you must kill him. With permission from her superior, she excitedly confirmed, Thank you, boss. I will dote on him greatly. Talmu excitedly controlled the clown to charge at the enemy. Rakshasa, you will become the 342nd name on me. This left Zhang Zi no time to react, and he was completely stunned. This is, but before she could make a move, a loud bang attracted everyone's attention. Shanwai, with his lightning power, broke through the previously tricky formation, and he and his friends ran over to rescue Zhang Zi. Rakshasa were here. Xi, witnessing this majestic scene, was still in shock. Damn it, you actually managed to get through my defense tower formation. Shanwai expressed his bluntness in one sentence. Don't get cocky, your defense towers have all been crushed into powder by us. Xiao Qin, taking advantage of the enemy's daze, quietly whispered to Zhang Zi, I've already received your sister's address, you don't need to worry. Hearing this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, thank you. After saying that, he even had the leisure to turn and praise Shanwai. Dragon King, this new hairstyle really suits you, he spat in annoyance. Get lost, however, just as Moonshadow opened her mouth to discuss. Rakshasa, what did they do to you? Zhang Zi immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about that later. By the way, Moonshadow, just now there was someone named Taiyan Zueui who looked very much like you. She said she was your sister. That sentence instantly made her face turn pale. What? My sister and Dawn? Fortunately, Xiao Qin kept a clear head and stepped forward to take charge. Enough talk. Now the boss of the dead zone is about to rush towards us. Di Yang also let out an incomprehensible question. Why is this boss in a confused state? Talmu, seeing that the spotlight was already on her, arrogantly declared, Little ones, the show is about to begin. Are you ready to die? His teammates also expressed their determination. And Panxi quickly chimed in, Talmu, there are too many of them, I'll help you. She glanced at the crowd in front of her and happily said, Except for that Rakshasa, you can pick anyone else. Hearing this, he excitedly opened fire, forcing Zhang Zi's teammates to shout loudly to be heard over the gunfire. Watch out for bullets, that guy above might have confused the clown boss. Whether he's confused or whatever, I'll defeat him right now. Seeing that his opponent was ready to act, Zhang Zi no longer hesitated and summoned his monsters. Good, since it's a direct confrontation, then taste this firepower. Everyone come out. However, the opponent's strong lineup did not seem to put much pressure on Talmu. Since you little ones are so excited, then I'll give everyone a surprise. This sentence was like a signal, making the grotesque clown excitedly snap his fingers. A surprise. As soon as the crisp snap of fingers sounded, a pile of colorful wooden boxes fell from the sky, landing on the battlefield. Shanwai desperately jumped to avoid them. Boxes? What the hell are these? A system information panel simultaneously appeared before everyone. Level 1 horror box. Fearing that everyone might not understand what was happening, Xiao Qin quickly warned, It's a horror box, the clown boss's skill. Everyone quickly dodge. Unfortunately, this warning came too late as the grotesque clown simultaneously detonated the boxes. In just 1 second, everyone in Zhang Zi's camp found themselves holding a hot bomb, making her face turn pale. Holy shit, it's a bomb. In just 1 second, the bombs exploded simultaneously, causing them to lose a large amount of health. Mengdai looked at the words above her head and asked in confusion, What the hell is a silence bomb? I can't use skills anymore. Ruotong, enduring the coldness of the ice under her feet, watched in panic as Moonshadow fell unconscious. Zhang Zi and Xiao Qin also couldn't escape the clown's sinister effects. I'm also silenced, but I've already summoned my minions. It doesn't affect me much. As expected of a dead zone boss, its skills are too vicious. Seeing her opponents start to panic, Talmu couldn't help but feel joy. Your advantage in numbers is gone. Do you still have a chance to win? Who knew that just as she finished laughing, an arrow silently tore through the air and struck her shoulder. Zhang Zi shot another arrow with his exclusive bow. Whether we have a chance or not, you'll find out for yourself. Severely chastised, Talmu cursed inwardly. Damn brat, I didn't expect the damage to be so high. But she still didn't forget to command her pet. Clown, kill Rakshasa, the boss has been handed over to me. The grotesque clown didn't seize the opportunity. Its sharp voice echoed in the air. Brat, didn't you buy a ticket? Seeing the monster excitedly charging over, Xiao Qin quickly blocked everyone. Everyone retreat quickly. Protect those who are asleep and frozen. The boss is mine. With that, she tightly gripped her weapon and charged straight ahead. A spear pierced the clown's eye, making it scream in pain. It hurt so much. At that very instant, Zhang Zi quickly seized the opportunity to summon his trump cards. Swordmaster, Grand Cult Leader, go together. Kill Talmu, her confusion spell has been lifted. The Swordmaster attacked with flowing sword wind. but she turned into air, dodging the attack with a sinister smile on her face. She also turned and slashed at the Grand Cult leader, making it scream, "Rakshasa, is this the minion you summoned? Too weak. Your low-level demon domain bosses are not even as good as small fries to me." Knew that not only was the Grand Cult leader not defeated, but it transformed into its superpowered form, its body turning into a giant python that tightly coiled around Tamu. But she easily broke free and even counterattacked. "Die!" This scene made Shanwei anxiously urge, "Quickly heal the snake demon." Meng Dai, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "Do you think I don't want to? The silence effect hasn't ended yet." The noisy conversation brought De Yong's anxiety to an unprecedented high. "The damage is too high. Is this the strength of a core member of Dawn?" In the distance, Ning Yang watched the fight with the beauty excitedly, exclaiming, "How interesting." As both sides fought with all their might, the battle gradually reached its climax. This forced Tai-yin to ask, "My dear, can you let them go?" The sudden question made him a little displeased. "Let them go? The gate of God is about to open, and the demon domain and this world are about to merge. As a servant of God, I must help God eliminate these foolish people." His exaggerated words made Tai-yin break out in a cold sweat. Is the new world really coming? Meanwhile, the team members who had been put to sleep by the bomb finally struggled awake after endless unconsciousness. "That was a good sleep. I'm so dizzy." Ruodong, who was taking care of them, quickly reminded, "Moonshadow, you're finally awake. Be careful." This made Pangxi say to his teammates, "Tamu, end the battle quickly. Their people are about to wake up." Rows of bullets shot at those who had just woken up, quickly blocked by De Yang. "Let me block the bullets, and when they are fully awake," Zhang Zi then whispered. "Little birdie, quickly control that guy who can use confusion spells." Moonshadow seized the opportunity to attack, and the two girls replied in unison. "Okay." In just 1 second he saw Tamu up close again. "Archers are useless, I'll take your head first." But thanks to the dragon's breath technique, Zhang Zi made his opponent's eyes widen, and he asked in confusion, "How is this speed possible?" And he frowned, gesturing backward. Taking this opportunity, Chao Wei was able to cast the gravity suppression formation, pinning Tamu to the ground, unable to move. "What kind of skill is this?" When Moonshadow saw Tamu, she led Zhang Zi's summoned beast to charge at her as well. "Die!" The swordmaster still insisted on using the flowing sword wind technique, and everyone unleashed a combined attack. The full wind slash sent Tamu flying backward, and the force of this blow was so powerful that the fat man behind her suddenly became her human shield. At the same time, Shao Qin unleashed her sulfur monosulfide rank skill, Overlord Spear, hitting the grotesque clown so hard it almost cried out, "It hurts so much." This scene inadvertently caught Zhang Zi's keen eye. 110,000 damage, directly clearing its health bar. So her skill was sulfur monosulfide rank, truly terrifying. With a single blow, the clown fell to the ground, giving Shao Qin a moment to tell Tamu, "Tamu, your clown is finished. Prepare to die." Unfortunately, the villain's script didn't allow her to end so quickly. Instead, it made her even more excited. "Don't rush, my clown still has one last skill. It's very interesting, you know." The grotesque clown suddenly trembled all over, then abruptly sat up. Under the astonished gaze of its opponents, it quickly used its trump card, Death card, while simultaneously uttering arrogant words. "My apologies, little ones. Although my performance wasn't great, it doesn't matter. I guarantee the final act will satisfy you." Chao Wei saw the fluttering cards and shrieked, "Look, our names are all written on the cards." Shao Qin also couldn't help but show concern. "It's the Death card. The person whose name is drawn must die." This sentence startled all the warriors. "What, must die? There's such a skill? That's too twisted. I don't want to die yet." Meanwhile, the grotesque clown began to wave its hand and grab the unfortunate cards. "Now for the drawing. Who will be today's first lucky winner?" Tamu outside happily reminded the protagonist, "Rakshasa, no matter who is drawn, you must be prepared." When it picked up the first card, the monster laughed gleefully. "The first lucky winner is..." But when it saw the card's content, it couldn't hide its displeasure. "Swallowing toad. Damn it, I actually drew a toad." The swallowing toad suddenly heard its name. Toad gave a stunned croak, watching the demonic hand send it on its way. Zhang Zi watched the system confirmation notification with rage, cursing, "Damn it." Shao Qin, meanwhile, urgently pressed him. "Rakshasa, what are you waiting for? Quickly seize the opportunity and kill the clown." Zhang Zi seemed to have all his attributes activated by rage and swiftly drew his bowstring. "Charge shot. Pay for my swallowing toad with your life." The shot hit its forehead, dealing over 17,000 damage to the grotesque clown. Seeing it fall again, Tamu screamed in panic, "My clown." Seeing the system's congratulatory message that the boss had been eliminated, everyone smiled happily, but left those outside bewildered. "What? The Dead Zone boss was killed? The Dead Zone has only been open for less than 2 hours. That speed is too bizarre. The Dead Zone's difficulty isn't low this time, yet he managed to kill the boss so quickly. This person named Rakshasa is not simple. Which country is Rakshasa from? I really want to befriend him. Rakshasa, I think I've seen that name before. Oh right, he killed the Death Butcher last time." Even Pangxi revealed his ruthlessness. Her clown has been dealt with by him. "I'm retreating first." This made Tamu curse. "Dead fat man, you're really fast." Unfortunately, before the two could run, they ran head-on into Zhang Zi and Shao Qin. "Don't let them escape. Run. Where do you think you can run?" Shao Qin, holding her Overlord Spear, declared, "If you want to run, leave your life behind." This made Pangxi quickly escape first. "Goodbye." Leaving only Tamu to endure the attacks. "Rakshasa, I'll only play with you all up to this point this time, little ones." Unfortunately, her opponents didn't accept, and Tamu quickly took a painful blow to her armpit. Shao Qin seized the opportunity to leap over and confront the enemy. Let me finish her. Zhang Zi's reproachful voice suddenly rang out. Still trying to run? This made her, even in danger, unable to help but get angry. Damn it. However, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Xiao Qin's spear was blocked by something else, emitting an indescribably harsh sound. She was startled and leapt back abruptly. Ah! Tao Mu's mournful cries echoed throughout the entire space. I'm sorry boss, I failed. Ning Yang stood there, intimidating everyone. My subordinate is not for you to deal with. Tao Mu, you retreat first. I'll handle this. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zi couldn't hide his concern. How could he suddenly appear even with extreme speed? It's impossible. But Xiao Qin replied relatively calmly, it can only be a talent skill. Seeing the opponent activate some skill while simultaneously shouting loudly, surprised, why did I appear instantly? Rakshasa, I told you I won't let you leave here alive. She then lowered her voice and made a request. The clown is dead. We can freely exit the dead zone now. Don't fight to the death with Dawn. Let's leave quickly. But before anyone could react, Ning Yang pulled him directly to a nearby arena, startling the other party. Ah, how so fast? He calmly revealed the dice in his hand and arrogantly declared, you can leave here, but Rakshasa must stay. Hearing the strange implications in his words, Xiao Qin urgently shouted, Rakshasa, beware of his skill. But Zhang Zi's body was stiff and unable to move. The system issued a death bet notification to everyone, causing all the team members to panic. Death bet? How can there be such a skill? He wants to take brother Rakshasa's life. Under the terrified gazes of everyone opposite, Ning Yang still aggressively intimidated. Rakshasa, I keep my word. Within 15 minutes only one of us will be alive. Today I want you dead. Who dares let you live until tomorrow? The day the gate of God opens will be the end for all of you. This made Xiao Qin erupt in rage, charging at the enemy, deceiving herself. I'll kill you first. Unfortunately, this attack was easily dodged by him. Good swordsmanship. Others also charged up together, wanting to rescue him. Let's all go at him together. I don't believe we can't deal with him. That's right, within 15 minutes let's finish this quickly. Thanks to this, Zhang Zi had his own monologue time. The defense towers have failed. More and more people are coming through. At the same time, he fell into brief thought. If the summoned clown were here, it would probably be difficult to control. Those slow-witted youths couldn't help but complain loudly. Rakshasa actually killed the boss, so amazing. There's even someone from Dawn here. How did he get here? How did they start fighting? Are Rakshasa and his team from the Demon Domain trying to attack the Dawn organization? That's great. The Dawn organization has caused trouble everywhere. Several of my friends died at their hands. Go, Rakshasa, kill Dawn, completely eliminate this evil organization. Meanwhile, Ning Yang was like a sheep dancing among wolves, remaining completely unharmed amidst the dense attacks. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zi told Chao Wei, little birdie, quickly suppress him. He received a dispirited reply, he's always teleporting. I can't lock onto his position at all, therefore he had to seek other help. Ji Chu, find an opportunity to slow him down. Fortunately this time the other party didn't disappoint Zhang Zi. Hearing the conversation, Ning Yang scoffed, no matter how many people come, your low-level skills are just child's play to me. Who knew that at the very moment of his arrogance he gave Zhang Zi an opportunity to give an order to his teammate, little birdie, quickly attack. His foot was quickly entangled by ice. Xiao Qin saw the turn of events from afar and charged forward with her overlord spear. Die quickly. This earth-shattering scene made the previously weak warriors exclaim in admiration. What kind of talent skill is that? Super explosive power, so cool. I need to record this and share it online with my friends. Today is truly an eye-opener. Seeing so many masters' moves and their talent skills are all so powerful. Seeing the massive spear about to hit its target, Chao Wei excitedly celebrated prematurely. But Zhang Zi saw the corner of his opponent's mouth turn up, feeling very worried. Did he still have a trump card? Sure enough, Ning Yang suddenly raised his hand to the sky, summoning in sulfur monosulfide rank holy light armor to block the attack, and arrogantly taunted, Holy light is with me. You little rascals are destined to be annihilated. Watching Xiao Qin's spear gradually being consumed, both Zhang Zi and she couldn't hide their panic and fear. What on earth is going on? How many skills does he have? The Overlord spear is in sulfur monosulfide rank skill. Being stared at blankly by the others, they simultaneously blurted out, damn, what is that golden armor? That golden armor actually blocked 110,000 damage. It's truly terrifying. Just as the dice began to roll, Ning Yang feigned nonchalance, telling them with a sarcastic tone, surprised? I still have other talent skills I haven't used yet, but the death bet time is almost up, so you probably won't see any other skills. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow refused to accept this fate, simultaneously unleashing their moves. There's not much time left. I don't believe his armor can block all of our skills. We'll just have to try. Swordmaster, it's all up to you. His opponent's struggles only made Ning Yang scoff. Teaming up with such a low-level boss, you're as naive as your sister. In my eyes, your combination is nothing but trash. The Swordmaster, using his unchanging flowing swordwind technique for 10 years, unleashed the whirlwind light slash alongside an enraged Moonshadow. Don't you dare insult my sister, I'll kill you now and get my sister back. Thanks to this attack, Ning Yang's health finally decreased, though not by much. This made him have to nod, acknowledging his opponent's ability. A combined skill, impressive momentum. Chao Wei, standing behind, urgently pressed. Quickly think of a plan, the suppression time is almost up. Moonshadow and the Swordmaster didn't rest for a moment, charging up again. Let's do it again. I don't believe we can't break his shield. Flowing sword wind. Zhang Zi, seeing the previous scene, reminded them. It seems his shield isn't absolute defense either. Now let's all work together to break the shield. This immediately boosted Shanwai's morale. That's right, let's fight him to the death. Everyone attacked Ningyang together. And Zhang Zi's arrow also tore through the air, quickly becoming the final blow that shattered his proudly displayed shield. Thanks to this, both Moonshadow and Xiao Qin couldn't hide their excitement. It's broken, let's finish him now, his intimidation threatened. Ningyang began to burn with rage. I originally only wanted to kill Rakshasa, but now I've changed my mind. Now I want all of you to die here. His berserk state caused strange black mist to emanate from him. Die, you little rascals. Just then, Taiyin suddenly appeared from behind, crying out, My dear, stop quickly. Seeing the familiar face, Moonshadow couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, only to receive a hesitant reply from the other party. Moonshadow, your sister is sorry. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ningyang completed the great dark heaven cover. No one can stop me from killing you all. You will all face the judgment of death. I will show you my ultimate skill. The dark space quickly stirred everyone's concern. What the hell is this thing? I can't see anything. This dawn is too despicable, using such a dirty skill. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Why did the sky turn completely dark? I can't see anything. Everyone be careful. This darkness isn't simple. We've lost our vision. Everyone gather together, rely on each other, and defend. Suddenly a ferocious demonic face appeared, accompanied by a harsh and unpleasant voice. Who will be the first to choose to receive God's judgment? A clunk suddenly echoed in the silent space. It was Ningyang, excitedly drawing his sword and stabbing towards Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was busy confirming the position at 6 o'clock. Ruotong heard this and immediately retorted, No, it's 10 o'clock. Only after Xiao Qin delivered a slash from behind did Zhang Zi have enough evidence to entrust her with this important task. Everyone, carefully protect Ruotong. The task of guiding our direction falls to her. Ningyang, hidden in the black mist, secretly mused, in a state of lost vision, relying on hearing to determine direction. Could she be a heaven-sent opportunity? When he saw Chao Wei and Ruotong whispering, Son Ruotong? Thinking this, Ningyang immediately tore up all his previously made plans. I never expected someone to have such keen hearing. It seems I must finish this quickly. Meanwhile, those stubborn fellows began to clamor. Rakshasa, the clown boss's skill cooldown is almost up. It's very likely Dawn will target you first. If so, I'll lure him away. Moonshadow, you and the Swordmaster get ready. That's too dangerous. A sudden rustling sound forced Ruodong to issue a warning. Rakshasa, be careful, his target is you. Before Zhang Zi could move, Ningyang delivered a slash. Rakshasa, die. But he still calmly gave the order, Moonshadow, Swordmaster, now. The Swordmaster used flowing sword wind, unleashing the whirlwind light slash alongside her attack. Unfortunately, this attack was completely ineffective because he had already swiftly stabbed the Swordmaster. I told you already, such a low-level boss is nothing more than a plaything to me. It could only utter a choked sound before falling, sword shattered, man dead. Watching his comrade disappear, Moonshadow was on the verge of tears. Swordmaster, my sword mentor, just like that, but Ningyang's sudden attack left her no time to express her feelings. All of you go to hell. Zhang Zi saw this and cried out in alarm. Moonshadow, careful. Moonshadow retreated, gritting her teeth, but her mind had already accepted reality. Is it time to part ways? Rakshasa, there's so much more I wanted to say to you. Through her hazy eyes, she saw him and her teammates rushing towards her. Ah, Moonshadow, but contrary to her expectations. Moonshadow only heard the sound of tearing flesh, but felt no pain. She opened her eyes in a daze, only to find Taiyin had lunged in front of her at some unknown moment. Sister, what are you doing? Moonshadow knelt on the ground and whispered. My dear, please stop, let them go. Ningyang, however, muttered incoherently. She's a foolish woman. Why did she do that? Moonshadow held her dear sister, her face filled with sorrow. Sister, little princess, quickly save my sister. But Taiyin remained lucid, reminding her. It's no use. Moonshadow, you must live well. Xiao Qin, once the black smoke dispersed, picked up her spear, intending to duel Ningyang. You are the one who caused this tragedy. Now quickly lift the death bet, then surrender and confess your crimes. I believe that is also Taiyin Zhuiyu's wish, but he showed no fear, shamelessly retorting, Surrender, I personally killed the one I love most and none of you are innocent. I want all of you to be buried with her. The agonizing pain turned into fury, and Moonshadow charged at the enemy with her sword. I'll kill you to avenge my sister. With less than a minute left on the bet, Zhang Zi hastily shouted, Everyone protect me. Seeing him summoning the grotesque clown, Shanwai immediately stepped forward to protect Rakshasa loudly. Everyone charged together. Stop him. Filled with righteous indignation, everyone unhesitatingly picked up their weapons and rushed at Ningyang. We'll fight him to the death. This guy's crazy. And the opponent still swung his sword like a madman. Die, all of you, die. The grotesque clown just summoned unleashed its killer move, Death Card. Cards rapidly fell around him, and a sense of dread arose, forcing Ningyang to immediately summon his holy light armor to shield himself. Unfortunately, the grotesque clown already had the answer. Only one player is participating in the game. How boring. The answer is revealed immediately. Today's lucky winner is an arrow. A ray of dawn thrilled Zhang Zi. That's right, the evil hand immediately carried out its task, making Ningyang stammer in terror. Is it really all over? He couldn't help but stare at the black palm until it choked his neck, sending him to meet Yama. Thick white smoke gently wafted out an exhilarating notification. Death bet lifted. This made the warriors cheer wildly. We won, we really won." Once everyone calmed down, Xiao Qin stepped forward and said, "I'll take the items from his body back to the Bureau for investigation to see if we can find any other clues." "What is this? A Gate of God Pass?" Zhang Zi curiously glanced at the golden card. "God's Kingdom, what is that? Why have I never heard of it?" This made her sigh helplessly. "It seems I must report this to the director as soon as possible." The two had a brief conversation. "This guy actually has so many skill books. It seems he really killed a lot of adventurers. I'll take them back and study them slowly. The dead zone is about to disappear. Let's leave quickly." Before Moonshadow's sorrowful voice echoed throughout the space, "I didn't believe in fate before, but now I feel like fate really exists." He understood the other party's pain and could only comfort her softly. "Moonshadow, sometimes we have to learn to let go. This is a path everyone must walk in life." Only after she finished her last sentence, "I hope my sister can be happy in another world," did Zhang Zi calmly urge, "Let's go, let's leave here quickly. Gather at the altar on Demon Domain Floor 1. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately responded in unison, "Okay," and those noisy spectators now had another chance to show off their talents. "Well fought, you defeated Dawn. Getting rid of scoundrels, this is the most spectacular battle I've ever seen. You Chinese are truly amazing. To be able to defeat such a powerful opponent, that last move from the clown was absolutely brilliant. It was the decisive step. Rakshasa Lu Yuyan, you are both excellent." The Demon Domain Floor 1 arena was once again bustling with people, just like the day Zhang Zi first entered it. As soon as Zhang Feng saw the familiar figure, she rushed over. "Brother, I've been waiting for you." This immediately put Zhang Zi's worried heart at ease. "Little sister," after saying that, Zhang Zi still didn't forget to thank the people behind him. "Thank you all very much today. I won't say more in the future." Before he could finish, De Yong interrupted. "Brother Rakshasa, what's with the thanks? That sounds too formal, but truly too much has happened today. Everyone should go back and rest first." Even Xiao Qin, usually so composed, uncharacteristically agreed with the stranger's words. "That's right, it's really tiring. I never expected us to kill Dawn. Everyone go back and rest. I also need to go back and investigate. I'll let you know if I find anything." Seeing the other party's energetic appearance, Zhang Zi also happily waved goodbye. "Okay." After everyone left, Zhang Feng also hastily asked, "Brother, who kidnapped me? Where did you all go just now?" Zhang Zi, pulling her along, said, "We'll talk about it at home." "Oh, and Zhaofeng, what talent did you awaken?" Remembering this, Zhang Feng anxiously played coy. "Talent? What talent I awakened I won't tell you." This made him sigh helplessly. "You're really mischievous." Meanwhile, at the California State Martial Arts Academy in Country M, a man having just entered the gym cleared his throat and ordered, "Chen Feng, stop training. Go back and prepare. You'll be returning home next week." Despite being busy punching, he still had the energy to ask in confusion, "Return home? I want to continue training here and strive to pass the Demon Domain Level 2 expert assessment." The old man then sternly explained the situation in detail. The Young Demon Domain Experts Exchange Conference held every 3 years is about to take place. This time, the host is your great Sha Kingdom, and I plan to send you and a few others to participate. The two conversed back and forth like this. "What exchange conference? I'm not interested. I want to continue training. Also, your family informed me that your fiancé has been getting quite close to someone named Zhang Zi recently." Before Chen Feng could get angry, he threw his gloves to the ground, gritting his teeth, and changed his mind. "All right, I'll go prepare to return home now." The anger in his heart made him quicken his pace. "Stupid woman, daring to have an affair, what a pig's brain," and the two men in suits still chatted leisurely. "Let Henry and the others prepare. They will return to the great Sha Kingdom with Chen Feng." Understood. In a secret room in the backyard of a villa in Japan, two mysterious figures were having a brief conversation. "Aoki, I'm very sorry, Lord Junichiro. Miss Takahashi has matters today and cannot receive you. I hope you can understand. In that case, I will come again another day." When the maid came in to report, "Lord Junichiro has left," Takahashi happily instructed. Junichiro is a cabinet minister, still very useful to our Dawn organization. You go serve him tonight. Say it's to make up for his disappointment today." She noted everything down and nodded to confirm. "Understood." Boss, receiving instructions from her superior, "You may withdraw. Don't let anyone disturb me." The maid obediently bowed. "Yes." Once she had her private space, she opened her communication system to chat with a few others. "What is it? Why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" Just hearing the bad news from Oaks, Yang Nua was dead. She inadvertently showed panic. "What? Dead?" Seeing this, the two calmly revealed what they knew. The video shows he was killed by someone named Rakshasa. "He's very strange. He seems to be able to summon bosses. If the Divine Envoy knows Yang Nua was killed, he will be very angry. Big brother, demon power. Don't act rashly. Don't casually mention the Divine Envoy's name. That makes me nervous. One of the 5 leaders of the Dawn organization was killed while the Divine Envoy was asleep, and the Divine Envoy had even bestowed a pass on Yang Nuo." The conversation suddenly became tense, and Takahashi couldn't help but frown. "Now the only remedy is for us to complete his mission in place of Yang Nuo. Activate the Demon Soul Cave in Great Sha Kingdom. As far as I know, this Demon Domain Expert Exchange Conference will be held at the Demon Soul Cave's location. I will send my people to infiltrate the Japanese Demon Domain Expert delegation. Then we'll see who can receive the Divine Envoy's reward, and I will spare no effort to complete this mission. Otherwise, if the Divine Envoy holds us accountable, it will be disastrous." Hearing this, the two could only sigh, hoping to salvage the situation. As far as I know, people from Country M will also participate in the exchange conference. In another location, specifically the municipal hospital, Zhang Zi slowly inquired about his sister's physical condition. Zhaofeng, how are you feeling? But when he heard the other party's excited voice, brother, I think I can be discharged, he however frowned and sternly said, Zhaofeng, don't be silly. A moment later, Tianyang arrived with a group of people. It seems Zhaofeng is recovering quite quickly. I'm relieved then. This made the Zhang siblings hastily greet each other. Teacher Jiyu, everyone's here. Hello teacher. After the polite greetings, he cleared his throat and spoke again. Will you be able to attend the exchange conference this time? To his surprise, Zhang Zi was bewildered. Exchange conference? This prompted Chuyu to start his sharp-tongued teaching mode. Are you serious? You don't know about the International Young Demon Domain Experts Exchange Conference, held every 3 years, this time in the Great Sha Kingdom? Tianyang and Ruotong, seeing his bewildered expression, immediately reminded him, Zhang Zi, prepare well, don't embarrass me at the exchange conference. I heard the first place at the exchange conference gets a mysterious reward. Zhang Zi's brain hadn't fully processed these words when he hastily waved goodbye. Then we'll be going first, I still need to train. Zhang Zi quickly followed behind. Yes, teacher Jiyu, I'll see you out. As everyone watched the group leave, Zhang Zi suddenly spoke. Oh, Chao Wei, wait. This made the little girl ask in confusion, what is it? After a moment's thought, he voiced his idea. Chao Wei, do you know what Lu Yueyang has been doing lately? A few days ago, she came to me and said some strange things like she was saying goodbye. When Zhang Zi heard Chao Wei's next words, his already tense heart instantly froze. Hasn't she told you yet? She's getting married. Zhang Zi suddenly asked loudly, what, getting married? Chao Wei quickly explained. Her fiancé returned from Country M and came to her to demand the wedding. My dad told me that Grandpa Lu's attitude is very firm. He insists on my cousin marrying that Chen Feng. He then continued to ask. No wonder she was so strange that day. Will she agree? Chao Wei replied seriously. With my cousin's personality, probably not. But if she doesn't agree, she'll be kicked out of the family. Zhang Zi then asked sadly. So when is the wedding? Chao Wei replied uncertainly. It seems to be today. Zhang Zi heard this and frowned, becoming serious. What today? Zhang Zi immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her along, hastily informing the person next to him. Zhaofeng, I'm going out for a bit. Chao Wei saw this and asked in confusion, Zhang Zi, why are you pulling me? Zhang Zi, hurriedly pulling Chao Wei, said anxiously, take me to the Lu family to snatch the bride, leaving only Zhang Feng to look on bewildered as the two left. At the Lu family villa, many people had gathered in the spacious living room to chat. Old Master Chen spoke first. Brother Lu, my younger brother is busy with affairs and hasn't had time to visit you. You wouldn't blame me, would you? Old Master Lu heard this and replied sternly. You are a government official working hard for the country. How could I blame you? Unlike me, I can only stay at home almost bored to death. Old Master Lu turned around and asked Santo behind him. Santo, how is Yueying? Is she not ready yet? Go hurry her up, Santo replied obediently. Yes, just then Moonshadow slowly walked down the stairs. Old Master Lu saw her and called out, Yueying is down. Yueying, come quickly and meet your future in-laws. Moonshadow, beautiful in appearance, looked at them when called. She walked to Old Master Lu and said sternly and loudly, Sorry Grandpa, I've thought it through. I don't want to marry Chen Feng. Mrs. Chen heard her refusal and pointed at her in annoyance. What did you say? Don't want. Ha, look at your own status. How many people want to marry my son if it weren't for my old master and your family arranging the engagement? I would never have agreed to this marriage. What kind of nonsense is this? Moonshadow calmly turned to look at Mrs. Chen. Old Master Lu heard this and also stood up in annoyance, roaring, What do you mean you don't agree? Do you want to anger me to death? You're just like your mother and your sister. Moonshadow heard this and firmly retorted, This is my own decision. Don't bring my deceased mother and sister into this. He frowned and roared. In short, you must get married today, otherwise get out of the Lu family. I don't have a granddaughter like you. Despite his threat, she remained resolute. Fine, I'll go. Sandong, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, quickly tried to intervene. Yueying, don't get upset. Yueying bowed in farewell, severing ties. Grandpa, I thank you and the Lu family for raising me. From this day forward, I renounce my identity as a Lu family member and sever all ties with the Lu family. Old Master Lu trembled with rage at her words. Beside him, Old Master Chen sneered, Brother Lu, you really need to rein in your granddaughter. If this gets out, what will become of the Lu family's reputation? Old Master Lu, leaning on his cane in Santong's astonishment, loudly commanded. Wei-san, execute the family law. The onlookers all turned to the approaching man. Wei-san, with a solemn expression, accepted the order, weapon in hand, and approached her apologetically. Miss, I'm sorry. Moonshadow, seeing this, also showed concern in her eyes. Madame Chen sat in her chair watching her mockingly. I hear the Lu family's law is strict. Those expelled from the family are punished by family law, having their hands and feet broken. I wonder if it's true or false. Wei-san stood firm and stated clearly, Miss, as you know, those who leave the Lu family cannot use Lu family martial arts. Moonshadow, hearing this, remained unshaken. Yes, I know, go ahead. Everyone's eyes turned to Old Master Lu. Santong, seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, quickly tried to dissuade him. Father, she's your only granddaughter. One whip and she'll be crippled. Father, quickly tell Wei-san to stop. Old Master Lu sat still, leaning on his cane, silent. Santong and Old Master Chen looked at him. Old Master Lu impatiently roared, I will not let my Lu family be ridiculed. Execute the family law. Wei San dared not hesitate. He charged at her, brandishing his long whip, and shouted, Steel whip enforcement. Moonshadow, seeing this, closed her eyes in fear and dodged. Suddenly a hand reached out and blocked Wei San's steel whip. The surrounding crowd was astonished to see someone intervene. Wei San, seeing this, blurted out, Who are you, daring to obstruct me from enforcing family law? Zhang Zi stood in front of Moonshadow, still holding the long whip, and calmly introduced himself. I am Zhang Zi. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. He's a demon domain expert. That person is a demon domain expert. Why would a demon domain expert come to the Lu family to cause trouble? Is there something hidden? Is it perhaps about the marriage alliance between the Lu and Chen families? Who is so bold, daring to obstruct the marriage of two prominent families? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? This is huge news, quickly posted online. It's sure to go viral. Hey, editor-in-chief, I have an earth-shattering exclusive. A mysterious figure single-handedly invades the Lu family villa. Possibly a demon domain expert. Zhang Zi held Moonshadow, who blushed shyly, thinking to herself, It's Zhang Zi, he suddenly appeared here, and even held me in front of everyone. He ignored her shyness and continued loudly, With me here, I won't allow anyone to harm you. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Zi. Old Master Lu asked in confusion, Who are you? Why do you intrude upon my Lu family? Chen Feng pointed at him and roared, Zhang Zi, damn it, how dare you try to snatch my woman? Zhang Zi said sternly, Old Master, who I am is none of your business. You just need to know that today I am taking Lu Yuying from here. Old Master Lu immediately ordered, Wei San, what are you standing there for? Quickly beat this brat and that treacherous girl to death. Beat them until they're dead. Wei San, long whip in hand, his killing intent palpable, shouted, Prepare to die. Moonshadow, seeing this, quickly explained, Wei San's divine whip formation is extremely powerful. Zhang Zi, quickly leave, don't mind me. Zhang Zi, hearing this, remained unshaken. What are you talking about? I came today to take you away and no one will stop me. Moonshadow, seeing this, didn't know what to say, so he took the opportunity to turn to her and ask, Are you willing to leave with me? She replied joyfully, I am. Just then, Wei San also charged over, brandishing his long whip. Zhang Zi, parrying the long whip, said happily, Good, and I'll deal with these people first. She was also a little surprised to see this. The two immediately began to fight, disregarding space and time. Old Master Lu stood by, shouting loudly, Softness flow technique. He's Pang Tiwa's disciple. Wei San turned back and advised, Young man, I advise you to quickly kneel and apologize to Old Master Lu, otherwise, even if your Master Pang comes, you will surely die. Zhang Zi roared, Hey, you really are long-winded. Wei San used iron chain coiling dragon formation, whip shadow striking him like a fierce wind, attacking as he spoke. Good, a fearless brat. Moonshadow stood by, hands clasped, reminding anxiously, Zhang Zi, be careful. Santong, seeing this, thought to himself, Iron chain coiling dragon formation. This time Zhang Zi is dead for sure. Wei San roared, Brat, let's see how you escape from my formation. He replied without hesitation, Escape? Who said I wanted to escape? Zhang Zi's entire body glowed golden, and he swung his fist, declaring sternly, I rarely get angry, but today you have truly infuriated me. Wei San attacked Zhang Zi with his whip. He dodged Wei San's attack, then punched him. Zhang Zi's attack sent Wei San flying, and he fell heavily to the ground, enveloped in dust. Madame Chen exclaimed in surprise. This brat actually broke Wei San's iron chain coiling dragon formation with one palm. Old Master Lu, seeing this, retorted, Could this be the dragon's breath technique? A panicking person ran in, shouting loudly, Oh no, fire! The backyard is on fire. Hearing the announcement, everyone exclaimed and left. It's over, it's really on fire. Run! Wei San stood and shouted, Protect the Old Master. Men, quickly go help put out the fire. Everyone, don't panic, let the esteemed guests leave first through the emergency exit. Don't push each other. Old Master Lu, with a solemn expression, loudly asked, What's going on? Someone actually dares to set fire to my Lu family? He then pointed at Zhang Zi and roared, It must be that brat. I've already called the police. I'd like to see where you'll run. Zhang Zi, seeing this, was furious. Moonshadow, standing beside him, pulled his hand and pleaded, Zhang Zi, let's go quickly. Santong angrily said, Brat, how dare you use such despicable tactics in my Lu family? Santong then changed his mind and directed the two to leave. Zhang Zi, quickly take Yuying and leave. This is the Lu family after all. If the security bureau really comes, it will be too late. The two, hearing this, were also a bit bewildered. Zhang Zi took Moonshadow's hand and left, saying, Let's go. The fire began to spread and the two walked away hand in hand. Moonshadow asked him, Zhang Zi, did Chao Wei tell you to come here suddenly today? Seeing her ask, he quickly said, No, I came by myself. I won't let you marry Chen Feng. Moonshadow stopped shyly and asked, Why? I'm not anything to you. Zhang Zi, hearing her question, said without hesitation, It might be a little late to say this now, but you are the person Zhang Zi likes. I won't let anyone have you. She, hearing this, was also speechless. A group of bodyguards approached, pointing and raising their weapons to stop them. Stop, take these two away. The bodyguards surrounded the two. Zhang Zi loudly said, Even if you're from the security bureau, you can't arbitrarily arrest us. Those bodyguards were relentless, continuing to block them. Illegal trespassing, arson, assault, yes, and one more charge, kidnapping. Zhang Zi asked in surprise, What kidnapping? Can you people be reasonable? A bodyguard pointed at him and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Explain it at the bureau. Quickly handcuff him. Another bodyguard warned, Don't resist unnecessarily. You don't want to go against the security bureau, do you? Moonshadow, seeing this, asked anxiously, What should we do? Zhang Zi said fearlessly, Let's fight them. Xiao Qin walked over and loudly stopped them. Stop. She walked to where they were standing. The bodyguard, seeing this, quickly said, Section Chief Shang, I'm here on orders from my superior to arrest these two troublemakers. Xiao Qin, arms crossed, said sternly, I'll take these two away. You can report to your superior. The bodyguard, seeing this, also said somewhat awkwardly, This Section Chief Shang, if you just take them away like this, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain. Xiao Qin then threatened him. You don't need to explain. These two are people Director Dongfang wants to see. Do you dare to stop them? He, hearing this, dared not stop them anymore. People Director Dongfang wants to see, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Qin left, telling Zhang Zi and Moon Shadow to get in the car. Zhang Zi stammered in reply, Oh okay. The car quickly drove away. Xiao Qin teased Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi, you're quite something, daring to break into the Liu family and kidnap Miss Liu. Moon Shadow, seeing Xiao Qin blame him, quickly retorted, That's not how it happened. Zhang Zi immediately clarified, You're wrongly accusing me. I went to rescue someone, otherwise Liu Yueying would have been beaten to death by her own grandfather. Xiao Qin, hearing them cover for each other, couldn't help but smile faintly. Xiao Qin, seriously focused on driving, reminded him, Kid, stop playing the hero. The director and I can only temporarily suppress this matter for you. The next step depends on your performance at the Young Demon Domain Experts Exchange Conference. Moon Shadow, hearing this, immediately asked, Demon Domain Experts Exchange Conference? Zhang Zi, are you going to participate in the Demon Domain Experts Exchange Conference? He replied, The plane is gradually descending. Xiao Qin reminded, Your luggage is in the trunk. Now I'm taking you to the airport. If you don't get first place, you'd better not come back, Zhang Zi asked in surprise. Ha, she continued, if you don't get first place, neither the director nor I can protect you. You'll go to jail when you come back. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao was walking down the street angrily saying, Zhang Zi, I will kill you with my own hands sooner or later to avenge him. Zheng Hao saw two police officers patrolling and immediately hid in the shadows. Zheng Hao took out his vibrating phone to check it. Zheng Hao looked at his phone and said in surprise, No one knows this phone number, could it be Uncle? He then said happily, It really is Uncle. Someone sent him a message which read, Zheng Hao, by the time you receive this message, Uncle is probably already dead. Don't be too sad, it is Uncle's wish and honor to sacrifice himself for God. Besides you, Uncle has no other relatives in this world. Now Uncle will tell you all the secrets, you must listen to Uncle. Go to number 89, Wanghe Road, Dongshan City. After reading the message he smiled sinisterly. Repeating number 89, Wanghe Road, Dongshan City. Zheng Hao arrived at the location, stood at the door and wondered, Number 89, Wanghe Road, Dongshan City, did I come to the wrong place? He walked in, saw no one and said, There's not even a ghost here. Zheng Hao turned and shouted, Is anyone here? It seems I really came to the wrong place. Suddenly, a voice frightened Zheng Hao. Your uncle's death saddens me greatly. He turned his head and saw it was a white cat speaking. Zheng Hao yelled in shock and fear. Holy crap, a cat demon, it can actually talk. The divine envoy, seeing his surprised reaction, explained his identity. You are the one I'm looking for. This cat is merely my clone. Zheng Hao, hearing this, immediately composed himself. Are you the divine envoy? The divine envoy, licking his paw, asked. You may call me that. Your uncle arranged for you to come here. Are you ready to serve God? Zheng Hao answered resolutely. As long as it makes me stronger and helps me get revenge, I'll serve anyone. The divine envoy then calmly stated the conditions. Helping you get stronger is a very simple matter, but you must complete your uncle's unfinished mission. Zheng Hao quickly clenched his fists, his face beaming with an excited smile, filled with fiery fighting spirit. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll complete any mission. Divine Envoy quickly raised its paw, and instantly a brilliant light shone on Zheng Hao's body. Indeed, a devout believer, I bestow power upon you in God's name. Zheng Hao's face contorted under immense pressure, and the system displayed a notification. Progress 85. The Divine Envoy then spoke. Though only 85 of the power is unleashed, you are already very fortunate. It then revealed everything Zheng Hao desired. Now you can use your talent skill in the demon domain, but only at 85 of its power. Zheng Hao then showed immense excitement at the surging demonic power welling up within him. Really, I didn't mishear? You said I can now use my talent skill in the demon domain? The Divine Envoy immediately suggested. Did I not make myself clear? If you don't believe me, you can try it. Zheng Hao spread his legs, and the moment his entire body tensed, a powerful force immediately erupted and surged forth. With just a light punch, he completely shattered a solid boulder. He exclaimed, My God, this power is amazing. Due to his inability to fully control this immense power, he instantly caused a violent explosion. The Divine Envoy then roared in exasperation. Don't be so excited. Why did you destroy my hiding place? Zheng Hao's mood at this moment was incredibly joyous and exhilarating. Divine Envoy, please allow your most loyal quartermaster to take you home. A week later at the competition venue, on a land surrounded by sea on all sides, green trees swayed in the cool breeze. Chao Wei's face beamed with a smile, looking incredibly content. The scenery here is so beautiful. The little girl looked around full of praise. It's truly beautiful here. As the host, our great Sha kingdom naturally wouldn't shortchange its people. Look, so many foreigners, Chen Feng suddenly interrupted. Haven't you seen foreigners before? Like you're at a zoo. He then quickly walked up to Zhang Zi and his group, shouting loudly. Zhang Zi, stop right there. Chao Wei, arms crossed, spoke with clear displeasure. Chen Feng, you truly are a persistent pest. Chen Feng, with an arrogant expression, spoke with extreme pride and self-satisfaction. Zhang Zi, don't think you've won just because you took my fiancé. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. I'll settle the score with you slowly. Zhang Zi calmly accepted the challenge. Shi Qing stepped forward to ease the tension. You must be the representatives from Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Please follow me, I'll show you to your rooms, Chao Wei said in surprise. It's Director Shi Qingzhu, she's calling us. Chen Feng hurried past, gritting his teeth and snarling. Zhang Zi, I'll make you pay sooner or later. Zhang Zi's expression was just as unyielding. I'll be waiting. Chao Wei glanced at Chen Feng disdainfully. Don't mind that annoying guy, there are so many of us. What can he do to us? Let's go. Zhang Zi then followed Shi Qing's lead, not forgetting to ask about the competition details. Director Shi Qingzhu, what's the schedule for this year's exchange conference? Shi Qing didn't hesitate to explain the rules to Zhang Zi and his group. This year's conference schedule is the same as previous years, mainly divided into 2 events, individual competition and team combat. Both are elimination rounds. However, this year our Great Sha Kingdom is the host, and the first place prize money has been raised to 50 million. This huge sum instantly made Zhang Ying's eyes light up. What, 50 million? We have to get first place. Shi Qing quickly adjusted her glasses, looking somewhat worried and cautious. High prize money attracts stronger opponents. I hear the representatives from various countries are all elites, and Country M has won the championship 5 years in a row. This year's leader is Duncan, the only level 5 demon domain expert in the world. Junyang couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. A level 5 demon domain expert? That's terrifying. Shi Qing then cautiously reminded them. It's not just Country M. Other countries like the White Bear Country, Fusong Country and Yinyang Country have also sent very formidable individuals. Everyone, don't underestimate your opponents. She then led Zhang Zi and his group to the hotel lobby and softly said, Here are your room cards. Everyone can go back to your rooms and rest for a bit. Chao Wei took the room card, her face beaming with a happy smile. Finally, we can rest. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Zi also held a room card, but his reaction was completely different. I don't really feel like resting yet. The scenery here is also nice. I plan to go to the beach to see the sights, Junyang excitedly suggested. I'm not tired either. How about we go together? Zhang Zi agreed without hesitation. Okay, the beach atmosphere was very lively. Girls with hot figures leisurely sunbathed, and couples happily chatted and laughed. Don't chase me anymore. Junyang looked around, his tone full of interest. This is truly a paradise on earth. Should we change and go for a swim? Zhang Zi sat down gently and said coldly, If you want to go, go by yourself. I'll just sit here. Enka Chihiro suddenly approached him, her cheeks flushed, and shyly asked, Hello, I'm Enka Chihiro from Fusong Country. Could you help me apply sunscreen? Zhang Zi's voice was a bit hesitant. Hello, apply sunscreen? He cleverly turned to Junyang for help. Junyang, this friend is looking for someone to apply sunscreen. Could you help her? Junyang took the sunscreen, his face showing a very happy expression. All right. I promise I'll apply Miss Chihiro's sunscreen perfectly, not missing an inch. Chihiro immediately and decisively snatched the sunscreen back. She quickly turned and left, an unhappy expression on her face. I suddenly don't feel like applying it anymore. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Ying's body stiffened in surprise, as if glued in place. Why did she suddenly not want to apply it anymore? After a while, Zhang Zi quickly stood up and said, Junyang, there are too many people here. I'm going back to my room first. Junyang was engrossed in observing the distant scenery with his binoculars, seemingly still in high spirits. Okay. Just then, Zhang Zi suddenly saw a group of people wearing black coats and black hats looking very suspicious. His gaze suddenly became very tense, and his heart was filled with suspicion. These people wearing hats and acting suspicious in broad daylight. The group in black arrived at a deserted island surrounded only by rugged rocks. Almost there. Why choose such a remote place? This mission is very special. It's best to be careful. They hurriedly delved into a dark cave. It's already started. We should go in. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was carefully trailing them in secret. This group of people sneaking into the cave, there must be some conspiracy. Inside the cave, the firelight was dim. The men in black immediately knelt, respectfully saying, Lord Divine Envoy, may I ask why you personally ventured here this time? If there's a task for us, that would be wonderful. The Divine Envoy leisurely leaned on Zheng Hao's shoulder, carefully instructing, This mission is extremely important. No mistakes are allowed. I've received information that many people have come here and it seems their purpose is the same as ours, so we cannot afford any missteps in this operation. The men in black uniformly bowed their heads and acknowledged the order. Understood, the Divine Envoy continued to inform them. Furthermore, I have chosen a new person in charge for the Great Sha Kingdom. It's this person standing before you. Go back and report to your leader. You are all God's supporters and God will protect you. You may return and make your own preparations. The men in black responded in unison. May the light of God soon shine upon the world. Zhang Zi hid behind a large rock, his heart filled with questions. It's Zheng Hao. Could these people be from Dawn? What's with that white cat talking? Everything is too strange. Zheng Hao walked down the stairs and at the same time curiously asked, Lord Divine Envoy, why are your supporters so loyal to you? The Divine Envoy candidly replied, It's simple, because they all want to obtain a God's Gate pass and enter the Kingdom of God. Zheng Hao asked curiously, Kingdom of God? The Divine Envoy then explained in detail. Precisely. That is the dreamland for all mortals. If you complete God's mission, you too will have the chance to set foot there. A sinister curve suddenly formed at his lips. But first, let's go meet the little worm hiding in the corner. Zheng Hao stopped, vigilantly staring forward. Who's there? Come out quickly. Zhang Zi didn't back down, immediately stepped out, pointed at them, and sternly warned, Your actions have been discovered. The Security Bureau's guards will arrive soon. You won't escape. Confess honestly, what conspiracy does the Dawn organization have by gathering here? The divine envoy showed an arrogant expression on his face, his tone filled with mockery. What a brave little worm, do you think you can deceive me with such lies? Zheng Hao, don't you want revenge? Go. Zheng Hao's body quickly filled with surging power, radiating imposing presence. Zhang Zi, I hadn't even come looking for you yet you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Zheng Hao immediately leapt high, fists clenched, and charged straight at Zhang Zi. I'll send you on your way. The violent impact instantly sent rocks scattering everywhere. Zhang Zi dodged in time, but his face couldn't hide his shock. This is a demon domain skill. Seeing Zheng Hao continuously charging and attacking at astonishing speed, Zhang Zi couldn't help but panic. His strength had suddenly increased several times. What should he do? Zhang Zi's nervous expression filled Zheng Hao with pride and satisfaction. Zhang Zi, this is where you'll die. His body was shrouded in smoke and dust as a colossal rock suddenly fell from the sky, too fast to react. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth, his body stiff from extreme tension. I must quickly think of something. Am I really going to die here? Just then, Thorin quickly reached out and tightly grabbed his collar. Follow me. He then leapt high, clearing a path for Zhang Zi to escape the cave. Zheng Hao gritted his teeth, furious. How is this possible? He actually got away. The divine envoy, however, appeared unusually calm and composed. Don't rush, we'll meet again. Meanwhile, Thorin and Yilyu had taken Zhang Zi to a secluded beach for temporary refuge. It's all right now, it should be safe here. Zhang Zi's voice was mixed with hurried and heavy gasps. Who are you? Why did you save me? Thorin immediately introduced himself. I am Thorin, and this is our prophet. We are the Salvation Army. Zhang Zi looked confused, trying hard to recall. The Salvation Army. I think I've heard of this organization, the sworn enemy of the Dawn organization. Thorin quickly answered Zhang Zi's question. That's right, the reason we saved you is because of your identity. Zhang Zi's tone suddenly became shocked and confused. My identity? Yilyu said with a brilliant smile. Because daddy is my daddy. The little girl's words left Zhang Zi dumbfounded and astonished. What, I'm your father, you must be joking? I'm not even married yet, Yilyu said in an extremely serious tone. I'm not joking, my name is Zhang Yilyu and I'm daddy's daughter. My mother's name is Lu Yuing. I also know that daddy has 3 moles on his foot. Zhang Zi instantly stiffened like a statue, mouth agape, his face filled with shock and panic. Impossible, how could such an absurd thing happen? A daughter suddenly appears, Yilyu then pointed at him and happily said, I also know that daddy's talent is SSS-Rank Summoning Skill. Zhang Zi's tone gradually became stuttering. Are you? Yilyu waved her hand and earnestly explained, No, daddy sent me back to the past before he died to make me a prophet and lead the Salvation Army to protect this world. However, Zhang Zi not only didn't understand but became more and more confused and increasingly muddled. What are you saying? Before I die? Why would I die? Yilu's expression suddenly darkened and her tone was filled with sadness and regret. Not just daddy, everyone, our world was destroyed. Humanity perished. In 3021, the world's demon soul caves were activated, and the divine envoy awakened. The war between humans and monsters erupted. In 3029, humanity defeated the demon domain's 100th floor boss, successfully opened the Gate of God and paved the way to the Kingdom of God. But what awaited humanity was destruction. After the Gate of God opened, the demon domain and the real world completely merged. Divine beings came to the real world to plunder Earth's resources, humans were turned into livestock and Earth's inhabitants fell into suffering. In the same year, Zhang Zi established the Salvation Army to resist the divine beings, rescuing all people from dire straits, and was revered as the savior. In 3035, humanity's victory was within reach, yet the king of the Kingdom of God sacrificed millions of his subjects and cast an SSS-rank forbidden spell on Earth, leading to Earth's destruction and the extinction of humanity. At the moment of extinction, Zhang Zi used time travel to send his daughter Zhang Yilyu back to the past. Only then did Zhang Zi gradually understand. It was truly terrifying. If his sister was telling the truth, wasn't 2021 this year? Yilyu crossed her arms and said seriously, That's right, the cat daddy just saw was the divine envoy. Zhang Zi suddenly knelt on one knee, his hand resting on a nearby rock, as if his brain and body were overloaded. The amount of information in what you said is a bit much. I can't process it all at once. Yilyu immediately said considerately, It's all right. It's certainly difficult to accept hearing all these things suddenly. Zhang Zi quickly left, but still didn't forget to look back, praising her with a shy and embarrassed expression. I need to go back to the hotel to rest and process all this. Oh right, you're quite cute too. If you really are my daughter, then it proves my genes aren't bad. After returning to the hotel, night gradually fell. Seeing Yilyu walking beside Zhang Zi, Chao Wei asked curiously, Zhang Zi, didn't you say you were going for a walk? How did you abduct a little girl and bring her back? Yilyu immediately rushed to greet them. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yilyu. Before the little girl could finish, Zhang Zi hurriedly interrupted. My sister, she's my sister. Zhang Yilyu, let me introduce you. These big brothers and sisters are all my classmates. Yilyu waved hello and at the same time casually said, No need for introductions. I know all of them. Auntie Chao Wei was truly beautiful when she was young. Auntie's son is also a great beauty. No wonder someone always kept both aunties by his side. The little girl then turned, pointed at Junyang and teased, Uncle Lin, did you really control dumbbells with telekinesis when you were young? And this must be Uncle Shang with an IQ of 210, right? My dad often mentioned you, saying that if you hadn't died young, humanity wouldn't have. Zhang Zi immediately covered the little girl's mouth, an awkward smile on his face. Excuse me, my sister has been watching too many time travel dramas lately. She's a bit out of it. Please don't mind her, and you quickly shut up. If you keep talking, I don't know what might happen, Chao Wei asked, looking bewildered. Brother-in-law, why are the Zhang family people so strange? Ruotong suddenly spoke at this moment, asking. Zhang Zi, it's almost 8 o'clock. Shouldn't we enter the demon domain? Zhang Zi replied softly with a relaxed smile. It's almost time. Everyone agreed to go online punctually. Ruotong and everyone else quickly stood up to prepare, hoping the demon domain had returned to normal. Before Zhang Zi and everyone left, Yilu earnestly reminded them. Once the divine envoy awakens, the demon domain will return to normal. Remember, you must protect my mother. Chao Wei asked with a shocked expression. Hey brother-in-law, what is this little girl talking about? Is she alright? Zhang Zi quickly waved his hands repeatedly, trying to avoid the topic. It's nothing, just ignore her. A moment later, Zhang Zi and his group quickly logged into Demon Domain Floor 12, seeing Moonshadow already standing there waiting for him. Zhang Zi walked over, enthusiastically waving and saying, Sorry, I'm late. Moonshadow immediately asked about the situation with concern. Is everything alright? Did something happen at the exchange conference? Zhang Zi gently held her hand and replied, It's a long story, I'll tell you in detail later. Shanwei quickly stepped forward, playfully taunting them, then smiled happily. You two, stop with the public displays of affection and let's get to the boss. Someone on the forum said the demon domain has returned to normal and the stone gate has appeared. We can go to the next floor of the demon domain now. Moonshadow's cheeks flushed and she shyly replied, The stone gate has appeared, that's wonderful. Shanwei quickly looked at the stone gate and shouted excitedly, Look, the stone gate has really appeared. He saw strange numbers continuously flashing on the stone gate. Shanwei immediately wondered, 1.57, 1.58, the numbers jump every few minutes. What's going on? Do we have to wait until it reaches 100 to go in? People nearby immediately started complaining, their voices filled with frustration and disappointment. Don't wait, we've already tried. We can't enter the stone gate at all that excitement for nothing. Zhang Zi observed the stone gate intently, thinking about what Yilu had said. The little girl said the divine envoy's awakening would return the demon domain to normal. It seems the divine envoy hasn't awakened yet. Moonshadow saw Zhang Zi deep in thought, so she walked over and placed her hand on his shoulder. She linked her arm with his and asked with concern, What are you thinking about? Zhang Zi softly replied, Nothing. If we can't go to the next floor, then everyone should just do what they want. I have a lot I want to tell you. Moonshadow's tone also softened. I also have a lot I want to tell you, seeing them so intimate. Chao Wei couldn't help but frown and scoff. People in love are terrifying. If we can't go through the stone gate, I'll go back and rest. I still have to prepare for the individual competition tomorrow. Ruotong also gave a very awkward smile when she saw this. I'll head back too. The next morning, the sky was clear and calm with birds circling in the air. Zheng Hao and the divine envoy sat together on rocks by the sea. Zheng Hao, hastily eating his breakfast, turned his head to ask about the situation. Hey divine envoy, are you alright? The divine envoy suddenly emitted a scorching red light and cracks appeared on his skin. Nothing serious. My true form will awaken in 30 hours and I will leave this cat's body. Zheng Hao, we can't meet for a while. Zheng Hao immediately asked suspiciously, his tone full of arrogance and bluster. So when you're not here, I can freely command the entire organization, right? The divine envoy immediately reminded him bluntly. I advise you not to be too ostentatious. Zheng Hao glanced at him, plotting his own schemes in his mind. Earth or the kingdom of God, eventually they will all belong to me. Then the divine envoy closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the moment of awakening. Physical conditions stable, expected to awaken in 29 hours 52 minutes 9 seconds. As soon as dawn broke, Yilu hurriedly ran to knock on Zhang Zi's door. Zhang Zi slowly opened the door, still looking sleepy. Yilu didn't say a word, immediately grabbed his hand and gleefully pulled him downstairs. The arena, located by the sea, exuded a fresh and comfortable atmosphere, perfect for today's competition. Chao Wei's team was nervously waiting in their chairs. Meanwhile, Shi Jing sternly reminded them, today's competition is divided into 4 rounds. The risk factor is quite high. While I very much hope everyone wins, I also don't want anyone to get hurt, so everyone must know their limits. Chao Wei saw Zhang Zi walking from afar, holding Yilu's hand, and asked curiously, Why are you only just arriving? It's almost old Shang's turn. Yilu immediately said gleefully, We're here. Ruotong intently watched the arena and said, Everyone look, it's old Shang's turn. Shi Qing's expression, however, became very tense and worried. I can't believe he's up against Lion. The first match is against the strongest disciple in East Asia. It seems Shang Chuyu is in danger this time. Zhang Zi quickly smiled and reassured everyone. Don't worry, with old Shang's personality he'll definitely win with strategy, not by butting heads. Chuyu stood opposite Lion, a lean, dark-skinned man who appeared very strong and tough. He immediately spread his arms, saying confidently and provocatively, Little brother, are you ready? Chuyu didn't shrink back at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth curved slightly upwards, and he adjusted his glasses as if he had a plan and was ready to engage in battle at any moment. However, he then immediately raised his hand and loudly declared, Referee, I forfeit the match. The referee was immediately surprised and flustered, blurting out, Contestant, are you sure you want to forfeit? Chuyu confirmed without hesitation, I am sure. Chao Wei, sitting in her seat, couldn't help but angrily stand up. What's going on? He said he'd win with strategy, but he forfeited before even fighting. Yelu's face showed a triumphant smile. Uncle Shang's choice was very wise. Zhang Zi also happily agreed. If you can't win, concede. That's smart. At this, Shi Qing quickly spoke up to remind them. Chao Wei, Ruotong, and Junyang, it's your turn next. Go prepare quickly. The three of them enthusiastically replied in unison. Okay, Shi Qing specifically turned and carefully instructed Zhang Zi. And Zhang Zi, your opponent in the third round is Chen Feng. I hear he underwent special training before the competition, so don't underestimate him. Chao Wei immediately tried her best to encourage and motivate him. Brother-in-law, you must give him a good beating. Zhang Zi waved his hand and softly replied. Don't worry. The referee's announcement suddenly echoed on the big screen. Round 2 is about to begin. All contestants, please prepare. Chen Feng immediately spread his legs and took a stance, his face filled with determination. Zhang Zi, this time I'm going to make sure you're torn to shreds. At this moment, Junying's match against a girl using a chainsword was underway in the arena. The girl was burly and strong with a fierce and terrifying expression. Next was Chao Wei's one-on-one against a tall man, but Chao Wei showed no fear, her movements still agile and quick. Ruotong's opponent was Java's, an extremely agile fighter, moving like a phantom. Zhang Zi and his group watched each match intently. After the 3 matches, Zhang Zi walked spiritedly into the arena, a confident smile on his face. Despite being at a physical disadvantage, Chao Wei still landed a series of powerful punches, instantly defeating her opponent and winning the match. Go back to your country. Junyang also quickly won his match despite being covered in injuries. I already said there's no way I'd lose to a girl. However, Ruotong completely lost, sustaining serious injuries from Java's brutal kicks. At this, the referee continued to announce round 3 is about to begin. All contestants, please prepare. Henry immediately placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, encouraging him, his face showing an annoyed expression. Chen Feng, it's time to test the results of your special training. Chen Feng clenched his hands, his tone full of triumph. Don't worry, Captain, I'll definitely beat that Zhang Zi guy to a pulp. He stood up abruptly with a triumphant air, his eyebrows furrowed and his face pale with anticipation. What a small world. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In a flash, he appeared in the arena alongside Zhang Zi. Chen Feng suddenly took off his jacket, a triumphant smile on his face. I've worn this jacket for almost a year. I've never taken it off except when showering. He dramatically threw his jacket to the ground and declared loudly, Today I'm taking it off. Zhang Zi observed intently, calculating in his mind. That jacket weighs several tons. It seems he's been training very hard during this time. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already rushed towards him with murderous intent. It's to kill you. Zhang Zi couldn't help but feel surprised and confused. His speed is too fast. Zhang Zi quickly used the dragon's breath technique, his body immediately moving aside, skillfully dodging Chen Feng's punch. Chen Feng didn't give up at all, immediately moving behind him. He clenched his hands, rushing forward with a triumphant expression. This feeling is amazing. Zhang Zi, I'd like to see how long you can keep dodging. Chuyu, sitting in his seat, immediately became extremely tense. His speed is too fast. Zhang Zi is in big trouble this time. Shi Qing was also surprised by Chen Feng's training method, having never imagined he'd train with a titanium alloy jacket, as expected of the rich. Seeing Zhang Zi only defending and not attacking, Chao Wei immediately felt worried and anxious. Why isn't he fighting back? It's infuriating me. Yilu, however, sat beside her, her expression unusually calm. That person is no match for my brother. Thinking he had the upper hand, Chen Feng pressed harder, laughing mockingly. Zhang Zi, aren't you known for your speed? Come, let's compare. Zhang Zi, you're no match for me now. Come on, hit me. Zhang Zi listened, couldn't help but frown, his face displeased, and spoke decisively. Then I'll grant your wish. He immediately clenched his hands, swung them back forcefully, building momentum as if about to deliver a powerful punch. Then he rushed forward, raised his hand and slapped Chen Feng directly, then roared angrily. That slap was for Moonshadow. Next, he quickly delivered a kick that left the opponent's face pale. And this kick is from me. Zhang Zi's body was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling yellow light. Then he put all his strength into rushing forward as if to deliver a final blow. This punch is a lesson from the two of us. Chen Feng's entire body immediately crashed to the ground instantly cracking into hundreds of pieces, sending fragments of rock flying. Finally, after he was completely defeated, Zhang Zi still stood firmly over his fallen body, his power still burning brightly. To me, your speed is no different from a turtle's. At this, the referee announced the match result. The winner of this match is Zhang Zi from the Great Sha Kingdom delegation. The spectators in the stands immediately cheered wildly, everyone stunned and amazed by Zhang Zi's fleeting finishing move. How did he win with such speed? I couldn't even see it. The Great Sha Kingdom's contestants are truly strong. Dorothy's face now showed unconcealed disappointment and anger. I already said Chen Feng is useless. He shouldn't have been given such a valuable opportunity to participate in the exchange conference. Henry, hands in his pockets, calmly spoke. Dorothy, go take care of Chen Feng. That Zhang Zi guy does have some ability. I'll deal with him myself. Dorothy immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. Back in their seats, Zhang Zi, bathed in the glow of victory, continuously received everyone's praise. Well done, Zhang Zi. Keep it up. Chao Wei's face also showed a very happy and excited expression. Brother-in-law is too cool. Seeing Chen Feng beaten to a pulp is so satisfying. I'll definitely tell cousin when we get back. Zhang Zi then asked his teammates with concern, Are Junyang and Ruotong all right? Chuyu quickly reported the situation. Junyong is seriously injured and cannot continue the competition. The upcoming semifinals will rely entirely on you and Chao Wei. The referee's announcement suddenly echoed, and the matchups for the next round were displayed on the big screen. Next is the semifinals. All contestants who have advanced to the semifinals, please prepare. Chao Wei's opponent made Xi-Qing nervous and uneasy. Henry, he's a very formidable opponent. Chao Wei, you must be careful. Finally, the match began and Henry threw a series of punches. Hey girl, if you don't concede, I'm going to get serious. Xi-Qing, observing from outside, easily saw the gap in their strength. Chao Wei was no match for Henry. There was no chance of winning if she persisted. Chao Wei immediately charged to attack, an angry shout ringing out. Damn foreigner, don't underestimate me. I won't give up, however. Before she could attack, Henry suddenly rushed forward and landed a brutal heavy punch on Chao Wei's chest. The girl was immediately sent flying, blood continuously gushing from her mouth, splattering everywhere. Xi-Qing and Zhang Zi both panicked and rushed over. Chao Wei? Zhang Zi quickly leapt into the air and caught her, as her injuries were particularly severe. Although he successfully caught the girl, the overwhelming force pushed Zhang Zi back as well. Zhang Zi gently held Chao Wei in his arms and asked with concern, Chao Wei, are you all right? At this, the competition's medical team rushed over to give first aid to the girl. Make way, make way. Henry stood in the arena, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, a provocative voice ringing out, his face full of arrogance and disdain. Zhang Zi, I'm waiting for you. The referee then announced the match result. The winner of this match is Henry from the M country delegation. As soon as the referee finished announcing, Zhang Zi and Javas had already quickly appeared in the arena. Semifinals second match, Javas versus Zhang Zi. Seeing Zhang Zi put on headphones, Javas laughed mockingly. Do you think blocking your ears will prevent you from being hypnotized by me? Zhang Zi, however, paid no attention, simply listening to the songs playing in his headphones. Old Shang's taste is terrible, all old-fashioned songs. Javas immediately straightened his arm, and two eyes suddenly appeared on his palm, accompanied by a red aura emanating a bizarre energy. Zhang Zi's face was filled with surprise and confusion, his body suddenly stiff as if controlled. What's going on? How does he have eyes on his palm? Could I have already fallen under Java's red light hypnosis? The light had now completely enveloped and controlled Zhang Zi's body, and I thought he was some formidable opponent. Didn't he still get hypnotized by me? Zhang Zi, your surroundings are now completely dark. He slowly walked forward, his mind now completely immersed in the hypnotic world. Zhang Zi was now like a puppet, his entire body bound by chains. Where is this? My body is out of control. Chuyu, connected via headphones, reminded him. Zhang Zi, you're hypnotized. Breathe deeply and try to keep your heartbeat steady. Javas smirked triumphantly. That's right, just like that, slowly approaching. This match is easier than I imagined. Immediately after, he jumped up, ready to attack. Goodbye, you damn great Sha Kingdom brat. However, he was kicked away by Zhang Zi. You pervert. That kick was to avenge Ruotong. Then he followed up with a powerful punch. Go back to your own country, the narrator's voice announced. The winner of this match is Zhang Zi from the Great Sha Kingdom delegation. In the viewing room, Chuyu crossed his arms, surprised. I never expected Zhang Zi's dragon's breath technique to break through the mental barrier. Xi-Qing also abruptly stood up. Chao Wei's injuries are not life-threatening, but now only Zhang Zi is left. Her voice began to sound worried. Next is the final against Henry. Zhang Zi's chances of winning are very low. The burly man walked forward. Hey kid, you've got some moves, but that's all. It's not too late to concede now. Zhang Zi cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you just injured my friend. Now you must pay the price for that. No sooner had he spoken than Henry charged forward. You're too weak, kid. This first attack caught Zhang Zi off guard. His speed is too fast, and their hands collided fiercely. Seeing Zhang Zi's pained expression, he gloated. No one has ever dared to go head-to-head with me before. You're the first, Xi-Qing worried. No, Zhang Zi's hand seems to be broken. This is bad. Tell Zhang Zi to concede, but Chuyu seemed calmer. Henry is indeed terrifying, but you don't know Zhang Zi's character. He won't concede. And he was already smiling triumphantly. You've already broken a hand and you still want to fight me? Zhang Zi trembled with pain. A broken hand right at the start. This situation was too disadvantageous for him. Then he applied his skill to his body. Dragon's breath technique, enhance cell activity, accelerate wound healing. Giving Zhang Zi no chance to catch his breath, Henry charged forward again to attack. Self-healing, Oriental martial arts are indeed amazing, but in front of Country M's advanced science and technology, they're nothing at this point. He could only jump to dodge. His strength is too terrifying. I can't go head-to-head with him. Zhang Zi channeled his skill into Henry's body, using the dragon's breath technique to block his meridians, nullifying his strength. Xi-Qing couldn't help but praise. Excellent. Zhang Zi has blocked Henry's meridians. Seize the opportunity to defeat him. Chuyu, however, had a different view. It doesn't seem that simple, but Henry remained composed. Do you think this is enough to control me? He immediately raised his fist. Not just that, Zhang Zi secretly pondered. I can't give him a chance to counterattack. He attacked with all his might. Damn it, this move is for Chao Wei. This time, he successfully dealt a heavy blow to his opponent. Suddenly, Henry's entire body erupted with power. Zhang Zi, you're lucky to witness the ultimate power of the battle god's serum. He was unexpectedly sent flying, but still landed lightly. Zhang Zi watched him deform in surprise. My goodness, what did he inject? Then he leaped over with his massive muscle. Die quickly, I'll crush your skull. He suddenly jumped into the air. Damn it, he's not human at all. The entire stands began to stir. What's going on? Was there an explosion? At this moment, Chuyu was no longer calm. Impossible. This power has completely exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Where Henry landed, a terrifying deep pit formed. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. At this point he had completely transformed into a berserk monster. No one can defeat me. No one. Zhang Zi seemed unable to believe his eyes. He looked at the giant creature before him. He's a pit demon? Zhang Zi's team members were all panicking. What happened? How did the captain turn into a pit demon? Shi Jing also watched with wide eyes. Is it the battle god serum? Isn't the battle god serum made from pit demon blood? They're a bunch of lunatics. The narrator's voice urgently sounded. Due to an accident in the match, please evacuate the scene in an orderly manner. Yilyu hurriedly ran over. Brother, are you all right? Zhang Zi gently reassured her. I'm fine. The pit demon before them had already been controlled by the demon domain management team, and his eyes turned cold. I never expected him to suddenly turn into a pit demon. He must have injected illegal drugs before the match. Yilyu tugged at Zhang Zi's clothes. Brother, it's too chaotic here. Let's go quickly. Shi Qing also placed her hand on his shoulder. That's right, the Demon Domain Management Bureau is already handling this. Let's leave here first and find a doctor to treat your wounds. Zhang Zi also agreed. Okay, outside the space, the white-haired man was observing everything. Very good. 90 of the pit demons have been activated as planned. Next, continue to execute the master's plan. He turned, looking with rigid eyes. Force humanity into despair. Lowly humans, fight hard until the 100th floor. My master is already ravenous. At this moment, everyone gathered at the hospital. Zhang Zi sat on the hospital bed and the person beside him urged. Chao Wei, you're quite injured. Get some good rest. Lu Kai still had the energy to joke. Old Zhang, you're still the strongest, the doctor instructed him. The wounds have been bandaged. Nothing serious. Zhang Zi immediately brightened. Thank you, doctor. Not only that, but the doctor also praised. Your body is indeed very unusual. Your wounds were not light, yet your bones and muscles are recovering very quickly. At this moment, Shi Qing walked into the room. Injured students, get some good rest. I'm going to the organizational center to clarify the situation. Zhang Zi immediately stood up. Director Shi, I'm fine. I'll go with you. But Shi Qing didn't mean that. Zhang Zi, you rest too. Suddenly, a piercing crash sounded and she immediately turned to the doorway. What happened? A pit demon now appeared in an even fiercer new form. Zhang Zi was somewhat puzzled. But Yilyu had already quickly guessed it was a mutated pit demon. It was ferociously destroying everything in its path. He immediately urged everyone, why are so many monsters suddenly appearing? Prioritize evacuating everyone to the beach. Shi Qing ran, pulling Yilu's hand. Understood. At the same time, she also woke up 2 people in the ward. Ruotong, Chao Wei, wake up quickly. Meng Dai turned her head, hesitatingly looking at Zhang Zi. Alone? No, Zhang Zi was desperately resisting. Quickly, old Zhang, take them out of here. I'll block these monsters. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth. Go! The pit demon suddenly leapt high to attack and he had to extend his body to block it. Hurry up, no more talking. Shi Jing pushed the 3 of them away. Let's go quickly. Okay, Zhang Zi used the dragon's breath technique, lifted a huge rock and then threw it at the pit demon. Run, gather at the beach. But Yilyu still cried out worriedly. Daddy, Daddy, run! Shi Jing running corrected the little girl. Daddy, where's Daddy? That's your brother. Zhang Zi also followed behind them. After they ran out of the hospital, Shi Jing dared to look back. So many, it seems, were doomed this time. The hungry monsters roared frantically around them. Food, food! Suddenly, the leading monster charged forward to attack. Chuyu looked around, panicking. What do we do? Are we just going to wait to die? Zhang Zi was desperately resisting. There are too many monsters. I'm afraid there's no safe place. The monsters continued to roar. Food, food! His voice grew urgent, though uncertain he had to take a risk. Suddenly a flash of light streaked past, hitting one of the monsters. Zhang Zi was overjoyed to see reinforcements arrive. Xiao Qin! Shi Qing dared to smile when she saw a group of people parachuting down. It's the Demon Domain Management Bureau. Xiao Qin immediately landed. She confidently stepped on a monster's head. You're all very lucky. The landing zone is right here. Zhang Zi was now relieved. Sister Xiao Qin, you're truly our savior. Good. Xiao Qin raised her spear and charged. Now you know to call me sister. Follow me closely. I'll lead everyone out of here to the beach where there's an evacuation plane. He also followed close behind. Okay, Zhang Zi said as he moved. They're all injured, so they're moving a bit slowly. Xiao Qin, walking ahead, still brandished her spear to clear the path. Hurry, move a little faster. Suddenly, her weapon was grabbed by a monster. He shouted worriedly, watch out. So Zhang Zi rushed forward, attacked its mouth and rescued Xiao Qin. Immediately after, the leading monster appeared. It opened its disgusting mouth and roared. This monster was several times larger than before, making Chuyu tremble all over. They look so disgusting. Xiao Qin also felt the danger to some extent. This colossal monster's power is terrifying. Zhang Zi, you take them to the beach for evacuation first. But Zhang Zi alone wanted to stay. Director Shi, old Zhang, you two take care of them. I'll hold them off. So Zhang Zi charged forward using the dragon's breath technique to boost his speed to the limit. I can't let them entangle me, he eagerly proposed. Sister Xiao Qin, I'll hold off that big guy. The other monsters are up to you. Meanwhile, she was also fighting the smaller monsters alone. Everyone evacuate quickly, don't delay any longer. Shi Qing shouted loudly. Understood. But Yilyu was somewhat worried and looked back. Daddy. Seeing this, Chuyu took the little girl's hand and walked away. Your daddy isn't here. Come with uncle quickly. Old Zhang, you must be careful. You must survive. Zhang Zi continuously attacked the leading monster's head. I must find this monster's weakness. Then it swung its tentacles, preparing to counterattack, but he had already nimbly jumped. As expected of a high-level monster, its speed is truly fast. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zi's feet were controlled. What entangled immediately after it wrapped around his body and arms. Xiao Qin anxiously shouted, Zhang Zi, are you alright? No sooner had she spoken than she was attacked by a group of monsters. Zhang Zi, just hold on a little longer. At this moment his body was already squeezed tight, unable to move. What do I do? Zhang Zi secretly lamented. Zhaofeng Moonshadow, I can no longer take care of them. Zhang Zi's whole body trembled continuously. In the beach assembly area, the crowd was rushing towards the plane. I know Minister Li. If you take me out of here, you'll definitely benefit. I have money. I'll give you as much as you want. Please don't let me die here. But the soldier raised his gun and threatened, move back, move back. This plane is for our country's ambassador. There's no room for Great Sha Kingdom citizens. Shi Jing furiously pointed at them and cursed, you damned country people. Chu Yu was agitated. So many people, it seems there's no room for us. What do we do? Suddenly a loud bang caught everyone's attention, and the sight before them terrified everyone. Monsters are charging. Lord Shiva, please protect me and let me return home safely. Shi Jing pointed at the monster horde. In this critical moment we must fight them to the death. Otherwise no one will survive. They gnashed their teeth filled with anger. If we had known this, we would have stayed at home instead of coming to this competition. It was too late for regrets now. Back to Zhang Zi, he was tightly squeezed by the leading monster, crying out in pain. Suddenly its eyes turned crimson. Why can your human consciousness invade my brain? Zhang Zi's gaze seemed to hold a light that was controlling the leading monster's consciousness, and then it released him. Zhang Zi looked at it. What's going on? Was that voice just now from this monster? The leading monster sent a signal. That's right, human. Your consciousness can read my thoughts. Xiao Qin was shocked to see this. What's wrong, Zhang Zi? Why aren't those monsters attacking you? Zhang Zi was even more confused than her. I don't know either. Suddenly it conveyed a signal to him. Human, I agree to obey your commands. Zhang Zi was shocked again. What, obey me? Xiao Qin slowly walked up to him. Zhang Zi, what method did you use to make these monsters stop attacking you? Zhang Zi merely guessed, I don't know either. But it seems they've been controlled by me, she immediately urged. Controlled? Let's put that aside for now. We can talk about it once we leave here. With that, Zhang Zi pointed at them and commanded, okay, we'll head towards the beach. You go stop the other charging monsters and cover us. The leading monster immediately obeyed, as you command, human. At this moment the beach had turned into chaos. Although Lu Kai was injured, he still stood out to question. Your plane clearly has many empty seats. Why won't you let us on? The soldiers raised their guns at them. I already said the plane is for our country delegation, not for you Great Sha Kingdom people. Another person threatened. Back off, take another step forward and we'll shoot. Chu Yu could no longer restrain himself and kept accusing, you despicable country people, our Great Sha Kingdom will not let you off. The white-bearded old man also agreed. That's right, our white bear country won't let you off either. Both sides were arguing fiercely, and at this moment the monster horde was closing in. Shi Jing panicked. Everyone be careful, the monsters are charging again. At this moment the crowd screamed and scattered. Run! Yu happily prepared to run over. Look, Daddy, oh no, my brother is back. Chu Yu also excitedly looked back. It's old Zhang is back. Zhang Zi, Xiao Qin and the leading monster slowly walked over. Shi Qing's face was blank. How is Zhang Zi walking with a monster? The people around were also panicking. Run, more monsters have appeared. He stopped, pointed at the monsters in front and said, you clear a path for us. The leading monster charged forward to attack. As you command, human. Chu Yu asked curiously. Old Zhang, what happened? Did you tame the monsters? Zhang Zi, holding Yu's side and said, it's a long story. I unintentionally gained control of that big guy. The other monsters seem to be its subordinates. Shi Qing hurriedly urged, stop talking, the monsters are coming. We need to find a way to get out of here. Yu pointed at the plane and complained, Daddy, those annoying country people, don't let them on the plane. Zhang Zi immediately ordered, old Zhang, you take Chao Wei and the others. We'll go over there. You drive those damned country people away. The leading monster obeyed the command, fiercely charging forward, seizing the opportunity to take over the plane. Quick, onto the plane. People scrambled to rush onto the plane and grab seats. Look, the country soldiers are being attacked by monsters. Let's take this chance to get on the plane. Chu Yu waved from above. Old Zhang, you too, hurry up. But he looked back with some regret. Okay, Zhang Zi, sitting on the plane, transmitted a signal downwards. Big friend, this plane isn't big enough. Find a safe place. If fate allows, we'll meet again. It silently watched, obeying the command. The people in the cabin kept urging, hurry up and take off, take us to a safe place. 3 days later, at Zhang Zi's house, Zhang Feng asked while making breakfast, brother, this exchange conference was really dangerous. Just hearing about it makes me scared. Zhang Zi's face was now completely serious. I'm more worried about the demon domain invading the real world, just like Zhaofeng said, with so many monsters suddenly appearing now. And everything seems to be related to the demon domain. Perhaps this is a sign that the world is becoming more and more dangerous. You must become stronger as soon as possible. Yu, while eating, struggled to say, Daddy is right, you must become stronger as soon as possible. You have a very important role in the future. Zhang Feng tried to tease the little girl. Really? Then tell me, what else will happen in the future? Zhang Zi quickly touched Yilu's head. Don't listen to her nonsense, let the future unfold naturally. Come with me into the demon domain after breakfast. The little girl immediately became excited. Really? Brother, are you taking me into the demon domain to hone my skills? He clenched his fist, stating firmly, regardless of the future, you should grow up. Zhang Feng almost jumped up. Great. That evening, the two arrived at Demon Domain Floor 1. Zhang Feng looked at the bustling crowd and sighed. So many people. It seems the threat of monsters has made everyone pay more attention to the Demon Domain. A group of people gathered, gossiping. Did you hear? Gosura, the berserker from M Country, has a combat power of 187,551, becoming the number 1 on the combat power ranking. What? Heavy Hammer Scythe from White Bear Country was also defeated. Zhang Feng looked around. Brother, where are your friends and future sisters-in-law? He replied. They're all on floor 12. I've spent the whole day helping you get stronger. You need to take this seriously. She obediently agreed. I will. Suddenly, an arrow flew over. Arrow Master saw Zhang Zi and asked curiously, Arrow Master, how did you end up on floor 1? He smiled excitedly. Arrow Master, I heard you're on floor 1 leveling up with your sister. So I brought some guild brothers along. Then, Arrow Master solemnly introduced. Arrow Master, along with 566 guild members, greets the guild master. People couldn't help but exclaim, all archers, their equipment doesn't look like novices. Why are they on floor 1? These archers are all wearing cloaks. I guess they're an organization or team. That Rakshasa seems to be their guild master. He looks very powerful. Zhang Feng looked at everyone indifferently. Hello everyone, you don't need to be so polite, he scratched his head. Arrow Master, you've worked hard. Not only is the team doing well, but the number of members has also increased significantly. It's no trouble. This is what I, the Vice Guild Master, should do. Archers used to be looked down upon. Now we're united and we astound people wherever we go. He crossed his arms and praised. Very good. Zhang Feng leaned in and whispered, Brother, you're so cool. You have your own guild and so many members. But Zhang Zi remained calm. This isn't enough. We must become stronger. Arrow Master excitedly raised his hands. Brothers, let's get to work. Let's help the guild master's sister clear the stages as quickly as possible. Everyone cheered in unison. Okay. Zhang Zi led them along. Then I'll trouble everyone. They started from Demon Domain Floor 1. Arrow Master charged ahead, shouting loudly, quick fight. His arrows rained down, and the violent rabbit was instantly killed before it could react. Then Arrow Master drew his bow again, ordering concentrate fire on the lava turtle. His teammates responded in unison, understood. The lava turtle, like the violent rabbit, was also instantly killed. Arrow Master took out the loot. Sister, the guild master has something to do on floor 12, so we'll help you level up. Take these demon soul orbs to improve your attributes. Zhang Feng happily accepted. Thank you, Brother Arrow Master. Everyone is amazing, eliminating monsters in an instant, but I want to try. He happily pointed ahead and said, That's right, you always need to master combat skills yourself. Go try killing monsters. We'll protect you. The little girl clenched her fists, stating firmly. Thank you, Brother Arrow Master. She shot her magic staff at the hard turtle shell. Let me show you what I can do. However, in stark contrast to her passionate determination, the damage dealt was only 12. Zhang Feng retrieved her magic staff, asking confusedly, The damage is too low. Seeing the monster charge, the little girl firmly countered, No, I can't give up like this. I must eliminate it. Suddenly, a guy with an axe appeared behind the monster. Sister, seeing you're having such a hard time fighting, let us lend a hand. They jointly knocked down the hard turtle shell with their bare hands. The leader picked up the loot, grinning. Equipment dropped. It's a D-rank armor, just right for my girlfriend. But Zhang Feng retorted unwillingly, Hey, why are you stealing my monster? Give me back the loot. The leader turned around and mocked. Sister, you've got it wrong. We killed the lava turtle, so the loot naturally belongs to us. Another person also chimed in. Exactly, if we hadn't acted in time, you would have been dead by now, you know. Not only do you not thank us, you shamelessly ask for loot. How shameless. Then he urged his subordinates. Forget it. She's a novice. She doesn't understand the rules of the demon domain. Let's ignore her and find other monsters. Zhang Feng watched them, fuming. These people are simply bandits. Second brother was right. People in the demon domain are indeed ruthless. At this moment, Arrow Master had already targeted them. They're nothing but a bunch of cowards. Don't be angry, everyone will teach them a lesson. After speaking, he gestured to the little girl to continue. Come on, sister, let's go fight the boss. Those troublesome people continued towards the teleportation gate to the next floor. A fierce Ironfang wolf awaited them. The three quickly rushed forward. The Shadow Wolf appeared and attacked. But Arrow Master's team's arrows had already struck first. They all looked on with regret. What the hell, how was the Shadow Wolf killed? Oh my god, I didn't even get to see the boss before it was killed? This arrow rain is too exaggerated. Arrow Master's damage is already over 100. The Shadow Wolf only has a few thousand health. Why do we need so many archers? He led them forward. Sister, you got the key, right? Go through the stone gate ahead and you'll reach floor 2. Zhang Feng was in a much better mood. Thank you, Brother Arrow Master. Arrow Master winked at the person next to him, secretly instructing, Hidden Arrow, you and a few brothers stay here. Once the boss appears, eliminate it immediately. Let those guys know the consequences of bullying our guildmaster's sister. He cunningly looked at them. Understood. Seeing this scene, they knelt down and begged for mercy. Big sis, are these archers your little brothers? Please make them spare us. Sis, please make them help me. We were wrong, truly wrong. We'll never dare again. Zhang Feng with a soft heart pleaded. Brother Arrow Master, let's forgive them. But he shrugged it off. Don't mind them. Let Hidden Arrow play with them for a few days, otherwise they won't repent. Demon Domain Floor 12. Zhang Zi walked in. I'm here. He walked to his teammates. Sorry, I was delayed with something. Shanwai spotted him and replied, No need to apologize. We know you went to help your sister. Arrow Master has already sent us a message. Zhang Zi tightly held Moonshadow's hands, asking affectionately, Moonshadow, I heard Uncle Sandong picked you up. Did anyone at home give you trouble? She looked at him with gentle eyes and replied, I'm temporarily staying at Uncle Santong's house. The family has abandoned me. Grandpa announced to everyone that he doesn't have a granddaughter like me. Actually hearing that, I'm quite happy. Zhang Zi heard this and felt relieved. It's good that you're okay. Chao Wei cleared her throat to get attention. You two, stop with the public displays of affection. I have something to tell everyone. She stood in front of everyone looking very excited. Next Friday is my birthday. I invite everyone to my house to celebrate. No excuses. Shanwai looked very excited. That's great, Meng Dai actively spoke. Yeah, most of us haven't met in the real world. This is a good opportunity to get to know each other. Chao Wei pointed at them. Jushan, Ji Chu, Dragon King, Little Princess and Little Rabbit. I want to see your real faces. Suddenly, Zhang Zi asked curiously, by the way, does everyone know about the latest combat power ranking in the demon domain? Di Yang approached. I've seen it. Among the top 10, only 2 are from Great Sha Kingdom. The rest are from other countries. He grew even more confused. I've also seen it and checked everyone's rankings. Besides, I do what I want. Who once helped us reach 19th place? We didn't even make it into the top 500, he also agreed. We've only just reached floor 12. Of course, we can't compare to those experts who have already reached floors 20 or 30. Chao Wei was a little puzzled. Rakshasa's talent skill is so powerful. Why isn't he on the list? Zhang Zi silently judged. This combat power ranking probably only ranks adventurers based on their own strength. Although summoning skills are powerful, they don't increase my personal strength, which is why I'm not on the list. But ranking isn't important. We should still focus on improving our own strength. Di Yang urged everyone. That's right. The demon domain has returned to normal. We must reach floor 13 as soon as possible. Shanwai made no secret of his excitement. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm going first. Over a year later, they finally arrived at floor 13 and everyone stepped into the teleportation gate to Demon Domain floor 13 together. He also added information to his teammates. The dragons on this floor are divided into fire dragons and frost dragons. Not only that, Di Yang also warned, the final boss is the Dark Demon King. Its body is massive. The manual says it can blot out the sky when it flies. Shanwai, without knowing the dangers, walked with big strides. Whatever it is, it can't stop us. Charge, we haven't fought monsters together in a long time. Everyone looked up. Everyone look, a player was knocked flying by the fire dragon's flames. Help, Chao Wei was terrified when she saw it. If they fall, they'll definitely die. I don't want to die. Di Yang crossed his arms and analyzed. The path up the mountain is winding and will be attacked by dragons. It seems this floor won't be easy. Shanwai's previous confidence also vanished. The dragons attack from the sky. We can't dodge them on the ground. Once targeted, we'll definitely die. What should we do? It was only then that Zhang Zi spoke. This floor, leave it to me, he hurriedly asked. Rakshasa, have you thought of something? Zhang Zi proposed a plan. Those dragons attack from the sky, and it's difficult for us to stop them on the ground. So the best way is to control the air from the air. First, I'll kill one dragon and turn it into a summoned beast, then have it protect us in the air. Di Yang couldn't help but praise. Good idea, he kept observing. But we still need to observe their weaknesses and see how we can lure them down. Ruotong also added, how about trying to attack the dragon's wings? If their wings break, they won't be able to fly. Zhang Zi turned back to discuss. I think we can try it. Di Yang also agreed. Okay, that's settled then. The ranged attacks will all be up to Rakshasa and Ji Chu. He summarized the plan. As long as we catch a dragon, it's dead. Just then, Moonshadow saw the fire dragon turn around. Don't hesitate. While the dragon hasn't locked onto a target, let's quickly cross that bridge. Zhang Zi urged in unison. Brother Jushan, you lead the way. Di Yang, holding his shield, charged ahead to clear the path. Okay, everyone follow me. Then they successfully crossed the bridge when suddenly Chao Wei pointed ahead, panicking. Oh no, a fire dragon is charging towards us. It flew fiercely towards them. Di Yang quickly urged, everyone retreat quickly to dodge. The people behind scattered and fled. Damn it, run. If the fire dragon breathes fire, we'll suffer continuous burn damage. The fire dragon breathed fire directly at him. Watching the fire dragon turn and leave, Di Yang also sighed. Its fire-breathing move is truly terrifying. But Zhang Zi had already quickly drawn his bow. Trying to run, he aimed at its body and shot. Don't think you can get away. A sharp arrow carrying a powerful airflow shot out and the fire dragon let out a cry. Zhang Zi immediately ordered, Ji Chu, freeze it quickly. Ji Chu loudly responded, understood. He used Icebound Dance to freeze the fire dragon. Zhang Zi then shouted again, now everyone focus your attacks, don't let it fly back. Shanwai excitedly jumped up. Understood, Rakshasa, watch how I smash it to smithereens. He and Moonshadow attacked relentlessly, while the others watched in awe. They actually took down a dragon? How did they do it? That's incredible. We only barely managed to repel one with ranged attacks. I just saw that archer shoot the dragon with an arrow. Are archers that powerful? Such a shame. I wish we had invited more archers when forming the team. Zhang Zi shot the final arrow to end the battle. Die, Shanwai chuckled triumphantly. With this fire dragon, we no longer have to fear those dragons in the sky. He then tamed it, telling it to appear quickly. Protect us from the air. He couldn't stop smiling. It was fantastic. Di Yang couldn't help but look up at Rakshasa in admiration. Let's tame a few more dragons. Having aerial guardians is truly amazing. The onlookers all stood up in surprise. Did I see that right? They summoned a fire dragon. Really? Do they actually have that talent? That's too domineering. It seems it was that guy called Rakshasa who summoned it. So powerful. As a result, they tamed a few more dragons. It's great to have so many dragons protecting us. Both ice and fire. The mountain peak ahead is where the boss is located. Let's win this battle quickly. Zhangzi looked at the flying dragons and added one more. We have a total of 7 dragons, 3 fire dragons and 4 frost dragons. We should be able to challenge the boss now. Moonshadow stepped forward, but it seemed many people had gathered around the boss. Di Yong, however, cautiously warned, I heard from experts that the Dark Demon King on this floor is a nightmare. Despite this, they still walked towards the abyss, determined to investigate. The protagonist of floor 13 finally appeared majestically. Even those in the distance, only able to see faint figures in the smoke, felt fear. Is that the Dark Demon King? Its presence is truly terrifying. I'm scared out of my wits. Its size is enormous. Can it swallow a dozen people in one gulp? I definitely don't want to be its dinner. So how can we defeat it? Ordinary swords and knives would be like tickling it, wouldn't they? Moonshadow's eyes widened. The boss's size was getting bigger and bigger. I guess this Dark Demon King must be over 20 meters tall when it stands upright. Di Yong turned to ask Rakshasa. Do you have confidence? Zhangzi could only admit at this point. To be honest, not much confidence. The Dark Demon King is too massive. Just a sweep of its tail would be enough to throw us all away. Chao Wei's tone was a bit dejected. Then what do we do? Are we not going to fight this floor? Then she pointed upwards. We definitely have to fight, but we need to find a way. Everyone look at that. Zhangzi, sharp-eyed, discovered a nest, and he was a little puzzled. It seems to be dragon eggs. Shanwai reached out and looked carefully. Can't tell, so the boss is a female dragon. Zhangzi turned to look at the side. It seems we'll have to deal with those eggs, but before we fight the boss, I've prepared some gifts for everyone. Shanwai asked curiously, what gifts? With that, he took them out. Actually, I've wanted to distribute the skill books left by Dawn to everyone for a long time, but because of some family matters and the demon domain becoming abnormal, I've been delayed until now. Shanwai stared excitedly, unblinking. With this skill book, won't we have a second skill? I can't handle S rank, I want that one. Furious Strike. A rank. Di Yong also happily chose. Excellent. Heaven-shaking roar suits me very well, I'll take this one. Moonshadow, however, held up a book. There are no skill books suitable for me here. But Independent Domain is very suitable for you, you should learn it. That was level 1 Independent Domain. Zhangzi accepted it without hesitation. It can set rules trapping enemies in a domain controlled by oneself. This skill is very powerful. Thank you everyone. Everyone happily agreed. Don't mention it. You're the strongest in the team, of course you should learn the strongest skill. Exactly. When you get stronger we all benefit. Go big brother Rakshasa, you're the best. With that he urged everyone to continue. Alright, we're almost ready. Let's go challenge the Dark Demon King. Shanwai walked enthusiastically. I can't wait, Zhangzi then urged. Let's go. Another person glanced disdainfully. You guys want to defeat the Dark Demon King too? Is this your first time here? You don't look like much. You probably won't last a single move against the boss. Zhangzi ignored him, still waving his hand to command. Let's try a fight first. Later I'll have the dragons attack the boss first. Everyone follow my command, understood? At this moment the Dark Demon King had already appeared, roaring and showing off non-stop. Then he summoned dragons to attack. Go on all of you. They rushed forward fiercely as ordered. However, the Dark Demon King's imposing presence was also strong, and both sides immediately engaged in battle. Its damage was constantly decreasing, but it was negligible. Shanwai watched this scene filled with excitement. 7 dragons attacked the boss simultaneously. Fantastic, however. Di Yong seemed very worried. But the damage is very low. It seems the Dark Demon King's defense is frighteningly high. Suddenly, a cold current enveloped its body. Seeing this, Zhangzi immediately rushed forward. The Dark Demon King is frozen. Seize this opportunity. Let's all go in together. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. They immediately rushed to approach it, but unexpectedly, the Dark Demon King could still move. Someone in the team discovered. Oh no, is the boss immune to magic? Moonshadow pointed upwards. Everyone look. Zhangzi couldn't help but worry. Oh no, a huge circle appeared and various dragons poured out from within. Shanwai's eyes widened. How did so many guys suddenly appear? Moonshadow also panicked. It's the boss's summons, what do we do? He put down his spear. Rakshasa's dragons are all surrounded, we must find another way. Zhangzi hesitated for a few seconds. Then let's summon another boss. It's time to make an appearance. Clown, come out. The grotesque clown revealed its sharp teeth, smiling. Dear little friends, long time no see. I've missed you so much. The surrounding people began to stir. Did I see that right? That's the clown boss from the dead zone. How did it appear here? Wasn't it killed last time? How did it reappear? Look over there. It's the great god Rakshasa. He can summon bosses. It must be him who summoned the clown. Rakshasa is the star of Great Shah Kingdom. He's my idol. The Dark Demon King is finished this time. Don't be too happy too soon. The Dark Demon King is not to be trifled with. Let's observe first. Hello everyone. Today I'm very lucky to meet the great god Rakshasa, and I'm immediately preparing a wonderful live broadcast for everyone. Please look forward to how the great god will defeat the Dark Demon King. Then it waved its cards. Little friends, I'm here to play with you. Dice flew over each dragon's head. The Dark Demon King's golden eyes roared. De Yong broke into a cold sweat. The boss is about to attack. Zhang Zi immediately gave the order. Little birdie, the boss's immunity is almost over, quickly suppress it. Chao Wei immediately used gravity suppression. Understood, I'm watching it. Moonshadow also seized the opportunity to counterattack. Dragon King, let's focus our attacks on the boss while we can. Shanwei immediately agreed. Okay. Zhang Zi drew his bow. Clown, quick action, quickly deal with those dragons. Its hand reached out to control the dice. As you command, my master. Then they exploded, damaging those dragons. The Dark Demon King's magic immunity was also nearing its limit. Seeing it turning around, everyone quickly ran over. Oh no, the boss ran away. Jichu ran very fast. Its health is only half left. If we hit it a few more times, we'll definitely defeat it. Meng Dai, however, didn't think so. But it's flying high up now, we can't hit it. Zhang Zi suddenly noticed something and warned. No, it didn't run, get out of the way quickly. As he said, the next second it sprayed a ball of fire at them. Watch out, that's the Dark Demon King's Flame Dragon Breath skill. Everyone cleverly hid behind De Yong's shield. The grotesque clown was also affected by the flames. Damn flames, they burned my new clothes. The sound caught Zhang Zi's attention. Can't let the clown die. Moonshadow suddenly shouted, everyone be careful, the boss is attacking again. This time he still urgently urged everyone, quickly dodge, it's freezing dragon breath. De Yong also seemed to be struggling to hold on. Rakshasa, we must find a way, we can't hold out much longer. Moonshadow pointed at the grotesque clown above. The clown is frozen, it kept groaning. So cold, I'm freezing to death. Zhang Zi turned to look behind. Little princess, quickly help the clown unfreeze. Meng Dai immediately replied, understood. At this moment, Moonshadow pointed upwards. The boss is charging again. De Yong gritted his teeth, worried. Oh no, this time it's Dark Dragon Breath. The damage is higher than Flame Dragon Breath and Freezing Dragon Breath. She panicked, unable to dodge. The attack range almost covered the entire area. What to do? Jichu looked at the dazzling purple light, lamenting, are we just going to wait to die? Not only that, Shanwei also broke into a cold sweat. Can't dodge. Is there only death left? Zhang Zi used all his mental energy. No, I must find a way. Then he decisively drew his bow. Although not 100% certain, he had to take a risk. Zhang Zi's plan was to aim at the Dark Demon King's egg nest, and each person would rush up and shoot one egg. It immediately sensed danger and turned back. Shanwei chuckled triumphantly. Rakshasa is truly brilliant to think of this. He kept observing the boss. It was angry. The grotesque clown shouted furiously, burning my clothes with fire, then freezing me. I must kill it. Then Zhang Zi pointed and ordered, clown, seize the opportunity. Don't let it fly into the sky. Moonshadow also followed behind. Dragon King, let's go in together. Shanwei jumped over aggressively. Good, give it your all, eliminate it. The grotesque clown summoned its children to devour the demon dolls. The Dark Demon King struggled in pain nonstop. Meng Dai watched, trembling all over. This clown's skill is disgusting but also very powerful. Its endurance had almost reached its limit. The Dark Demon King roared and everyone immediately covered their ears. Watch out, it's the dragon's roar. The roar seemed to have an effect. The stunned demon dolls stopped devouring and fell like rain. Zhang Zi's brows furrowed, filled with worry. Oh no, it flew up again. Meng Dai quickly swung her sword. Then let's strike it down again. Then the second egg shattered. Shanwei chuckled awkwardly. Little princess, you're too creative, aren't you? But Little Rabbit's tone carried a hint of regret. No, my dream of raising a dragon as a pet seems to be shattered. The Dark Demon King angrily breathed fire at them, and De Yong immediately used the skill Heaven-Shaking Roar. Everyone be careful, quickly dodge. Unexpectedly, the shield that had always accompanied him shattered. De Yong fell to the ground. The boss's Dark Dragon Breath shattered my shield. Zhang Zi stood in front of him to protect him. We can't keep this stalemate, we must find a way. At this moment, the Dark Demon King flew towards them more fiercely. Meng Dai looked back, terrified. It's charging again. Do? Zhang Zi immediately stepped forward to meet the challenge. Leave it to me. Everyone retreated. Shanwei didn't understand. What is Rakshasa trying to do? Moonshadow, however, stammered in panic. He wants to activate. She shouted loudly, Rakshasa, no, it's too dangerous. But Zhang Zi still activated the independent domain skill. Let me show you what real power is. De Yong looked very nervous. Rakshasa has activated independent domain. He wants to deal with the boss alone. Shanwei also became worried. What, he alone? That's too dangerous. At this moment, Moonshadow could only pray silently, God bless, he must come back safely. Although the domain had 5 rules, Zhang Zi only paid attention to the rules that increased or decreased movement speed and attack speed by 50. Zhang Zi had no time to think and chose Rule 4. When the Dark Demon King entered the domain, its movement speed and attack speed immediately decreased. Zhang Zi then placed his hand on the ground, summoning a frost dragon. Then he jumped onto the dragon's head and flew over. Come, let's fight in my domain. This time Zhang Zi used freezing to slow down attacks. He flew high into the sky, looking down arrogantly. Your speed has slowed down, let's see if you can still dodge my attacks. Then Zhang Zi drew his bow and shot an arrow. One more move, this is my territory, die. Outside, Shanwei couldn't see anything and asked worriedly, why isn't Rakshasa back yet? But he was gagged by Little Rabbit. You shut your big mouth, Moonshadow prayed silently in her heart. Zhang Zi, you must not get into trouble. After a tense few seconds, Shanwei suddenly stared in awe. Look, it's over. The system congratulated Rakshasa on successfully eliminating the Dark Demon King. At this moment, Zhang Zi, riding his summoned beast, stood majestically on the Dark Demon King's body. Shanwai still couldn't help but shout excitedly. Rakshasa is so cool. As soon as Zhang Zi landed, Moonshadow rushed over. You scared me to death. Next time something so dangerous happens, can you please discuss it with me first? Zhang Zi gently reassured her. Things happened a bit suddenly, but I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? At this moment, everyone also surged toward the location of the Dark Demon King's corpse, cheering joyfully. We won. Great God Rakshasa defeated the Dark Demon King. I can't believe the terrifying Dark Demon King actually died at the hands of Great God Rakshasa. He's truly amazing. This battle was spectacular. Great God Rakshasa personally showed us how it's done. Now we know how to defeat the Dark Demon King. Great God Rakshasa won, and my livestream also received many gifts. This month I can eat and drink to my heart's content. Chao Wei walked forward, saw the items on the ground, and was immediately stunned. So much equipment dropped. Shanwai picked up the spoils, turned around and asked, Rakshasa, what do you plan to do with these? Zhang Zi picked up the items and examined them. Enhancement Talisman, this is good. Then the system displayed some information about the Enhancement Talisman. After discussing for a while, he pointed at the spatial gate and said, Everyone put away the spoils for now, we'll discuss the division later. There are too many people here, we'll be safer on the next floor. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's right, good. Shanwai, holding his longsword, walked proudly ahead. Demon Domain Floor 14, here I come. Just like that, the group arrived at a lush forest. The air here is truly fresh. This is Demon Domain Floor 14. As soon as they stepped in, everyone exclaimed, The forest is so big, Zhang Zi also explained in detail. That's right. According to the Demon Domain Manual, Floor 14 is covered by forest, a habitat for countless tree ants. Look, are those tree ants? I hear tree ants possess extraordinary strength and usually appear in groups. They root their bodies underground, disguising themselves as ancient trees. When adventurers enter their attack range, they will surround them with roots. Zhang Zi saw the appearance of the tree ants and continued, This week's monsters are mainly tree ants, and even the boss is a Trent. Fire-based attacks are best against tree ants, so it's all up to Ruotong. Please have her imbue everyone with fire attributes. Ruotong replied confidently after hearing this. No problem, but my skill is very random, so we'll need to try a few times. Don't worry, everyone. De Yang gladly agreed after hearing this, but he thought to himself, It's getting late today. We won't be able to keep up with continuous fighting like this. How about everyone go back and rest first? Shanwai yawned widely upon hearing this, stretching lazily. All right, I suddenly feel very sleepy. Meng Dai also shook her head wearily. Dragon King, you're the one who loves shouting about fighting monsters the most, yet you're also the first to complain about being sleepy. Seeing everyone was tired, Zhang Zi told them to go back and rest. Defeating the Dark Demon King today was exhausting. Let's go back and rest first. Suddenly, Moonshadow walked up to him and whispered, Rakshasa, can we log off a bit later? My sister wants to talk to you. Sure, he agreed without hesitation. For as long as you like. Time flowed, and it was the next morning. A familiar voice came from the small house. Brother, I've reached the 6th floor. Zhang Zi came down from upstairs. Zhaofeng, why are you up so early? The little girl sat at the dining table rambling on. Thanks to Brother Arrow and everyone, they're so amazing. They took me through one stage after another. If I hadn't said I needed to rest first, they would have wanted to keep fighting with me. He just sighed after hearing this, reminding her. Then remember to thank everyone. Zhang Feng, while holding a bowl and serving Zhang Zi rice, casually asked, I'll definitely thank him. What floor are you and your friends on now, brother? Zhang Zi sat at the table and replied with a serious expression, We just passed floor 13 and now we're on floor 14. The little girl, upon hearing this, was both excited and expectant. In just 8 more weeks I'll be able to catch up to everyone. Suddenly he stood up, patted the little girl's head and comforted her. Stop thinking about the demon domain. The National Unified exam is in a few days, isn't it? Prepare well for your exams. Zhang Feng showed a displeased yet slightly spoiled expression. I know. Yilyu isn't awake yet. Before he could say anything, a loud bang came from behind the door. Zhang Zi recognized it instantly. Is that Yilyu? What happened? Yilyu, realizing something was wrong. The siblings immediately pushed the door open only to see someone manhandling Yilyu. Zhang Zi saw the stranger's appearance and shouted loudly, Who are you? The other party's attitude was firm, and she warned in a low voice, Don't even think about harming the prophet. Seeing the situation seemed a bit serious, Yilyu walked over and urged, Stop it quickly, that's my daddy. Seeing nothing suspicious, she formally introduced herself. Hello, my name is Gao Ying, and I was sent by the superior to protect the prophet. From now on I will provide 24-hour close protection for the prophet. Zhang Zi was shocked upon hearing this. 24 hours? Are you planning to live in my house then? He also asked seriously, You're a girl, don't you find it inconvenient living with me, a boy? Gao Ying replied arrogantly and frankly, What's inconvenient about it? Wherever the prophet is, I will be. The prophet holds the future of the world, and I will protect her with my life. Zhang Zi was speechless after hearing this, thinking to himself, Another stubborn girl, what a headache. But she can protect Yilyu in the demon domain. After pondering for a moment, he said helplessly, That's fine too. Yilyu, hearing this reply, happily rolled around on the bed. Great, someone's going with me to the park now. There are no parks to play in the future world. The scene switched to demon domain floor 14. De Yang saw his worried expression and asked curiously, What's wrong, Rakshasa? You look very tired. Zhang Zi sighed dejectedly. Being a young parent isn't easy. In short, it's a long story. Never mind, let's not talk about it. De Young then reported that Country M had broken another record, passing floor 18 and stopping at the threshold of floor 39. Shanwai was also quite surprised to hear this, exclaiming in shock, "Those people are so fast." Ye saw the urgent situation and ordered, "We need to pick up the pace too." Zhang Zi nodded decisively. "That's right, we must speed up. Ruotong, please imbue everyone with fire attributes." She nodded without hesitation. "Okay." Ruotong then devised a clear plan. "Don't rush everyone one by one." "Who's first?" Shanwai, confidently holding his long sword, spoke. "I'm first." After 10 minutes like this, seeing everyone ready, Zhang Zi ordered loudly, "Let's go." Shanwai excitedly held his weapon and charged forward menacingly. As they set off, Zhang Zi noticed something. This place is too easy to get lost in. As they walked, Chao Wei's nose suddenly caught a strange scent. "It smells so good." The scent went straight into Chao Wei's nostrils, making her a little dazed. This scent, Zhang Zi immediately sensed something was wrong and pushed her away directly. "Watch out!" Meng Dai quickly cast a spell to dispel the evil aura from Chao Wei and purify her. After a while, the little girl woke up groggily. "What happened? How did I fall asleep?" Zhang Zi stood behind, constantly reminding them, "This forest is full of dangers. Don't touch anything around you casually, you must be careful." Subsequently, everyone immediately delved deeper into the forest. It was strange. Many adventurers had entered the forest, but along the way they hadn't seen a single soul. This forest is too vast and covered by the tree canopy, making it difficult to see even if you're not far apart. As they walked, Zhang Zi had a sudden flash of insight, sensing something bad was about to happen ahead. "Everyone be careful, there are footsteps." Ahead is a group of huge tree ants frantically chasing another team. Zhang Zi hid behind a nearby bush, quietly observing and reminding everyone, "The tree ants have been drawn over by them. Everyone be careful of those tree ants. Hide first." Moonshadow was somewhat confused upon hearing this. "Are we going to ambush them?" He shook his head and said firmly, "No. Those tree ants are difficult to deal with. We'd best find the boss as soon as possible." Just like that, the tree ants let out earth-shattering roars. Seeing the situation seemed to be getting tense, Moonshadow's face tightened with fear, remaining vigilant. "This forest is vast and boundless like a maze. Where are we going to find the boss?" Shanwai also helplessly thought. "Indeed, the forest is too big. If only we could climb to the top of a tall tree." In this chaotic moment, Zhang Zi said firmly, "I've thought of a way." Moonshadow and Shanwai were both quite surprised to hear this, both showing curiosity and anticipation. "Method." Zhang Zi said nothing, merely placing his hand gently on the ground, and a force emanated from within him. After a while, Zhang Zi loudly summoned, "Appear, Dark Demon King." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Demon King's massive paws and sharp claws appeared. It majestically spread its wings, its posture extremely decisive, and finally let out an earth-shattering, arrogant roar. After admiring its magnificent posture, everyone exclaimed in awe, "It's the Dark Demon King, brother-in-law. Are we going to ride it into the sky? That's amazing." Zhang Zi now said confidently and proudly, "That's right, it'll be much easier for us to ride the Dark Demon King into the sky to find the boss." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Demon King spread its wings and gently landed beside Zhang Zi. It opened its mouth, growling, and kindly reminded him, "Black Dragon, be careful when flying." Ruotong at this moment clutched Chao Wei tightly in fear. "It's so high." Chao Wei couldn't help but laugh at the sight. "Ruotong, you're too timid. Someday I'll take you to do something exciting to make you braver." De Yang and Yia were sitting at the very front at this moment, and both quickly discovered something terrifying below. "Everyone look, what's that?" Before them was a giant ancient tree, seemingly tightly encircled by dozens of branches. Chao Wei saw this and couldn't help but gape. "The tree is so big." Moonshadow, who was walking at the very front, quickly recognized it. "Could that be the divine tree?" Zhang Zi, hearing this, observed carefully, then said, "Not entirely sure, let's go take a look." "Black Dragon, fly that way." Not long after, the Dark Demon King brought the entire team near the giant ancient tree. As soon as they got closer to observe, everyone immediately recognized it. Could it be the World Tree? Only the World Tree has such a massive trunk. "Look, so many tree ants." The tree ants saw strangers intruding and charged over. A group of people here cleverly commanded everyone to drive them away. "Fire attack, prepare for freezing." Zhang Zi and Moonshadow observed this scene from high above, both very worried. "This team is too powerful. Let's go down and take a look." The tree ants still didn't give up. Instead, they charged forward even more menacingly to attack. The people from the opposing team attacked again. "Fire attack, prepare for freezing." After seeing some tree ants seemingly eliminated, Sugui and Yaoguang from the opposing team finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fire attack, end battle, Captain. Your team is truly amazing. I think you'll definitely win this time." Sugui, seeing no further concerns, patted Yaoguang's head and reminded him, "Clear the battlefield. Don't be complacent. The opponents are also elites and the outcome is still uncertain." Yaoguang also lowered his voice, sounding a bit worried. "Captain, you absolutely must win. I hear there's a chance to get in sulfur monosulfide rank staff by killing the divine tree, and I want it." Sugui said nothing after hearing this, merely looking up intently. Suddenly his expression became extremely excited. "Is that the Dark Demon King? Everyone quickly find a place to hide. How could a floor 13 boss appear here?" Yaoguang, standing nearby, also quickly noticed, "Captain, there are people on its back." Sugui was very surprised to see this scene. "I never expected someone could actually tame the Dark Demon King and use it as a mount." Thus the Dark Demon King descended without hesitation. At that moment, everyone around exclaimed in wonder, Look, it's Great God Rakshasa, how did they do that? That's the Dark Demon King. I watched the video of him killing the Dark Demon King yesterday. It was simply miraculous. Shanwai, hearing these praises, also felt an indescribable lightness in his heart. It's great to be the center of attention. Di-young, standing nearby and seeing this, reminded her, "Little princess, you're too complacent." Zhang Zi looked down and saw many people below, seemingly waiting for something. Let's observe first. A team member in Suga's group noticed. Captain, look quickly. The divine tree has appeared. It's the divine tree. Just like that, the divine tree appeared arrogantly and fiercely. At this moment, a mysterious portal also appeared in the tree hollow. Beside it was another team, one of whom, a man named Zuiju Gaoj, stood with a determined expression on his face. Everyone, keep up the effort. We absolutely cannot lose to that Sugui guy this time. Yaoguang saw the group approaching and shouted in panic, "Captain, look quickly. It's Zuiju Gaogi's team." Sugui was not surprised by this either. "I knew they would ambush us. Everyone be a bit more vigilant and immediately run into the cave." Upon receiving the order, the entire team nodded in agreement. Understood. Di-young observed from above and quickly recognized it. That was the divine tree, the boss of this floor. Zhang Zi also nodded in agreement. But it seems two teams are competing for the divine tree. Let's go give it a try too. Di-young felt impatient and was full of anticipation. "I'm so excited. Let's see who dares to steal our boss." As soon as they approached the tree roots, Zhang Zi scouted for a while, then cautiously said, "The tree hollow is too small for the Dark Demon King to fly into. We must go down." As soon as he landed, he carefully instructed everyone, "Brother Jushin, you lead the way. Dragon King will be at the rear. It's very dark inside. Once we're in, everyone must stick close, pay attention to your surroundings and stay tightly together." Understood. Meng Dai bravely walked ahead with a flashlight, leading the way for everyone. Suddenly a swaying branch appeared and attacked. Shanwai, startled, resisted. "What the hell is that?" No sooner had he spoken than a Trent appeared with a fierce expression and began attacking everyone. Zhang Zi, seeing this, immediately warned loudly, "It's a Trent." Everyone quickly dodged. However, everyone was still hit by the treant's attack. Zhang Zi quickly stood up, shielding Moonshadow and concentrating his fire-based attacks. Ruotong unhesitatingly rushed forward, casting a fire-based skill to take down the Trent. A trace of worry and panic also crossed Moonshadow's face. "Dragon King, are you alright?" Shanwai had been poisoned by the Trent. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy and in immense pain. Zhang Zi, seeing this, immediately ordered, "Damn it, Dragon King is poisoned, little princess. Quickly cure him." Meng Dai immediately drew her staff of power and charged straight toward Shanwai. She channeled all her strength into the staff, doing her utmost to save Shanwai. While Di-young also exerted all his strength, using his shield to block the Trent. "I'll draw its aggro. Everyone quickly attack it." Zhang Zi rushed forward, picked up his bow and arrow, aimed at the Trent. "Let you taste the power of a flame arrow." No sooner had he spoken than the fire element arrow shot straight towards the Trent. Moonshadow, seeing this scene, also felt a surge of fear. "The damage is too high." Shanwai, seeing this, repeatedly exclaimed, "It seems these treants have low fire resistance." After the Trent was eliminated, Zhang Zi immediately urged everyone, "Let's quickly collect the loot and hurry to find the boss." Di-young, hearing this, bent down to pick up the loot. The two teams ahead were already out of sight. Moonshadow then looked around, hesitating. She looked at the dark passages before her and wondered, which path leads to the boss? Di-young walked up, also troubled. "There are 4 caves. If we split up, it'll be dangerous and a waste of time. What should we do?" Zhang Zi walked up, looked around, and suddenly had an idea. "Split up, I have a way." With that, he summoned a character named Clown. "Clown, appear. Command those demon dolls to help me scout the way. It's too dark here." "My master." The clown appeared with an extremely eerie tone. "My dear dolls, don't be afraid." Shanwai, watching this scene from outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Rakshasa, you're a genius. With so many dolls scouting, we don't have to worry about how many branching paths there are. Rakshasa, how did you come up with this idea?" He chuckled awkwardly and politely replied, "I just thought of it." Meanwhile, Zuiju Gaogi's team met Suga's team and he immediately reminded them. "Sugui, we discovered the divine tree first, so you've lost this round," Sugui challenged in a deep voice. "Enough talk. You only win if you successfully eliminate the divine tree." When Zhang Zi's team arrived, Moonshadow sighed. As expected, they're already here. Zhang Zi saw everyone's disappointment and encouraged them. "Don't worry, the divine tree isn't that easy to deal with. Let's hide behind and observe first." Hearing this, everyone regained their spirits, ready for battle. The divine tree furiously summoned a cluster of eerie vines to attack its opponents. Zuiju Gaoj, startled, commanded loudly, "Beware of poison. Quickly drink your potions." No sooner had he spoken than everyone in his team took out antidote potions and consumed them. Yaoguang, seeing the opposing team's defensive measures, couldn't help but worry. "Big brother, they're prepared. What should we do?" Sugui steadfastly encouraged his entire team. "Don't worry, the divine tree's terror isn't its poison, just you wait." Zhang Zi's team observed from their position, then began to analyze. Zuiju Gaoj is a master assassin, and his boss attack strategy seems reasonable. But the boss still has a lot of health. Let's keep watching. After consuming the poison immunity potion, Zuiju Gaoj picked up his weapon and charged forward, engaging in fierce battle with the divine tree. "Everyone hold your ground, keep attacking and keep the boss paralyzed." After a struggle, the vines around the divine tree gradually weakened and withered. Yaoguang, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother, the divine tree's health is getting lower and lower." Sugui still stood by, calm in demeanor. "Don't panic, the divine tree isn't that easy to kill." Meanwhile, Zuiju Gaoj, still full of vigor, charged forward to fight. "My form is great today, big brother is so cool. He eliminated the boss in one go. I've already recorded it. It's sure to go viral online, just you wait and see." Shanwei, watching from outside, couldn't help but marvel at the guy's superb ability. This assassin's weapon is fire element and his attacks are relentless. The damage is too high. Di Yong, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. "That's right, if we attack now we won't be able to snatch the boss. We'll have to wait for the next round." Subsequently, Zuiju Gaoj swiftly swung his weapon a few times around the divine tree's body. After landing, he said, refreshed, finally finished. Zuiju Gaogi's teammates, watching this scene from outside, couldn't help but cheer wildly. Big brother won as expected of Big brother. That combo skill deserves to be in the history books. So powerful, I'd like to see what Sugui and his gang have to say now. Shanwei, seeing this scene, was stunned. The damage is so high, he took down the boss so quickly. However, Zhang Zi quickly sensed something was off. There was no system notification yet. At this moment, Suga's team stood by, mocking loudly, "Don't celebrate too soon. The divine tree isn't dead yet." Zuiju Gaogi's team, hearing this, retorted loudly, "What did you say?" No sooner had he spoken than numerous vines suddenly emerged from the divine tree's trunk, writhing and climbing upwards. Zuiju Gaoj, seeing this, cried out in horror, "How can this be?" Seeing the divine tree hadn't completely fallen, the entire team frantically launched a fierce attack. Fire mages burned these seedlings. Flames quickly blazed fiercely. However, the tree ants kept increasing in number. When they saw the Trent numbers continuously increasing, everyone in Zuiju Gaogi's team became somewhat panicked. "There are too many, we can't burn them all." Shanwei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. "Look, so many tree ants are growing out of the boss's corpse again." Zhang Zi stood with his arms crossed, not particularly surprised. As expected, this place isn't that easy to deal with. Chao Wei, seeing the scene below, frowned, her skin crawling. "So many mini tree ants, they're giving me goosebumps, it's terrifying." Zuiju Gaoj still gripped his weapon tightly, ordering all his teammates, "Everyone continue fighting, they're just a bunch of tree ants." Subsequently, several strange branches began to sprout from the divine tree's trunk, with a few peculiar green buds emerging. For long, its trunk was covered in massive tumors. Immediately after, those tumors began to swell and many eyes appeared within them. Zuiju Gaoj, terrified, immediately retreated. "They're out, it's a monster, it's a monster." Just like that, the divine tree charged forward, beginning its attack aimed directly at Zuiju Gaogi's team. Everyone in the team dashed forward to run, but the divine tree's eyeless branches quickly caught them. Zuiju Gaoj, seeing this, immediately warned loudly, "Defend, defend, this monster's attack power is too strong, everyone be careful." After a struggle, he saw several strange flowers begin to sprout from the divine tree's vines. "Where are the healers? Quickly heal my brothers, they're dying." Those flowers quickly grew, then opened their mouths and attacked forward. The teammates desperately dodged the poisonous flowers' attacks. "The poison is too terrifying. My health is almost at rock bottom. Quickly antidote. First kill those plants or they'll keep firing venomous thorns." "What the hell is this thing?" The divine tree furiously charged to attack, and Zuiju Gaoj immediately ordered run. Sugui, seeing the opposing team scrambling to escape, couldn't help but mock triumphantly. "Zuiju Gaoj, you've lost this round again." He heard this and gnashed his teeth in anger. "Don't get cocky. Although I failed, you might not be able to defeat the divine tree either." Yaoguang also asked worriedly at this moment, "Big brother, Zuiju Gaoj and his gang have run off. What should we do?" Sugui chuckled softly, continuously reassuring, "Don't worry, as long as the divine tree doesn't take any damage for 10 minutes, it will revert to its original form. Then it will be our turn to attack. Anyway, I also spent 300,000 to buy a strategy from a master." Yaoguang, hearing this, also felt a bit relieved. Just then Zhang Zi's team walked over and Shanwei cheerfully greeted them. "Hello there, friends. Are you going for the boss? If not, then we'll make our move." Sugui, seeing him appear, was very surprised. "You're Rakshasa, indeed, the great god Rakshasa. Your team has so many people. If you want to fight it, then we'll yield the boss to you." Meng Dai, after hearing this, chuckled softly. "It seems Rakshasa has fans everywhere." Yaoguang stood by, continuously expressing his worry. "Big brother, we were here first. Why should we give the boss to them? You spent 300,000 to buy a strategy." Sugui understood her feelings and comforted her. "Little sister, the great god Rakshasa wants to snatch it. We can't compete with him at all." Zhang Zi suddenly had a unique idea at this moment. "How about this? We form a team. You'll be responsible for devising the strategy, and after defeating the boss, you'll get first pick of the loot." Sugui, receiving his invitation, was very surprised. "Really, that's great, and we won't be polite." Yaoguang also immediately agreed from the side. "That's not bad." Immediately after, several new system notifications popped up. After all procedures were complete, Yia used her staff to open a spatial gate. "All right, let's enter." "Ji Chu, you cast the freezing skill first." Everyone, without the slightest hesitation, replied in unison. "Understood." Soon everyone worked together to break through the divine tree's power. Sugui began to make the first move. "Spirit orb, we need to eliminate the monster's core. Then everyone must quickly spread out. Remember to watch out for spikes on the ground." Immediately after, the spirit orb skill rushed forward, fiercely attacking the divine tree, making the eyes on its trunk widen in astonishment. Yaoguang also picked up her staff to assist Sugui. Understood. Fire dance? Immediately after, the fire dance skill descended, burning all the tree ants to ashes. Zhang Zi, seeing the rich combination of these two skills, couldn't help but exclaim, "Your talent skills are also very powerful, little birdie. Pay attention to interrupting. The boss is about to cast a skill." Chao Wei, receiving the order, immediately rushed forward to cast her skill. Got it. Di Yang also took the opportunity to rush forward and assist. "I'll draw the aggro. Everyone focus your attacks." Everyone hearing this immediately charged forward. Understood. Di Yang also immediately ordered the other team, "Sugui, tell your teammates to stop in time to let Rakshasa land the final blow. He can summon minions." He nodded without hesitation. "Got it." Just then, someone walked over and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop attacking!" Zhang Zi was aiming his bow at the divine tree when he suddenly felt something strange approaching. "What's going on? Someone?" At this critical moment, Zuiju Gaoj suddenly appeared with an extremely triumphant expression. Yaoguang, seeing this, was scared out of her wits. It's Zuiju Gaoj. How did he suddenly appear here?" He proudly picked up his weapon, charged forward, continuously attacked the divine tree, then gave a triumphant smile. "Thank you all, I'll take this opportunity to kill the boss." Shanwei, seeing his triumphant look, was furious beyond endurance. "Damn it, he's taking all the credit, snatching our achievement. Zuiju Gaoj, you're truly despicable." Zuiju Gaoj gripped an envelope, laughing gloatingly. "So what if I'm despicable? What can you do to me? Once I've got the boss's loot, we'll meet again." "Zuiju Gaoj, I killed the boss. I won this round, just you wait, our agreement is void." Zhang Zi, seeing this, gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Despicable fellow, I didn't expect him to have a teleportation scroll ready." Just then, a strange emerald green object appeared in the divine tree's hollow. That object immediately flew straight towards Zuiju Gaoj. He saw it and paused for a moment. "What is this? Is it a reward?" As soon as he touched it, the thing immediately spread open and countless green vines surged out. Those vines immediately surrounded him, and Zuiju Gaoj cried out in fear, "What the hell is this thing? Everyone quickly retreat." In just a moment he was controlled by the vines, unable to move. Yaoguang, seeing this, only knew to ask in a panic, "Big brother, what's going on? Didn't you say that was the divine tree's final form just now?" Sugui also felt shocked and disbelieving. "That master clearly told us it would be like that. Why is this happening?" Zhang Zi, hearing this from nearby, directly reminded everyone, "Don't think too much, everyone, be careful and prepare for battle." At this point, Zuiju Gaoj was already entangled by the vines, and on his last breath, a purple flower began to emerge from the divine tree's branches, also emitting a dark scent. Before long, Zuiju Gaoj transformed into a dark flower, frantically charging forward to attack. Sugui, seeing this, panicked. "It's Zuiju Gaoj, he's turned into this." Zhang Zi and the entire team were also somewhat astonished. "He was devoured by the boss. Everyone be careful." Zuiju Gaoj now emitted a dark aura with an eerie smile. Seeing this, he continuously warned, "Everyone quickly retreat. Don't get entangled by the vines." However, that guy rushed forward with all his might, grabbing them one by one. "Don't even think about running, all of you die." Zhang Zi still desperately urged the entire team, run out of the cave, I have a way." Before long, everyone had run out of the cave. "Run, the vines are catching up again. What are you going to do? Is your master reliable?" However, their reckless and chaotic actions had enraged the world tree. "You cannot escape. Intruders have enraged the world tree, and you shall face death." Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "It's over. The world tree seems to have come alive too. Could it have merged with the boss?" At this critical moment, Zhang Zi immediately summoned the Dark Dragon King. No matter how powerful it was still just a tree. Dark Dragon King, burn it down. As soon as the Dark Dragon King appeared, it spewed a ball of flame, burning away the twisting, climbing vines. Yaoguang, seeing this, ran frantically, asking repeatedly, "Did I see that right?" Shanwei, close behind, also couldn't help but marvel that Zhang Zi was indeed Rakshasa. "This flame attack is too powerful." The world tree now shrieked in pain as it was incinerated by the Dark Dragon King's flames. "Fire, I hate fire." Those standing outside were all terrified. "Can it put out the fire itself?" "Don't worry, the Dragon King's flames are inextinguishable." Zhang Zi, seeing the time was right, immediately drew his bow and commanded, "Everyone concentrate your attacks now and defeat it directly." Yaoguang unhesitatingly grabbed her weapon and rushed straight forward. "I don't believe this ancient tree can't be burned to death." The Dark Dragon King continued to spew flames at the world tree, making it shriek in pain, "Fire everywhere! Fire everywhere!" Seeing the world tree struggle in agony, everyone excitedly embraced and cheered, "Excellent." Zhang Zi, seeing the perfect timing, decisively ordered, "Old Black, destroy it." The Dark Dragon King, hearing the command, intensified its flames. The fire blazed fiercely, utterly incinerating the world tree. Seeing the scene before them, Shanwei was puzzled. Is that tree dead? Did the Dark Dragon King just devour those vines? Could it have become parasitic? Zhang Zi decisively shook his head and confirmed, "Probably not. The fire's temperature is so high it can even melt steel." Di Yang was even more confused after hearing this. "Then why haven't we received a success notification yet?" No sooner had he spoken than the system conveniently displayed the notification of the successful elimination of the divine tree. Upon receiving the notification, Shanwei couldn't help but shout, "Finally eliminated." Meng Dai walked over, complaining angrily, "But why aren't there any spoils of war?" At this moment, everyone looked up at the Dark Dragon King, their faces filled with speculation. If I'm not mistaken, the divine tree's seeds and spoils have all been devoured by the Dragon King, and it seems to be preparing to lay eggs. What, lay eggs? Fantastic. So I'll be able to raise a little dragon cub. At this moment, Suga's team came over with excited and thrilled expressions. Although there were no spoils, we successfully cleared the stage after all. Thank you, Great God Rakshasa, for helping us clear the stage. Great God, let's take a picture together. Hearing this, all the members of Suga's team were thrilled and said, "Me too, I also want to take a picture with Great God Rakshasa." Seeing everyone gathered around Zhang Zi, Yaoguing's face showed a look of disdain. A bunch of fools. At this moment, Chao Wei stood nearby, whispering to Moonshadow, "Cousin brother-in-law is really amazing. No wonder you dared to defy your entire family for him. Let's not talk about family matters in the demon domain." Sugui smiled faintly, slowly asking Yaoguing, "Little sister, Great God Rakshasa's dragon egg will hatch in 24 hours. Do you want one? Go ask Great God Rakshasa for one. Maybe he'll agree to give you one." She turned her face away, showing a look of dislike. "Ask him for one. I don't need any dragon cub. I'd have to feed it and look after it. It's too much trouble." Zhang Zi walked to the spatial gate at this moment, his voice urgent as he prompted everyone, "It's getting late, let's hurry to the next floor. Everyone get ready." Just like that, the team headed to the next location. Shanwei excitedly shouting as he walked, "Floor 15, here I come." The scene switched to Demon Domain Floor 15. As soon as they stepped onto Floor 15, everyone was stunned by its modern appearance. The entire area was made of steel and machinery. Zhang Zi, seeing this, reminded everyone that everything on this floor was mechanical. Even the monsters were the same, and the final boss, Steel Titan, was also a giant robot. Di Yang stood nearby, only able to give a dry chuckle. Mechanical monsters have high magic resistance, so this floor would primarily rely on physical attacks. Shanwei checked his weapon, then chuckled proudly. "My iron staff is finally coming in handy." At this moment, Moonshadow pointed towards the city below. "Everyone, look, there are two young people bravely riding tanks below, rushing forward with victorious expressions on their faces." Seeing this scene, Shanwei couldn't help but joke, "That looks really fun. Maybe we should buy one to drive around too." Meng Dai, seeing this, candidly reminded him, "One isn't enough. You're such a terrible driver. I don't want to ride in the same car as you." This made Shanwei shout angrily, "You?" Zhang Zi appeared at the same time, breaking the little argument. "It's already late and everyone is tired. How about we go home and rest first, then regroup tomorrow?" Shanwei also nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Indeed, it's getting late. Everyone go back and rest." Zhang Zi also looked at Moonshadow with particular concern, earnestly reminding her, "Moonshadow, get some rest early. We'll be back at school in a few days and then we can see each other every day." She replied shyly and a little awkwardly, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Night fell, and only a few figures remained on the empty rooftop. Ning Yang and his group walked over, saying loudly, "Zheng Hao, what did you call us here for? Tell us the truth quickly. I don't have time to play with you." Zheng Hao cracked his knuckles and walked over, an extremely arrogant expression on his face. "It seems I need to correct your tone when speaking to me, so it's easier for me to give you orders." Seeing Zheng Hao's arrogance, that person immediately rushed forward, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly, "You damn brat, how dare you order us around?" Zheng Hao said nothing, just stared at him with sharp eyes, then decisively retaliated with a punch. Tao Mu, seeing this, was instantly terrified. "Just one punch, what is this terrifying power?" Pangxi, seeing this, also whispered in fear, "Brother Zheng Hao, please calm down, calm down." At this moment, the fire of hatred burned in Zheng Hao's heart. "From now on I am your new leader. You must obey my commands." They stood there with no choice but to nod in agreement. "Yes, leader." He stared with sharp gritted teeth and warned, "Zhang Zi, I will make you pay with your life." The scene shifted to Tianjing City, security building. A voice came from a nearby office building. "Xiao Chen, I know you don't understand why I haven't reported this evidence to the leadership yet." Director Dongfang was trying to explain, "The Chen family's influence is too strong right now, and the Zhao family, one of the four great families, is also colluding with them. Even if the leadership wanted to intervene, it would probably be very difficult to succeed." Xiao Qin then put forward an idea. "If that's the case, then we should eliminate these two scourges as soon as possible. Otherwise, the future of our great Sha kingdom will be very concerning." Director Dongfang did not object, but walked over and gently encouraged, "Be patient, the time will be ripe soon. That student Zhang Zi you mentioned last time, is he in Tianjing City now?" Xiao Qin nodded firmly. "His sister's exam is coming up, so he came too. I've already arranged accommodation for him." Director Dongfang walked to the window, stroking his beard, and praised with admiration. He achieved success at the exchange conference and dared to defy the Lu family alone. He's truly a talent. Xiao Qin hesitated at this moment. "Does the director need me to arrange for him to meet you?" He pondered for a moment, then decisively replied, "The Zhou family will be holding a birthday banquet in a few days. Take him with you, understood?" On the other hand, at the new home in Tianjing City, Zhang Feng, having just woken up and gone downstairs to the kitchen, saw Zhang Zi preparing food. "Brother, why are you up so early? I haven't even woken up yet." Zhang Zi, seeing this, asked, The exam is coming up soon, aren't you going to seize the time to prepare? I'll be entering the demon domain a bit earlier today. The dragon eggs are about to hatch. Zhang Feng heard this and was completely awake with excitement. Dragon eggs, brother, is your little dragon about to be born? I want one too. Zhang Zi glared at her, gently reminding her, you focus on your exam first. At this moment he saw Gao Ying walk out and politely invited her. Miss Gao, join us for breakfast. She glared at him and coldly replied, no thank you, the prophet is still sleeping and I must protect her at all times. Zhang Zi, seeing this, could only think helplessly, alright, what a strange person. The scene switched back to Demon Domain Floor 14. Zhang Zi, riding the Dark Dragon King, arrived at Moonshadow and the team member's location. Moonshadow, I'm here. How are the dragon eggs? She was overjoyed to see him reappear. You're here, the dragon eggs are fine. Zhang Zi tightly held Moonshadow's hand, anxiously asking, that's good, you've worked hard. Are you very tired? She gently shook her head. Not tired, little rabbit and little birdie have worked hard. They've been guarding them the whole time. Over here, Moonlight happily shouted, look, the eggshell is cracked. The little dragon is about to be born. Hearing this, Zhang Zi and Moonshadow walked over to witness the hatching of the dragon egg together. Then the eggshell shattered and a little dragon cub appeared. Moonlight, seeing this, widened her eyes in surprise. The little dragon is so cute, brother Rakshasa. Can I adopt this fire dragon hatchling? Zhang Zi, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Of course, you'll be its owner from now on. Hearing this, the little girl carefully held the little dragon, happily saying, fantastic, thank you, brother Rakshasa. From now on, we'll call it Qinglong. The system then displayed some information about the little dragon. Chao Wei also picked up another little dragon, laughing excitedly. Then I'll adopt this blue one. Blue is so cute, you can tell it's an ice dragon hatchling at first glance. Chao Wei looked at the little dragon in Moonshadow's hand, cautiously asking, sister, why is your little dragon so dark? It looks so ugly. Moonshadow carefully observed the little dragon, then speculated, if I'm not mistaken, it's very similar to Rakshasa's monster. It's a black dragon. Hearing this, Moonlight was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. A black dragon? Then will it become a dark dragon king in the future? Just then, Shanwai and Di Yang returned from patrolling. We were fighting Trent monsters and we heard everyone talking from afar. Have the dragon eggs hatched? Zhang Zi, seeing that all the dragon eggs had hatched, immediately reminded everyone, the dragon eggs have all hatched. Everyone get ready. Let's go explore floor 15. Di Yang, hearing this, nodded in complete agreement. That's right, we need to hurry up and explore the new floor. Everyone will need a lot of demon soul orbs to feed their magic pets in the future. Shanwai, hearing this, was startled. What? Their food is demon soul orbs? I don't even have enough for myself. Seeing everyone holding little dragon cubs, Zhang Zi casually reminded them, feeding magic pets is indeed expensive and guarding the dragon eggs for so long was tiring. How about everyone go rest first and brother Jushin and I will go to floor 15 first. Chao Wei gently hugged her little dragon cub and walked to Zhang Zi, chuckling dryly. I am a bit tired, so I'll rest today. Tomorrow I still need to buy demon soul orbs to feed my little dragon. What about cousin? Moonshadow walked over and decisively proposed. I'm not tired, I'll go to floor 15 with everyone to take a look. Shanwai also enthusiastically agreed. Alright, I'll go too. Before long, everyone arrived at Demon Domain floor 15. Everyone rode the Dark Dragon King, roaming around floor 15. With Rakshasa in the same team, the difficulty seems halved. That's right, once his summoned companions appear, it's no exaggeration to say that he alone can defeat hundreds of enemies. You two are exaggerating. Everyone look, what's that? Below, a group of people also gathered, curiously looking up at the sky. Subsequently, a fierce battle between humans and Steel Titan erupted. Zhang Zi looked down from above, a hint of worry rising in his heart. It seems adventurers are driving tanks to fight robots. Shanwai looked far into the distance, and after observing, couldn't help but exclaim, that tank is so cool. The classic clash between humans and robot titans made all the onlookers gasp in admiration. Those robots' attacks are too terrifying. Let's fly down and take a look then, Zhang Zi ordered the Dark Dragon King. Old Black, fly lower. The people around were all retreating in fear at this moment. What did I see? That's the Dark Dragon King. I never expected it to appear on this floor. It must be great god Rakshasa. It has to be him. Only he in this world can summon this boss. The people walking with great god Rakshasa look so familiar. One of them is your friend, right? Brother Jushin, no wonder you rejected me. It turns out you have a great god as your backing. Just then, beams of laser light shot straight at Zhang Zi and the others. What are these red light beams? Zhang Zi's heart filled with an ominous premonition at this moment. We're in trouble. Before this, rows of drones rushed over, issuing a notification. Intruders detected. According to Lord Titan's law, immediate execution. No sooner had he spoken than the drones began to attack everyone. Zhang Zi, seeing the situation before him, could only remind everyone to be careful. Then he gritted his teeth and ordered, Old Black, fly higher quickly, avoid them. Subsequently, the Dark Dragon King flew around the nearby castle. At this moment, everyone had a bold idea. We don't have enough people to fight. Why don't we just fly straight into that steel castle? Let's see what the boss of this floor looks like. No sooner had he spoken than the Steel Titan appeared, observing everyone intently. Is that guy the Steel Titan? Perhaps he must be the Steel Titan, the boss of this floor. Shanwai also discovered something new at the same time. Rakshasa, subdue it. Then you'll never have to fear PK or monster hunting again, but first you have to defeat it, right? Before they could even make a move, the Steel Titan suddenly raised its head and stared straight at them. This made everyone astonished. Did he see us? How could he see us from such a distance? Steel Titan's eyes glowed with dazzling red light and its five-fingered hand activated just in time, concentrating its power for a frontal attack that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Zhang Zi saw this, his eyes wide with panic. He really found us. De Yang trembled with fear, dripping with sweat. He wants to shoot us down with a cannon. Immediately after, Steel Titan aimed and fired an extremely powerful cannon. Zhang Zi and everyone else cried out in alarm. Oh no, Rakshasa, run! The Dark Dragon King had just begun to turn to flee, but it was far too slow to escape Steel Titan's cannon. The recent incident terrified the entire team, and everyone's face was filled with extreme worry. Just a glancing hit and the Dark Dragon King's HP dropped by 2,000. The damage was too high. The Dark Dragon King was circling in the air when Steel Titan attacked its back from afar, making it roar loudly in pain. Zhang Zi saw this, exclaiming in surprise to De Yang and Shanwai. Just a glancing hit, and the Dark Dragon King's HP dropped by 2,000. The damage is too high. Then he shouted to the two of them. Old Black, retreat quickly. Shanwai said in a panic, our team doesn't have enough people today. Let's go back first. De Yang meanwhile exclaimed, Steel Titan's attacks are truly terrifying. Just as the three of them were completely unprepared, another attack struck. Someone shouted loudly, Old Black, dodge quickly. Fortunately, the Dark Dragon King dodged in time. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, saying to each other, we're safe at last. Let's stop here for today. We've explored quite a bit and even encountered the Steel Titan boss. Tomorrow, when everyone has arrived, we'll begin the battle. Okay. The next morning, under the clear blue sky, a voice at the school gate loudly announced, all examinees, please enter the examination hall as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhang Zi reminded Zhang Feng, Zhao Feng, do your best on the exam. The little girl excitedly replied, brother, don't worry, you go back first. Last night Yilu said I would do very well on this exam. He paused and replied, how did that little girl tell you everything? No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Qin's voice came from behind him, catching his attention. Little Zeze, he softly said, Sister Xiao Qin. You're here? She replied, I'm also Zhao Feng's class teacher. Of course I have to come cheer on my students, but I actually have something to talk to you about. Zhang Zi was a little puzzled. What is it? Xiao Qin handed him her device. He asked in confusion, is this from the demon domain? She explained, that's right, this is a video sent back by a spy planted by Country M. Country M has currently discovered an unknown demon domain floor. In the video, a bestial gorilla with fiery red eyes roared. It fiercely knocked down adventurer after adventurer, making them scream in fear. It's terrifying. Zhang Zi watched the video, his eyes wide, and said, it's terrifying. Did that gorilla slaughter the entire team? Xiao Qin responded, we don't know the specifics, we only received this video. He replied, it seems the higher the floor, the greater the danger. Suddenly, Zhang Zi turned and left. Xiao Qin asked curiously, little Zeze, where are you going? He replied, but didn't forget to entrust, I'm relieved with you here. Please help me take Zhao Feng home. I'll go back early to prepare to enter the demon domain. She barely managed to say you before Zhang Zi quickly left, walking and thinking to himself, it seems I must speed up the exploration of the demon domain. What exactly are those divine envoy Dawn people up to? On Demon Domain Floor 15, smoke and flames were everywhere, and Zhang Zi called out in a daze, hasn't everyone arrived yet? No way! Suddenly, the Dark Dragon King flew from the air and landed on his shoulder. He said in surprise, this is the little black dragon. Then it flapped its wings and flew away, and he immediately turned and walked in the direction it flew. The Dark Dragon King flew near Moonshadow, De Yang, Shanwai and others. Moonshadow saw it fly over and immediately praised happily, Little Black is truly amazing, found you in the blink of an eye. Zhang Zi walked closer to them, saying, I never expected it to learn to fly so young. I was still worried its wings wouldn't be strong enough to support its clumsy body. Moonlight, standing next to Moonlight, said, Qinglong also just learned to fly. It's a dragon's instinct, so it learned very quickly. Chao Wei mocked from the side, the name you gave it is too strange. Bluefin, the name I gave it, sounds better. Zhang Zi announced, now that everyone has arrived, we shouldn't waste any more time. Get ready and let's go. Let's try to clear the stage in one go. Moonshadow agreed. That's right, let's depart quickly. Shanwai quickly followed orders. He immediately commanded loudly, Old Black, let's go. Everyone stood on the Dark Dragon King's back, saying to each other, look, there seem to be people over there. We scouted yesterday, and the monsters there have terrifying attack power. Everyone must be careful. Look, there are many people in tanks below. Let's make quick work of it and go directly challenge the boss. Okay, having a flying mount is so convenient. The people in tanks below saw the Dark Dragon King and immediately shouted to each other, who are those people? Are they going straight for the boss? It's the Dark Dragon King. If it's here, then Great God Rakshasa must also be here. I see the Great God, he and his friends are all on the Dark Dragon King's back. Oh my God, so cool, Great God, add me as a friend. After flying for a while, Zhang Zi and the others said to each other in confusion, Why haven't we seen Steel Titan and no other adventurers? Could someone have already defeated Steel Titan ahead of us? Let's go down and take a look. Soon the Dark Dragon King landed, and everyone jumped off its back one by one. The team began to move, and Shanwai calmly observed their surroundings, then suddenly felt something was off and said, "Strange, where's that giant robot?" Moonshadow also admitted, "It is a bit strange, how come there aren't even small monsters?" Suddenly a shadow from the sky was cast down, catching Moonlight's attention, and she curiously looked up. The next second the little girl exclaimed, "Is that the Steel Titan everyone was talking about, is it?" No sooner had the little girl finished speaking than a massive spaceship slowly rushed towards them. Zhang Zi's entire team widened their eyes, looking at the sight before them in shock. "Oh my god," Zhang Zi muttered, "it can transform into both humanoids and spaceships." Moonshadow replied, "That's right, that spaceship is Steel Titan, that's its other form." In just a moment, Steel Titan fired a series of lasers, heading straight for Zhang Zi and his team. De Yong tightly held his shield, warning everyone, "Dodge quickly. Rakshasa, you and everyone else quickly get back on the Dark Dragon King's back, I'll cover you. The ground isn't safe." While fending off Steel Titan's attacks, he shouted loudly, "Damn it, Steel Titan's attacks are too powerful. If my shield didn't have a health regeneration effect, I might have already fallen." Zhang Zi saw his predicament and hastily reached out his hand, saying, "Grab my hand. We'll fly high and then figure something out." On the ground we're like sitting ducks. Under Steel Titan's countless laser attacks, Zhang Zi and the others shouted as they left, "Run, the ground isn't safe." De Yong tightly held his shield, fending off its attacks, and cursed loudly, "Damn it, Steel Titan's attacks are too powerful. If my shield didn't have a health regeneration effect, I might have already fallen." Zhang Zi saw De Yong's predicament and reached out to grab his hand, saying, "Grab my hand, we'll fly high and then figure something out." On the ground we're like sitting ducks. After everyone had climbed onto the Dark Dragon King's back, it let out a roar, flapped its wings, and flew away. However, Steel Titan refused to let them go. It began to chase, continuously firing lasers at the Dark Dragon King. Zhang Zi frowned slightly and said loudly, "This can't go on, we must find an advantageous position to counterattack." Moonshadow turned and suggested to him, "How about we fly outside and hide behind those steel buildings?" He nodded in agreement after hearing this. "Good idea, everyone hold on tight." Then he gave the command, "Old Black, full speed ahead." However, Steel Titan's attacks became more and more ferocious, and Zhang Zi had to hastily urge, "Old Black, faster, the lasers are about to hit us." Due to being too rushed and having to dodge the opponent's attacks, the Dark Dragon King collided with a nearby building, then fell to the ground in pain. Everyone immediately jumped off its back. Zhang Zi shouted, "Everyone quickly find a place to hide over there. Old Black has lost too much HP. Must recall it first." Everyone heard the order and responded in unison, "Okay." As soon as they hid in a nearby spot to observe the situation, Zhang Zi reminded everyone, "Hide well, don't make a sound." At this moment, Steel Titan was still circling nearby, searching for them. Meng Dai said in surprise from behind, "How do we fight it? We're like ants under the boss's feet. One stomp and we'd all die." Chao Wei admitted from the side, "That's right, he's too massive. I tried using gravity suppression just now, it was completely useless." Zhang Zi said worriedly, "The boss's damage is extremely high. Old Black's HP has already dropped by half." Chao Wei asked in confusion, "What about the clown?" De Yang replied, "The clown's defense is even weaker, it would definitely be defeated instantly." Zhang Zi asked with some curiosity, "Brother Jushin is right, then only the divine tree is left, but why is the divine tree still in its sapling state?" Meng Dai opened her equipment panel and replied in confusion, "Perhaps it needs water and fertilizer to grow into a towering tree." Zhang Zi clicked on the divine tree and the system displayed a notification. "Growth condition requires a host." He clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "A host, I understand. Previously the divine tree parasitized Zuiju Gaogi's body, that's why it became a towering tree, so that was it." He laughed loudly. "I've come up with a plan." Everyone immediately gathered around and asked, "What plan?" He explained, "I need to place the divine tree seed inside Steel Titan." Moonshadow asked him, "Place the seed inside Steel Titan?" He nodded in response, "That's right." De Yong said from the side, "I understand, but how do we get close to it?" He replied, "Attacking an aerial target is easily detected. We'll wait until the boss switches to ground combat mode before acting." As they moved to the other side, a large number of mechanical spiders appeared before them. Zhang Zi said, "If we want to get through here, we must eliminate these mechanical spiders." Shanwai replied, "All right, Jushin, you draw the aggro and Moonshadow and I will deal with them." De Yong raised his shield and said, "Okay." The mechanical spiders detected enemies nearby and issued a warning, "Intruder detected, intruder detected." In just a moment, a mechanical spider fired an attack at De Yong. However, he successfully blocked it. He said to Shanwai, "I'll draw the aggro." Shanwai replied after hearing this, "Let me see how hard that iron shell is." Just as Shanwai's weapon was about to touch another mechanical spider, unfortunately, his weapon was tightly entangled by it. It issued a warning, "Eliminate the intruder." Shanwai shouted in a panic, "Oh no, they're calling more companions?" Zhang Zi saw the situation was not optimistic, and he shouted loudly, "This is bad, there are too many monsters. Clown, come quickly to help, it's your time to shine again." Moonshadow also shouted, Little birdie, quickly suppress it. Chao Wei quickly took an attacking stance. Okay, in just a few seconds, several mechanical spiders were chopped into pieces and smoke and dust filled the air. Moonshadow seized the opportunity and said to Shanwei, Dragon King, let's attack it together. Shanwei tightly gripped his weapon and responded, okay. The two combined their attacks and a series of attacks were unleashed, causing the other mechanical spiders to also turn into fragments. She shouted happily, fantastic, success. On the other side, De Yang was still fending off Steel Titan's attacks. He gritted his teeth and said, the power of a combined attack is truly terrifying, Dragon King. We must make quick work of this. The boss could discover us at any moment. However, Steel Titan then rained down a series of attacks, causing Zhang Zi and Chao Wei to flee in a panic. The little girl complained to De Yang, brother-in-law, you and your big mouth. Suddenly, Steel Titan changed from its spaceship form to its robot form. It stood majestically before Moonshadow, ready to attack. Zhang Zi saw this and loudly warned Moonshadow, be careful. He ran to Moonshadow's side without hesitation, picked her up and ran to dodge the attack. He asked her worriedly, Moonshadow, are you all right? She blushed shyly and replied, I'm fine. Zhang Zi immediately summoned the Dark Dragon King. This can't go on, Brother Jushin. Everyone attract its attention on the ground. Be careful not to get hit. I'll fly high to find an opportunity to defeat it. Moonshadow saw him leave and quickly urged loudly, Rakshasa, be careful. You're easily attacked from high altitudes. He comforted her. Don't worry. At this moment, Steel Titan sensed Zhang Zi and the Dark Dragon King circling in the air, so it fired a series of laser attacks, aiming directly at their position. Zhang Zi said seriously and loudly, Old Black, success or failure depends on this. At this moment, Steel Titan's attack had already pierced through the Dark Dragon King's wing, leaving a hole. The system displayed a notification. Minus 5,552. Steel Titan. The Dark Dragon King is about to fall. However, it did not, remaining firm. It charged bravely towards Steel Titan. De Yang, seeing this, frowned and mumbled, oh no, the Dark Dragon King hasn't fully recovered its HP and now it's been hit again. Moonshadow, also worried in a panic, Rakshasa, you must... Just as the Dark Dragon King and Steel Titan were close, Zhang Zi commanded, Old Black, breathe fire. The moment it breathed fire, the opponent also attacked, and the two forces collided, causing an explosion in the air on the other side. Shanwei shouted loudly, look, the Dark Dragon King is falling. De Yang responded, no, Rakshasa. He seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rakshasa, clutching the ball in his hand, leaped down, charging directly towards a gap in Steel Titan's body, shouting, you big lug, die. The moment he inserted the ball, he fell off it. Moonshadow, seeing him like this, quickly ran over and cried, Rakshasa, you must be safe. De Yang anxiously shouted from behind, Moonshadow, be careful. Then a loud bang echoed, and smoke and dust filled the surroundings. Moonshadow ran to where Zhang Zi had fallen and scolded, Rakshasa, nothing must happen to you. Supported by some of his summoned pets, he lightly coughed and said, Moonshadow, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. She helped him up, holding his hand, and said, you scared me to death. He told her, Moonshadow, let's get out of here quickly. In an instant, a cluster of vines emerged from the gap where Zhang Zi had just inserted the ball. It grew rapidly like crops, squeezing Steel Titan's chest and enveloping its entire body. The other adventurers, along with Shanwei and De Yang, exclaimed in surprise. Rakshasa succeeded, they chimed in. What's wrong with Titan? Why are vines growing from its energy core? I've never seen this kind of attack. Is this an anomaly? I need to record it and post it on the forum. The system now displayed a series of warning messages around Steel Titan. Danger, danger, danger. Although entangled by vines, Steel Titan was still extremely dangerous. It furiously launched a barrage of missiles forward. Countless missiles shot towards the adventurers, blowing them away. Some scattered and fled, screaming loudly. Run, Shanwei said in fear. Be careful. Titan's gone mad. It still struggled to resist. Zhang Zi nimbly leapt onto a pillar of a nearby building. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and whispered, let me end this. An arrow, blazing with fierce fire, shot out. The arrow struck Steel Titan's head and immediately exploded. It roared wildly. I represent the will of God. You cannot destroy Titan. Just like that, Steel Titan was gradually engulfed in flames. Zhang Zi retreated, warning everyone. It seems to be about to explode. Everyone be careful. Steel Titan then immediately exploded, and a series of light orbs and items dropped from its body. Everyone cheered excitedly. Success, the system now displayed. Congratulations on eliminating Floor 15 boss Steel Titan. Moonshadow's eyes widened and she sighed. Oh my goodness, is this the Steel Divine Tree? No, it should be called the Steel God Tree, right? Shanwei laughed excitedly. Stage cleared. De Yang turned to Zhang Zi and said, oh right, Rakshasa, this is the Divine Tree. So can you still summon the Steel Titan that was just defeated? Meng Dai said in a panic. What? Wouldn't that mean 2 giants? Fantastic, he continued. If I really can summon Steel Titan, that would be truly incredible, Zhang Zi mumbled. Theoretically, yes, but it seems only its state at the time of defeat is preserved. Only Titan's head, Meng Dai wondered. Only a head. The system notified growth condition requires parts. Zhang Zi was bewildered. Parts, perhaps like the Divine Tree. It also needs special conditions to return to its original form. Moonshadow pointed at a strange building nearby and voiced her guess. Could there be a mechanical factory inside? Zhang Zi told her. Definitely. I want to go in and take a look, she replied seriously. I'll go with you. No sooner had she spoken than the two walked forward. Meng Dai, seeing this, asked loudly, Moonshadow, where are you two going? Off to your own little world, Moonshadow replied. Rakshasa and I are going to restore Titan to its original form. Zhang Zi added, the boss has been eliminated, so there should be no danger here. Everyone just wait for us outside. she then clearly responded in an instant. The two delved deep into the strange building. A mini-robot approached them announcing, "Production Workshop number 18. Titan engineers are at your service anytime." Zhang Zi exclaimed in surprise, "This truly is a factory specializing in producing mechanical parts." Moonshadow smiled, "It certainly looks that way." "Summon Steel Titan out first," the mini-robot immediately shouted. "Mechanical damage detected." Zhang Zi asked it, "Hey Shorty, can you repair Steel Titan here?" It thought for a moment, then responded, "Analysis complete, estimated repair time approximately 5 hours, 33 minutes, 41 seconds. Moonshadow exclaimed at long. Zhang Zi commanded, "Then let's start quickly. Moonshadow, let's go to the next floor." She nodded, "All right." Di Yang saw the two walk out of the building and immediately shouted, "Rakshasa and Moonshadow are out." Zhang Zi asked everyone, "Has everyone collected the loot?" "We can go to the next floor." Di Yang, holding a weapon, reported, "Collected." "Look, we got an S-rank warhammer." The system displayed information about the S-rank steel warhammer, damage 5,500 to 7,150. Effect 1, attack damage increased by 50. 2, attack speed reduced by 15, durability 4,000. Zhang Zi shouted happily, "Excellent, it's perfect for tank, brother Jushin, take it." Di Yang laughed in response, "I never thought I'd have an S-rank weapon too." Shanwai quipped from the side, "Follow Rakshasa and in the future each of us will have S-rank weapons." Meng Dai ran over and asked everyone, "So shall we go to the next floor?" Moonlight trembled. "Next up is floor 16. Just then the door to the next floor opened and Meng Dai shouted, "That's right, let's go, we're off." Moonlight thought in fear, "Floor 16 already, getting closer to Daddy's floor. Daddy, wait for me." Zhang Zi glanced at the little girl who seemed worried and quickly reassured her. "Little rabbit, don't worry, everything will be alright." On Demon Domain floor 16, Zhang Zi said, "This floor feels so eerie." Di Yang also agreed, "It's indeed terrifying." Moonlight explained, "The monsters on this floor are all undead and zombies, and the final boss is the vampire count." Zhang Zi told everyone, "Let's stop here for today. Everyone go back and rest and we'll come back to explore tomorrow." Shanwai nodded in agreement. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy too," Moonlight responded. "Alright then, I need to log off quickly, otherwise if everyone leaves, I'll be scared." Di Yang waved goodbye to everyone, then said, "Then let's rest for today and continue fighting tomorrow." Zhang Zi said seriously, "Okay, see you tomorrow night." Suddenly a text message came to him and he read the words on the screen. "Dao Ji Yao Yao brother, come quickly and save me." He was surprised, thinking it was Zhang Feng's message. "Dao Ji Yao Yao brother, come quickly and save me." Rakshasa, "Zhao Feng, what's wrong? Are you in danger?" Dao Ji Yao Yao, "Not me, it's Brother Arrow. We're at the floor 10 boss now." "Brother Arrow, he's dead." Rakshasa, "What, Arrow's dead? I'm coming right away." On Demon Domain floor 10, everyone, seeing Zhang Zi walk over, immediately cheered, "The Guildmaster is here. The Guildmaster will save us." Zhang Zi anxiously walked over and asked Zhang Feng, "Zhao Feng, what happened?" The little girl said with tears in her eyes, "Brother, you're finally here. Everyone and I were doing well fighting monsters, but we unexpectedly encountered an elite-grade Swordmaster boss." The person next to her added, "That's right, nearly 100 archer brothers were cut down by that Swordmaster." He calmly advised, "Don't panic, speak slowly," another person reported. Brother Arrow covered Zhang Feng and the others' retreat. He fought the Orc Swordmaster alone, but just then another elite Orc Swordmaster appeared from the other side. Zhang Feng ran to Zhang Zi and pleaded, "Brother, I want to use resurrection magic to save Brother Arrow. Quickly deal with that boss." Zhang Zi stroked her head and said softly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then he ordered, "Zhao Feng, you and everyone else quickly leave here and find a safer place." Little girl asked him blankly, "Brother, don't you need help?" He responded, "No, I can handle it alone." The other adventurers exclaimed, "The Guildmaster will defeat an elite-grade Swordmaster alone? Is the Guildmaster that powerful?" No sooner had they spoken than Zhang Zi immediately launched an attack. He placed his hand on the ground and a vortex appeared at his feet. The next second the Dark Dragon King was summoned, and the adventurers all watched it with wide eyes and open mouths. The Dark Dragon King charged aggressively, breathing fire at the Orc Swordmaster. That guy immediately raised his sword to block. However, the Dark Dragon King's flames were too strong, forcing it to jump off the rhino's back. Everyone was stunned, shouting, "Everyone says the Guildmaster is great god Rakshasa, but this is too amazing, right? Oh my god, our Guildmaster is practically invincible." The Dark Dragon King let out a threatening roar. The Orc Swordmaster unhesitatingly used its skill. Silver Moon Slash. The Dark Dragon King quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Zhang Zi, sitting on the Dark Dragon King's back, thought, "A new skill. Is this the power of an elite-grade boss?" Zhang Feng quickly shouted from below, "Brother, hurry, in another 20 minutes Brother Arrow won't be able to be resurrected." Zhang Zi softly replied, "I almost forgot the time. Alright, Orc Swordmaster, you forced my hand." Just then, a blue vortex appeared beside the Orc Swordmaster. From the vortex, Steel Titan was summoned by him, gradually manifesting. The other adventurers, seeing this, immediately shouted, "What is this? I've never seen such a massive instant teleportation." Zhang Zi commanded, "Eliminate it with the fastest speed." Steel Titan shouted, "As you command." Then it punched the ground. The Orc Swordmaster immediately leapt up to dodge, while brandishing countless sword shadows. It loudly threatened, "Those who trespass upon the Orc sacred land shall surely be cut down by my sword." The other players seeing this began to whisper, despite the Swordmaster's series of attacks, this giant suffered no damage at all. It's truly terrifying, Steel Titan shouted furiously. By the will of nature and steel you shall be judged. The Orc Swordmaster continued to swing its sword, saying, your attacks are ineffective. Steel Titan immediately launched Divine Tree Seeds directly at the Orc Swordmaster. It said, it's not over yet. The system then displayed, minus 8.791 Divine Tree Seed, minus 12.743 Divine Tree Seed, minus 9.279 Divine Tree Seed, minus 7.894 Divine Tree Seed, minus 9.173 Divine Tree Seed. Finally, Steel Titan then violently stomped the Orc Swordmaster flat. The system happily notified, congratulations, you have eliminated the Orc Swordmaster. Everyone present cheered excitedly. Long live the Guildmaster, he instantly defeated the Swordmaster. The Guildmaster is truly extraordinary, successfully clearing the stage. What an eye-opener. The Guildmaster is truly incredible. Amidst the cheers, Zhang Feng anxiously shouted, where's Brother Arrow's body? She ran to Arrow's side, healing and encouraging him. Brother Arrow, you must hold on. She cast a resurrection spell. A moment later, Arrow suddenly sprang up. He said in a panic, didn't I die? Am I resurrected? Everyone quickly surrounded him, asking, Brother Arrow, thank goodness you're all right, otherwise I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Arrow walked to Zhang Zi and said in confusion, Guildmaster, I failed your expectations. I couldn't take care of your sister. Zhang Zi replied, Arrow, don't say that. The power on this floor is already very strong. Starting from the next demon domain floor, I will personally lead Zhang Feng, and you should also remember to tell everyone. Everyone, you've worked hard during this time. Everyone laughed in response, not at all, not at all. The sister is very sensible, never caused us any trouble. Everyone likes her a lot. That's right, she's our ray of sunshine, he reminded them. Everything is safe today and it's getting late. Everyone is tired, so get some rest early. Everyone shouted in unison. Okay, Zhang Feng also added, tonight I'll definitely get a good night's sleep. I was almost scared to death, Arrow said happily. Alright Guildmaster, let's call it a day. The next day a voice rang out. Sister Shao Qin, what's going on? Can I sleep a bit longer? The sun's already hitting your backside and you're still sleeping. There's something important today. Zhang Zi had just woken up and stumbled out asking, Sister Shao Qin, what's so important? She said sternly. Stop talking nonsense, look at you, you're too rustic. I'm taking you to change your clothes, Zhang Zi exclaimed. Change clothes too? I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. She paid no mind, merely reminding him coldly, 5 minutes, I'll be waiting in the car. That's what you said. At the Zhou family's birthday banquet, Shao Qin reminded Zhang Zi that today was Zhou Bin, the head of the Zhou family's 70th birthday, and all the powerful and influential figures in Great Sha Kingdom would be present, so he must pay attention to his words and actions. He replied, that's too much trouble, can I not attend? She retorted, stop talking nonsense. Someone wants to see you. He asked in confusion, see me? As the two of them just parked the car, someone in the distance called out their name, Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi thought Chen Feng. This guy is still alive. Chen Feng angrily pointed at Zhang Zi and cursed. What kind of nobody are you, daring to come to this birthday banquet? He retorted, if you can come, why can't I? He roared. You stole my fiancé, ruined my appearance, and made me lose face in front of the whole world. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later, he mocked. Young Master Chen, you really scared me. Suddenly, a stern voice from the car warned, Zhao Feng, today is an important occasion. Don't mess around, follow the rules. He stammered in response, yes, I understand here. Shao Qin also said to Zhang Zi, let's go, don't waste time here. He replied, okay, so the two confidently walked in. Everyone cast scrutinizing glances. Shao Qin saw Zhang Zi glance at them, then pulled him, saying, don't look, follow me. She introduced him to someone, Director Zhou, I've brought the person. Sitting before them was Dongfang Dekong, Director of the Great Sha Kingdom Security Bureau. And another person asked, you are Zhang Zi, I am Zhou Bin, head of the Zhou family. He bowed respectfully and politely said, Junior Zhang Zi greets the two seniors. Dekong and Zhou Bin were both very pleased. A promising young man. Young brother Zhang Zi, please sit. We saw your performance at the exchange conference. You brought glory to the Great Sha Kingdom, he humbly replied, which made them very happy. Representing Great Sha and bringing glory to the nation is my duty as a junior. Well said, young man. I nominate you to join the National Security Bureau. What do you think? His eyes shone with firm determination. If I can serve my country, I'd be glad to. Joining the National Security Bureau, of course, is to serve the country. Shao Qin said with a cold face, that's not necessarily true. If certain people become the director, it might not be this way. The three men in the room discussed amongst themselves, Shao Qin, don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, I will never agree to sue you when taking the position of director of the National Security Bureau. Old brother Zhou, today is your birthday, let's not talk about national affairs. Shao Qin's words still held deep meaning. Unfortunately, some people insist on talking about them. Soon 2 more people came forward to greet them. Old Zhou, we're here. This person was Su Yuan, Deputy Director of the National Security Bureau. Old brother Zhou, may your fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea and your life as long as the Southern Mountain. This person was Chen Kaizi, head of the Chen family. Zhou Bin stood up to greet him. Old brother Chen, long time no see. Shao Qin took the opportunity to leave the group. Zhang Zi, let's go over there away from these people. He also seemed disinclined to stay here. Sister Shao Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. I'm not used to this kind of occasion. He curiously looked at a person completely cloaked. That figure looked so familiar. She casually instructed, wait a little longer, a very important person will appear soon. Another important person, who is it? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the room looked in one direction in astonishment. Someone shouted loudly, "The leader has arrived." Zhang Zi also couldn't help but exclaim at this sight. The leader came in person. Old Zhou has a lot of influence, very much. The Zhou family is a pillar of the Great Sha Kingdom with immense power. The leader and Zhou Bin met, shaking hands cordially. Old Zhou, long life, I'm old yet I still trouble the leader to come in person. Zhang Zi saw the situation was dire and immediately rushed up. Sister Xiao Qin, something's wrong. The leader is in danger. The man who was completely cloaked rushed up and cast a spell, and everyone cried out in worry. Protect the leader. One of his subordinates quickly rushed out to block the attack, and he swiftly cast the next move. However, he did not succeed. He stopped. Zhang Zi arrived in time, blocking the move with his bare hands. He was pushed away by him. He looked at him with a provocative smile. He roared angrily, "Don't be too smug, Zhang Zi. You'll eventually fall to me." With that, he escaped through the window. Zhang Zi will settle today's matter later. Dekong immediately ordered his subordinates, "Arrange people to intercept. I want to see who dares to assassinate the leader at this banquet." The leader led a group of people to Zhang Zi. "Young man, thank you for saving me." "Are you Zhang Zi?" He scratched his head and humbly replied, "You flatter me. You are the leader. Protecting you is also my duty." "Leader, I apologize for frightening you." "It's all right. How can such a small matter compare to the dangers of those years on the battlefield?" "Everyone, don't panic. Continue to enjoy the banquet." Xiao Qin stood with her arms crossed looking at him. "Zhang Zi, what happened? Who was the assassin?" "If I'm not mistaken, that was Zheng Hao." She was shocked to hear that name. "Zheng Hao, I heard he's already taken over the Dawn organization." Dekong came from behind and praised. "Young man, today you saved the leader. Now you're famous." Zhang Zi looked a bit confused. "Famous? I don't like being famous." Soon it got dark. In another place, resentment was being vented. "Damn it, just missed it. It's all Zhang Zi's fault for interfering." This person was Zheng Hao. As Zhang Zi had guessed, Kaizi sat motionless. "Impatience is useless. Now that it's alarmed, you need to be careful with your concealment. You absolutely cannot expose your identity." "Don't worry, they won't catch me." He sternly reiterated the purpose of cooperating with Kaizi and Yuan. "Don't forget your promise. As long as I kill the leader and help you become the director of the National Security Bureau, you must legalize the Dawn organization." He held a cigarette, smiling, and said, "You also don't worry, I always keep my word." "That's good." Soon it was the next morning. Zhang Zi's home was already lively. "Look, you're on TV. Recently, at a birthday banquet of the Zhou family, the leader was assassinated by a member of the terrorist organization Dawn. At a critical moment, a young man named Zhang Zi bravely repelled the assassin and rescued the leader." Yilu excitedly watched the TV screen. "Daddy, you're famous." Zhang Zi helplessly hugged his head. "These reporters are too fast. I'm afraid there will be no peace from now on." "Zhao Feng, stop watching. Quickly come with me to the demon domain. Today, Big Brother will help you clear the stages." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Okay." Soon they arrived at Demon Domain Floor 10. Zhang Feng looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but exclaim, "The sea, Big Brother. Do we need to take a boat to find the boss?" "No, we have faster transportation." He squatted down and cast a summoning spell. "Old Black, come out." The little girl was very excited. "The Black Dragon is so big." Everyone on the ship looked at the appearance of the Dark Dragon King in surprise. "What the hell is that? How can there be such a huge black dragon? Someone must have summoned it. I can't believe it." Zhang Feng and Zhang Zi sat steadily on its back. "Big Brother, you're amazing. Hold on tight. We need to clear the stage as quickly as possible. Let's go directly to the sea's sub-fortress." Captain Jack scattered candy in the air, excitedly shouting, "Who wants to come up and die?" His Dark Dragon King had arrived at this moment, making him grit his teeth. Everyone around looked at the strange object before them in surprise. "What's that?" He summoned his subordinate to meet the enemy. "Swordmaster, go deal with Captain Jack." He immediately drew his sword and charged. By Master's command, sword as swift as wind, Captain Jack quickly summoned an Imperial Octopus. Before the giant octopus could even appear, he had chopped it into pieces. Sword as swift as wind, he quickly approached Captain Jack, making him cry out in pain. "Impossible." Everyone on the ship discussed amongst themselves. "Did I see that right?" He instantly killed Captain Jack. 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds, I can't believe it. The Dark Dragon King let out a roar that shook all directions. The teleportation gate and items had opened. Zhang Zi instructed the little girl. "Zhao Feng, hurry, I'll collect the spoils. You go directly to the next floor." "Okay." On the way to the next teleportation gate, Zhao Feng still exclaimed, "Brother, you're too fast. It took Brother Arrow and me almost a week to clear the first 10 floors of the demon domain. Just a little experience. There are many people stronger than me." Entering the secret realm, Zhang Feng saw a giant dragon fiercely breathing fire and hesitated. "Brother, someone is already fighting the boss. Let's wait for the next boss. Let's see first." In the sea of fire, everyone was crying out in pain. "Help, everyone, hang in there." Zhang Zi reached out and cast a summoning spell. "These guys just started fighting the boss, but their progress is too slow. It might take another 10 hours for them to kill the boss. Let them fight the next boss." The other side was still struggling to resist. "Everyone be careful, the boss is about to use a skill." "What happened?" "What's that?" The colossal steel titan gradually appeared. "Oh my god, is that steel titan?" Everyone quickly dodge. "Be careful not to be crushed to death." The following sight startled them. "No, that robot is charging towards the Dark Dragon King." They want to deal with the Dark Dragon King. Many people recognized whose steel titans these were. It's great god Rakshasa. He can summon boss-level companions. These two robots must have been summoned by him. Many others were confused. What's going on? Why is he back to steal our monster again if he has such powerful boss-level companions? Why doesn't he just go conquer new demon domains? Great god Rakshasa has already made his move. We have nothing left to do. Let's wait for the next wave of monsters. The monsters were quickly defeated by the steel titan. Zhang Zi instructed Zhang Feng, Zhao Feng, you go to the next floor first. I'll clear the battlefield. We need to speed up on floor 14 too. They're all waiting for us on floor 15. Okay. After a while they arrived at Demon Domain floor 15. We're here. Zhang Feng saw a familiar face and went up to greet her. Sister Moonshadow, how are you? Long time no see. Zhao Feng has improved so quickly. Zhang Zi looked at his familiar teammates a little surprised. How did everyone get here? How's floor 16 going? Everyone complained. Don't even get me started, those monsters are disgusting. Yeah, especially those zombies. Their bodies are rotten and there are maggots crawling on their faces. It's truly sickening. He listened and compromised. Alright then, let's help Zhao Feng clear the stage first and then we'll go tackle floor 16. Okay, thank you everyone. The giant steel titan attacked, putting many adventurers in a difficult position. Help! The Dark Dragon King quickly deployed, circling in the air surrounding the steel titan. It spewed a mouthful of flames, blowing away the small monsters. At the same time, Zhang Zi's summoned beast also rushed from behind to attack. The fierce battle filled the air with smoke and dust. Shanwai stared at the battle with shining eyes. Two such big monsters fighting one boss, how exciting. Old Black, let's go help too. The battle soon drew to a close. The steel titans gradually disappeared. The status window displayed a notification. Congratulations on defeating Steel Titan. Zhang Zi looked at the surrounding golden light spots in confusion. What are these golden lights? The status window continued to display, making him excited. Congratulations, your summoning skill has increased to level 2. My summoning skill has finally leveled up. Di Yang stepped forward and asked, Rakshasa, what were those golden lights just now? Amazing. My summoning skill has already reached level 2. Now I can summon 30 companions. Shanwai and Chao Wei's eyes lit up when they heard this. What? Summon 30 companions? Summoning 30 companions at once will make the next few floors much easier. Brother-in-law, you're incredible. Zhang Zi showed a satisfied smile. Clear the battlefield. Let's hurry to the next floor. We've been fighting for too long today. Okay, everyone quickly moved to Demon Domain floor 16. Zhang Feng looked at the desolate and ruined scenery, a little worried. Brother, this floor is so scary. It's alright, don't be scared. Chao Wei paused and suddenly remembered something, and she announced seriously, It's already 4 a.m. Today is my birthday. Everyone immediately became excited. Is it your birthday already? That's right, we already agreed. Everyone will come to my birthday party tonight. Moonshadow turned to Zhang Zi. Rakshasa, are you coming to Chao Wei's birthday party tonight? Rakshasa, you must come tonight. I want to drink with you until we're thoroughly drunk. I'll definitely be there. Chao Wei was very happy to hear he was coming. Fantastic. I finally get to meet the real brother Rakshasa. It's late. Everyone quickly log off and rest. Okay. The scene switched to the next morning at Zhang Zi's house during breakfast. Gao Ying informed, Sorry, I have to leave for a few days. The Salvation Army headquarters just sent word that the Dawn organization is active again. No problem. I'll take good care of Yilyu. Thank you. The little girl sat next to him, a little expectant. Daddy, will Mommy come to the birthday party today? Yes, she will. Do you want to see Mommy? The little girl's eyes lit up as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Of course, I want to see Mommy. My memories of Mommy only go back to when I was 3. I'll go today too. I want to see Mommy. Can Daddy take me? He smiled and compromised. Okay, Daddy will take you. A little later, Daddy and Auntie will take you to buy clothes. You'll see Mommy tonight. The little girl jumped with joy. This is great. I finally get to see Mommy. Zhang Feng smiled at the little girl and comforted her. Don't worry, Yilyu is so cute. Mommy will definitely love her. A long while later at the Zhou Manor, the butler said, Is that Mr. Zhang Zi? Please come in. Zhang Feng and Zhang Zi, holding Yilu's hand, walked into the magnificent mansion. Moonshadow saw him and greeted, Zhang Zi, you're here. Moonshadow, you look beautiful today. She looked at Yilyu a bit confused. Zhang Zi, this adorable child is... Before Moonshadow could finish, the little girl rushed forward. Mommy, I finally get to see Mommy. He awkwardly explained, This child is Zhang Yilyu. She's... Seeing his difficulty, Zhang Feng spoke up. Sister-in-law, Yilyu is your brother's daughter. She looked at Yilyu before her, somewhat surprised. Daughter, I don't understand. You're not joking, are you? Mommy, I missed you so much. I finally get to see Mommy. The little girl continued to explain. Sister-in-law, Yilyu is from the future. She really is your brother's daughter. Zhang Zi had now calmed down. Moonshadow, this is a bit complicated. I'll tell you in detail later. Okay. Shanwai walked over to greet them. Who's Moonshadow talking to? Isn't that Rakshasa? Everyone who had met in the demon domain now appeared in the real world. The team members met one by one, shaking hands and chatting happily, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Dragon King Jushin, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Zi, also known as Rakshasa. Hello everyone, we finally meet. Only Meng Dai was somewhat angry. So it's you, my bounty thief brother Rakshasa. I finally meet you in the real world. De Yang tilted his head in confusion. Meng Dai, you and Rakshasa, she angrily pointed at Zhang Zi. It's him. Last time when we caught the wanted criminal, he not only stole my bounty but also drew a turtle on my face. He could only dryly laugh and retort, Little princess, I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. After a long while, Chao Wei finally walked over and waved. Is everyone here? Look who I brought. Little Rabbit and Ruotong walked over to greet everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Little Rabbit and I'm Ruotong. Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhang Zi and Moonshadow were both very pleased. So everyone's here now, right? By the way everyone, don't just stand there, go over and grab some food. The dining table was filled with laughter and conversations as everyone met in the real world for the first time. I can't believe Brother Rakshasa is our classmate and in class A too. Mommy, I want to be with Mommy. Yilyu, can you really not see, but I can use sounds to pinpoint locations. Chao Wei's butler walked over and said, Miss, the Song family wishes to see you and they've brought gifts. The little girl was a bit impatient. No, I'm not seeing anyone today. Tell them not to disturb us. Yes. After that, the little girl raised her glass to toast. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Today is my birthday. Everyone must have fun. Everyone raised their glasses in response. Don't worry, we'll definitely have fun. Happy birthday. Di Young looked around with a hearty laugh. It's an honor to be teammates with all of you. In the demon domain or in real life, if you need anything, just say the word. I'll do my best to help. Shanwai laughed and invited. Come on Rakshasa, toast. As long as we stick with Rakshasa, we'll have no trouble in the demon domain. The scene was filled with laughter and joy until night fell, and after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to demon domain floor 16. Mengdai frowned at Shanwai. Dragon King, why do you still look drunk? Joking, my alcohol tolerance is boundless. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Moonshadow turned to Zhang Zi and asked, Is Yilyu asleep? Not yet, don't worry, Yilyu is very well behaved. Shanwai gathered everyone. Is everyone here? Let's quickly get going, everyone's already here. Zhang Zi analyzed the situation. I've checked the demon domain manual. This floor is mainly occupied by zombies and wraiths. Zombies are easy to deal with as long as we're careful of their poison. Wraiths are more troublesome. They appear and disappear unpredictably. You can only see their physical forms when they attack, otherwise you can't hit them at all. The final boss is the vampire count. With my summoned companions it shouldn't be a problem. Di Yang and Chao Wei seriously discussed tactics, so everyone needs to be especially careful of the wraiths. Can we, like on previous floors, ride the Dark Dragon King directly to the vampire count? Those wraiths and zombies are both terrifying and disgusting. Zhang Zi hesitated. I'm afraid not, there's mist everywhere here, making it impossible to tell directions. He proposed another solution. But we can ride the Steel Titans, let them take us there. Everyone was excited to hear this. Good idea, I haven't ridden one yet. Good idea, that way we only need to watch out for flying monsters. Zhang Zi knelt down to summon the Steel Titans, and they appeared one by one in the hazy mist. Some adventurers saw this scene and were immediately astonished. Oh my god, 3 titans, before it was hard for 500 of us to take down just one. And he has 3 by himself, he's invincible now. No matter what kind of monster, one stomp and it'll be sent flying. If he walked a few more steps he could gather all the bosses. No need to even think. Great god, Rakshasa must be here. An adventurer quickly started a livestream. Hello fellow warriors, I'm back. Do you see, this is the great god Rakshasa you all admire the most. If you want to see how great god Rakshasa deals with monsters, quickly send gifts. The Steel Titan's footsteps were majestic and heavy. Zhang Zi's team faced some difficulty with the obstacle before them. The mist is too thick, even the Steel Titans are too tall to see the end of it. Meng Dai and Shanwai were somewhat confused. What's going on, where have all those wraiths and zombies gone? By the way, last time when we just left the altar we encountered a whole bunch of wraiths and zombies. What's happening today? Are they all asleep? Shanwai nervously looked around, not daring to relax for a second. Zhang Zi anxiously shouted, Dragon King, look out. 2 hands reached out from the mist, successfully tearing Shanwai's clothes and blood streamed out. A red arrow pierced through the wraith's body, a fatal blow that left it struggling in pain amidst a sea of fire. Di Yang raised his large shield and loudly said, It's a wraith, everyone be careful, I'll draw its aggro. Zhang Zi looked forward in surprise. 2 wraiths had approached him without him noticing. He quickly crouched down and simultaneously launched an attack. Watching the elusive wraiths, he loudly warned everyone. These wraiths appear and disappear unpredictably, and they're very fast, everyone be careful. The swordmaster appeared to help, his sword skills like the wind, and he charged forward aggressively. I'll cut them down. He rushed towards the wraith before him, unleashing his sword as swift as wind skill. On the other side, Moonshadow was also attacked by a wraith. Zhang Zi worriedly turned his head. Moonshadow, are you alright? I'm fine. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder in fierce combat. This would lead to endless attrition. They had to think of a solution. The wraiths appeared too suddenly, making it impossible to lock onto them for attacks. A thought flashed through his mind. I've thought of a way. What way, Moonshadow? You and everyone else focus on defense and protect yourselves. Zhang Zi flew up from the Steel Titan's hand and instructed, Everyone stand closer together, gather in one spot and protect yourselves. I'll draw their attention. Di Yang and Shanwai were confused. What is Rakshasa going to do? Moonshadow reminded them. He must have his reasons, let's quickly gather. Okay. Seeing everyone gathered together, Chao Wei was a bit surprised. What exactly is brother-in-law doing? Drawing so many wraiths, Zhang Zi's health bar is going to be in the red. Although many wraiths rushed over, he remained calm. Shanwai and Di Yang were somewhat worried. Rakshasa's health is dropping too fast, we can't save him even if we go now. Watching the increasing number of wraiths, Zhang Zi decisively said, Time is almost up. He knelt down and activated Independent Domain. And a blue barrier surrounded him. Inside, the system activated Independent Domain, asking him to choose one of 5 options suitable for battle. He unhesitatingly chose movement speed and attack speed reduced by 50. I choose option 4. His tone was stern. All Steel Titans listen to my command with me as the center. Attack all targets indiscriminately. As soon as he finished speaking, the Steel Titans fired lasers at the wraiths. Seeing the lively scene before them, everyone discussed animatedly, "This is truly terrifying. Is brother-in-law really okay? Rakshasa, you can't get hurt." Shanwai laughed loudly, pointing ahead. "Look, I knew it. Rakshasa will be fine." The smoke gradually cleared. Zhang Zi stood at the forefront, surrounded by a mountain of spoils of war. The team walked over joyfully. "This is a huge haul. So many spoils, Rakshasa. That move almost scared me to death. I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself. Don't worry. Inside the independent domain, I won't die." Chao Wei teased. "Brother-in-law, don't scare us like that next time. You almost made my cousin cry." "Don't say such things. There's no such thing," he reminded the entire team. "Time is short. Everyone quickly collect the spoils." "Okay." Meng Dai read the information. "I just checked the data. We've eliminated 252 zombies and 121 wraiths here." Their joy didn't last long before everyone became vigilant again. "Did everyone see? The mist seems to have thinned out a bit." "Indeed, it seems to have thinned." Black and red background appeared in the sky. "Everyone be careful. Something's wrong. Something seems to be approaching us." "No, why did it suddenly get dark?" The vampire count roared in the air, creating chaos all around. "Watch out, it's the boss. Quickly, everyone come closer, closer to me." A swarm of bats flew towards the team. Little Rabbit was startled. She pointed at the figure before them. "Who are you?" The little girl's clone revealed an eerie smile. "I am Moonlight Jade." Shanwai rushed forward with his weapon. "Damn it, it's a monster." Little Rabbit's clone revealed a contemptuous smile, then dissipated into the air. Chao Wei was very displeased. "What the hell is this thing? It can even transform into someone identical to us." Zhang Zi calmed the entire team. "Everyone pay attention to the people around you. If you notice anything strange, shout it out immediately." A huge whirlwind approached them. It was the vampire count, dressed lavishly, young and handsome. Zhang Zi announced, "Everyone be careful, the final boss has appeared." He frowned, observing the entire team. He immediately walked over to Ruotong and praised, "Soft skin, a face like a flower." Moon Shadow rushed to attack, but she only cut through air. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, like a shadow, full of vitality and abundant energy. "This is the smell of fresh blood," he invited. "In my world you only have two choices. Submit or vanish. Or vanish." Zhang Zi responded without hesitation. "Sorry, but I choose a third option. Eliminate you." Zhang Zi shouted loudly. "Let's move, brothers." Seeing their childish behavior, the vampire count couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think controlling these useless beings can defeat me? How absurd," he laughed maniacally, warning. "Insignificant creatures, you shall face death." Shanwai's face instantly became extremely flustered. "What's going on? Black smoke is flying towards us." On the other hand, Zhang Zi remained rational. "No, that's not black smoke, those are insects." In just an instant, hundreds of bats descended from the sky, their flapping wings creating a spine-chilling sound. Zhang Zi quickly called for reinforcements. "Clown, quickly protect us." As soon as the clown received the order, it immediately leapt up, its eyes twisted and frenzied, dealing with every obstacle. Little Rabbit, seeing this terrifying sight, desperately reminded, "Little dragon cub, don't eat those bugs, they're too disgusting." As if hearing the little girl's thoughts, the fire dragon let out a roar, then spewed a sea of fire, burning all the bugs. Under the lightning-fast assault, they were swept into a whirlwind of destruction before they could even react. Just then, amidst the extreme chaos, a majestic voice rang out. "My wrath can only be appeased by your blood." Zhang Zi barely had time to shout a warning before he saw danger striking his teammate. "Moon Shadow, watch out!" The vampire count excitedly rushed to attack his prey. "My lady, your sword skills are not bad, but compared to mine, they are far from it." He laughed maniacally, savagely delivering a blow. "This is for you," a blood-stained red rose. Although Moonshadow was powerful, when she took the enemy's fierce blow head-on, she couldn't help but stagger back. Zhang Zi ran over, extremely worried, to ask, "Moonshadow, are you all right?" Though in pain, she still tried to compose herself. "I'm fine, but his damage is too high." Shanwai was furious and declared, "I'll fight him to the death. If you've got the guts, don't run. Fight me for 3 rounds. Seeing this, the vampire count sneered dismissively. "These vulgar, lowly creatures, I'm tired of playing with you." He excitedly issued his final warning, "Now I'll send you to hell." Moonshadow agilely entered a state of vigilance. "Everyone be careful not to get hurt." Zhang Zi simultaneously mobilized his combat strength. "Clown, activate skill." The clown excitedly used its death card array skill. "Come on, I'm starting to draw cards. Who will be the lucky one today?" Several eerie playing cards suddenly appeared above the vampire count's head, circling him as if awaiting a summon command. Suddenly, the playing cards trembled violently, then shattered into pieces as if ruthlessly crushed by an invisible hand. Zhang Zi saw the strange situation before him, utterly stunned. "Immune?" The vampire count then scoffed arrogantly. "You dare use such a skill against me?" His gradually twisted face snarled in declaration of war. "I will drain your blood." Swordmaster immediately rushed up to fight, his swordplay like the wind. His actions caught the opponent's eye, prompting it to laugh. "Like the wind, your speed is still far from enough." The vampire count suddenly changed his target, making Shanwai gasp in surprise. What happened to little princess? As soon as it tasted that wonderful flavor, it was ecstatic. "So delicious, this is the pure blood of a maiden." Zhang Zi was stunned upon hearing this. Little princess still Meng Dai could only painfully scold. "Shut up, less nonsense." Suddenly, a system notification sounded, and her face instantly turned pale. Blood Curse Level 1. Effect, originating from the vampire count currently dormant. Once activated by the count it will mutate. Zhang Zi was also startled upon seeing this blood curse. In contrast, Shanwai still firmly stated, "Whatever it is, I'll kill it first." The vampire count quickly controlled the target's subconscious. "Awaken, my most loyal slave, offer your life to me." She seemed to have been completely hypnotized. Meng Dai's eyes were left with only fierce white eyeballs. "As you command, my master." She completely sided with it, attacking as ordered. "As you command, my master." Moonshadow swiftly ran to dissuade her. "What happened to little princess?" Zhang Zi also immediately rushed up to support. "She's been mind-controlled by the vampire count." Shanwai still hadn't recovered from the horrifying sight. "What happened to little princess?" Meng Dai's whole body suddenly emitted a powerful aura, oppressing everyone. "I obey your summons, my master." It was as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The vampire count couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile. "Enough playing, all of you die, explode, let that arrogant blood flower bloom." No sooner had he spoken than her body erupted with surging, suffocatingly hot fire. Witnessing the terrifying sight before him, Zhang Zi couldn't help but anxiously shout a warning. "This is bad, everyone get out of the way quickly." In this chaotic battlefield an extremely eerie laugh suddenly sounded. "Explode." No sooner had he spoken than an earth-shattering boom resonated, and the violent shockwave directly sent Zhang Zi flying far away. Anwai quickly ran over to check the situation. "Little princess," Moonshadow beside him also couldn't hide her worried expression. "It's Rakshasa." In the gradually dissipating smoke, Meng Dai's petite figure slowly appeared, lying motionless on the ground, her breath weak with only a few wisps of breath remaining. Everyone panicked, only able to instinctively call out her name. "Little princess, wake up quickly, little princess, little princess," Little Rabbit cried uncontrollably. "Little princess, don't die, I still want to argue with you in the future." Suddenly, a crisp voice abruptly rang out. "I have a way to save little princess." The entire team immediately turned around after hearing Zhang Feng's affirmation. "Zhao Feng, that's right, Zhao Feng's talent is resurrection. Sister, thank goodness for you." Without wasting a second, she quickly rushed over to cast the resurrection spell. In just a moment, Meng Dai was pulled back from the brink of death, making everyone around ecstatic. "She's awake, she's awake." Surrounded from all sides, she couldn't help but be startled. "Why is everyone surrounding me? What just happened?" Shanwai smiled and started joking again. "You just died." She immediately keenly detected the problem. "I died? You cursed me, dead Dragon King, didn't you?" Hit where it hurt, he immediately guiltily denied. "What are you talking about? The only reason you're awake is thanks to my sister." Suddenly, Zhang Zi sensed something was wrong. "Damn it, everyone be careful, the boss is gone." He shook his head helplessly. What else did it want to do? "Everyone be careful." The vampire count suddenly flew over with astonishing speed, threatening. "I never expected a mage to be skilled in resurrection. But if I kill all of you, you won't be able to resurrect anymore, will you?" Zhang Zi immediately sensed its intention. "This is bad, it wants to self-destruct and blow us up, everyone run." Di Yang gradually grew anxious, urging, "Quickly take little princess and run." Moonshadow worriedly kept asking, "Rakshasa, what are you doing?" Zhang Zi solemnly urged, "It's growing too fast, you all go first, I'll deal with it." Shanwai was also at a loss, not knowing what to do. "Rakshasa," but he kept urging, "Hurry, I have a way." Only after everyone had safely left did he forcefully unleash his move. The vampire count laughed mockingly, full of scorn. "You alone dare to encircle me." In contrast, Zhang Zi remained calm and turned the tables. "You're wrong, I'm not here to encircle you, but to kill you." He unhesitatingly unleashed his ability. "You're not the only one who can self-destruct. Steel Titan, activate self-destruct system." Steel Titan immediately appeared majestically, confronting the enemy. Order received, self-destruct sequence initiated. Self-destruct sequence beginning. Countdown starting. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Zi's gaze at this moment became firmer than ever before. "Let you also taste what it's like to be blown to smithereens." Moonshadow outside was so worried she wanted to rush in to support. "Rakshasa will be alright, won't he?" Fortunately, Shanwai stopped her in time. "He'll definitely be fine." Just then an earth-shattering boom like a bolt from the blue resonated, and the entire battlefield was instantly swallowed by a terrifying explosion. Ignoring the still burning dangerous debris, Moonshadow immediately rushed over to search for the familiar figure. "Look, it's Rakshasa, he's fine, it's Rakshasa," a system notification sounded, and Zhang Zi was exhausted. "Congratulations on eliminating the vampire count." He slowly walked out of the ruins, breathing heavily but still exuding a determined look after the fierce battle. He smiled slightly, reassuring the person in front of him. "It's all right, although we lost a titan, we ultimately succeeded in clearing the stage and subdued the vampire count." Moonshadow mustered her courage and urged, "Next time can you please not do anything so dangerous?" Little Rabbit suddenly discovered a magical space. "Look everyone, the stone gate to the next floor has appeared." Di Yang was grateful for his teammate's success just now. "Thanks to Rakshasa, we can finally enter the next floor." Zhang Zi quickly recovered his combat state, urging the whole team, "The mist over there seems to be returning. Let's quickly go through the stone gate and enter the next floor." Everyone immediately agreed in unison. "Okay." Realizing the situation was not optimistic, he quickly reminded loudly, "Everyone cross quickly, the mist is coming again." In just an instant the entire team had transferred to Demon Domain Floor 17. The air here was filled with hostility and gloom. Everyone felt a sense of unease. This floor seemed unlike the previous demon domain floors, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. That's right, to pass this floor, you don't kill the boss, but defend this fortress. How, what's this? We have to defend a city. Ming Dai's eyes widened in surprise. What? Defend a city? How can a few of us defend such a large fortress? Shanwai's face also turned somewhat pale. Yeah, you can't defend it without hundreds or thousands of people. Due to the appearance of other players, the discussion grew more lively. The guide also says it's recommended for more than 200 people to defend the city together. Look, some people have already entered the fortress, and the gate is closed. We can only wait until their defense is over. But where are the attacking enemies? Why haven't we seen them? Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the sky. Kill! Chao Wei quickly identified the problem. Those are cavalry. From a distance, a series of urgent footsteps gradually sounded, and a formidable army suddenly swarmed like bees. The cavalry gradually appeared in the sight of all players. Those figures were shrouded in a suffocatingly heavy killing intent. At this moment, the cavalry charged forward with magnificent momentum. Shanwai was terrified by the sight. Are there tens of thousands of soldiers? It's truly terrifying. It seems this adventure team in the city defense battle will fail. Zhang Zi, though not discouraged, admitted, I never expected so many enemies. It seems this floor is quite difficult. He turned around and announced with focus, it seems this floor is not easy at all. It's also getting very late. How about we call it a day and get some rest early? Di Young and that guy let out long yawns. I agree, let's go home and everyone discuss the strategy for this floor together. Alright, it seems there's no hope today. This floor is too terrifying. See you tomorrow. Night fell, but Zhang Zi's house was bustling. Gao Ying, what's wrong? Zhang Feng immediately called her brother. Brother, look. He quickly discovered the situation was not good. She's seriously injured and needs immediate bandaging. She painfully endured and refused. No need to go to the hospital, they'll find out. Suddenly Gao Ying fainted, and Zhang Zi could no longer hesitate. Take her to my room. Zhao Feng, get the first aid kit, don't wake Yilyu. While performing first aid, he carefully observed the wounds. Who exactly hurt her? Zhang Feng whispered haltingly. It's Zheng Hao. Zhang Zi repeated even more angrily. Zheng Hao again. He then entrusted the task to his sister. Zhao Feng, I'll go out first. You help her take off her clothes and bandage the wounds, the little girl reminded him, somewhat afraid. Brother, I can't. And I'm afraid of blood. Zhang Zi smacked his lips, seemingly in a dilemma. Zhang Feng immediately comforted him. It's nothing, brother. Saving lives is more important. I won't tell Sister Moonshadow. He put on gloves, ready to use his skill. Alright, saving lives is more important. The next day, Zhang Zi and Yilyu appeared at the security bureau. Xiao Qin ran out in a panic, looking worried. What's wrong? You said on the phone that Zheng Hao hurt someone? He tightly held his daughter's hand and recounted, it's the Salvation Army, the one responsible for protecting my daughter. After hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Zheng Hao again, we must catch him as soon as possible. Xiao Qin pondered for a moment, then suggested, Little Z, can you arrange for me to meet the leader of the Salvation Army? Zhang Zi looked lovingly at Yilyu. Child, can you help? The little girl giggled, pointing at her father. Daddy, the leader of the Salvation Army is Daddy. He was only temporarily serving as leader to handle the organization's internal affairs. Zhang Zi was stunned, dumbfounded. What? I'm the leader, how can I be the leader? Can you help Daddy contact little Song? Yilyu politely nodded. Okay, no problem. He immediately solemnly assigned the next task. Oh, by the way, Sister Xiao Qin, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. I'm about to go back to school and I hope you can arrange for someone to protect Zhao Feng and Yilyu. She extended her hand and agreed. No problem, I'll handle it. Although Yilyu didn't understand, she was still very happy. I need to speed up through the Demon Domain floors and discover the truth as soon as possible. On Demon Domain floor 17, the defending soldiers were shouting. Kill, hold the position. Don't let them charge. Below were swarms of skeleton soldiers surging forward trying to capture the city. Di Yang crossed his arms and looked up. Hey, this team is still the same as yesterday. They've been holding out for 3 days. I heard many financial groups are backing them with initial funding of millions. Shanwai pouted with a hint of disdain. No wonder, those expensive potions and talismans are like freebies, so they're not short of money. Zhang Zi didn't mind, just commented. But each wave of enemies gets stronger. Relying solely on money to pass this floor is still difficult. Little Rabbit and Chao Wei were now invigorated, more active than ever. We're not afraid. As long as Big Brother Rakshasa is here, we'll definitely get through. That's right, brother-in-law. When do we act? School starts tomorrow, we can't play too late today. He also admitted it made sense. We'll enter the fortress after this wave fails. Sugui came from behind to greet. Great God, what a coincidence, we meet again. Zhang Zi was drawn by the voice and turned around. It's you, what a coincidence. He praised profusely, full of admiration. Great God Rakshasa, I watched your videos of defeating Steel Titan and the Vampire Count online. It was truly amazing, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Zhang Zi replied coolly like an overbearing CEO. Thank you. Sugui then took a few steps back. Hey Great God Rakshasa, let me introduce you to a master. Zan came over with a cold gaze. Hello Rakshasa, I've heard much about you. I hope we can become friends in the future. He maintained his cool tone. Hello, he then stepped forward to express his wish. How about we team up together? There's strength in numbers after all. Zan crossed his arms and looked back. Rakshasa, are these your teammates? They don't look very strong. Zhang Zi extended his hand politely. We're all novices, not very strong. I'm afraid following us would cause trouble for everyone. Forget it, let's not. Sugui still smiled foolishly, puzzled. Don't say that, I think it's quite suitable. He then turned around, walking with an indifferent gaze. Time is pressing. If all goes well after this wave passes, it won't be too late for us to come back and help them defend the city. Sugui also smiled awkwardly, greeting. All right then, we'll go first. Great God Rakshasa. Zhang Zi showed no displeasure, instead returning the greeting cheerfully. No need to trouble yourselves, we can pass by ourselves. Good luck. A thick mist drifted from somewhere unknown. Moonshadow looked around in surprise. How can there be mist? Zhang Zi crouched down, entering a combat stance. It seems the second wave of enemies is coming. Everyone prepare for battle. The entire team quickly took their positions, and the Dark Dragon King also stood ready. The soldiers on the nearby city wall, however, were worried and frantically warning each other. Careful, the second wave of enemies is definitely coming, damn it. I can't see anything. How are we supposed to defend the city? Listen, what's that sound? Something's roaring. What kind of monster is that? It sounds like there are a lot of them. Zan immediately shouted. Don't just stand there, prepare for battle. Aim at the dark shadows in the mist and attack. Ranged teams, archers and mages, attack. Fireballs continuously shot forward, even though no one could see anything. After the rain of fireballs, skeleton soldiers suddenly rushed out at incredibly high speeds. The mages cried out to each other in fear. Quickly stop them, damn it. There are too many zombies, we can't stop them at all. I clearly stabbed it in the head, why isn't it dead yet? The skeleton soldiers immediately took over the city walls and people fell in droves. Help me, I've been bitten by a zombie. Don't panic everyone, I don't want to die, run. In just a few seconds people lay scattered on the ground, motionless. It's truly tragic, yes, these adventurers died so miserably. The Dark Dragon King spread its wings, circling above the city walls with long lines of players below, all looking up in panic. Oh my god, it's the Dark Dragon King. Great God Rakshasa is here too. Today is truly my lucky day. Where is he? Don't block me, let me live stream. Mixed in were some dismissive comments. It's just a summon, is it worth them going so crazy over and live streaming too? Sugui was observing the crowd when he was suddenly startled. Great God Rakshasa, you've come in too. Before he could even greet them, Zan anxiously questioned. Rakshasa, although we came in at the same time without precedence, there are only a few of you. Trying to defend such a large fortress is simply unrealistic, isn't it? Zhang Zi immediately waved his hand to refuse. Are you suggesting we retreat? Sorry, we don't have time. Sugui could only force an awkward smile. Boss, Great God Rakshasa, we're all friends, calm down. He sighed and made a decision. How about this? Zan quickly reached out to compromise. I also signed a contract today, and I must lead the boss through Demon Domain Floor 17. If Great God Rakshasa agrees, let's team up. My team and yours will defend the inner city's second floor. He clenched his fist, his eyes firm. That works too. I don't want to make things difficult for anyone. Hearing the satisfactory reply, he felt relieved. Good, everyone's happy. Only after his teammates returned did Di Yang turn around to remind him, this guy handing over the second floor to us is clearly looking down on us. Zhang Zi reached out and stroked his chin, pondering. He doesn't believe in us, thinking we can't defend even one floor, but it doesn't matter, we'll see. Without further thought, he immediately formulated his strategy. Everyone take your positions. Siege enemies typically appear in 4 types. First are the skeleton soldiers and zombies we've seen before. Zhang Zi continued to list loudly. The second type are beast monsters like werewolves, minotaurs, orcs, etc. The third type are insect monsters, he emphasized as if reminding them. The last type are divine ghost monsters. Devils and angels have appeared before, and they are all very terrifying. Zan secretly pointed behind, hoping no divine ghost monsters would appear. Also, Captain, what about those people? He smacked his lips, feeling a little displeased. Don't mind them. We're unlucky to run into those freeloaders. I just hope they don't cause trouble, all right. After unifying their tactics, Zan took the lead and announced, the city gates are about to close, everyone take your positions. The siege battle is about to begin. Ranged soldiers, follow me onto the city walls. Before them was a dense fog obscuring the view ahead. It turned out the main culprit creating the fog was the swarming skeleton soldiers. Moonshadow suddenly felt very uneasy. It's terrifying, this battle. I wonder how many casualties there will be. Zhang Zi quickly comforted her with an authoritative tone. Don't worry, I'll protect everyone. Zan's side had already started with fireballs. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward in ever-increasing numbers. Zan did not back down, ordering even more aggressively. Attack fiercely, don't let them climb up, come on. A soldier immediately pointed at the sky. Watch out for the catapults. Rocks flew directly at the people on the city wall. Sister, look out. Although Zhang Zi was injured, his resolve grew even stronger. We must destroy those catapults first. After the skeleton legion, the catapults also advanced simultaneously. Zan's teammates stood at the edge of the city wall, unable to believe their eyes. Damn it, keep firing! An explosion immediately reverberated through the sky, and they forced smiles and cheered. It's Great God Rakshasa. Zhang Zi controlled the Dark Dragon King, simultaneously giving orders. Everyone defend against the enemies on the ground. I'll handle safety in the air. Okay, the soldiers immediately directed each other. Prepare fireballs. Fire! The skeleton soldiers fell like straw under the attack. Sugui and his teammates were gradually being driven to a desperate situation. Where are the shield warriors? Where did they all go? Why can't they block the humanoid monsters' attacks? They helplessly gave up, screaming, help, there are too many zombies, we can't stop them. Zhang Zi could only shake his head helplessly, observing, it's too tragic, those warriors seem doomed. There's nothing I can do, the number of zombies is too great, I can't save them. Sugui quickly ran to the commander. Boss, too many casualties, damn it, this is only the first wave, can anyone hold it? No choice, Zan remained as serious as a true captain. For our lives, for our families, we can only persevere, we must not retreat. He hesitated for a moment, then boldly suggested, how about we let great god Rakshasa and his team go out to support? Zan still smacked his lips disdainfully. Forget it, they're inexperienced and lack strength, they'll just make things worse. Other players immediately pointed at the sky, curiously asking, everyone look, what's that? A very strange blue magic vortex appeared in the sky. A player stammered in fear, it's demons, the demons are attacking the city. It's demons, Zan remained unyielding, concentrating even more intensely. All positions, prepare for battle, this wave is demons, everyone be careful. A soldier immediately raised his shield but was still hit, taking about 51,944 damage. Sugui quickly used a special move to block. These demons can teleport. The system displays the demon's level, health, attack, defense, and teleportation skill. These stats are too terrifying. They're practically miniature bosses. More and more divine ghost monsters charged over and he couldn't help but shout, it's over, we definitely can't hold out this time. The players rushed onto the battlefield without hesitation. But he was still easily eliminated by the divine ghost monster. Sugui broke into a cold sweat in fear, shouting, retreat, all retreat. Yaoguang hurriedly pointed at the sky. Everyone look, what's that again? Sugui quickly recognized it, asking inquisitively. A giant golem, it's attracting demons. He narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. Look, another golem has appeared. There's hope this time, it's a summon. Must be great god Rakshasa's summon. Yaoguang hesitated, constantly looking around. It seems wrong, these two giant golems aren't bosses. Could it be? Sugui happily jumped up. It's Big Brother, he summoned the golems. Zan did not slack off, focusing intensely and ordering. While the golems are attracting the demons, ranged teams attack with full force. I spent a fortune to buy these two giant golem summoning scrolls. Zhang Zi folded his arms in admiration. That boss behind him really knows how to spend money. 2 summoning scrolls probably cost several million gold coins. Moon Shadow quickly pulled her teammates to watch the show. Look, something new is happening. Zhang Zi opened his eyes wide and looked through the dense fog. He was very surprised and bewildered. Another terrifying demon appeared. The demon showed no fear, displaying an arrogant smile when facing the golem. With a single blow, it sent both golems reeling as if they wanted to log off. Sugui hadn't been happy for long before he quickly retreated a few steps. Damn it, impossible. The golem was shattered with one punch. It's completely over now. The demon then rushed to the city wall and attacked fiercely several times. Zan struggled to hold on, his heart full of regret. My several millions just went down the drain. Other players immediately shouted, run! He took one last regretful look. It's over. This floor of the demon domain clearly doesn't want us to pass. Zan completely broke down as if he was about to give up on the spot. Now completely unable to explain to the boss immediately, 3 familiar blue vortices appeared. Zhang Zi had already summoned, salvaging the situation that was about to fail. It's your turn, go fight. The steel titans carrying the world tree charged together. The two combined, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. The Dark Dragon King also flew over in a hurry, not just one but 2. The demon and the steel titan clashed one-on-one, evenly matched. Yaoguang was overjoyed as if she saw the last hope. That's right, great god Rakshasa has made his move, Sugui quickly echoed. See, that's the steel titan, a boss-level monster 100 times stronger than the golem just now. I can't believe in just a few days he has so many powerful summoned companions. Other soldiers also did not scatter but stopped to watch this thrilling duel. The steel titan is even taller than the giant demon, and there are 2 of them. We'll definitely win this time. Kill all these demons, leave none alive. As expected of great god Rakshasa, his summoned companions can definitely defeat these demons. A soldier deliberately scoffed. I don't understand why Rakshasa didn't call out his summoned companions earlier. If he had, we wouldn't have had so many casualties. Other players quickly clarified for their teammate. I heard the captain thought great god Rakshasa was too weak and wouldn't let him intervene. He only allowed him to stay on the inner city's 2nd floor, so of course he wouldn't make a move on his own. What? He's so foolish. If great god Rakshasa's strength is considered weak, then no one in this world is strong. Zan's eyes suddenly lit up, looking up. Is this Rakshasa's summoned companion? So I was the fool. Zhang Zi pointed forcefully at the opponent and ordered, full attack, eliminate these demons. The steel titan and the world tree immediately opened fire, full power, showing no mercy. The demons were instantly suppressed, and everyone watched with relish, completely satisfied. What a satisfying kill, crush these demons to ashes. The Dark Dragon King seized the opportunity to spew a powerful stream of fire from high above. The vampire count summoned a swarm of bats to tear at the fleeing demons. Tentacles continuously slammed downwards, and those divine ghost monsters fell like cut grass. Everyone present was dumbfounded, exclaiming in awe. Great god Rakshasa is truly defying heaven. Great god Rakshasa alone defended the entire fortress. It's simply unbelievable. Di Yang was so excited he wanted to join. Brother Rakshasa, leave one demon for me. Let me try these monsters too. Brother Dragon King, your fighting spirit is truly impeccable. Everyone cheered in unison. This is too exhilarating. My fallen brothers can finally rest in peace. Come on, keep eliminating. Clear out all these demons. This time, thankfully, we had great god Rakshasa. Without you and your summoned army, we would have lost miserably. Among those demons there was also a giant demon. Eliminate it and this city defense battle will be over. Look, giant demon is frozen in fear. Suddenly, 4 huge vortices appeared in the sky, and seeing those fierce demons charging, Young grew even more worried. The final wave of attack is here. This time there are 4 demons. It will probably be very difficult to deal with. The steel titan stood before them. Zhang Zi immediately placed his hand on the ground, fighting fire with fire, killing as many as came. The vortex he summoned appeared. Everyone was surprised to see the demons standing next to the steel titans. Look, great god Rakshasa actually summoned the giant demons that were just eliminated to fight. Sugui laughed happily. Great god Rakshasa's summoning technique is truly incredible. Zan was also very shocked. It's terrifying. Rakshasa is practically a true god. I can't compare to him at all. He immediately clasped his hands together and said gratefully to Zhang Zi, Great god Rakshasa, I was truly blind. I didn't recognize a divine being. I shouldn't have underestimated you and your team. I was truly foolish. I was truly too blind. I almost got my brothers killed. It's all my fault for causing them so many losses. If I had let you fight earlier, none of this would have happened. I'm such an idiot. Gratefully, great god Rakshasa had already forgiven, and he no longer dwelled on those matters. To err is human. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Let's finish the battle quickly. We still have to go to the next floor. Sugui suddenly pointed at the ongoing battle. That's right, everyone, look, the 4 giant demons have fallen. The familiar teleportation gate appeared. We've passed this floor. The teleportation gate had appeared, but Zhang Feng, walking, asked curiously, but this floor suffered heavy losses. Why are there no spoils of war? Zan folded his arms and thought, that's how it is, because this floor has no boss guarding it, there are no spoils of war. So he reached out and ordered the Dark Dragon King. Alright then, let's quickly head to the next floor. Old Black, quickly take our team to the next floor. Sugui reached out and waved goodbye. Great god Rakshasa, thank you. We'll see you on the next floor. Zhang Zi looked back. Okay, see you on the next floor. Zan's gaze kept following his figure. With someone like Rakshasa around, is our conquest of the demon domain still far off? So everyone excitedly walked towards the teleportation gate to demon domain floor 18. Here we come. Charging forward, they looked at the scenery around demon domain floor 18 and exclaimed, I feel like I've been here before. Have we returned to floor 14? Zhang Zi, sharp-eyed, spoke up. No, it's just that there are only large trees here, making it look a bit like floor 14. Yang also agreed. Rakshasa is right. According to the information I've gathered, this floor has monsters called elves. They have pointed ears, human-like faces, and are divided into male and female. That's not all the information you know. Additionally, male elves are all melee types, balanced in attack and defense. Female elves, however, are more diverse, with mages, archers, and even support types. Yang looked at everyone with a serious expression, his voice grave. What's even more terrifying is that these elves know how to cooperate in battle, just like us. Shanwei began to worry. Cooperate in battle? Doesn't that mean we're fighting an entire adventure team? That's too scary, he warned everyone. Exactly. Additionally, the boss of this floor, the Elf King, is extremely terrifying. He excels in both melee and ranged attacks and can use various magic spells. Zhang Zi stepped forward to reassure everyone. Don't worry, everyone. No matter how difficult the boss is, we'll find a way, won't we? Little Rabbit eagerly interjected. That's right, following Rakshasa, we've already reached floor 18. What's there to be afraid of? Although everyone was happy, Yang didn't forget to remind them. However, it's getting late today. Why don't we rest first? So Zhang Zi waved goodbye to them. I didn't expect it to be so late already. I'm a bit tired too, and I have to go back to school tomorrow. So let's go to bed early today. That's all for today. I have important things to do tomorrow. Hearing this, Moonshadow walked up to him worriedly and asked, What's wrong? Is it dangerous? He put his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. I just need to meet 2 important figures and talk to them. Despite this, Moonshadow was still a little uneasy. That's good. If anything dangerous happens, remember to tell me. Zhang Zi replied softly. Okay, I will. As a result, Chao Wei teased them again. Go to sleep, you're spoon-feeding us affection again. Late that night, in a construction site warehouse, a voice urged for swift action. He stood with his arms crossed, directing his subordinates. You guys, hurry up. Behind him was a dark, bottomless tunnel. Unexpectedly, the demon lair was located beneath a large city shelter. The leading man looked cautiously ahead, and a disgusting living creature appeared in the tunnel. Suddenly it opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and roared with hunger. Then he ordered his subordinates to throw in the veiled cloth. The woman's eyes flickered with blood-red light. Trembling in fear, her screams made him even more excited. Good, incubate slowly. When I activate 15 demon lairs, the monster army from within will devour the entire world. The next day at Zhang Zi's house, his voice rang out. Everyone's here. Let's discuss whatever needs discussing. Xiao Qin stood in the living room and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Shang Xiao Qin, and I believe you all know my identity. Saul also politely replied. Hello, I'm Saul, currently the acting leader of the Salvation Army. Zhang Zi pointed to a chair. Sister Xiao Qin, why don't we sit down and talk? She sat down, hands on her hips. Mr. Saul, let me be direct. How many people does the Salvation Army have in Great Sha Kingdom? Where are they distributed? Do you possess light and heavy weapons? He stared at her, questioning. Miss Shang, I believe I am not your prisoner, nor are we terrorists. Zhang Zi heard this and kindly reminded her. Sister Xiao Qin, your tone really does sound like you're interrogating a prisoner. Xiao Qin's expression softened slightly. My apologies, my tone is a bit professional. However, my main purpose in inviting Mr. Saul here this time is to confirm that the Salvation Army will not threaten the Great Sha Kingdom. Saul also agreed with this statement. That is also our wish. We have always hoped to gain legal status to operate freely in the Great Sha Kingdom. A moment later, she stood up again, hands on hips. All right, but before granting legal status, I need to investigate your organization members' information. Saul did not back down, crossing his arms, and said seriously, Sorry, that's not possible because there are Don spies within the high ranks of the Great Sha Kingdom. We cannot take that risk, Xiao Qin said firmly. If I cannot understand the actual situation of the Salvation Army, I'm afraid I cannot cooperate with you. Stop arguing, suddenly Yilu spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Auntie Xiao Qin, please don't worry about the Salvation Army situation because in the future, you will also become a member of the Salvation Army. She turned back in surprise. What do you mean? The little girl seemed very certain. It's true, I'm not lying to anyone. Zhang Zi was also taken aback. In the future, Sister Xiao Qin will also join the Salvation Army? She plopped down onto a chair, incredulous. How is that possible? That's impossible. I'm a senior national civil servant. How could I join an illegal underground organization? So Xiao Qin stood up again and waved, leaving. No, the amount of information today is too much. Let's stop here for now. Saul did not press her further. All right, as long as the Prophet agrees, I'm always open to your invitation. Zhang Zi also hurriedly instructed him before he left. Then that's all for now. Saul, please take good care of Yilu. I must return to Wuxue. Then he picked up the little girl and reminded her, Yilu, be good at home. Xiao Qin walked to the door. It was on her way. I'll take you to school, the little girl sweetly reminded. Got it. When you see Mommy, tell her I miss her very much and ask her to visit me when she's free. Zhang Zi immediately agreed. Okay, Xiao Qin drove him to the entrance of Wuxue. Before leaving, Zhang Zi suggested, Thanks for your trouble, Sister Xiao Qin. Also, I'd like to apply for some equipment from you. She readily agreed. Okay, send me the list later and I'll arrange it. He waved goodbye as he walked. Thank you, Sister Xiao Qin, watching Zhang Zi's departing back. She still felt puzzled. Just how many secrets does this kid hide? Chu Yu walked over and patted his shoulder, teasing. Director Shang personally drove you to school and you're back greeting us. Old Zhang, what's your relationship with her? He replied with a few polite words, living his life as calmly as ever. And Zhang Zi walked along, complaining, It's a long story. Now I truly envy your ordinary life. Hurry back to the dorm, there's a lot to do today. I still have to enter the demon domain tonight. Hearing this, Chu Yu complained. Sigh, old Zhang is always busy, he can't stop for a minute. That night he returned to Demon Domain Floor 18 and reunited with his teammates. Di Young seemed to sense something unusual. This feeling is so oppressive. Moonshadow had the same feeling. Why is it like this? Is the boss about to appear? But Zhang Zi still observed silently. It's not certain yet. Let's wait and see. Suddenly a man appeared, followed by a group of people. Moonshadow turned her head, sharp-eyed, and recognized. Oh, third uncle. He frowned and judged. How could a high-ranking official from the Demon Domain Management Department appear in an ordinary demon domain? Has the dead zone appeared? Santong immediately ordered the soldiers, immediately seal off the altar. No one is allowed to leave. They took the order and scattered. Yes, they kept urging, hurry. As they moved, they reminded everyone, no one is allowed to leave the altar. All eyewitnesses were confused. What's going on? Has the dead zone appeared on this floor? Since the Demon Domain Management Department said so. It must be true. But why would the dead zone appear on this floor? If sulfur monosulfide rank items drop, the rewards will be even better. Fantastic. I've been waiting for the dead zone to appear for a long time, brother. Do you know what the dead zone is? Still daring to think about grinding for equipment there, but honestly, although the dead zone is dangerous, the rewards are very generous. Look at this S-rank armor on me. It dropped from a small monster in the dead zone. If we can defeat the boss, the rewards will be even better. Then Moonshadow stepped forward. Santong saw his niece and greeted happily. Moonshadow, I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you all been recently? She replied politely. We're all fine, just started school. Sandong crossed his arms and said reassuringly. That's good. She didn't forget to ask, Third uncle, what's happening here? Has the dead zone appeared? Sandong immediately nodded. Exactly. Suddenly a group of people screamed in terror. Help! Sandong immediately turned and left. These fools, I told them not to go out. Moonshadow, I'll go save them first. You all be careful. She obediently replied, Yes, third uncle, we won't go out. At this moment Zhang Zi's gaze was profound. Dead zone, his expression made her worry. Rakshasa, you're not thinking of. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Zi took out a stack of invitation letters. You guessed right. Since we've encountered it, how can we not go? Does anyone want to come along? Unexpectedly, everyone seemed very excited. Rakshasa is right. I'll go with you. I'll go too, brother. I'll go with you too. Since we're going, don't leave me behind. We're a team. We should act together. He opened the dead zone with satisfaction. The system immediately requested to select an invitation letter. Okay, then let's enter the dead zone together. So Zhang Zi decisively used the dead zone invitation letter. The system immediately notified usage successful. 3-second countdown to enter the dead zone. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1. Everyone was summoned to the dead zone, a place surrounded by fog and utterly empty. Moonshadow's heart was filled with unease. Why can't I see anything around? Zhang Zi quickly reminded. Everyone be careful. A player immediately pointed upwards. Look, a floating stone staircase has appeared ahead. Other players asked curiously. Where does that lead? Look, there's only this one path. Let's follow it too. Okay, it seems the number of global adventurers entering the dead zone this time is quite large. The more people, the more dangerous it is. Everyone be careful of those adventurers with ill intentions, Shanwei joked while climbing the stairs. Don't worry, I'll protect all the beauties. Meng Dai closed her eyes, showing disdain. You protect, forget it, I can protect myself. Di Yang could only smile wryly after hearing this. Dragon King, little princess looks down on you. Zhang Zi quickly reminded the whole team. Everyone look quickly. What's that? Di Yang judged half believingly. It looks like we've arrived. He was silent for a moment, then took the lead. Everyone be careful, let's go forward and see. Okay, the players who had already arrived began to suspect. That guy in red, what are you? Exactly, he's the Dead Zone boss's leader. Mark didn't care. Instead, he excitedly introduced himself. I am Mark, welcome everyone to my world. Please allow me to introduce the rules of this world. A greedy person holding a sword jumped directly up. What rules? Die, the reward is mine. However, that attack had no effect on Mark. He laughed loudly, full of mockery. Can't you let me finish? How ill-mannered to defeat me. Ordinary attacks are useless. The sword wielder didn't listen, but kept unleashing skills, making Mark even more amused. This world is a world of cards. Your skills, potions, and items will all turn into cards. To defeat me, use the cards in your hands. He grinned wickedly. If you fail, I'm sorry, I'll keep your lives. The players immediately held a card in their hands, feeling surprised. My talent skills can't be used anymore. Oh my god, everything in my backpack is gone. Don't panic, my skills and items are all in your deck. I'm sure it's the same for you all. Zhang Zi didn't complain, but wisely observed his cards. Junior healing potion and summoning. He turned to his teammates and whispered, only 2 talent skills, the rest are all potions and scrolls. Turn-based combat. After 10 uses of summoning, the battle should be almost over. Chao Wei felt uneasy. What do we do? Our skills are all unusable. Shadow also nodded in agreement. It seems, as he said, all our skills have been nullified, and we can only use cards to defeat him. Mark reached out to calm the situation. Don't worry, everyone, to ensure fairness, I allow you to exchange cards among yourselves. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. Aren't you all teammates who share life and death? Give all the strongest cards to one person and let them fight me. I'm really looking forward to such a strong person appearing. The other players, hearing this, became displeased. How is that fair? Our biggest advantage is teamwork. How can we defeat him now? Di Yang also became more impatient. That person is right. Even if we can exchange cards without the help of teammates, one person can easily fall into a stalemate or even a dead end. Ji Chu naively stated a well-known fact. The team's representative must be intelligent, calm, and more importantly, must have extraordinary courage, otherwise it's easy to collapse. Zhang Zi, who had been silent, spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing this time, I'll go. Shanwei turned his head worriedly. Rakshasa, Moonshadow hurriedly ran over and pulled him. It's too dangerous for Rakshasa to go alone. He turned to reassure her. I'm the most talented person in the team and I also know everyone's talent skills. Using them won't be a problem. If everyone trusts me, give all your cards to me. Chao Wei quickly placed a healing spell card in his hand. Little Rabbit and Little Birdie smiled innocently. I trust you. I trust Big Brother Rakshasa too. Zhang Zi hurriedly reached out to take them. Everyone give all your item and potion cards to Rakshasa. I don't know how much they'll help, but it's better to be prepared than not. Thank you all for your trust. Di Yang turned to look at the remaining team members. We should be thanking you. You're risking your life fighting the boss while we can only stand by helplessly. It's truly a bad feeling, Moonshadow gently reminded him again. That's right, Rakshasa, you must be careful. He then showed a gentle smile. Don't worry everyone, I'll be careful. Afterwards, Zhang Zi focused on observing the cards, confirming there were stronger ones. I wonder if I have a chance to win with these cards. Summoning Independent Domain. Windguard, Wilderness, Gravity Suppression, Light Slash. At this moment, Po-I confidently walked forward to challenge. I'm ready, let me fight you. I don't believe I can't beat you even after collecting 50 skill cards. Mark watched him with great delight, his competitive spirit evident. Very good, you're the first to step forward and challenge me. You are very brave, so let's not waste time, let the game begin. Zhang Zi shrewdly realized it was a barrier. It seemed outsiders couldn't interfere. He closed his eyes, extended his hand and invited, the guest has arrived, please make your first move. Po-I grinned, rubbed his hands, how polite of you. Then I won't hold back. With a confident attitude he revealed his first card. Let me taste the power of an S-rank skill. Holy Judgment. A large golden hammer immediately appeared where Mark stood and began to descend. As soon as the card appeared, its information was displayed. This is Holy Judgment quality, level 5. Effect. Deals 10,000 damage to a single target. The next attack deals double damage stackable up to 5 times for a maximum of 320,000 damage. The card can be used 10 times. The card transformed into a hammer of judgment. Hovering above Mark's head, it descended with extreme speed. When the people outside saw his skill information, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, this is an S-rank skill. Its effect is too terrifying. After stacking 5 times, the damage will reach 320,000. It's horrifying." Mark truly brought this upon himself this time. Po-I has gained the upper hand again. This boss isn't very smart either. Don't jump to conclusions, the outcome is still uncertain. Inside the barrier, Mark was hit by the powerful force of Holy Judgment, taking 10,000 damage, and the intense pain made him cry out, Ouch, that hurts. Seeing Mark in such a disheveled state from his card, he laughed happily and then declared, I will eliminate you within 5 turns. But how could Mark let him have his way? He revealed a cunning smile, then took out his own card. The card transformed into a scorpion with sharp pincers. The card information was revealed. Desert Venomous Scorpion, a rank quality, no effect, can only be used once. Seeing its attack power was only 3,000. That guy showed no fear. Instead, he said disdainfully, this scorpion has 3,000 attack power and my defense is 18,540. It'll be a long time before you can break my defense. Then it was his counterattack. Holding the card, he attacked Mark in a stance as if wielding a warhammer. 4 turns left, you're dead. Mark immediately took 20,000 damage. He groaned in pain. Ow, that hurts. Despite taking so much damage, he remained brimming with confidence, a wicked and cruel smile on his face. I have to say, you are truly too weak. Continuing this fight is just a waste of my time. I've decided to send you to hell right now so I can get a new opponent. The card in his hand was surprisingly Tribal Evolution, S-rank quality, with the effect of replicating 5 targets to fight together, while also increasing each target's quality by 1 rank, usable 10 times. As soon as the S-rank card appeared, his Desert Venomous Scorpion card immediately evolved to D rank. Its defense reached 18,500 with a lightning strike effect usable once. He didn't expect Mark to still have such a terrifying trump card. Watching the giant scorpion surround him, he shouted in fear, it's terrifying. The adventurers outside discussed animatedly as they watched the continuously multiplying cards. 1 turned into 6 and their evolved scorpions. It's over, it's really over, it's too terrifying. Zhang Zi, standing among the crowd, was also full of admiration for his ability. The Desert Venomous Scorpion card wasn't originally strong, but what was terrifying was that when combined with the S-rank card Tribal Evolution, it unexpectedly produced such an S-rank skill. Inside the barrier, he was zapped by the desert scorpions and sent flying. The damage he took continued to stack. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, he desperately cried out, No, I don't want to die. In the ensuing battle, Mark looked at the card he was using in disbelief. What the hell, did you just copy a blank card? What trash? At his contempt, Zhang Zi merely frowned and righteously retorted, the quality of a card isn't the deciding factor for victory or defeat, it's the person using the card. Zhang Zi's retort was tantamount to a direct slap in the face. Mark crushed the card in his hand and said viciously, Alright, then I'll see how you defeat me with that trash hand. Seeing that he had said so, Zhang Zi couldn't disappoint him. I'll show you now. Seeing Zhang Zi throw out a card, he immediately threw one out too. This despicable fellow dares to disrupt my rhythm. Don't blame me, I'll end you quickly. The moment Mark threw out a card, dozens of fully armed soldiers appeared. Looking at the contingent of soldiers before him, he quickly analyzed the opponent's next move in his mind. So many soldiers have appeared again. The next card will definitely be Mass Evolution. If a B-rank soldier evolves into an A-rank soldier, I might not be able to resist. Alright, let's get serious. After careful consideration, Zhang Zi threw out a 3S rank card. Mark saw the 3S rank card and couldn't believe his eyes. What? You actually possess an SSS-Rank talent skill? Di Yang was also incredibly surprised to see Zhang Zi's card. Rakshasa used summoning, Shanwai excitedly shouted. Rakshasa is about to unleash his ultimate. The red-haired man's expression turned solemn as he saw the card appear. Great God, Rakshasa is angry. This match will end quickly. But the captain next to him immediately retorted, Don't be too optimistic, have you forgotten that Mark loves using Mass Evolution? Zhang Zi already had a plan for this. He clicked on the system screen, Effect Double. Summon 2 units at once, more secure in quantity. Option 1. As soon as he selected the demon option 1, the system immediately summoned 2 demons. Please choose one. Giant demon appear. Facing the soldiers, the 2 giant demons opened their mouths and spewed green toxic mist. The foul odor from the mist almost suffocated Mark. Damn it, these demons reek. I didn't expect a human to possess such a divine summoning skill. Do you have some special relationship with the goddess of luck? Seeing that the situation was no longer in his favor, he took out his next card. No, if I want to win, I have to fight with all I've got. When the Mass Evolution card was used, a contingent of soldiers immediately leveled up to A rank. Seeing his army upgraded, his suppressed confidence returned. He excitedly shouted, It's your turn, Rakshasa. Mark's move had already been seen through by Zhang Zi, but he still carefully considered his next tactical step. Soldier quality has already been upgraded to A rank. It seems you plan to use a human wave tactic against the giant demons. Next, he's very likely to use a resurrection card. What should I do? Continue using summoning? No. If I want to win, I have to fight with all I've got. Then he used his next card. The 2 cards in Mark's hand immediately returned to Zhang Zi's hand. Mark saw his cards stolen and stomped his foot in anger. This despicable fellow actually stole 2 of my cards in 1 turn. Red looked at the cards in Zhang Zi's hand and cried out in despair, It's over. I was too confident, thinking I was the god of luck, but it turns out I'm just an unlucky guy. It turned out the 2 cards he snatched were just A rank and B rank and seemed pretty useless. Seeing Zhang Zi only snatched 2 useless cards, Mark immediately burst out laughing. Your luck is terrible. These trash cards, I'd give you as many as you want. Too bad you won't get the chance, it's over. The next card he used was 2S rank, and a golden light enveloped the contingent of soldiers. Their armor disappeared, revealing their bare bodies. Finally, the soldiers' bodies withered, and they transformed into a legion of skeletons. The giant demons sensed danger and immediately turned their heads to look at their feet, only to see rows of long spears pointed at them. Though small, the Skeleton Legion, relying on its numerical advantage, continuously stabbed the giant demons with their spears, forcing them to turn and flee. Some adventurers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shout, "Oh no, the giant demons can't hold out." Other adventurers were very disappointed to see the giant demons fleeing in disarray. "Damn it, did great god Rakshasa use the wrong card? There's no hope. Mark will definitely win this time. Rakshasa, don't let anything happen to you." Moonshadow saw everyone starting to panic, so she spoke up to comfort them. "Don't worry, Rakshasa will never lose." Inside the barrier, the battle had reached its climax. Zhang Zi held the cards in his hand, thinking to himself, "If I want to beat him, I have to go all out. But this time I need to change my choice. It's the Fate card, which has the ability to steal higher quality cards from the opponent." Immediately after, Mark's card appeared before Zhang Zi. He successfully stole a 2S rank card, but to him this card still seemed useless. "This one doesn't seem to help me much. My 2 demons definitely won't last until the next turn. What should I do?" Being stolen from again made Mark furious. He yelled, "You despicable fellow, are you addicted to stealing cards? Alright, I'll send you to meet death right now." The card he used was S-rank. The card summoned 4 murlocs. They had peculiar appearances, fish heads on human bodies, and their weapons were tridents. They were agile, jumping up to attack the giant demons with their tridents. Watching the 2 giant demons being battered by the murlocs, Mark laughed excitedly. "Now let's see what you'll do, go die." Zhang Zi's current situation was truly perilous. In front were 4 murlocs and behind was the Skeleton Legion. Seeing Zhang Zi just standing there motionless, Mark thought he had been scared silly, and he laughed even more maniacally. "Just 4 murlocs are enough to deal with you." Despite facing danger, Zhang Zi still calmly analyzed the situation. "There are too many monsters, and I don't have effective area of effect damage skills. It seems I still have to rely on summoning." So he summoned the Sword Master. The 2 quickly arrived at the scene, charging toward the Murloc unit and the Skeleton Legion. "Swordmaster, swift as wind, we await the summoned command." The Swordmaster, like a whirlwind, instantly annihilated the skeleton soldiers and Ronin. Leaving Zhang Zi deeply impressed, the Swordmaster's area of effect skill is truly perfect for dealing with these murlocs and zombies. Mark was furious to see the situation beginning to turn against him. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be able to summon these elite companions. But he wouldn't be outdone and revealed an A- rank quality Civil War card, with the effect of making 2 enemy companions attack each other until one is eliminated. Mark was supremely confident. "Alright, let's see which of you 2 orc swordmasters is stronger." No, the Civil War card emitted light in the air, and at the same time another swordmaster appeared before the original swordmaster. Zhang Zi immediately sensed danger upon seeing this. "This is bad. This card makes both swordmasters attack with their blades simultaneously." Chao Wei, seeing this from the side, panicked. "This Civil War card is too terrifying. It actually made the orc swordmaster die by its teammate's hand. What a pointless sacrifice." Di Yang was equally worried. "The situation isn't good. Rakshasa must find a way to turn the tide." The swordmaster summoned from the Civil War card successfully knocked away the real swordmaster, declaring, "Your swordsmanship ends here." Mark laughed triumphantly. "Your swordmaster is indeed resilient, but how can a single one withstand so many of my monsters? Give up." Zhang Zi was not discouraged by this. He countered, "Mark, have you ever heard the saying, fight with your back to the wall to survive?" At this moment, Zhang Zi used the card Steal a Sheep in passing, making it emit a dazzling golden light. Mark didn't yet know fear. Instead he mocked, "You actually dare to steal my card? Is this desperation?" "Oh," Zhang Zi's teammates observed from the side, gripping their weapons, each ready for battle. Shan Wei was very puzzled. Did Rakshasa play the wrong card? How can one swordmaster block all those things Mark summoned? Chao Wei also held the same view from the side. Exactly, why not summon more companions? Yang crossed his arms and analyzed seriously. Even if he summons more, Mark's mass evolution wouldn't change anything. Meng Dai asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Zhang Zi now took out another card. Victory or defeat depended on this. When he read this new card, he felt very puzzled. What, is it this card? Wasn't this a card Mark used? Is he planning to use this card to turn the tide? Based on the 2 stolen cards and the card in Zhang Zi's hand, he boldly speculated. Could using recruit soldiers combined with equivalent exchange solve the problem immediately? At this moment, system information appeared. Recruit soldiers, sulfur monosulfide rank quality. Effect, summons an army of 100 soldiers to fight for you. Equivalent exchange is also sulfur monosulfide rank. Its effect is to eliminate all your companions on the field in exchange for an equivalent number of turns. Mark, on the opposite side, held up an E-rank quality fireworks card, whose effect was to launch 3 streams of fireworks into the sky, creating a lively atmosphere. He arrogantly provoked, "Still not giving up? These splendid fireworks will be your final farewell to your teammates." Zhang Zi, with a determined look in his eyes, waved the card in his hand. "Mark, as you wish, I will give you the most spectacular performance." Immediately after, a large number of spear-wielding soldiers appeared. Mark was still incredibly smug about his surfer monsters. "Do you think stealing my cards is enough to turn the tide? Too naive." He threw his card forward. "I've had enough. If you have any last words, say them now." The surfers evolved under the effect of the card. 4 surfers stood between Mark and Zhang Zi. Each one was tall and powerful. Zhang Zi's teammates, though worried, had complete faith in him. "It's over. Mark used mass evolution. Rakshasa is definitely dead this time. What card did brother-in-law steal? Is there still a chance? Brother Rakshasa, you still have to take me to find daddy. Rakshasa, don't give up until the last moment you promised me. Zhang Zi frowned at Mark, not a trace of fear on his face. He loudly warned, Mark, you ultimately lost to your own arrogance. Equivalent exchange card activated for every one of my minions eliminated. I get an extra turn. He saw it, shocked and flustered. What is this? Equivalent exchange activated, and the soldiers gradually disappeared with it. Only then did Mark slowly realize the danger in Zhang Zi's card. 100 soldiers mean 100 turns. Combined with fate choice, are you not just stalling for time but throwing out more different cards? Next comes the final moment, the hour of predation, frost blizzard / mountain tremor staff, blade attack, steal a sheep in passing. And other cards were also thrown at Mark. Flames blazed fiercely, and Mark knelt on the ground blaming himself. Impossible, I actually lost to a little brat. He kept denying, impossible. But then Zhang Zi revealed the truth. You lost to your own arrogance. If you had dealt with my 1,000 soldiers in the previous round, perhaps I would have truly lost. Mark stood up and took out a large box. I admit I lost. You are the most unique, smartest, and most powerful person I have ever met. This is your deserved reward. What's inside will be very useful to you now. Zhang Zi quickly opened the box. The skill book system displayed all the information about card crafting. Holding this item, he was a little excited. This skill book is truly formidable for me. At this moment, Mark flew into the air preparing to leave the arena. All right, I should go now, Rakshasa, he didn't forget to add. One last reminder, if you encounter a woman named Jade in the dead zone next time, you must be careful. She's not as easygoing as I am. I look forward to seeing you again, Rakshasa. Zhang Zi frowned, realizing something. So it was just a remnant image. Is your true self not here? The system panel displayed a congratulatory message, and the dead zone residents cheered in unison. Little Rabbit Shanwai and Di Yang became heroes suddenly. Moonshadow ran from a distance. Rakshasa, he hugged her, gently comforting her. I knew you would win, Moonshadow couldn't help but happily recount. Actually, I was very scared, but I thought of you, and I told myself I had to defeat Mark. The people outside also crowded around. Brother Rakshasa, that's amazing, someone even shouted. Great God, Rakshasa, take me as your disciple. The atmosphere suddenly became silent again. Di Yang looked around and concluded that the dead zone boss had been eliminated and the dead zone was about to disappear. Moonshadow observed carefully and agreed with him. There are too many people here, it's still dangerous, so Zhang Zi suggested. Since everyone is here, let's all return to the demon domain, they replied in unison. Okay, nearby residents were still single-minded. Great God, Rakshasa, don't leave, sign an autograph before you go. A moment after returning to the altar, Moonshadow let out a long sigh. Finally back, Little Rabbit was a bit confused at this moment. You defeated Mark, so can you summon him? Zhang Zi shook his head, informing her of something. No, because that was just his remnant image, Meng Dai asked discontentedly. What, a remnant image? Then wasn't it a waste of effort for us to fight this dead zone? Shanwai also agreed. Yeah, a wasted trip, almost lost our lives. A huge loss. Zhang Zi took out the reward book and said, it wasn't for nothing Mark left me this card crafting skill. I can make cards for everyone in the future. Shanwai was shocked to hear this. What, card crafting? That skill sounds amazing. Just then, Meng Dai's eyes lit up and she began converting her items into corresponding cards. Then can we sell cards to make money? Shanwai, seeing this, crossed his arms and teased. Little princess, is money all you think about? Seeing this banter, Zhang Zi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Unfortunately, card crafting at level 1 can only create a ranked talent skill cards. Shanwai praised a few words, then changed the subject. As long as there's a reward, that's good. You did well. Let's rest today. I almost forgot. We still have to help decorate the auditorium. Di Yang looked at the situation and nodded. Yeah, tomorrow is the opening ceremony and we're still fighting now. Shanwai stammered. I didn't expect a dead zone to take so long, so let's go back and rest. We'll fight again tomorrow. Moonshadow is also logging out. You should rest early too. He waved his hand as a farewell. Me too. Back at Zhang Zi's villa, he sat on the bed carefully examining the new item. This card crafting is truly extraordinary. Zhang Zi held an ironclad tower card in his hand at this moment, and he roughly evaluated it. As long as I can turn items and summon creatures into cards, I won't have to worry about the monsters in the demon domain anymore. The time has come. It's time to attend the opening ceremony. Long time no see. I wonder how they are doing. A moment later in the assembly hall, the principal started the welcome speech on the podium. We warmly welcome all candidates who have passed this entrance examination. A student turned around and greeted, Brother-in-law, why are you so late? Something big has happened. Old Shang is in power. The girl next to him blinked curiously. What big news? Jen Long announced. Next, I announce the appointments of the department heads for the new semester. The new head of the martial arts department is Zhang Niping, and the new head of the academic affairs department is Shang Chuyu. Everyone applauded and welcomed them, and some people below discussed, what? Old Shang actually became the head of the academic affairs department. Xiao Wei also couldn't believe her ears. Yeah, that's not right, is it? There must be something fishy going on. Junyoung stood there muttering to himself. From now on, when I see Old Shang, should I call him a classmate or a department head? At this moment, Jen Long frowned and motioned for silence below. Everyone quiet down. Regarding Shang Chuyu's appointment as the head of the Academic Affairs Department, it was unanimously decided after discussion and investigation by the school. We conducted an assessment of him. He is knowledgeable, has a solid foundation, and is fully capable of holding the position of Academic Affairs Department head. Chao Wei's face showed an unwilling expression. This old Shang, Junyang smiled and stroked his chin. I'm afraid his ambition is not small. He'll probably join the National Security Bureau in the future. Suddenly a loud shout came from outside the door. Tang Chao Wei, Zhang Zi. The little girl suddenly turned around, puzzled. Who's calling me? The blonde girl was Song Xiaodong. Zhang Zi asked, somewhat confused. You are, Chao Wei also interjected. Do we know you? Song Xiaodong didn't mind and introduced herself again. I'm Song Xiaodong, don't you remember me? On your birthday you didn't even want to see me. Junyang crossed his arms and nodded. I think I vaguely remember. Xiaodong instantly livened up the atmosphere, telling them, don't think Class A is so great. You will all pay for your arrogance sooner or later. She also told their whole family to wait and see. Chao Wei gritted her teeth in anger but still tried to remain calm. I think I remember now. On her birthday she seemed to want to see me. This person is so strange. After a while, someone secretly thought. Next, the new student placement exam. Chao Wei waved goodbye to everyone. The placement exam has nothing to do with us. I'm leaving first. Junyang nodded in response. I'm going back too. I need to prepare to enter the Demon Domain early tonight. Alright, on Demon Domain floor 18, Shanwai saw Zhang Zi enter the game and excitedly shouted, Brother Rekshasa, everyone's here. After preparing the team, Zhang Zi encouraged, because of the dead zone our progress was delayed. Today everyone try to break through this floor. Shanwai agreed with a smile. Yeah, tonight let's try to break through quickly. As the leader, Zhang Zi carefully reminded, everyone stick close. This floor is a forest. It's easy to get lost. His teammates responded in unison. Okay, suddenly Chao Wei asked, brother-in-law, why don't we ride the Black Dragon? It would be easier to find the boss elf king that way. Zhang Zi explained while scouting, no, this floor is all forest. Even from the sky it's hard to see the ground and the target is too big, making it easy to be attacked. Di Yang, walking beside him, also thought, yeah, the forest here is too dense, it's not good for locking onto targets. The little girl impatiently pushed aside the clinging vines. Then how do we find this labyrinthine network? Suddenly Zhang Zi stopped. I've thought of a way. He placed his hand on the ground. Green light erupted. The imps flapped their wings and flew straight off. First, let these little demons scout the way. We'll follow behind. Chao Wei looked at them very surprised. Brother Rekshasa, when did you summon these little demons? I didn't even notice. Shanwai repeatedly praised Zhang Zi. Brother Rekshasa still has a way, he pointed at the imps, explaining in detail. I summoned them incidentally during the siege battle. They're perfect for scouting here. We just need to follow them. The team continued to delve deeper. Di Yang was already a bit tired. We've walked so long and haven't seen a single elf. Feels very strange. Moonshadow also became suspicious at this moment. It is a bit strange, and the little demons Rekshasa released haven't returned either. Zhang Zi quickly checked the system notification. The little demons had died. He immediately notified the entire team. The little demons are all dead. Everyone be careful. Shanwai frowned, guessing, could there be elves monitoring us? He didn't know, and directly cast a skill. It seems I need to summon a powerful character to lead the way for us. The Vampire Count appeared. The Vampire Count bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. It is my pleasure to serve you. Zhang Zi loudly ordered him. Vampire Count, such an eerie terrain is your specialty. Use your bats to lead us out of this forest. Instantly, the Vampire Count summoned his swarm of bats. After receiving their report, the Vampire Count hesitated. This scent is the scent of high elves so powerful. Master, I suggest leaving here. Having received the answer, Zhang Zi gave him another command. Your suggestion is invalid. We must defeat the Elf King to enter the next floor of the Demon Domain. This is the path we must take. The Vampire Count transformed into a red mist and flew away. As you command, Master, then I can only obey your orders. After walking for a while, the Vampire Count took on human form and said, the elf tribe is ahead, Master. Di Yang asked somewhat vigilantly, why does it look so primitive? What's wrong with those people? Below, a young man was desperately fleeing. That mage doesn't look weak. What happened? Someone tried to guess the reason. It seems he's been sealed. Chao Wei asked loudly. What? Sealed? Di Yang replied affirmatively. That's right, he's been sealed, unable to use his talent skills. Meng Dai's face twisted as she tried to see clearly. Do these elves really have such magic? The young man ran to Zhang Zi. Help! He immediately took control of the situation. He's calling for help, little princess, heal him, she replied crisply. Okay, suddenly an arrow hit the young man's back and then he was immediately kicked out of the game. What? Attacked a weak point. Meng Dai sighed before she could do anything. Too fast, no time to heal, Di Yang nearby added. And the damage is too terrifying. Just then a girl aimed her bow. Di Yang quickly raised his shield to block. Everyone be careful, watch out for that elf archer. Chao Wei behind the shield also added, these elves can aim for weak points, it's terrifying. Zhang Zi raised his hand and summoned a series of monsters. The sword master and the clown appeared, their sword skills like the wind. Screams filled the air. How did they get here? This place is too dangerous. The elf frowned, turned to look, then quickly chose to leave. After a while, Chao Wei dared to show herself. It seems the archer is gone. Shanwai tightly clenched his hands full of praise. Brother Rekshasa summoned them, scaring him away. Shanwai explored the path the elf archer had taken. Why does it feel like there are no elves left? They all ran away. Zhang Zi heard this and reminded, don't be careless, I feel they're hiding around us. Waiting for an opportunity to ambush, the sword master held his short sword and murmured, Sword as swift as wind, killing intent surrounds me. After walking for a while, a shrill cry for help was heard. Help! Meng Dai, hiding behind De Yong's shield, softly called out. Look, someone is calling for help ahead, I'll go help them. Shanwai rushed forward to cover. Finally saw some living elves, let me crush them. De Yong also ordered the Swordmaster behind him. Swordmaster, go support them too. The young man was overjoyed to see someone coming. Great, someone is coming to help us, De Yong quickly reminded. Struggled to hold on. The Swordmaster attacked the other elves from above. This time, let's see where you can run. Sword as swift as wind, fighting the elves on the ground. Moonshadow muttered through gritted teeth. Let's go help them. That elf is chasing a young man. I don't believe I can't kill you. Zhang Zi thrust his sword from the side. You don't need to help, I can take care of him alone, Zhang Zi commented from the side. This elf moves too fast and is also very strong, the young added from beside him. From his appearance, this adventurer's strength is also good. The young man retreated behind the elf, laughing loudly. HMPH, how about that? He moved decisively, swiftly finishing off the enemy. After eliminating the elf, the system also introduced him as Blade of Indifference. Zhang Zi walked over from a distance, praising softly. Not bad, your technique is very good, Blade of Indifference. Holding a piece of loot asked, are you planning to fight the Elf King? Can I join? I don't need loot. Facing this offer, Zhang Zi surprisingly agreed. Meeting is fate, we welcome your joining, but there's one thing I want to ask. Why don't you need loot but still want to fight the Elf King? At the mention of this, Blade of Indifference's expression darkened, and he then frowned, looking into the distance. Because my girlfriend died at the hands of the Elf King. Meng Dai took the opportunity to gossip with Little Rabbit. I want revenge. No wonder his name is Blade of Indifference, while the little girl was very moved. So he's like me, having lost family in the demon domain. It was then that Shanwai spoke up to welcome him. Alright, welcome to the team, thank you. Zhang Zi then sent a team invitation. Suddenly a piercing sound came from the sky and someone shouted loudly. Careful! A sharp javelin shot towards them at extreme speed and Blade of Indifference immediately leapt to dodge it. Zhang Zi signaled the entire team to prepare for battle. The white-haired man had already appeared. Everyone be careful. Someone noticed this. What? An elf squad has appeared. De Yong looked at Zhang Zi and suggested, I'll handle the elf mages behind us. Meng Dai stood nearby, commenting on the formation. Having an assassin is indeed convenient. We can ambush the enemy's rear. At this moment, only Zhang Zi keenly noticed, careful, I have a feeling those 3 elf mages are not to be trifled with. The elf mage quickly began to chant a spell. From the forest, several tentacle-like vines were summoned. Zhang Zi realized the immediate danger. This is bad, Blade of Indifference. Quickly come back. No sooner had he spoken than those vines shot up rigidly. They wrapped around Blade of Indifference's limbs like creepers. The elf swordsman took the opportunity to try and take his head. Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow to rescue him, and the arrow successfully used gravity suppression to separate her. Shanwai and Moonshadow on the other side also launched their attacks. Take this, he cursed as he fought. Damn it, their defense is too high. Zhang Zi didn't hesitate for too long, immediately summoning the clown and the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster's voice was the loudest, protecting everyone. On the other side, Blade of Indifference had also been rescued. I didn't expect him to be able to summon so many bosses to fight. Could he be Rakshasa? Zhang Zi drew his bow, pointing at the leader of the opposing elf squad, who was an ordinary elf captain. It seemed to be their captain. To catch brigands, first catch their ringleader. Because of this, Blade of Indifference suggested, let me lend a hand. The arrow hit the elf captain. He struggled to resist but was ambushed and stabbed by Blade of Indifference. See if you're not dead now. With a fatal blow, the elf captain was eliminated. Zhang Zi shouted loudly. The captain has been defeated. No one is commanding them now. Charge. The Swordmaster gritted his teeth and launched the first attack. Sword as swift as wind, Shanwai was the second to speak, shouting, watch me crush you elves. He swung his staff, charging toward the elves before him, while on De Yong's side the elf swordsman randomly slashed at the massive shield. The Swordmaster and the Vampire Count charged forward, dispatching enemies one after another. The female elves endured all 10 attacks, and the battle was extremely fierce, with only screams and smoke remaining. After a fierce battle, Moonshadow spoke, alright, they're all down. It was only then that Zhang Zi confirmed, now it's time to get down to business. Of course, Zhang Zi always used this opportunity to summon the eliminated elves. Even now, Blade of Indifference was still in shock. You must be the famous great god Rakshasa from the forums, right? He had to introduce himself. I am Rakshasa, but I'm no great god. At this moment, Blade of Indifference suddenly made a request. Rakshasa, can you do me a favor? Zhang Zi asked back, somewhat curiously. What is it? He got straight to the point. As long as you help me kill someone, I'll agree to any condition. However, he couldn't accept this request. We are not assassins, nor do we indiscriminately kill the innocent. Furthermore, I don't know you, nor do I know who you want to kill. He lowered his head and clearly stated his identity. That person is known as Nine Tattooed Dragon in the demon domain. My girlfriend Away was killed by him. At the time I was seriously ill and bedridden. Away, to earn money for my surgery, followed Nine Tattooed Dragon to demon domain floor 18 to fight the boss. Recalling those past events, Blade of Indifference couldn't help but shed tears. I never expected that to be our final farewell, simply because of his command error. Away and 3 other members all died at the hands of the Elf King. Zhang Zi stood before Blade of Indifference with his arms crossed. If it was just a command error, that's just an accident. You can't kill someone for that. he firmly asserted. No, it wasn't an accident. After Away died, that scoundrel actually took her sulfur monosulfide rank weapon and sold it on the trading market. That's when I found out he deliberately set up others using the Elf King to kill people, then snatching their items to sell. Hearing this, Zhang Zi seemed somewhat moved. I never expected such things to happen even on floor 18, Blade of Indifference said very earnestly. Rakshasa, you and your team are very strong. I hope to borrow your strength to eliminate this group of people. Looking at these new friends, Blade of Indifference threw out a question. Don't you believe me? Only silence answered him. Blade of Indifference became even more agitated. All right, if you don't want to help, I won't force you. Bye. The system prompted that he had left the team. Watching Blade of Indifference's retreating back, De Yong frowned unhappily. This guy has a terrible temper. Zhang Zi, as the captain, remained calm. We know nothing about Nine-Tattooed Dragon and his team. I can't put everyone in danger, so I didn't readily agree. For now, let's find the boss first. Moonshadow also added after listening. Rakshasa is right. Let's observe the situation before deciding. At this moment, Zhang Zi beckoned the entire team to set off. They walked lightly, arriving at a cliff where they discovered there are people ahead. Below was an arena where elves and players were fighting. The serious-faced man was enjoying the spectacle. Look, it's the Elf King. While they were fighting, a loud shout came from behind. Lattercomers queue up, first come, first served, understood? Zhang Zi stepped forward to confront them. You fight your fight, we'll fight ours, Shanwei also affirmed. That's right, the Elf King isn't exclusively yours. The bald man immediately fled. That person is Rakshasa. I didn't expect Rakshasa to appear on this floor. De Yang was quite pleased to see him recognize Zhang Zi. That bald guy ran away as soon as he saw Rakshasa. Is he afraid of Rakshasa? He snorted coldly upon hearing this. I'm not a murderer. What's he afraid of? The bald man hurriedly ran to his team. Boss, something's happened. The young man with 3 cans of hairspray, Nine-Tattooed Dragon, spoke impatiently. What's all the fuss about? What happened? The bald man took a deep breath and explained. Brother, guess who I just saw? It's the famous Rakshasa who can summon bosses, a punk with a mohawk affirmed. He's certainly a big fish. He must have a lot of valuable treasures on him. We absolutely can't miss out. Nine-Tattooed Dragon caressed his sword hilt, muttering. Rakshasa, I heard he's proficient in summoning, not an easy opponent to deal with. Another subordinate excitedly said. No pain, no gain. As long as we kill Rakshasa, the treasures we get will be enough for us to live comfortably for a year, but he also has teammates, so it doesn't seem easy to make a move. Nine-Tattooed Dragon played with his dagger. Are they planning to move on the Elf King? The bald man confirmed. Yes, they were just about to. But I stopped them. Nine-Tattooed Dragon was overjoyed to hear this. Good, go tell those people we tricked into coming here that we're not fighting the Elf King today, and tell them all to scram, he asked the leader, somewhat confused. Why are we giving up just like that? Nine-Tattooed Dragon rubbed his wrist, a sinister smile on his face. Aren't you trying to deal with Rakshasa? Those small fry aren't worth our time. The bald man was ecstatic. Good, Nine-Tattooed Dragon gripped his sword hilt tightly. I have a plan. First, let Rakshasa and his team experience how terrifying the Elf King is when he's enraged. How terrifying he is. Not far away, Zhang Zi pointed and gestured. Has everyone noticed there are many huge crystals around here? Shanwei looked along with him and agreed. I saw them too, but they don't look special from the outside. Maybe only the Elf King can control them. Moonshadow saw a group of people appear and shouted, Look, someone is attacking a crystal. Among the crowd, a person with a sword slashed fiercely at the large crystal, and immediately, elves appeared, rushing over with weapons. Zhang Zi was very surprised. So crystals can summon elves. Just then, the female mage leading the group urged, Hurry, 2 more have appeared, quickly eliminate them. Who dares to touch the crystals again? I'll kick them out. She had pinkish-purple hair and a very resounding name. Yi Lian Wufei. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lian waved her staff, eliminating the group of elves. A team member asked in confusion, Captain, why aren't Nine-Tattooed Dragon and his gang helping us fight monsters? We already paid him 1 million. She raised an eyebrow and explained. That 1 million was just for fighting the Elf King. Those small monsters are not within their contract. The subordinate stopped asking. All right, Yi Lian's team walked to another crystal. Brother Baldy, just in time. All the small monsters have been cleared. We can fight the Elf King now, the bald man hurriedly advised. Today's plan is cancelled. The boss said today is inauspicious. Let's pick another day. Yi Lian couldn't help but feel angry. What, you can't do this, we've already paid, the bald man hurriedly explained. It's only 1 million. The money will be refunded. You all should leave here quickly, she declared loudly. Or did another team offer you a higher price? The bald man didn't want to explain, turned around and gritted his teeth, saying, This has nothing to do with you, just leave. Yi Lian could no longer restrain herself. You're being so dishonest, I'm going to expose you on the forum. You shameless scammers. The bald man was also impolite, directly cursing. Whether you leave or not is up to you, but today we definitely won't help you fight the Elf King. After hearing this conversation, Huafei's team members asked in confusion. Captain, what should we do now? She slammed her staff on the ground in anger. I don't believe we can't fight the Elf King ourselves. Zhang Zi's team was currently tallying summon numbers, already having 10 elf guards. Upon discovering an anomaly, Chao Wei pointed and said, Brother-in-law, look quickly. That team has already started attacking the Elf King. Yi Lian's team had already launched fire attacks, and Shanwei, seeing the situation, gripped his weapon. One step too late, they've taken the initiative. Zhang Zi, arms crossed, calmly reminded, haste makes waste. Let's first see how the Elf King attacks. The real show is yet to come. The bald man had just returned to Nine Tattooed Dragon's team. Boss, that bitch Yi Lian Wufei refuses to leave and is now leading her people to fight the Elf King herself. Nine Tattooed Dragon sat next to a bound small elf, overestimating themselves. If they want to die, let them die. He waved his hand, ordering his subordinates. Ghost Hand, this little elf is up to you. Everyone else follow the plan. Let's go watch these fools die. It seems that 1 million reward won't need to be refunded. On the battlefield, Yi Lian cast magic while shouting, quickly dodge the attack. She launched an area of effect attack and also gave orders. Mages, freeze that spear-wielding elf. Shield warriors, protect the mages. Absolutely don't let the enemy break through. Archers, aim for the mages behind the shield elves. Melee team, don't just stand around outside, charge in. We have more people, no need to be afraid. The Elf King, sitting on his throne, waved his hand and ordered, pitiful low-level creatures coming here is merely seeking death. From all directions, elves flew out like ants. Hearing these mocking words, Yi Lian was enraged. Bastard, how dare you underestimate us? It seems we have to get serious. A descriptive panel popped up and the system reinforced their strength. The entire team was covered by auxiliary magic. Attributes have increased. Everyone charged according to the command, first eliminating the shield elves. Yi Lian commanded the nearby team to launch ranged attacks, dealing with the mages in the back. Multiple rounds of fierce attacks swiftly swept through those elves. Little Rabbit stood outside the battlefield, self-assessing. That female mage just took out a yellow scroll. It looks very strong. Their team suddenly broke through the elf's defense. Maybe they can really defeat the Elf King. Zhang Zi tightly gripped his bow, full of doubt. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps the Elf King will personally enter the battle. Yi Lian, seeing the favorable situation, encouraged the team. Everyone, keep it up. As long as we can defeat this boss. After logging off, I'll treat the whole team to a grand meal. Bolts of lightning erupted, and the Elf King, enraged, walked over with his sword. A group of arrogant, low-level creatures. Feel the fear of death. The atmosphere grew tense, and in the distance, Nine Tattooed Dragon's team. Finally, the Elf King has been drawn out. I bet they'll all be corpses in less than a minute. The Elf King leapt to the ground, and Yi Lian raised her staff to soothe. Don't be afraid. With so many of us, we can definitely defeat it. He held his long sword and slowly advanced. Despicable creatures invading my territory is a path to self-destruction. A young man led the team, raising shields and giving orders. The shield warriors charged forward, blocking its attack. A volley of fierce fireballs flew towards the Elf King. The ranged team concentrated their fire. Don't hold back. The Elf King's eyes widened, roaring, get lost, you despicable creatures. He stomped his foot violently, sending the nearby crowd flying. Whoosh, a figure flashed, and the Elf King disappeared. Yi Lian asked in surprise, what's going on? Where did the Elf King go? The teammate next to her was terrified. The Elf King seemed to have vanished. In the rear, the Elf King suddenly appeared, slashing and slaughtering. Despicable creatures, die. At this moment, Nine Tattooed Dragon's team still hadn't made a move. The Elf King's attacks were too terrifying. Even normal attacks were this strong. Yi Lian and her teammates looked back in horror. How did the Elf King do that? Careful, everyone, quickly counterattack. Even an assassin can't continuously use stealth skills. The Elf King swung his sword, unleashing a windblade forward without hesitation. Yi Lian summoned a fire dragon to meet it. With a slight lift of his hand, the fire dragon was frozen, seeing her trump card neutralized. Yi Lian was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Not far from Zhang Zi's team, De Yong observed, dripping with sweat. Too terrifying. That female mage seems hopeless. Should we save her? Zhang Zi shook his head and sighed. It's too late. We can't save her. On the battlefield, the Elf King rushed towards Yi Lian. Despicable creature, do you feel fear? The sword tip, glowing green, pointed towards her. Yi Lian thought, am I going to die? The Elf King mercilessly swung his sword and cut her down. After the battle, Yi Lian's entire team was wiped out. How tragic. The bald man counted the time as soon as it ended. 1 minute 41 seconds. The Elf King set another record. Nine Tattooed Dragon sat nearby, smiling smugly. Time to pick up the loot again. This is my favorite part. His subordinate hastily advised. Wait, let's pick it up after the Elf King deals with Rakshasa's group. With the matter concluded, the Elf King retracted his long sword and slowly returned to his throne on Zhang Zi's team's side. De Yong reminded everyone. Look closely. These are the crystals. Zhang Zi concentrated on observing a nearby crystal, confirming that's right. The Elf King can use these crystals to teleport to any corner. We must be careful of these crystals later. Shanwei frowned upon hearing this. Damn it, too troublesome. We can't destroy the crystals. Elves appear every time we attack them. Zhang Zi accidentally noticed a look of surprise on Moonshadow's face. What was Moonshadow looking at? After some observation, she suddenly realized, Rakshasa, don't you think the Elf King's fighting style is very similar to? A flash of light passed, and De Yong, standing nearby, interjected in confusion. A flash of light? Didn't he die already? Recalling these words, Zhang Zi seemed to have discovered something now that you mention it. I also think it's very similar. I've suddenly thought of a way to defeat it. De Yong raised his shield, his voice firm. While the guards haven't resurrected, is everyone ready? The entire team moved in unison towards the Elf King. Ready. It's been a while since I felt this exciting. He sat on his throne, his brows tightly furrowed. Ignorant, despicable creatures coming to die again. Zhang Zi stood in the middle, arranging the team. Listen to my command. Big Brother Jushin and Dragon King, attack head-on. Be careful not to take risks and be ready to retreat at any moment, little princess. Pay attention to healing. Meng Dai acknowledged the order, nodding immediately. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. Dai, however, the Elf King was not to be underestimated. Seeing a dark shadow flash, Moonshadow vigilantly warned, "Everyone be careful, the Elf King has disappeared again." With a gust of wind, the Elf King suddenly appeared behind Zhang Zi. "You brought these despicable creatures, I'll cut you down first." The blade stabbed down, but he quickly turned to dodge. "I didn't expect you to dodge." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zi waved his hand in counterattack. "Elf King, I already know how to defeat you." At this moment, Zhang Zi and the Elf King had separated. Despicable low-level creature. "What kind of magic circle is this?" Zhang Zi frowned and activated the system. "You're fast, so I'll make you slow." The Elf King brandished his sword and mocked, "Do you think a barrier can trap me?" He disappeared into the sword energy. "I'll kill your companions first, then deal with you." This arrogant fellow. Zhang Zi suddenly realized something. This is bad. They are in danger. The Elf King rushed towards Moonshadow like lightning. "Moonshadow, watch out." Chao Wei did not hesitate, quickly casting her gravity suppression skill. The sword in the Elf King's hand stopped. Moonshadow's face was pale. His entire body emitted a red glow. "Despicable mortal, don't think you can trap me." Realizing the situation was grim, Zhang Zi summoned his summoned beasts. "Moonshadow, quickly retreat. Our skills can't trap it." In this cramped space, he couldn't summon Titans or the Dragon King. He could only overwhelm it with numbers. Seeing the elf attacking him, the Elf King was furious. "Bastard, how dare you use my kin against me?" He brandished his long sword, sweeping everyone aside. "I will kill all of you." Shouts of battle rang out as the summoned elves continued to rush forward to surround it. Appearing behind the Elf King, the Sword Master brandished his twin swords, sword as swift as wind. "I'll take your life." He gathered power and a green light emanated. As if sensing a problem, the Sword Master shouted, "This is bad, be careful." At this moment he had already struck him with a sword. Die. Just like that, the Sword Master was eliminated. Zhang Zi was stunned to see his summoned beast destroyed. Sword Master. Moonshadow next to him was equally surprised. "Teacher." Zhang Zi's team was terrified. This boss's damage was too high. Di Yong hastily raised his shield to block. It was definitely a fatal blow. Seeing this, Zhang Zi immediately ordered, "Vampire clown, go all out for me." 9 tattooed dragons gang in the distance were still watching. "This Rakshasa certainly has some skill, but unfortunately he's going to die here today too." The bald man next to him immediately reminded, "Boss, although the Elf King is strong, killing Rakshasa isn't easy. He can at most still escape." These words seemed to sting 9 tattooed dragons' pride. "Escape? Once the Elf King enters his berserk state, no one will be able to escape." He glanced at the small elf. "The time has come. It's time for them, father and daughter, to meet." Back on the battlefield, the clown fought while reminding, "Master, there are too many small monsters here. I can't use my ultimate skill." The vampire count hastily rushed forward to block the path. "Master, let me hold them off for a moment. Everyone, be careful." As he made his move, a red demonic energy wrapped around him. The Elf King paid no mind, directly swinging his sword to cut it down. "Filthy creature." He pointed the sword tip forward, unleashing a chain of lightning. The two energies clashed violently. Seizing the opportunity, the vampire count appeared behind him. "Die, Elf King." He lightly kissed the Elf King's neck. He was startled, struggling to break free. "Damn it." Zhang Zi, seeing this, immediately praised, "Well done, vampire." This seemed like a stimulant, reinvigorating him. "The Elf King's blood is indeed delicious. With my blood sucked, you are now under my blood curse." Blood explosions erupted in waves. His body seemed about to explode. Exhausted, the Elf King hastily landed to support himself. He said bitterly, "Adventurer, I admit you are very strong. I also sense the aura of the Creator God from you. I've decided to spare you and let you enter the next floor." Moonshadow seemed to doubt these words. "Can I trust you?" Zhang Zi, standing by, was also half convinced. "Really, is he truly letting us go to the next floor?" Meng Dai next to them said to everyone, "Look at his expression. He doesn't seem to be lying." To prove his words, the Elf King directly opened a spatial gate. "Really? The teleportation gate to the next floor has appeared. Although it's hard to believe, it's good that we can pass." Suddenly someone walked forward. It was 9 tattooed dragons' team. "No, Elf King, you can't let them go." A sword blade rested against his neck. The little elf exclaimed, "Daddy, help!" Moonshadow and her teammates were stunned. 9 tattooed dragons saw the threat before him. Shanwai was suddenly startled. He was holding an elven little girl hostage. Zhang Zi was equally surprised. "What's going on?" The little girl called the Elf King Daddy. Moonshadow was furious to see his actions. "You bastards, holding a child hostage, are you even human?" Because the little elf was tied up, she was very scared. "Daddy, save me!" The Elf King hastily shouted. "Aisha, how could you be captured by humans, you despicable humans? Quickly release Aisha." The sword tip pressed against the little elf's neck. 9 tattooed dragons smiled sinisterly. "Rakshasa, your strength is indeed formidable, but sometimes fighting a boss also requires brains. Elf King, I now command you, kill all of them or I will kill your daughter." No choice. The Elf King pointed his sword at Zhang Zi's team. "I'm sorry everyone, for my daughter Sake you must die." He frowned, seeing the situation change. It seems 9 tattooed dragon used a system loophole to get past this stage. Di Yong was at a loss. "Brother Rakshasa, what do we do now?" His teammates next to him pondered. "The only way is to save Aisha. Then the Elf King will stop." "I'll tie up the Elf King with Big Brother Jushin." The Elf King charged forward with his sword without hesitation. Danger was imminent. Zhang Zi hastily urged, "Moonshadow, you all look for an opportunity to save that little girl." On the other side, she hesitated. "We dare not act rashly." Nine-tattooed dragon could hurt the little girl at any moment. Meng Dai, standing nearby, also hesitated what to do. While caught off guard, a dark shadow descended from the sky. Immediately after, a handful of sand flew at Nine-tattooed dragon's face, hit in the eyes by the sand. He rubbed his eyes in discomfort. Who dares to sneak attack me? Blade of Indifference quickly picked up Aisha and rushed out with a whoosh. Run! Seeing Aisha saved, Zhang Zi shouted, "It's Blade of Indifference, everyone quickly go save her." Hearing this, Moonshadow turned her head. "Alright." Moonshadow and Shanwei charged to attack Nine-tattooed dragon's subordinate. "You bastards!" Nine-tattooed dragon roared in exasperation. "Blade of Indifference, you've ruined my plans again." His subordinate Ghost Hand immediately took cruel action. "Want to save someone? Fine, you'll only take back a corpse." In the distance, Aisha suddenly knelt to the ground in pain. "Daddy, Aisha's tummy hurts so much." The Elf King hastily ran over to hug his daughter. "Aisha, what's wrong?" Right next to them, Di Yang was at a loss. "Is she poisoned?" Meng Dai's mouth hung open in surprise. "These people are truly despicable, daring to poison a child. Damn it, my purification spell is useless." Nine-tattooed dragon suddenly burst out laughing triumphantly. "Don't waste your effort, she's already infected with Ghost Hand's GU poison. No purification spell is effective, you can only watch her die." Due to the intense pain, Aisha weakly said, "Daddy, I hurt so much." The Elf King hastily pleaded, "Who will save my daughter? If you can save her, I will do anything." Zhang Zi walked closer to the father and daughter. "I can save her." The Elf King was suddenly somewhat doubtful. "Can you really save my daughter?" he affirmed without hesitation. "That's right, put her down first." The Elf King hastily complied. "Okay, I trust you." Meng Dai seemed about to ask something. "Rakshasa, you?" Zhang Zi's tone was decisive. "It's nothing. I have a way." He pulled out a dagger and plunged it directly into Aisha. Nine-tattooed dragon sneered, mocking, "How ridiculous. If you kill the GU worm in her stomach, she will also die." Zhang Zi's eyes widened, fully focused. He aimed and stabbed. Black venom flowed out. Aisha's eyes widened and her body gradually dissipated. The Elf King's pupils constricted in surprise. "Aisha," his eyes were bloodshot. "You killed my daughter." Di Yang hesitated. Rakshasa, Chao Wei next to him, was terrified. "Didn't you say you'd save her? Why did you kill her?" As if foreseeing what would happen, Di Yang shook his head and admitted, "Aisha was infected with GU poison. Perhaps this is the best release for her." Nine-tattooed dragon's gang, the bald man was terrified. "Holy cow, Rakshasa is too ruthless. He can even kill such a small child." Another person next to him also said, "You're funny. When it comes to ruthlessness, how can he compare to us?" Ghost Hand sat on the ground laughing. "The little girl is dead. Just wait for the Elf King to go berserk." At this moment, the Elf King's state had already changed. "You killed my daughter, I'll make you pay." He raised his long sword high, roaring through gritted teeth. "Kill!" The berserk killing intent pushed Zhang Zi and his teammates away. "This is bad, the Elf King has gone berserk." Moonshadow struggled to hold on, asking, "What do we do now?" In a burst of rage, the Elf King sent everyone flying. "I will kill all of you." Zhang Zi looked for an opportunity to summon, "Elf King, look who that is." Because of this, he turned his head and looked back. The Elf King's eyes widened in surprise. It was Aisha, as if she had never been injured. Aisha appeared in the circle of light. "Daddy, it's me, your daughter." The Elf King joyfully embraced his precious daughter. Aisha said, "It's good that you're safe." Unsure of what had happened, Moonshadow exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Has Aisha been resurrected?" Realizing the situation, Chao Wei quickly told everyone, "Did everyone forget? Brother Rakshasa has summoning magic." Shanwei heard this and said happily, "I see, since he couldn't save Aisha's life, Rakshasa chose another way to save her." No longer surprised, Moonshadow affirmed, "I said it long ago, Big Brother would never kill the innocent." The Elf King looked at Zhang Zi, gently stroking his daughter's head. "Thank you for saving my daughter." He waved his hand as if it was nothing. "The situation was urgent at the time, that's why I came up with this method." Seeing all this, Nine-tattooed dragon's gang was stunned. "Oh my god, can Rakshasa really resurrect the dead? I remember he only had summoning magic. How did it turn into resurrection magic?" A few of the henchmen said to Nine-tattooed dragon in horror. "Boss, what do we do now? Rakshasa has already resurrected Aisha. So the Elf King can't kill anymore." Nine-tattooed dragon seemed very angry. "Damn it, Rakshasa ruined my plan, now the plan is busted, let's retreat." Blade of Indifference, realizing Nine-tattooed dragon was leaving, decided to act. "Damn it, Nine-tattooed dragon," and those Elf Kings noticed it too. "That despicable villain still wants to escape." He charged forward with killing intent. Zhang Zi smiled. The show was about to begin. Nine-tattooed dragon's gang was stopped, panicking as they explained it was just a misunderstanding. The Elf King coldly announced, "None of you are leaving today." The entire team was controlled, unable to move. Nine-tattooed dragon recognized the spell in horror. It was the Elf King's confinement spell. A henchman next to him pleaded, "Don't kill me, he made me do it." The Elf King swung his sword forward, overcome with fear. Nine-tattooed dragon trembled and begged for mercy. "Just spare my life, I'll do whatever you say." The Elf King was unwavering, his hatred deep. "You must die." Just as he was about to strike, Zhang Zi rushed over to stop him. "Please hold your sword." Unwilling to let Nine-tattooed dragon go, the Elf King said decisively, "This person is extremely evil, I absolutely cannot let him go." Zhang Zi quickly explained the situation. "You misunderstand, my friend wants revenge on Nine-tattooed dragon. Please hand this sinner over to him." After hearing this, he readily agreed. "All right." Zhang Zi gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Blade of Indifference, go get your revenge, we'll pretend we didn't see anything." He walked up to Nine-tattooed dragon. "Today I will avenge Ah Wei." Nine-tattooed dragon was so frightened he knelt on the ground. "Big brother, you're mistaken. I've never hurt anyone." Blade of Indifference didn't want to hear anymore. and swiftly brought down his blade slice after slice. I will drain your blood one cut at a time so you can slowly feel death. He was consumed by rage, slashing continuously without mercy. Pay for those you've killed. After Blade of Indifference vented for a while, Nine-Tattooed Dragon lay motionless. Awe have finally avenged you. Seeing that things had settled, Zhang Zi reminded everyone, time is short, we should head to the next floor. Having successfully taken revenge, Blade of Indifference said gratefully. Thank you, Brother Rakshasa, for helping me get my revenge. Hearing this, Zhang Zi turned his head and responded, You're welcome. Anyone has the right to eliminate such scum. I didn't agree before because I didn't know Nine-Tattooed Dragon, and he even knelt down to show you his sincerity. You're a master, money shouldn't be a big deal to you. I have nothing to repay you with. Zhang Zi shook his head and refused. This life from now on is yours to command. Keep this life for yourself. If you're willing, join our team. We happen to need an assassin. Blade of Indifference stood up happily. Of course, it's my honor. Seeing Blade of Indifference join the team, Little Rabbit was overjoyed. Fantastic, we have another teammate. With an extra assassin, our strength has increased significantly. Aisha knew she had to leave and ran to her father. Daddy, I have to go too. She hugged him, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't leave my master. Daddy must take good care of himself in the future. The Elf King choked up as he hugged his precious daughter. Aisha saw the father and daughter's reluctance to part. Zhang Zi then consoled him. Elf King, although Aisha has to leave, I promise to bring her back to visit you often. The Elf King smiled upon hearing this. Thank you, young hero. I entrust my daughter to your care from now on. With that, he snapped his fingers as a signal. Subordinates, bring out the boxes. These are gifts for you and your friends. Please accept them. Seeing boxes of jewels, Zhang Zi stammered, This seems a bit. Sun observed the many precious items inside, and Little Rabbit exclaimed, So much equipment. Meng Dai also praised repeatedly from the side. An S-rank staff, I can finally replace my A-rank staff. The Elf King walked forward and handed the gifts to Zhang Zi. Skill books, these are too precious, he explained unhurriedly. You misunderstand, these 2 skill books are for my daughter. Aisha will be the Elf Queen in the future. These are special skills of the Elf Royal family. When Aisha grows up, hand them over to her to learn. Hearing this, Zhang Zi agreed. Okay, he glanced at the 2 skill books and Zhang Zi was shocked. These are S-rank skills. S-rank, 2 corresponding skill panels appeared in sequence. Royal Swordsmanship SSS, Magic Mastery SSS. Zhang Zi gently stroked little Aisha's head. Aisha's strength will be incredible in the future. Moonshadow smiled and agreed with the little girl. Starting with 2 SSS rank skill books that she can learn when she grows up, her starting point is higher than all of ours. The gap is too huge. Everyone walked towards the spatial gate. Moonshadow reminded, Brother Rakshasa, time's up, we should go. Aisha stood next to Zhang Zi, waving goodbye to her father. Take care, Daddy. The Elf King smiled as he bid farewell to his daughter. Go, Aisha, and remember to visit often. Aisha happily walked towards her master. The group walked towards the spatial gate one by one. After a while they returned to the real world. What met their eyes were hundreds of dazzling neon lights. The teleportation gate was located at a bustling crossroads, astonishing everyone. Little Rabbit couldn't help but exclaim, What is this thing? It looks like a machine, but not entirely a machine. Meng Dai shared the same feeling as her teammates, and this doesn't look like an altar either. Why are there robots everywhere? Is it safe? Zhang Zi remained silent for a long time before finally offering a guess. It seems this floor is a cyberpunk world and the rules are different from before. De Yang took the opportunity to share his thoughts. That's right, according to the Demon Domain Guide and the information we've gathered, you can't kill indiscriminately on this floor. Otherwise it will be very difficult to pass later. Because murderers will be wanted by the police and then they won't be able to move an inch on this floor. Shanwai's eyes widened, exclaiming, What, no killing monsters? Then how do we pass? Moonshadow pointed not far away. That's right, there are shops all around and there's a store that specializes in selling simulators over there. Meng Dai curiously asked, What's a simulator? Seeing the situation at a standstill, everyone collectively decided to disband and discuss countermeasures. It seems there's a lot to explore on this floor, but it's late today. Let's explore again tomorrow. That's right, we have school tomorrow. Alright then, let's rest first. Everyone's figures quickly disappeared from the demon domain. Moonshadow waved goodbye to the person beside her. Shasa, you should also get some rest early. Zhang Zi lingered, explaining that he wanted to try making some cards before logging out, and she immediately compromised. Okay, I'll wait for you. Moonshadow looked at the screen, hesitatingly calculating. Only 4 physical cards. I'll have to ask Sister Shao Qin for a few more later. Zhang Zi quickly agreed. The elves have good attributes. Armor, mage, gunner and archer. One of each. That's exactly 4 cards. She looked at the object in his hand, calling out happily, Done. Zhang Zi squinted and smiled, affirming done. He then continued to share his plan. To hire 4 free bodyguards for our sister and daughter. Back in the classroom, Junyoung stomped his foot in anger. You guys have already reached Demon Domain floor 19. Oh my god, I'm only on floor 16. How are you making progress so fast? Ruodong humbly replied. Zhang Zi is the one who leads us through easily. Chao Wei frowned, retorting, It's like we didn't do anything. Junyoung immediately ran to the boss to latch on. Old John, when are you taking me with you? I'm already 3 floors behind in the Demon Domain. Zhang Zi readily agreed. Alright, but it might take us a few more days to reach floor 19. By the way, Junyoung, what's your talent? He held his head and sighed. Trash, a rank skill hunting trap can only bind targets for 3 seconds. He stroked his chin, quickly calculating. It's a control skill, not bad. It can play a big role at critical moments. Chao Wei couldn't help but roll her eyes, sarcastically saying, "Brother-in-law, you're really good at comforting people." Just then, the door was pushed open again, interrupting their conversation. Moon Shadow walked in happily, holding a stack of documents, and greeted them. Zhongzi, Chao Wei, great, you're all here. He immediately stood up, asking in confusion, "Moonshadow, why are you here?" Chao Wei quickly explained for her. "Brother-in-law, my sister is now the student council president. She's definitely going to make some big changes," Moonshadow shyly scolded her cousin. Chao Wei, stop talking so much, look at this. Zhongzi and the group gathered around, looking at it in surprise, discussing animatedly. Freshman welcome party, first-year students challenge second-year students. What the hell? Resist oppression, fight bullying, eradicate unhealthy trends, promote righteousness. Chao Wei yelled angrily. What do these freshmen want? We haven't even bullied them, yet they're slandering us and even want to challenge us. Moonshadow unhappily reminded. These flyers have been distributed everywhere. The whole school knows about it. Zhongzi went along with it. Since that's the case, even if we wanted to refuse, we couldn't, so let's play with them. Junyang also gritted his teeth and echoed. That's right, let them know what it means to respect their seniors. Chao Wei clenched her fists, vowing to teach them a good lesson. Meanwhile, outside the campus, the hot news was also causing a stir. Did you hear? First-year students are challenging second-year students. This is unprecedented. Ice cream, soda, watermelon, cheap. Betting is open. Class A5 versus Class A52. Those who want to make money, hurry up and place your bets. Front row seats are cheap, excellent spots for photos and videos. Holy cow, you guys even went this far? That's awesome. Everyone, driven by curiosity, flocked towards the gymnasium. Xiaodong wrapped her arms around herself and asked the person beside her, Xiao Yuan, "Where's Jingliang?" Xiao Yuan hesitated to report. Jingliang said he had an emergency and left. She held back her anger and announced, "It's all right, we have 6 people. They only have 5, we still have the advantage." Just then, Zhongzi and a group of people walked over, interrupting her. "We're here." A group of people stood there. Xiaodong asked loudly, "Xiao Yuan, where's Jingliang?" Xiao Yuan stood beside her and replied, "Jingliang said he had an emergency and left." Hearing this, Xiaodong confidently said, "It's all right, we have 6 people. They only have 5. We still have a numerical advantage." At the entrance of the venue, Zhongzi led his team into the hall. "We're here," the people in the stands discussed animatedly. Class A52 really came. 6 versus 4, there's still a chance to win as long as the first-year students don't make stupid mistakes. I think it's fine. Another person next to him asked in surprise. "Is that Shang Chuyu here too? Is he here to represent the school and stop this duel?" The person next to him asked curiously. "Doesn't look like it. He should be here to participate in the duel too," another person affirmed. "This guy is smart, but his combat power probably isn't that great. What's the point of him being here?" Below the stands, the 2 teams stood face to face as soon as they arrived. Chuyu gently pushed up his glasses. "Even this level dares to challenge us. It seems we've been too low-key, making others think we're easy targets." Zhongzi didn't forget to remind, "Old Shang, leave the fighting to us, just protect yourself." Chuyu calmly stroked his chin. "Don't worry, they can't touch me." He scanned the opponent's lineup, secretly evaluating. A tall, burly guy likes boxing. His punches are fast and powerful, but his weakness is an unstable lower body. And that green-clad man wearing glasses, he has an iron slingshot but no bullets. He can use something similar to psychic power to condense into a ball and launch it. To deal with him, just don't give him time to concentrate his psychic power. His gaze fell on the little girl next to Xiaotong. Finally, Xiao Yuan Qinxun, no data, but I see her holding a Japanese flute. That might be her specialty weapon. Everyone pay attention. After the analysis, he turned and walked to a safe place. "All right, I can only help you this far." Seeing Chuyu leave just like that, Chao Wei next to him complained about Shang Chuyu. "I had a bit of a good impression of this guy just now it's all gone." Zhongzi frowned and sighed. "I'm not surprised at all. This is very consistent with old Shang's style of doing things." Xiaotong impatiently pointed at Zhongzi and his group, shouting loudly, "Are you ready?" Zhongzi seemed to be ready for the duel. "All right, bring it on." She decisively retorted, "Then be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaotong's team members launched their attack. "Let's see where you run." Seeing them charge, Zhongzi said to his teammates, "I'll handle these 3, the rest of you be careful." Zhongzi then cautiously gathered his energy for defense, observing calmly. "Their speed and strength are indeed as old Shang described, but mine is superior." He easily dodged the attack. "Your speed is still far too slow." All 3 were stunned, and Lu Shi shouted, "Impossible. I didn't see his movements at all." Seeing this, another teammate rushed up. "Lu Shi, I'll hold him. You attack." The stands immediately buzzed with discussion. "These first years are no ordinary opponents. That big guy, his strength and speed are both impressive. That second year's movements are really fast," a nearby spectator excitedly said. "If the first years are like this, are we third years still somewhat inferior?" In a corner of the arena, Chao Wei stood with her arms crossed, facing Xiaotong. "You don't want to study properly, preferring to instigate duels. Let's see how I punish you today." Xiaotong was not to be outdone. "Remember your birthday party? Today you will pay for your arrogance." Chao Wei scoffed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Xiaodong was furious, her eyes flashing with anger. "This arrogant girl," she charged forward, throwing a powerful punch that made Chao Wei stagger back in surprise. It was the flawless fist technique. The 2 grappled, and Xiaodong affirmed, "This is our Song family's improved technique, flawless." On the other side, a man and a woman stood face to face with the green-clad young man. Junyoung warned. Careful, that kid has a strong aura around him. The green-clad young man with glasses smiled. Don't worry, he's just a little brat. He lightly picked up his slingshot, pulling the elastic tight to charge, and with a whoosh a psychic bullet shot forward. After flying a short distance, the bullet suddenly stopped midair. The green-clad young man with glasses was startled. What's going on? Why can't I move even with my hand up? It was him. He could control my body when I was trying to control it. Junyang's mouth curved into a smile. I only used 30 of my power and you're already struggling. How unexpected. The young man with glasses quickly turned for help. Help me, Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan slowly brought her flute to her lips. She closed her eyes, playing with concentration. The flute's sound was full of charm, affecting the entire stand. So sleepy. What's going on? Why am I so uncontrollably sleepy, so tired? It's this melody, it's making us feel exhausted. Junyoung felt dizzy. Junyoung lost control. What's happening? I'm so sleepy. The girl standing next to him was the same. I want to sleep. Seeing this, Zhang shouted, Cover your ears, don't listen to that melody. He concentrated, clenched his fists and charged towards Xiaoyuan who was playing the flute. It seems I need to deal with you first. Xiaotong, standing nearby, covered her ears and warned, Everyone be careful. The green-clad young man with glasses immediately took a stance. All right, he pulled his slingshot tight and a series of energy bullets shot out. Zhang calmly blocked each bullet with his hands. With a slight exertion of force, the bullets he had just caught were crushed. The green-clad young man with glasses was horrified. What, he actually caught my psychic bullets with his bare hands? Zhang snatched the flute from Xiaoyuan's hand and said, Classmate, I'll hold onto your flute for you. Remember to get it back from me later. Xiaoyuan was both shocked and embarrassed. Impossible. You can actually resist my demonic music. Other members rushed up to snatch the flute, but Zhang swiftly turned around, using the flute as a staff to send them flying. Xiaoyuan stood not far away, muttering discontentedly. Indeed, someone who can extinguish a glimmer of hope is no ordinary person. Next time I will never be careless. Meanwhile, in another corner of the gymnasium, Chao Wei swiftly grabbed Xiaotong's hand and declared grandly, Now it's my turn to counterattack. As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful uppercut that sent Xiaotong staggering. Not only that, she quickly followed up with a lightning-fast kick, sending her flying after this move. Chao Wei even waved her hand as if swatting a fly, leaving Xiaotong collapsed on the ground, crying out aggrievedly, Why do I practice so hard? I still can't beat you. Little Huang next to her was also having a tough time. Despite sweat beading on his forehead, he still couldn't touch his opponent. Junyoung stood by, mocking, Little bro, you're still too green. This made the man grit his teeth in anger, yet he knew he couldn't win and tremblingly raised his hand in surrender. Senior, I give up. Everyone's attention was now focused on the center of the gymnasium. The spectators in the stands continuously cheered, First years, come on, if you lose 3-on-1, that's too embarrassing. That's right. Show some spirit, first-year students, like calves that don't fear tigers, you must win. Save some face for all the new students. The enraged Lu Shi roared, Don't be afraid, just one word, fight. Lucy immediately leapt up, swinging her dual blades and charging towards Zhang I don't believe you can dodge my dual blades, but he easily dodged, not forgetting to return an earth-shattering punch that sent her flying, collapsing to the ground. Lu Shi rushed up to attack, anxiously calling out her teammate Lucy's name. Zhang turned without hesitation. He kicked his teammate fiercely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground just then. Ah Jun rushed over from the opposite direction, perfectly executing a pincer attack, and smugly said, You can't dodge this time. Zhang mouth curved into a smile. Who said I was going to dodge? As soon as he finished speaking, he easily sidestepped and delivered a hand chop to his opponent's back of the neck. All three lay on the ground groaning and holding their bodies. It hurt so much, Shanwei in the stands waved and cheered. Zhang well done. Zhang also turned back, smiling and raising a hand in response. In the audience, Di Yang also turned to his teammates and said, Brother Zhang seems to have held back. Zhang didn't stay on the field for long but gathered everyone. Chao Wei, let's go, we've had enough fun. We have real business to do. Chao Wei also suddenly realized and urged, That's right, we need to hurry to the demon domain, let's go. Seeing all three turn to leave, Junyoung panicked and shouted, Hold Zhang, you're leaving already? Didn't you say you'd take me to conquer the demon domain? When? Soon, on demon domain floor 19. A city immersed in dazzling neon lights with towering skyscrapers and unique architecture. In the plaza, everyone had already gathered. Zhang also appeared just in time. I'm here. Shanwei was still engrossed in the previous battle, continuously praising Brother Rakshasa. That was a truly magnificent fight today. Di Yang added, Yes, usually your class A2 is too low-key, making many people think you're weak. Zhang humbly replied, We were forced to act, contrary to his attitude. Chao Wei was a bit sharp-tongued. They deserved it, and my sister also said, If they don't listen to advice, they'll have to face the consequences. Zhang quickly spoke to ease the tension. It's all right, we want to be low-key, but our strength doesn't allow it. Then he walked over to Moonshadow and got straight to the point. Never mind them, let's talk about how to clear this floor. He opened the system and began to announce the mission. According to the manual, the way to clear this floor is different. Moonshadow couldn't help but ask curiously, How is it different? Zhang zoomed in on the target picture and explained in detail. On this floor, we must first register at the police station, then complete bounty missions, and return to the police station to claim the reward to get the key to the next floor of the demon domain. Shanwei proposed a bold idea. What if we just charged directly into the big boss's mansion? But he immediately objected. That would be illegal. Not only would we not get the key, but we'd also be wanted by the police. Hearing this, he smacked his lips and said helplessly, "It seems this floor has many rules. It's best to follow the rules of this world." Zhang Zi stroked his chin, pondering. "Next, we must exchange some credits so we can register at the police station." Shanwai couldn't help but wonder. "Credits? What are those? How do we exchange them?" Chao Wei pointed at the pawn shop and explained, "You exchange equipment here." Half an hour later, Shanwai emerged from the pawn shop complaining, "These damn profiteers, I only got 100 credits for an A-rank piece of equipment." Chao Wei also frowned. "Yeah, they even tried to take my S-rank equipment." "Vampires," Zhang Zi waved his hand to comfort everyone. "Never mind, we've already completed the registration process, so from now on we can legally kill people." Just then, a group of strangers appeared, blocking their path and provoking. "Brothers, is your team really just these few people?" Zhang Zi merely replied calmly, "Yes, what's wrong?" The leading guard walked up to them and reported, "With just this many people trying to enter the mansion, I'm afraid you won't even get past the main gate." Di Yang raised his hand in surprise. "What do you mean?" He didn't explain but left. "You'll see for yourselves." Zhang Zi stepped forward, looking up. "It seems we'll have to see this mansion with our own eyes." What unfolded before them was a scene of intense explosions. Gunfire and artillery continued like a battlefield. "Charge with me?" Zhang Zi and his companions hid behind a rock, observing. It seems that person wasn't lying. This mansion's defenses are too tight. Di Yang also agreed. "My shield tower alone probably can't withstand the concentrated fire of these machine guns. If we force our way in, no matter how many shield warriors and support mages or how many healing potions we bring, it won't be enough." Little Chi appeared out of nowhere and offered, "Big brother, do you want to enter the boss's house? I can help you." Zhang Zi turned and asked, "Kid, who are you?" The boy innocently introduced himself. "I'm Little Chi." He then turned around, gently confirming, "Little Chi, you said you can help us enter the boss's mansion?" Little Chi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, but I charge 5 credits. No, 10 credits. Meng Dai then stepped forward and teased, "You started at 5 credits and now it's gone up to 10, so you're Little Chi." Zhang Zi turned to his teammates. "Little Princess knows this boy?" She nodded and added, "I've read about him on forums. The big players said that even if you give him credits, he doesn't know how to use them. He just scams people for money." Shanwai quickly crossed his arms and scolded, "Kid, you're not learning good things, becoming a swindler instead." Moonshadow immediately retorted, "But I don't think this child is a swindler. Look how pitiful he is. His clothes are all torn." Zhang Zi sighed and haggled. "Never mind, it's only 5 credits. Consider it charity." Zhang Zi bent down and handed it over. "Here, 5 credits for you." Little Chi respectfully accepted it. "Thank you, big brother." Then he ran off, making Shanwai angrily shout, "Why did he run after taking the money?" He didn't care, not even bothering to acknowledge it. "Never mind losing 5 credits, consider it a good deed." The man gritted his teeth and threatened, "He's definitely a swindler. If I meet you again, I won't let you off." Zhang Zi immediately directed the next move. "Let's go, keep moving forward, maybe we can find another way." "Okay." Little Chi quickly ran back again. "Big brother." Shanwai angrily shouted, "You swindler kid, you dare to come back?" Little Chi put his hands together and pleaded, "Big brother, can you give me another 5 credits?" Zhang Zi sternly questioned, "Little Chi, what do you need credits for?" Little Chi cried as he spoke, "Little Lu is sick. I need money to buy her medicine. I know it's wrong to cheat, but I have no other choice. We're still young, we don't have mechanical arms, no one wants to hire us, so we can't earn credits." Moonshadow gently walked forward and stroked his head. "Is Little Lu your relative?" Little Chi nodded quickly. "She's my older sister. She's the only relative I have left. My parents and siblings are all dead." Zhang Zi immediately bent down and held out his hand. "Here are 95 more credits, I'm giving them all to you." Little Chi was stunned, taking the money. "Thank you, big brother and sister, thank you. I only need 20 credits. A system notification immediately appeared. "You have spent 20 credits. Little Chi's departing back made Moonshadow a little sad. He does seem quite pitiful. Zhang Zi immediately regained his composure. "Let's go, we still need to find a way to enter the mansion." Meng Dai laughed heartily, teasing, "This Little Chi is really lucky to have met 2 kind-hearted people like you." He stood with his arms crossed, looking up. "No other choice, it seems we can only force our way in from the front. If I can summon the Steel Titans, maybe there's a chance to charge in." The whole team quickly obeyed. "All right, we're ready." Little Chi ran back again, shouting loudly, "Big brother, wait." Moonshadow turned back worriedly. "Why is that child back again?" Di Yang then asked. "Little Chi, why are you back again?" "Not enough credits." Little Chi shook his head repeatedly. "No, big brother, I can help you enter the mansion." Everyone confirmed in unison. "Really, you'll help us? Come with us." He excitedly led the way. "I know a secret tunnel that leads directly into the mansion." Di Yang looked into the distance worriedly. "What? There's actually a secret tunnel?" Then Little Chi led the team into an alley. He stopped and looked forward. "It's right here. That iron door is the entrance to the secret tunnel that leads inside the mansion." Zhang Zi expressed his confusion. "But how do we open it?" Shanwai quickly inspected it from top to bottom. Indeed, this door seems extremely sturdy. Even explosives might not be enough to blow it open. Little Chi immediately thought of a solution. "There's a way in, but you need to change into costumes and get dressed up. Every night, the Godfather's butler comes to this secret tunnel entrance to pick up a band to perform at the manor. You just need to pretend to be a band and trick the butler into taking you inside." Shanwai immediately ordered, "Everyone quickly choose your costumes and instruments." Okay, he was the first to change clothes. Shanwai struck a confident pose, showing off, How do I look? Do I look like a guitarist? Meng Dai and Chao Wei couldn't help but chuckle, mocking, more like a barber. Exactly, but my brother-in-law still looks the most handsome. Zhang Zi immediately stepped out asking for opinions. No more jokes, I've never conducted a band, will I be exposed? Di Yang immediately praised. Brother Rakshasa is so cool. Moonshadow and Meng Dai walked out announcing, we've changed our clothes too. Chao Wei giggled, complimenting. Cousin, I finally get to see you dance Latin again. She tiredly appeased her sister. Only you like to play, don't forget we're here to do a mission. Zhang Zi took the lead, ordering, time is short, everyone quickly set off, let's go. Just then, Rafe was whistling as he walked. Zhang Zi and his group quickly called out, sorry, we're a little late, he turned back unhappily. Is that the Phoenix Fire Band? You don't have any weapons, do you? Zhang Zi replied with a smile, we only brought instruments. The butler immediately turned and left. Remember to keep quiet after you go in. The master doesn't like to be disturbed. Zhang Zi immediately nodded. We understand. He clapped the wall and the gate quickly opened. Zhang Zi whispered a reminder, this Rafe looks really strange, everyone be careful. The butler walked ahead, reminding, stay close to me, I'll emphasize again, keep quiet. After the previous performance ends you can go on stage. Don't overreact no matter what you see. Zhang Zi calmly nodded repeatedly. Understood, we understand. Suddenly a girl screamed, help, no, don't kill me. The butler turned his head, yelling in a low voice. Quiet, little rabbit hurriedly whispered. Brother Rakshasa, will they kill us all after the performance? Moonshadow immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid, everyone is here. Rafe immediately stopped and announced, it's your turn to go on stage, thank you. He turned his head, smiling eerily. I wish you a successful performance. The stage lights were brilliant and various instruments were arranged. Chao Wei and Moonshadow were immediately attracted. It's too luxurious, there are instruments over there, let's go check them out. Zhang Zi shrugged. It looks no different from a medieval royal castle. Shanwei rubbed his hands like a professional. The instruments here are truly complete. Zhang Zi immediately looked up. Everyone look up, a loud voice rang out announcing, next the Phoenix Fire Band will perform for the young lady and young master, please prepare the band. Zhang Zi picked up the microphone and ordered, since we haven't seen The Godfather, everyone, let's perform as planned, a normal performance, he excitedly introduced to his teammates. Next, please enjoy the song Mojito. Zhang Zi picked up the microphone and sang beautifully, as sweet as honey. Please give my beloved a mojito, I like to see her eyes when she's tipsy, and my coffee don't put too much sugar. Moonshadow danced gently beside him to the music. This love is like a kingdom that no longer hides secrets. As long as she's there, loneliness will be defeated. Chao Wei and Shanwei also played their instruments passionately. The inclined iron plates are like love letters from the city to the sky. When the streetlights light up, I stroll in Havana. Those are the most beautiful eyes in the world, Chen Chen and Chang Chang continuously praised above. Your performance is amazing, especially you, male singer. You are a perfect person. Great. Sister's eyesight is truly sharp, brother. He leaned in and whispered, Sister, who are you in love with? It's the girl dancing in the red dress. Two girls playing the piano. She chuckled and nodded. Of course it's the dancer. Her figure is too perfect. It perfectly matches Sister's temperament. Chao Wei angrily cursed in her heart. We're here to deal with the Godfather, not to play with you two freaks. Moonshadow and Zhang Zi continued, Respected young lady and young master, we have a request. We would like to meet the Godfather and perform directly for him. Chen Chen loudly scolded, Impertinent, who do you think you are, daring to demand to see my father? Zhang Zi then turned to leave. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. In an instant she and Chang Chang revealed their true forms and flew down. Shanwei was terrified and covered in cold sweat. Oh my god, those two are monsters, two mechanical monsters. Chang Chang raised his hand, assuming a superior posture. Who are you calling monsters? Didn't Rafe teach you the rules? Anyone who breaks the rules must die. Zhang Zi immediately placed his hand on the ground using a skill and ordering, Everyone be careful, prepare for battle. Clown Dark Dragon, come out. The clown grabbed Chang Chang and said disdainfully, Why are you uglier than me? I'm going to kill you. Chang Chang bit and immediately shouted, Sister, save me. The vampire count spat it out, gasping, disgusting. His blood tastes like rust. Chen Chen quickly turned to her brother. Seeing that his whole body had turned red, she asked in surprise, What kind of magic is this? Moonshadow took the opportunity to order, Dragon King, deal with this little one first. The Dragon King responded, Okay. Chen Chen was attacked by the Dragon King for 7,904 damage and Lu Yuing for 18,441 damage. She screamed angrily, You're not a band. Who exactly are you? Zhang Zi drew his bow and declared, We are here to kill you. Rakshasa's attack dealt about 24,000 immense damage to Chen Chen. She quickly ran away for help. Intruder's father, save me. Rafe. Chang Chang abandoned, pleaded, Sister, save me, don't leave me. The phantom clown walked up step by step, declaring decisively, No one can save you two now, little brats. Rakshasa immediately dealt about 23,286 damage to Chang Chang, eliminating him. Zhang Zi quickly evaluated, It seems these two siblings are just ordinary imps with limited combat power. Moonshadow shook her head helplessly. It's a pity that Sister escaped. Where do we find the Godfather now? Zhang Zi rubbed his chin, suddenly having an idea. I have a way. Zhang Zi placed his hand on the ground, summoning Chang Chang. He used his skill and said loudly, Use Brother Rakshasa's summoning spell. Zhang Zi immediately ordered, Take us to the Godfather. Chang Chang quickly obeyed. As you command, my master. Walking, he turned back to ask Chang Chang, why are you only left with your upper body? He confessed truthfully. That's not my real body but an energy and nutrient delivery system provided by the Godfather. Chen Chen and I both rely on those 2 pipes to survive. I see. Meng Dai and her group quickly ran over. We're here. Where is the Godfather? Zhang Zi quickly mobilized his strength. Everyone's here. Let's take the elevator to the 13th floor together. The Godfather is there. Rafe's voice came from the darkness. You scoundrels, daring to injure the young lady and kill the young master, I will never forgive you, Chang Chang immediately recognized. That's Rafe's voice. He had already revealed his true form, opening the door slightly. Rafe then rushed over with sharp weapons. Zhang Zi quickly ordered them to assemble. Everyone be careful, prepare for battle. Rafe fearlessly rushed over. You little things, how many pieces do you want me to cut you into? Zhang Zi did not give up, rushing out with his teammates. Everyone be careful, don't linger in battle. Clown rushed to the front, others follow closely behind the giant. If there's an opportunity, rush into the elevator. The whole team immediately obeys. Okay, the Phantom Clown delivered a fatal blow, dealing 6,488 health damage. Rafe glanced at it, then extended his serrated blade towards the Phantom Clown. I'll chop you all into 1997's minced meat. Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow and arrows to attack, each arrow hitting Rafe's face, dealing 9,774 damage. Rakshasa, weak point, he cried out in pain. My precious eyes! In an instant, Rafe leapt high, then landed in front of Zhang Zi. Di Yang quickly ran forward, raising his shield. What astonishing power is this? Zhang Zi turned to remind. Little bird, gravity suppression, don't get into battle, go around. Subsequently, Chao Wei deftly moved to another position. Everyone successfully slipped into the elevator, ignoring Rafe's painful roar. Give me back my eyes! But he still timely inserted a gear, jamming the elevator door. Moonshadow deftly pulled out her weapon. Dragon King, let's blast him out together. In an instant, Rafe was repelled, taking a total of 17,110 damage from Lu Yuying and the Dragon King's skill attacks. Shanwai looked up and finally realized. We're finally in the elevator. Zhang Zi looked at the numbers on the elevator door. 13th floor, everyone be careful. The door opened, and a scene unfolded before their eyes. Shanwai and Di Yang looked around. The scenery here is beautiful and those flowers are blooming so splendidly. Perhaps the Godfather is monopolizing some kind of resource in this world, which is why he possesses such immense wealth. Little Rabbit quickly pointed ahead. Look, there's a glowing crystal door ahead. Zhang Zi immediately ordered the entire team. Let's go, the Godfather must be inside. They hadn't walked far when Rafe shouted, I will never allow you to disturb Godfather. Not only had he not fallen, but he had become even stronger. Rafe confidently announced loudly, this is where you will be buried. Zhang Zi raised his hand to block, shouting a reminder. Everyone quickly dodged. Rafe gleefully fired fireworks smugly. Die, all of you die. A protective shield rose around the entire team. Zhang Zi quickly commanded his summoned beasts, the Count and the Dark Dragon. Release the dark mist. Response understood. Rafe still cursed and threatened without restraint. I'll shoot you all full of holes. I don't care what tricks you pull, just die. The Phantom Clown immediately appeared with a gruesome face, startling him. What the hell is this thing? In an instant, its numerous small puppets surrounded Rafe. Moonshadow took the opportunity to cut various parts of his body like meat in a market. Rafe screamed in extreme displeasure, I will kill all of you. Zhang Zi then leaped up for a close-range attack, drawing his bow and arrow. This strike was a fatal blow from Rakshasa, dealing 135,510 damage. Rafe painfully fell off the machine. He lay on the ground stammering, Godfather, Shanwai scoffed with disdain. Just now he was so majestic, but as soon as he leaves that machine, he turns into a trash monster. Zhang Zi commanded without concern, ignore him, we must take this opportunity to open that door and deal with the Godfather. Stepped forward and observed carefully. After repeated firing just now, that crystal door remained completely unharmed. Its defense was indeed extremely strong. Moreover, there were no control switches on the door, so there must be a special way to open it. Chao Wei quickly expressed her curiosity. So we can't open the door now? Zhang Zi put his hands on his hips, chuckled softly. That's not necessarily true, I have a way. He then placed his hand on the ground, summoning the butler Rafe. Shanwai suddenly realized, that's right, brother Rakshasa can summon the butler Rafe. Zhang Zi sternly reminded, Rafe, open this door. He mechanically replied, as you command, my master. His hand transformed into a pipe and extended inside. Shanwai and Di Yang continued to argue. It's truly well hidden here. Without the butler Rafe, we wouldn't be able to open it even if we racked our brains. Exactly. Luckily, brother Rakshasa has summoning skills. After Rafe opened the door, he respectfully invited, Master, please enter. Everyone follow me inside. Everyone quickly entered. Di Yang meticulously reminded, maintain formation, girls in the middle. Everyone walked while looking around as if on a tour. Zhang Zi walked along, curious. Will they resurrect? Rafe respectfully reported. Reporting, Master. As long as the Godfather speaks, they will resurrect. So the Godfather spoke. You two betrayed me. Now prepare to accept my punishment. Moonshadow looked up in surprise. Who is it? Before Rafe finished speaking, Chang Chang was eliminated, and then he himself also fell. Zhang Zi quickly retreated, looking around as warning notifications continuously popped up. Your summoned beast Chang Chang has been eliminated. Your summoned beast Rafe has been eliminated. The door gradually opened. The Godfather. You greedy people, go to hell. Zhang Zi unhesitatingly drew his bow and arrow. You are the one who should go to hell. The Godfather immediately jumped up, startling him. Too fast, is this guy a robot? Danger, Moonshadow. He lightning fast pointed his weapon at Zhang Zi's teammate, the Godfather. My sword is extremely fast, so fast that you won't feel any pain. Di Yang then rushed forward to block. Everyone quickly dodge. The Godfather unhappily stomped his foot forcefully. You greedy beggars have already angered me. He then turned to attack. I will kill all of you, leaving no one alive. Little Rabbit fearfully closed her eyes and screamed, Help! Zhang Zi immediately ordered his summoned beast, the Dark Dragon, to protect them. They nodded and rushed out. I'm coming. The Godfather coldly launched an attack, flashing past, dealing 31,441 damage and a critical hit of 2,215 damage. The vampire count spat, crying out in pain. It hurts so much. Chao Wei then actively jumped forward. I'll deal with him. Zhang Zi reached out to stop her. Don't, he's too fast. She was surprised to find that the skill she was casting had been dodged by him. The Godfather immediately launched an attack with a critical weak point hit of 68,116 damage. Chao Wei instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Zi and his teammates frantically cried out, Hey Chao Wei! She collapsed to the ground, twitching, her face filled with terror. Am I going to die? Moonshadow was enraged and charged forward. Godfather, I'll kill you, Zhang Zi quickly warned. Moonshadow, don't go, you can't beat him. She ignored the warning. We must defeat the Godfather as soon as possible. Then go back and have Zhaofeng resurrect Chao Wei. He suddenly appeared behind Moonshadow. Oh no, everyone protect Zhaofeng. The Godfather was immediately subjected to a fierce full-out fire attack from afar by Shanwai. He roared a threat. I'll take you on. Moonshadow quickly seized the opportunity. Zhaofeng, quickly resurrect Chao Wei. Okay, brother. Zhang Zi drew his bow and arrow, ordering Dragon King, protect Zhaofeng and everyone. Don't let the Godfather harm them. Shanwai nodded in acceptance. Don't worry, let's see if you're faster or my bullets are. Moonshadow was extremely anxious. Zhaofeng, come on, everything depends on you. The resurrection process proceeded swiftly. Chao Wei then opened her eyes and woke up. Moonshadow happily hugged her cousin. Chao Wei, is it really you or am I dreaming? She laughed and scolded. Of course it's me. What kind of silly talk is that? Zhang Zi immediately ordered. Moonshadow, quickly run to big brother Jushin. Okay. Di Yang gritted his teeth and raised his shield. The Godfather's speed and evasion ability are truly terrifying. He continued to loudly command the entire team. Everyone come over quickly. Focus. The Godfather is still alive. Melee attack, dodge, Shanwai cursed angrily. His attacks only hit once or twice out of 10. How are we supposed to fight like this? The Godfather heard this and laughed smugly. It's no use, your attacks can't even touch me. Zhang Zi counterattacked while summarizing, the speed difference is too great, I can't hit him at all. It seems I can only use my personal domain. But if the Godfather can even dodge that space, the Dragon King discovered that the Godfather has a fixed evasion rhythm. There's a gap after every 5 attacks. I need you to launch 4 attacks first, so I can ensure the 5th attack hits. Can you do it? He hesitated to reply. That's a bit difficult, he's too fast. Blade of Indifference slowly suggested. Let me help you. Zhang Zi quickly turned to look. Blade of Indifference, is your talent skill damage very high? He answered truthfully. No, my talent skill is Stealth Assassination, an A-rank skill. My weapon is Sulfur Monosulfide rank with a paralyzing effect. The equipment attribute panel displayed, astonishing him. I didn't expect an Sulfur Monosulfide rank weapon. Alright, Blade of Indifference, the 5th attack is yours. Be extremely careful. Blade of Indifference then bowed. Don't worry, I won't let everyone down. So Zhang Zi shouted, Dragon King, prepare. Okay, the Godfather excitedly noticed, then charged forward. Is it over? Is it my turn? Suddenly, Blade of Indifference appeared behind the Godfather, and his attack dealt a painful blow to the Godfather. He cried out in exasperation. Which despicable scoundrel dared to ambush me? Damn it, it even has a paralyzing effect. Zhang Zi secretly smiled smugly. Now you can't move, can you? Everyone attack together, get your revenge. Moonshadow and everyone charged forward to attack, and massive damage immediately appeared, killing the Godfather on the spot. Zhang Zi also drew his bow and arrow from a distance. The Godfather was battered and bruised, and everyone was overjoyed. We finally eliminated the Godfather, cleared the stage. However, his head rolled over, threatening, do you think this is the end? He desperately tried to justify his last few words. Death will only make me stronger. I will surpass all beings and become the most powerful entity in this world. Zhang Zi immediately stepped forward and stomped on it. Go to hell. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire team, the Godfather dissipated into smoke and dust. The next door then opened and mist billowed out. Shanwai immediately assumed a defensive stance. Before them were monster eyes of various colors. Zhang Zi clenched his fist and with his teammates said, This is truly an insult to the Creator God. Di Yang and Shanwai stepped back a few paces, reminding everyone be careful. The surrounding monsters are charging over. You disgusting things, watch me smash you all to smithereens. Zhang Zi once again summoned his summoned beasts. The dark dragon spewed black mist and the clown released puppets. They immediately nodded vigorously, charging out with a fierce roar. As you command, my master, the monster immediately threatened, unafraid. You low-level beings will all become nourishment for the Creator God. No sooner had it spoken than an arrow immediately flew over, and the monster collapsed to the ground dead. Seeing Di Yang blocking the attacks, Shanwai was extremely anxious. This won't do, we have to go all out. Zhang Zi then played his last card. Everyone quickly dodge. The clown activated the death card. Alright, my favorite part. A clown card immediately appeared. Zhang Zi looked up with satisfaction with his teammates. Got it. The Godfather is definitely dead this time. The monster was puzzled but still yelled, "What is this thing? How dare it defy the will of the Creator God?" The eerie clown revealed a sinister smile and charged forward. The tense moment arrived and the answer was revealed. It refused to admit defeat, still blabbering. "Impossible. I am the Creator God, you lowly creatures." No sooner had it spoken than an explosion immediately occurred. Only after the explosion did Di Yang breathe a sigh of relief, having been so nervous that a slight mishap could have cost everyone their lives. Chao Wei continuously praised, "Big Brother Jushin is truly a reliable person." Meng Dai stepped forward and immediately observed, "How strange, why didn't the boss drop any items when it died?" Zhang Zi then loudly warned, "Everyone stay alert, this boss might not be dead yet." Shanwai and Di Yang stepped back a few paces. "What, not dead yet? Everyone look, there's movement over there." A small monster immediately ran off looking like a living creature. "Don't let it escape." Shanwai quickly rushed forward. "It ran over there." The monster then burrowed into a crack inside. He frowned impatiently. "Damn it, it burrowed in. What do we do? Should we go over and check?" Zhang Zi then stepped forward to command, "It's too dangerous for all of us to go down together. Big Brother Jushin and I will go down first to check." Di Yang immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll smash this door open." He then ran directly to the door and smashed it open. Di Yang walked in looking around. "What is this place?" Zhang Zi walked in front explaining, "It looks like a laboratory. The smell of disinfectant is too strong. That looks like a bed over there." He stepped forward to observe carefully. "This person is Chen Chen." She suddenly appeared threatening. "Don't hurt my father, I'll kill you." Zhang Zi pushed Di Yang aside, reminding, "Be careful." She immediately rushed over unafraid. Zhang Zi then drew his bow and arrow, shooting an arrow directly at Chen Chen's head. Moonshadow and Little Rabbit quickly followed. Could this dying old man be the Godfather's true form? Zhang Zi then cut several IV lines. "That's right, your wicked life should end." Di Yang looked at the opponent seriously. "He must be controlling the mechanical puppets outside through these devices." Shanwai also interjected, "I didn't expect the Creator God to be a half-dead old man." A notification immediately popped up. "Congratulations on eliminating the Godfather." Meng Dai and Little Rabbit happily jumped up. "Finally done. Great, but why haven't we seen the teleportation gate yet?" Di Yang then reminded, "It might be outside the manor. Let's check again and then leave." Shanwai continued to complain, "I didn't expect it to be this dying old man instead of that powerful mechanical Godfather." Meng Dai poked around. "Everyone look, there seems to be a safe here." He stepped forward to observe with her. "It must be. I saw someone on the forum say that this floor's hidden quest can lead to the Godfather's treasure." Her eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Great, we're rich this time, but we don't have the key," Chao Wei quickly asked curiously. "And what's that countdown for?" Zhang Zi and Meng Dai began to retreat in fear. "Oh no, it's a self-destruct device. What, it's going to explode? Why are we still standing here? Run!" Shanwai and the entire team immediately evacuated. "It doesn't matter if we can't open the vault, just save our lives. Hurry and get out of here." Little Rabbit quickly hesitated, then rushed forward. "Big Brother Rakshasa, I think I can open it." Zhang Zi was surprised, his face showing confusion. "Little Rabbit, where did this key come from?" Moonshadow and Meng Dai were ecstatic. "Little Rabbit, thank goodness for you. You saved all of us." "Little Rabbit, your brother's money god right now," the little girl honestly confessed. "When everyone was fighting the Godfather in the previous room, I casually picked it off him." Little Rabbit immediately handed over the key. "Let's open the safe first. We're rich, we're rich." The countdown immediately stopped. Little Rabbit looked inside worriedly. "It seems to be an electronic card." Meng Dai excitedly held up the card. "We're really rich this time. It's several million credits." Di Yang was also beaming. "In this world, credits or money, the Godfather is truly as rich as a nation. Everyone keep your electronic cards safe." Moonshadow quickly stepped forward. "Rakshasa, come here quickly. There seems to be something else here." Zhang Zi picked it up and examined it carefully. "Something for me, how could it be here?" Di Yang quickly reported the situation. "Brother Rakshasa, the people outside seem to be attacking the manor. This place is probably going to collapse." He ignored it and then evacuated. "All right, let's get out of here first." Little Chi happily ran over. "Big Brother, you're finally out." Zhang Zi smiled gently and asked, "Little Chi, have you been waiting here for us?" "Yes," another team happily shouted. "Charge, our team has finally broken through the manor's outer defenses. We're going to get rich now." Meng Dai immediately giggled. "If they knew the boss had already been dealt with by us, I wonder what their reaction would be." Zhang Zi turned to look at the little boy. "Little Chi, this is for you. Thank you for helping us." The little boy's eyes lit up with excitement. "It's 100,000 credits. Am I dreaming? Now my sister is saved." Di Yang and Shanwai could only smile wryly. "This child, we have so many credits now, what should we buy?" Little Chi quickly ran over. "A simulator, of course." Zhang Zi frowned in confusion. "A simulator," the little boy nodded. "That's right, with a simulator, clearing the stage will be much easier." Little Chi then led everyone to a shop, astonishing Shanwai. "They have everything here." He looked around in confusion. "Couple's life simulator," Chao Wei mischievously teased. "Brother-in-law, you and my sister want to try it out?" Moonshadow didn't answer, but immediately reminded. "Stop joking, everyone come and look." Zhang Zi followed her finger and saw Demon Domain Floor 19 Simulator. De Yang observed carefully. Can this Demon Domain Simulator really simulate everything in the Demon Domain, even monsters and bosses? He sighed regretfully. It's a shame there's nothing for Floor 20 and above. 5 minutes free trial, I'll give it a try. Moonshadow hurried forward. Rakshasa, be careful. Zhang Zi coolly replied, don't worry. Immediately a mechanical voice sounded. Welcome to the Demon Domain Floor 19 Simulator. You will receive 5 minutes of free experience. He looked around and indeed the environment was identical to Demon Domain Floor 19, even the monsters were set up exactly the same. It was incredibly realistic. Seeing his teammate take off his glasses, De Yang asked worriedly, how is it, Rakshasa? Is it exactly like the Demon Domain? Zhang Zi slowly nodded. Completely identical. This simulator is perfect for Aisha. A robot quickly walked over. Distinguished guest, can I assist you in any way? Our simulator can simulate anything you can imagine. We can do it, Shanwei excitedly pressed. Can it even simulate bosses? Of course. Zhang Zi examined it carefully and praised. Excellent. Then I'll take one, but I also want to buy an Elf King copy. Moonshadow happily praised. You're so clever. This way Aisha can see her father in the simulator and learn skills too. Yeah, Shanwei and Meng Dai were overjoyed. You can do that? Then I'll buy a few too so I can practice more in my free time. I also want to see which floor has the most resources. Best for making money. Then Shanwei and Blade of Indifference put on their glasses. Zhang Zi turned around to explain further that he couldn't let Aisha see her real father, so he would let this virtual father play with her. Moonshadow strongly agreed. Aisha will be very happy and she'll grow faster too. De Yang folded his arms and reminded, it's really late today, isn't everyone going to log out? Meng Dai, and he giggled seeing their teammates engrossed in the game. I'll log out after I buy. But looking at Dragon King and Blade of Indifference, they probably won't. It is indeed very late now. Those two are leveling up like crazy, let them be. Those who want to rest should log out. At Zhang Zi's residence the moon was high and the atmosphere was very peaceful. Zhang Zi scratched his head tiredly and walked towards the bed so sleepy. A sound startled him. Zhang Zi shouted worriedly, who's there? He seized the arm like lightning. Zhang Zi forcefully threw the hidden person to the ground. He looked at the person closely in surprise. It's you? Jingliang stood up awkwardly. Zhang Zi angrily demanded, you're a freshman aren't you? Why are you sneaking into my room? Jingliang's face was flushed with anger and he threatened, quickly hand over that thing. Zhang Zi was surprised and puzzled. What thing? He rushed over, his voice hoarse, explaining, she needs the Holy Gate Pass, I must get it for her. Jingliang grabbed Zhang Zi's shoulder and Zhang Zi quickly grabbed his clothes. Zhang Zi forcefully flung Jingliang out the window and he fell unprotected from a high floor to the ground. Jingliang fell to the ground in a sorry state, aching all over, and Zhang Zi immediately jumped down and stomped hard on his stomach. Zhang Zi calmly stood up and observed. It seemed this kid was being mind-controlled. Xiao Yuan hid in a corner, quietly peeking out. As expected, he's useless. She clenched her fist, her mind racing. I've alerted them. I'll have to abandon the plan for now. The next day a loud shout commanded, everyone, stay away from this area. Zhang Zi clenched his hands sternly questioning, Sister Xiao Qin, did you say this Jingliang is from the Dawn organization? Xiao Qin also looked him seriously in the eyes. Yes, it's just a preliminary judgment. He's already been taken away, and he hasn't woken up yet. She left the table, pondering aimlessly. Hearing him personally demand the Holy Gate Pass, it's certain he's connected to the Dawn organization. But he's controlled, so there must be a mastermind behind it. He suddenly remembered something, raising his voice curiously. Speaking of mind control, I just remembered someone else. Could it be her? Xiao Qin immediately patted his brother's shoulder, encouraging him. Stop thinking about it. This case will be handled by specialists. As for you, prepare for military training. Zhang Zi was stunned, his eyes confused. What? Sister Xiao Qin, what did you say? Military training? She calmly made the decision without consulting anyone. Oh, didn't Jiu Tianyang tell you? Xiao Qin proudly held up a finger, explaining in detail, he's already applied for an enlistment slot for you, arranging for you to go to frontline training tomorrow. It's for 1 semester. Zhang Zi immediately complained unhappily, feeling set up. What, tomorrow? I had no idea about this, and it's for an entire semester. Sister Xiao Qin, can I not go? If I go, who will take care of Zhao Feng and Yilyu? She ignored him, leaving with a parental demeanor. The military order has been issued, it cannot be changed, but don't worry, I've already arranged for specialists to protect Zhao Feng and Yilyu. He took a deep breath, anxiously scratching his head. It seems he's been forced into this, with no way out. At this moment, Zhang Zi was filled with resentment. Jiu Tianyang, may I curse your ancestors back 18 generations? Xiao Qin quickly turned back, soothing his anger. All right, I believe Jiu Tianyang must have his reasons for this arrangement. Go back and prepare your things. He reluctantly agreed, then left. Okay, I'll go back now. Zhao Feng and Yilyu will surely be very sad. Yilyu immediately cried out upon hearing the news. What, you have to go to the front lines for a year? Zhang Zi smacked his lips, a troubled expression on his face. It's a long story. I was tricked by a drunkard, but in short, I have to go. Refusing military service has serious consequences. Yilyu, understanding, ran over to comfort him. Don't worry, Daddy. Auntie and I will wait for you to come home. Zhang Feng also nodded while eating an apple. Sister Xiao Qin has already sent 2 people to protect us. Sister Gaoyong has already left for something important. He continued to look at the two with concern but still felt a bit worried. Zhang Zi took out 2 cards, a smile appearing on his face. These 2 avatar cards will come in handy. He threw the cards onto the ground shouting, "Summon!" 2 elves appeared kneeling on the ground and greeting Master. Yilyu was startled and took a few steps back. "Elves, how did they appear here?" Zhang Zi quickly reached out to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, Daddy summoned them. They'll be bodyguards for both of you." Zhang Zi still pondered the future. Though they are only rank companions, their strength isn't weak enough to handle ordinary dangers. I'll have to change their clothes later. He let out a long sigh and immediately ordered, "Even if it costs your lives, you must absolutely protect the safety of my sister and daughter." The elves immediately bowed without hesitation. "As you command, Master." Yilyu happily ran over, curiously looking at them. "Daddy, these 2 elves are so interesting. Can they play with me?" Zhang Zi left in a hurry but didn't forget to remind them. "Of course you can, get acquainted with them first. I still have other things to arrange in the demon domain." "Okay." The moment he met him he spoke. "Big brother Jushin." Diyang turned around in surprise. "Brother Rakshasa, you're here. Moonshadow and Dragon King are still in simulated training. I heard you're going to the front lines soon." He nodded seriously, though a bit reluctantly. "Yes, I'm going tomorrow. I came to the demon domain to arrange some things." He gently stepped forward, comforting his teammates. "Don't worry, just leave everything to us." Zhang Zi responded with a smile but still wanted to handle it himself. "Thanks, I'll arrange Aisha's training and then I'll be out in a bit." Then a mechanical voice sounded again. "Welcome to the demon domain simulator. You still have 525,599 minutes of usage remaining." He quickly got straight to the point. "Where are Aisha and the Elf King training? Is it in the Elf Village?" Then a loud training sound rang out, and Zhang Zi turned to look. "Take this." He walked over, commenting, "This child is really training hard." The Elf King excitedly looked up. "Master, long time no see." Aisha suddenly turned her head nervously. She quickly put down her sword and happily ran over. "Master, I've already learned to use a sword." Zhang Zi was also happy and praised profusely. "I see, Aisha is great." He then opened the system character panel, pondering carefully. Indeed, having a super strong companion is not an easy task. According to the simulation speed, Aisha gains 1 point of experience per year. It would take at least 90 years to reach level 30. Aisha wasn't discouraged. Instead, she became even more confident. "Master, I'm not a child. Our elf race has a lifespan of 1,000 years and we don't age." Zhang Zi unhurriedly took out a sword, announcing, "That's great. Aisha is already an adult. Let's give this sword to Aisha. Although its attributes are a bit lacking, it's still better than the wooden stick you used before." Aisha's eyes sparkled, expressing endless gratitude. "This is great. I'm so happy. Thank you, Master." Zhang Zi waved goodbye and left. "All right, I won't disturb your training anymore. I have other things to take care of." The Elf King and Aisha simultaneously nodded in response. "Yes, Master," and "Goodbye, Master." He silently took off his VR glasses, feeling a bit melancholic. Shanwei and Chaowei happily informed each other. "I've leveled up to Tier 2. Did you know? Tier 2 defensive circle skill increases the entire team's defense by 70. Moonshadow immediately reminded the entire team. "All right, stop chatting. Rakshasa is out." The little girl immediately spoke curiously. "Brother-in-law, is it true you're going to the front lines tomorrow?" Zhang Zi nodded, then slowly reminded, "It's true, but it shouldn't affect our progress in the demon domain. Everyone's here. Let's prepare to go to the next floor." Shanwei didn't care at all, only focused on the joy of conquest. "Great, I've been waiting for a long time." He took the lead, briefly explaining, "The teleportation gate is behind the police station. Let's go there first. Big brother Jushin, while we're at it, tell us about the next floor of the demon domain." "Okay." The entire team quickly arrived at demon domain floor 20. De Young loudly and simply explained, "Demon Domain Floor 20 is called the Clay World. It's full of clay monsters divided into 3 colors, blue, yellow, and red." He emphasized the situation here, word by word. "The difference between the 3 types of clay monsters is, blue clay monsters don't split after death. Yellow clay monsters split into 2 blue clay monsters after death. Red clay monsters are the most troublesome. Not only do they split into 2 yellow clay monsters after death, but they can also absorb clay of all colors and gain the skills of the absorbed clay monsters." Zhang Zi reached out and gazed into the distance. "This is truly a huge monster pile," Shanwei joyfully joked. "Aren't they just squishy mud monsters? What's there to be afraid of? Just smash them." De Young continued to elaborate. "Furthermore, clay monsters have a special ability. As long as they touch your body, it will transform into you, mimicking your skills and becoming a complete replica." Chaowei immediately jumped up upon hearing this. "What? It can even replicate skills? Isn't that like fighting yourself?" He calmly nodded. "Exactly. So we absolutely cannot let it touch our strongest person," Moonshadow even declared without backing down. "It seems we must keep our distance from these clay monsters during battle." She suddenly pointed upwards and said to the whole team, "Look, what are they doing?" De Young quickly recognized it. "It looks like they're putting something on the stone man's right hand like red stones." "What are they doing?" The bald man reached out and threw a small ball of flame at the stone man. Immediately a key appeared before him. Chaowei quickly connected the dots. "It seems to be a stone gate key." Mengdai looked around with interest. "Where do those red stones come from? It seems they're used to exchange for keys." De Young quickly grasped the situation. "That's right, red stones drop from red clay monsters. 3 red stones can be exchanged for 1 key." Zhang Zi quickly did some mental calculations, concluding, "So many people here, it seems there are too many wolves and not enough meat. They're all blue and yellow monsters. No red monsters in sight. Our team currently has 11 people, so we need 33 redstones. This is going to be a tough task. Chao Wei and Shan Wai didn't want to waste time, so they ordered, "It seems we need to find a way. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go." The little girl felt very helpless, watching them as if they were fighting with their own siblings. Chao Wei giggled, pointing into the distance. "Look over there. That person seems to have been chased away by their own replica." De Yong quickly raised his shield, taking a stance and reminding, "Careful, there are clay monsters ahead." Zhang Zi whispered to his teammate, "According to the established tactic, little rabbit, don't be afraid, go." The little girl ran lively towards the clay monster. It roared, spewing out gooey clay rays, startling little rabbit and making her take a few steps back. So disgusting, however. The clay monster then slowly began to transform. Little rabbit was startled as if it was about to become her. "Brother Rakshasa, hurry over, it's turning into me." De Yong quickly rushed forward, raising his shield and smashing it. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The clay monster was struck by the shield and immediately fell to the ground. Shan Wai and Moonshadow also jumped out without hesitation. "Little rabbit, don't be afraid," he laughed smugly, teasing. "A clay monster turning into Little Rabbit? That's so weak, this method is really easy." Meng Dai scolded, defending her sister. "Dragon King, you scoundrel, what will Little Rabbit think when she hears that?" Little Rabbit immediately whined playfully. "You didn't hesitate at all when you attacked, but why does it look exactly like me? It's so cute." Shan Wai continued to laugh, joking loudly. "Sorry, Little Rabbit, I'm too straightforward, I didn't think much of it." The little girl also unconsciously covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay, Brother Dragon King, I was just kidding." Meng Dai quickly ran over to check the loot. Only magic crystals dropped. He carried his staff, explaining calmly, "Clay monsters are just mud. Do you expect them to drop equipment?" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zi pointed and ordered, "Speed up, there are more monsters over there." "Okay." The clay monster immediately tried hard to transform. Shan Wai began to feel tired, panting. "We've been fighting for so long, killed so many blue and yellow monsters, why haven't we seen any red ones yet?" Chao Wei shook her head helplessly, feeling very weary. "There are too few red monsters, who knows how long we'll have to fight to get enough." De Yang commented, "There's no other way. Red clay monsters are inherently rare and the chances of encountering them are even smaller." The entire team was almost despairing, but Zhang Feng pointed in one direction. "Look, isn't that a red monster?" He happily looked over. "That's right." De Yang narrowed his eyes and observed carefully, determining, "That's right, it's a red clay monster, but it's already touched an adventurer and taken on that person's appearance. Everyone be careful, we don't know how strong this replicated female mage is." Clay Yaoguing was secretly observing every move of its opponents. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow immediately became suspicious. "That female mage looks a bit familiar to me." "I think she looks familiar too. Did we see her on the divine tree floor?" He suddenly took out his bow and arrows, recalling the past. "I remember now, it's Yaoguing. I didn't expect both her and her brother to be on this floor. I'll lure it over first." An arrow quickly shot Clay Yaoguing, almost taking half its health. She angrily rushed over, with clay monsters following behind her. "Little Rabbit, quickly charge up. I'll go out first and turn all the monsters outside into me. Then everyone can attack." Zhang Zi agreed, but didn't forget to caution, "Okay, be careful. There are too many monsters, even if they all turn into you. It's still dangerous." The little girl immediately rushed onto the battlefield. "Got it, Brother Rakshasa." Clay Yaoguing immediately cast a rain of fire at Little Rabbit. The next moment, a series of fiercely burning red dots rained down, startling Little Rabbit into a panic. A loud shout rang out, "Watch out for the magic!" De Yang gritted his teeth, jumping out with all his might to block with his shield. Balls of fire continuously smashed onto his shield like bombs. De Yang comforted, "Don't be afraid, Little Rabbit, hide behind me." Little Rabbit immediately replied, "Yes." At the same time, Zhang Zi quickly ordered his teammates, "Ji Chu, control the other clay monsters first. The rest of you quickly deal with the red one." Ji Chu nodded. "Okay." In just an instant, he used his skill to freeze all the clay monsters in front of him. Moonshadow and Shan Wai nearby continuously approached and attacked Yaoguing, dealing nearly 40,000 damage. Finally, after her defeat, a bright red stone immediately floated in the air. Shan Wai couldn't help but laugh. "A red stone." Zhang Zi interjected, "It seems the clay monsters themselves aren't dangerous. The real danger lies with those that have transformed into adventurers, especially those that have defeated or killed their original owners." At this moment, Moonshadow urged, "We must leave here quickly." A large group of transformed clay monsters was approaching in the distance. De Yang couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, these clay monsters can do anything." Shan Wai frowned in agreement, "And there are red ones too, quite a few of them." However, before they could even devise a countermeasure, the human-shaped clay monsters were already closing in, emitting incessant piercing roars. Zhang Zi's eyes widened and he shouted, "No, there are too many and I can't summon companions. If a companion gets caught first, it's over." De Yang hastily urged, "Exactly, run, let's retreat first," everyone said in unison. "Okay." Just then, Moonshadow suddenly pointed ahead. "Rakshasa, look, Sugu and Yaoguing." What met their eyes was Yaoguing standing between two Sugus. She was astonished. How can there be two identical clay monsters? De Yang was also confused. "Rakshasa, what's going on?" He calmly opened the system panel and replied, "It's Sugu and Yaoguing." The system displayed his message, "Great God Rakshasa, help, my sister and I are trapped by a super invincible red clay monster." At this moment, Zhang Zi turned back to inform his teammates, "The siblings have been captured by a monster, it's probably Grim." Shan Wai nervously clenched his fists. "Let's go save them. Although Yaoguing isn't very likable, Sugu is a good person. I want to save him." Moonshadow next to him also agreed without exception. I also agree to save them, Blade of Indifference suddenly asked curiously. That super red clay monster he mentioned. What is it? Zhang Zi silently advised at this moment. Saving people carelessly is too dangerous. I'll ask Sugu to explain the situation clearly before we decide. Everyone thought this made sense. The system panel displayed a message. We are currently about 3,000 meters northwest in a large mud pit. That red clay monster is very strong. It must have absorbed many of its kind, has extremely high attributes and many skills. Our team was instantly wiped out. There are also many other clay monsters in the pit, most of them transformed into human form, so everyone must be careful when you come over. The more Zhang Zi read, the more he sweated cold. Extremely high attributes and many skills, it seems very difficult to deal with. Yes, Shanwai questioned, puzzled. Isn't there no boss on this floor? Moonshadow firmly pressed. It seems this red clay monster is extraordinary. It absorbed its kind and evolved into a boss. What do you all think? Should we go? He immediately replied without hesitation. I agree to go save them. After some careful thought, everyone set off together. Blade of Indifference slowly followed behind. I'm not interested in saving people, but there must be many red clay monsters there. Moonshadow, Hamed, we can go check out the situation first, then decide. Zhang Zi agreed. All right then, let's go. After a while they finally arrived at a place where the ground was muddy and dark. Di Yang said, This is about 3,000 meters from the altar. Moonshadow repeatedly cautioned. Everyone be careful, that must be the mud pit ahead, they replied in unison. Okay, however, at this very moment, Zhang Zi suddenly exclaimed loudly, Everyone look ahead, are rows and rows of gooey clay monsters clinging tightly to the red ground below, with a bright circle surrounding them in the middle. Shanwai stammered, speechless. That's too many, isn't it? He nodded. There are hundreds of clay monsters here. Is there any way to lure them away? Immediately after, they quickly saw Sugu and Yeoguang surrounded within. They're over there, Zhang Zi muttered to himself. Or what if we eliminate them all at once? At this moment, Moonshadow couldn't believe her ears. She looked up at him. Eliminate hundreds at once? Rakshasa, you're not joking, are you? Chao Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly, brother-in-law. Have you been scared senseless? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zhang Zi simply calmly bent down and a circle of light immediately lit up on the ground. He explained, I have a way to lure away the clay monsters that haven't transformed yet, and then we'll clear out the rest. Moonshadow looked at him in surprise. You mean to have the vampire count transform into bats and lure them away? Shanwai couldn't help but laugh. That's a good idea. With that, Zhang Zi pointed and ordered, Count, transform into bats and lure those clay monsters away. The vampire count's lips curled up and he replied, As you command, my master. With that, he immediately transformed into another form, decisively shouting, Leave it to me. At this moment, the clay monsters stretched their bodies in panic, full of confusion. In the sky, thousands of bats in the form of the vampire count swarmed densely. Yeoguang exclaimed in surprise, calling her brother. Brother, look, a swarm of bats is flying in the sky, Sugu replied, puzzled. Bats, could it be? When she saw everyone appear before them, Yeoguang cried out with joy, Great God, Rakshasa, I knew you would come to save us. I didn't expect you really would. We don't have to die this time. Just then, the clay monsters got closer and closer. Zhang Zi quickly shouted, The distance is sufficient. We can deal with that big guy now. Shanwai, clutching his weapon, curled his lips and muttered, Let me see what skills it has after one whack. He nodded. Hamed, Dragon King, be careful. With that, he leaped into the air, bringing his staff down directly onto the clay monster crowd. Take this? Zhang Zi was stunned to see this scene. This massive group of clay monsters couldn't dodge the attack. This single whack only reduced its health by about 5, indicating its health and defense were extremely high. In the next moment, a shimmering blue halo suddenly appeared above the clay monster's head. Look, it seems to be healing. The light enveloped the clay monster, making them grow stronger and stronger. Shanwai ran around in a panic. What? It can heal? Oh my god, it's grown so many arms, Sugu warned. Be careful, it knows many magic spells. Yeoguang also urged. Run! The clay monster grew larger and larger, emitting incessant piercing roars. She continued to shout, Dragon King, run! However, at this moment, a series of multicolored spheres suddenly descended from the sky. Shanwai looked up, puzzled. Large fireballs, sharp wind blades, tracking missiles. At this point, they were also quickly running forward. Zhang Zi saw him like this and couldn't help but urge, Holy crap, Dragon King, run! The fireballs descending from the sky were like delayed action bombs. The ground trembled and waves of heat swept through as if to incinerate the entire space. Shanwai muttered dejectedly, It's over, I'm dead for sure. At this moment, Di Yang spoke. Can use over a dozen magic spells at once. If we get hit, there probably won't be a bone left of us. Shanwai spoke volubly. It's too terrifying. I suspect it spared the Sugu siblings' lives just to lure us in. This is a trap. Very likely. So what do we do now? Zhang Zi turned back and replied in a deep voice, Although it absorbed many of its kind and possesses countless skills, its body has also become clumsy, unable to move and unable to use melee skills. He rubbed his hands saying, Rakshasa, just tell us directly how to kill it. We'll all listen to you. He began to propose a plan. First, let's kill a few small clay monsters. This time we can't let Little Rabbit transform. We'll use Moonshadow instead. Shanwai was stunned. How, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Instead, Chao Wei suddenly laughed. I think I've guessed it. At this moment, the two of them ran closer to the clay monster together. Zhang Zi reminded Moonshadow to let the clay monster replicate her, and then he would eliminate that clay monster. She immediately nodded. Okay. With that, the clay monster successfully replicated Moonshadow's body. She continued to exclaim, I understand now you want to use those clay monsters to deal with that big red clay monster, right? He calmly replied, exactly. At this moment, De Young and Shanwai swiftly charged forward. He laughed heartily. Rakshasa, this idea is brilliant. You're a genius. The sky was clear blue, dotted with white floating clouds. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Rows of Moonshadow's bodies lay on the ground next to the slime secreted by the clay monsters. Zhang Zi said with keen interest, the real show is about to begin. With that, he bent down, creating many whirlpools on the ground. Come out. In an instant, Moonshadow's bodies stood up one by one, their eyes pale and lifeless, looking very frightening. Shanwai, though sweating cold, still joked. With so many Moonshadows, that big guy is definitely in for a tough time. Chao Wei also chimed in. Brother-in-law, you can't even handle my sister alone. Can you handle so many? Moonshadow shyly scolded them. You talk too much. At this moment, De Young suddenly turned around in a panic. Damn it, someone else got here first. Just in front of the red monster group, a noisy crowd was whispering. Guo Yu carelessly led the group, sneering incessantly. They exclaimed in surprise, talk about a small world, it's that Luo Yan, the little fairy. How is she here? She was utterly unrestrained in her excitement. Boss Gunslinger, our luck is incredible. This swamp used to be full of clay monsters, but now there isn't a single one. Gunslinger looked around, then ordered. All troops prepare to attack. All the people behind him also shouted with great ambition upon hearing this. Shield warriors prepare, ranged mages prepare. However, at this moment a scream suddenly came from the distance. Brothers, wait! De Young sternly stepped forward to stop them. Friends, our companions are trapped next to that red mass of flesh. Attacking might hurt them. Yaoguang and Sugu are still waiting inside. She's constantly trembling and crying for help. Help, please save us. However, Gunslinger utterly disdained it. What does that have to do with us? We don't know them. De Young tried to negotiate in a low voice. Friend, what you're saying is a bit too much. Even if you don't know them, you shouldn't hurt others. Just then, Guo Yu suddenly pointed at Meng Dai and shouted, Little princess, fancy meeting you again. Boss Gunslinger, ignore them, they're all thick-skinned. He also nodded in agreement. I don't have time to bother with these things. Let's quickly eliminate that red clay monster. I still have to lead my team to floor 21. With that, Gunslinger decisively waved his hand forward. All troops attack. Their shamelessness left De Young frozen. You people, at this moment, rows of multicolored rays continuously shot towards the red clay monster before them. Sugu hastily shouted help. However, a thick layer of armor like petrified scales encased them, causing all attacks to bounce off harmlessly. Gunslinger couldn't help but exclaim, tougher to deal with than I imagined, but it doesn't matter. If you can block magic, then I'll use physical attacks. The people nearby also cheered, and several teammates behind eagerly joined in. Melee combat. With that, everyone with a determination to kill charged forward in unison. At this moment, Guo Yu couldn't help but turn back and sneer mockingly. This time you're definitely going to lose. We have hundreds of people on our side. Once this giant red mud monster is dealt with, all your efforts will have been in vain. However, at this very moment, Zhang Zi suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Everyone look! What met their eyes was the red hybrid monster simultaneously spewing thick clay-like slime. They continuously let out piercing roars, and clay monsters rained down from the sky like a storm. The group that had just charged forward was forced to stop upon seeing this scene. How disgusting! In the next moment, the clay monsters suddenly stuck together tightly, forming a colossal body standing imposingly. They all shouted, Look, what was just spewed out wasn't ordinary mud but living mud monsters. Shanwai, from a higher position, couldn't help but exclaim, Holy crap, this red mud monster must have become a spirit. De Young muttered to himself. With so many adventurers transformed from clay, Gunslinger's tough team is probably doomed. Blue lightning shot down from somewhere directly at the crowd below. The air was chaotic, filled with screams. Those clay monsters have all turned into human form. Run! Gunslinger stood in the distance, questioning sternly. This giant red mud monster actually has such an ability? Guo Yu stood with her hands on her hips, vaguely replying, I didn't expect it either. At this moment, De Young began to dimly understand. He finally knew why there were so many monsters in the mud pit. It turned out that the large red monster was giving birth to them. Zhang Zi spoke, advising everyone, we should retreat for now. The situation here is too dangerous. If we get caught in it, it'll be a lot of trouble. However, at this very moment, that group of people suddenly swarmed towards them. Shanwai screamed in terror. Those bastards led all the clay monsters here. De Young hastily urged, Run, run faster. Large amounts of white smoke filled the surroundings. Moonshadow asked blankly, There are too many. What do we do now? At this moment, Zhang Zi quickly reacted. He bent down and slammed his hand on the ground, and blue lightning erupted in the air. Old Black, come out! No sooner had he spoken than the Dark Dragon King immediately appeared. It majestically spread its wings, and then many demonic beasts circled in the sky, making Gunslinger jump in surprise. At this moment, Meng Dai and Little Rabbit had already climbed onto the dragon's back. She suddenly joked with keen interest, then turned back and stuck out her tongue, saying in a teasing tone, Little fairy, run, those human-shaped clay monsters are catching up. Gunslinger clenched his fist, saying sternly, So that's the legendary great god Rakshasa. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Guo Yu cursed angrily. Damn it! At this moment, the red monsters were rapidly catching up to them. That group of people desperately fled, shouting in despair, Help! Meanwhile, Zhang Zi planned ahead. They've all been lured away by those guys. Let's get ready to make our move. One person nodded. That's right. While no one's paying attention, let's act quickly. However, just then, Moonshadow suddenly shouted nervously, Careful! Right in front of them, the giant red clay monster had already taken shape, pursuing and blocking the Dark Dragon King. De Yong sternly reminded him. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let the mud spray on the Dark Dragon King. Hearing this, Zhang Zi immediately ordered, Old Black, dodge quickly. As soon as he spoke, the clay monster abruptly lunged at them with air-ripping speed. Its slimy body brushed past Zhang Zi's shoulder, startling him. Damn it, Chao Wei's eyes widened and she shouted, Oh no, brother, you've been touched by the clay monster. The slime collided with a squelching sound and the ground trembled slightly. It slowly climbed up Zhang Zi's lower leg, seeping into his skin. A cold, fishy smell gradually permeated the air. Another Zhang Zi with empty eyes gradually appeared. The original Zhang Zi bent down and pointed at the ground, anxiously urging, Quick, don't let it use its skills, eliminate it immediately. Moonshadow jumped up and shouted, We absolutely cannot let this guy cast a summoning spell. Shanwai also echoed, That's right. If it summons the clown vampire count and the like, we're done for. After replicating him, the clay monster immediately fled. Zhang Zi urged, Don't let it get away. However, De Yong suddenly noticed something strange. Why isn't it summoning minions? At this moment, the fake Zhang Zi ran forward with all its might. Finally, they shouted in panic, Oh no, it's going to merge with that giant red clay monster. Little Rabbit clenched her fist, suddenly realizing, So that's why that red fleshy mass is so powerful. It imitates adventurers by spraying clay monsters, then devours them, thereby gaining their skills and attributes. Zhang Zi anxiously urged, We absolutely cannot let it succeed. Little bird, quickly control it. Everyone acted swiftly. Chao Wei solemnly summoned a magic circle, gravity suppression. As soon as she spoke, the fake Zhang Zi immediately froze in pain, and Chao Wei's attack dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. Shanwai couldn't help but laugh. It even deals damage? Is this the effect of gravity suppression after upgrading to level 2? Chao Wei confidently curled her lips. Not only that, it can also control multiple targets within the skill's range. De Yong exclaimed excitedly, Amazing, truly worthy of Ensulfur Monosulfide rank talent. At this moment, the clay monster's color gradually faded and it struggled to crawl forward, but its actions were immediately noticed by Zhang Zi. It seems to be asking for help. Quickly concentrate fire to eliminate it, Moonshadow shouted. As soon as she spoke, all of them rushed forward together, each holding a weapon, directly stabbing its body. Streaks of blood splattered like a flood. Shanwai glanced at him. Brother Rakshasa let you finish it off. He immediately nodded, All right. The next moment, Zhang Zi shot an arrow into the clay monster's chest, dealing over 3,000 points of damage. At this moment, Moonshadow suddenly asked curiously, Brother Rakshasa, if you summon a clay monster identical to you, can it also summon minions? Chao Wei exclaimed excitedly, Oh, just hearing it sounds awesome, brother-in-law. Quickly try summoning? Zhang Zi was naturally curious about her suggestion, but he feared it wouldn't be that simple. He would try it first. The next moment, the clay monster in Zhang Zi's form immediately sat up and respectfully said, Master, please instruct me. Please use the summoning spell to summon a minion. However, it refused. I'm sorry, Master, I cannot because there are no minions in my summoning space. Zhang Zi nodded just as I expected. Shanwai spoke, There's a reason it couldn't summon minions when we surrounded it. De Yong crossed his arms and voiced his thoughts. It seems even if the Rakshasa clay monster possesses attributes and skills identical to Rakshasa, its summoning space is empty of minions. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Oh my god, you scared me to death. It turns out it's just a lone wolf. Just then, Chao Wei suddenly clenched her fists. She said excitedly, I have an idea. Let Rakshasa kill a few more Rakshasa clay monsters, take them as minions. Then let them go kill other clay monsters and subdue them. Repeatedly expanding like this, we can eventually build a massive clay monster army. Zhang Zi calmly said, That's a good idea, but it would be very difficult and time-consuming to implement. The clay monster repeated his words, That's a good idea, but it would be very difficult and time-consuming to implement. At this moment, Shanwai reminded them, For now, let's deal with this disgusting thing first. De Yong agreed, All right, saving people is the most important thing. After they entered, Sugu shouted happily, Great God, Rakshasa, you're finally back. I knew you wouldn't abandon us, brothers. He quickly reassured them, Don't worry, we'll save you right away. With that, Zhang Zi raised his hand and summoned a large number of Moonshadow's clones. Afterwards, he unhurriedly encouraged everyone to step forward. Everyone worked together to eliminate this giant red clay monster. They responded in unison. All right. At this moment, Zhang Zi suddenly vaguely raised his hand and created another halo. Let's add more. The scene before them was many Moonshadows continuously attacking the red monster. Light from her sword slashes glittered golden, incredibly dazzling. The system sound rang out. System activated effect. Skill damage increased by 50. Each of their attacks dealt nearly 200,000 damage. The red monster screamed in painful despair. Just at that moment, a loud bang erupted from within its body. White smoke permeated the air and large amounts of viscous liquid splattered everywhere with gravity. Like angry whirlwinds, they swept everyone into them, then fiercely flung them out, a shocking sight. Moonshadow couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect this giant clay monster to have devoured so many adventurers. Just then, a girl slowly emerged from the slime. This was Clay Wanru. Moonshadow's eyes widened in surprise when she saw her. Who is that clay girl? She looks so beautiful. Chao Wei also frowned and said, She feels like a fairy, Clay Wanru. So was her original name Wanru? Moonshadow was confused upon hearing this. Why is the red clay monster dead but Clay Wanru still exists? Is she the original form of that red fleshy mass? Zhang Zi sternly reminded at this moment. Everyone be vigilant, be careful not to get close. De Yang also swiftly rushed forward, blocking with his shield. Everyone hide behind me. Wenru stood motionless in the middle without a word, still enveloped by the rising viscous liquid. At this moment Wenru suddenly turned back and looked directly at them, and Shanwei shouted, "Wait!" She moved. The next moment she pursed her lips and silently rushed straight towards Zhang Zi. Careful! Wenru gripped her greatsword tightly and charged without hesitation. Her movements made Zhang Zi break out in a cold sweat. So fast, Wenru unleashed her ultimate skill, Dragon's Breath, fiercely slashing the area in front, and a burnt smoky smell immediately wafted out. Then Wenru continued to raise her sword, looking directly into Zhang Zi's eyes. Chao Wei screamed in panic, "Brother-in-law, quickly retreat, let me control her." With that she summoned the gravity suppression magic circle, firmly pressing Wenru to the ground. Wenru's face instantly turned ugly, and she pursed her lips in angry defiance. Just the next moment Wenru suddenly stood upright, glaring fiercely at them. She actually stood up. Chao Wei couldn't believe her eyes, continuing to push hard. "How is this possible? My gravity suppression skill has been upgraded to level 2, how can it not hold her down?" At this moment Shanwei also took the opportunity to jump behind, preparing to control her. "Rakshasa, I'm coming to save you." However, just then Wenru had already discovered him, and immediately pushed Shanwei back with her sword. Shanwei cursed painfully, "Damn it, this little girl is too strong." Immediately after, Wenru turned back to look at Zhang Zi and his group, and she stomped heavily on the ground, filling the air with dust. Facing this scene, everyone's expressions turned tense, and Shanwei gritted his teeth, full of fury. At this moment Zhang Zi continuously shot arrows at Wenru with his bow, but all her attacks were dodged very nimbly. At this moment Zhang Zi placed his hand on the ground, summoning the Dark Dragon King. Old Black quickly stopped her. As soon as he spoke, it spread its huge wings, appearing powerfully, fanning out a white whirlwind-like gale. Immediately after, the Dark Dragon King opened its huge mouth and sprayed cold dragon's breath at Wenru, instantly freezing her. Wenru was firmly trapped by the massive ice block, unable to move. Facing this scene, Shanwei excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, "It's frozen!" However, before he could be happy for long, a piercing cracking sound suddenly came from Wenru's hand. Finally, Wenru abruptly raised her sword, completely shattering the ice block. Shanwei was terrified. "I didn't expect her to be able to break through the ice layer," he broke out in a cold sweat. "This clay golem is too powerful. Her original owner must have been at least a grandmaster." De Yang gritted his teeth and persuaded, "Rakshasa, come over here. I'll block the attacks for you with my shield." At this moment Zhang Zi rushed towards the clay monster, and he reluctantly refused. "No, she's too fast. Let me figure out a way." Both of them raised their hands simultaneously, creating a personal domain, and immediately after, Wenru's body immediately slowed down, the effect activated, and her reaction speed decreased by 50. Zhang Zi said, with 2 personal domains activated simultaneously, "Let's see how fast you can still be." Then he ordered Moonshadow's clones, "All clay golem Moonshadows activate blade attack." As soon as she spoke, their sword lights and shadows shot out in quick succession, streaking across the air. Dazzling golden lights continuously flashed. Flames slowly ignited on Wenru, and the heat emanating from them made the ground tremble violently. Finally, in the billowing smoke, Wenru suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Zi breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost over. However, just then, Moonshadow anxiously shouted, "Rakshasa, be careful." As soon as she spoke, Wenru suddenly jumped in front of them from nowhere, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Her face was gloomy, her expression unreadable. Shanwei's mouth hung open, unable to believe his eyes. "Holy cow, she's not dead even after that?" Chao Wei also lamented. "She's truly a monster." At this moment Wenru pursed her lips and charged straight forward. She unhesitatingly swung her sword, scattering many of Moonshadow's clones, and pressed directly forward. Facing this scene, Zhang Zi suddenly realized something. It seems this clay golem targets the person who poses the greatest threat to it. All of Moonshadow's clones fell under Wenru's blade. Immediately after, Moonshadow and Shanwei also swiftly rushed forward to attack. Just then, a terrifying light shot out from her sword. Dazzling light seemed to swallow the entire sky. The deafening explosion solidified the air, and the massive flames, like a bomb, made everyone's faces turn pale, their expressions tense. However, at that very moment, a blue light suddenly rushed out from the air, sweeping away all of Wenru's attacks. Facing this scene, Moonshadow's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Big brother Rakshasa, we're not dead, we're not dead. What's going on? Did she save us?" A long-haired girl gently floated in the air, blue light like stars surrounding her. Shanwei was still observing with a red face, but Zhang Zi had already spoken, questioning, "Who are you? Why did you save us?" She pursed her lips at this moment, not answering. After a while, the girl turned her head, but only asked an irrelevant question. "You are Zhang Zi?" As soon as he saw her face, Shanwei screamed in terror. "She looks exactly like those clay Wanrus," Zhang Zi exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you are Wanru, you know my real name," Wanru replied indifferently. "The task you gave me has been completed." Then she said nothing and rapidly rushed into the sky. "I'm leaving." At this moment, Shanwei crossed his arms, unable to resist asking curiously, "Brother Rakshasa, when did you get to know such a powerful person and even dare to give her tasks?" He mumbled in confusion. "How would I know? If I knew her before, I would have already had her lead us all the way to the 100th floor. De Yang speculated blankly. "Did this girl named Wanru mistake us for someone else?" Moonshadow voiced her thoughts. "No way, she even knows Rakshasa's real name. She definitely didn't make a mistake." Zhang Zi rubbed his chin, trying hard to recall. "For some reason, I always feel she's connected to Mark. Meanwhile, on the other side, two young girls were jumping with joy. Little Rabbit's eyes sparkled with delight. Look, so many red stones, Meng Dai laughed happily. We're rich this time. Zhang Zi walked closer and said, there are dozens of red stones here, enough for us to clear this floor and reach the next. Shanwai's hearty laughter continuously echoed. What a pleasant surprise. Quickly pick them all up, Meng Dai excitedly calculated. I'll sell the extra ones at a high price. Just then, Sugu spoke apologetically from behind. Great God, Rakshasa, thank you very much. You've saved us again. Zhang Zi watched them casually with his arms crossed. You're welcome, but how did you get trapped here? Yaoguing grunted in disgust. It's all because my brother is too greedy. Sugu sighed, frustrated. It's my fault too. I thought I could kill the red clay monster. I didn't expect to fall into a trap. Zhang Zi kindly reminded. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Remember to be more careful in the future. At this moment, Yaoguing suddenly asked softly, Great God Rakshasa, my sister and I also want to join your team. Is that okay? Chao Wei readily agreed. Of course, now we have another pair of sisters. Di Yang smiled and said, I have no objections. How about you, Rakshasa? Shanwai didn't refuse. I think it's great. From now on, our team will be even stronger. Hearing this, Zhang Zi replied, Since everyone agrees, I have no objection. Chao Wei's eyes sparkled as she looked at the other party. From now on, our team also has a fire mage, Little Rabbit exclaimed excitedly. Fantastic. We have another girl on our team. Ruotong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Yaoguing, your rain of fire skill is an area of effect attack, right? She immediately replied with an, At this moment, Sugu's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment like a ripe tomato. He awkwardly scratched his head. Why do I always feel like everyone's coming for Yaoguing, and I'm just a bonus? Meanwhile, in another place, Wanru gently landed in front of the massive door of a tall tower. A girl with her arms crossed and a gloomy face stepped forward and questioned, Wanru, were you just in the demon domain? Wanru retorted in a low voice, Jade, are you following me? Jade scoffed upon hearing this. How dare I follow you? It's just a coincidence that I found some unusual things in the demon domain's data. Wanru turned away unhappily. My business is none of your concern. As they walked into the tower together, what greeted them was a dining table filled with people. A young man complained discontentedly, Can you two be a bit more punctual? We've been waiting for you for half an hour. The two men opposite them also remained silent. Jade slowly sat down, glancing at Wanru, and said pointedly, I apologize, I didn't intend to be late, but I happened to discover someone secretly entering the demon city. A white-bearded man, hearing this, spoke sternly, The Lord has laid down rules forbidding us creators from stepping into the demon domain. I hope everyone refrains from knowingly breaking the law, Wanru quickly retorted. Elder Chao, I did not interfere with anyone. I merely went to deal with a clay monster I created before, lest it harm anyone. A little girl tilted her head and asked, Sister Wanru, you must have seen many humans in the demon domain, right? Are they all very foolish? She shook her head. No, they're not foolish at all, the young man suddenly laughed. Indeed, some of them are very clever. Last time I was a temporary boss in the dead zone, the result, well, let's not talk about it. The little girl exclaimed in surprise. You lost? Impossible. You're a creator. How could you be defeated by humans? The man holding the Rubik's Cube looked up with interest. Is the person who defeated you still alive? What's his name? The young man questioned. Fangza, what are you planning? He replied casually. Nothing. I just want to go play in the dead zone. Maybe I'll run into that kid. Elder Chao cleared his throat and corrected. Everyone, please remember our identities. RF-56 is about to be invaded and destroyed by C-987. The Divine Kingdom is preparing to break this balance and we cannot stand idly by. The young man spoke impatiently. What do you plan to do? Intervene. That would violate the rules. Elder Chao explained. The Lord decreed no intervention and I have no feasible solution. Fangza also spoke. In the F-566 world there's a country called Daxia. People there often say, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. I think we should let nature take its course. If the Lord were still alive he would choose this way too. At this moment Elder Chao wearily rubbed his forehead. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone go back and think carefully and be sure to find a solution to this matter. Meeting adjourned. As soon as he finished speaking, they all left the dining table. Jade scoffed, propping her chin on her hand and asking, Elder Chao is starting to suspect. Will our plan be exposed? Fangza confidently replied. So what if it's exposed, as long as we kill that person? Everything will be over. He cupped her face, leaning in and saying, Then you and I will also be free. No longer imprisoned in this damn creator god temple. Jade eagerly interjected. Where will we go after we're free? Meanwhile, on Demon Domain Floor 20, many people had already gathered. Meng Dai hugged a red stone, grinning from ear to ear. We're rich this time. They filled large wooden barrels with red stones. Meng Dai shouted loudly, Step right up, folks, don't miss out, important clearance item, red stone right here. Not 9,999, not even 999, just 39 high-grade demon souls for one. Di Yang looked at the crowded scene and couldn't help but praise. Little princess is a born businesswoman. Business is really booming, they kept shouting. I want two, I want one. At this moment, Guo Yu suddenly pushed her way forward and shouted loudly, I want 100. Zhang Zi saw the familiar face and couldn't help but smile. So it's her. Di Yang also chimed in. Now the real show begins. The moment Guo Yu saw Meng Dai, she was stunned into silence. Meng Dai feigned surprise. What a coincidence meeting you again. Guo Yu cursed inwardly. Why is it her again? In the end she held it in. Guest, how many red stones would you like? I want 100. I know you'll definitely raise the price. Tell me how much? Meng Dai was amused by her attitude. Not much. 999 high-grade demon souls each. After buying, Guo Yu walked away with a disgusted look, snorting disdainfully. I knew it. She turned and whispered to her companion. That annoying woman has never seen you. So you can buy it for 39 demon souls. Take these demon souls and go buy me 100 red stones. The man immediately responded, Okay. At this moment, Guo Yu couldn't help but curl her lips, sneering. That annoying woman, she wants to rip me off. Dream on. However, just then the man ran out in a panic and reported, Boss, that little princess raised the price. The man nervously explained, no matter who buys it, it's 999. Guo Yu yelled unhappily. What? She found out about the trick. At this moment, everyone angrily surrounded her, continuously cursing. Damn woman, it's all your fault. She raised the redstone price to 999. Exactly, because of you, we can't afford redstones now. We can only go out and fight for them ourselves, which is time-consuming and exhausting. It's infuriating having to struggle to snatch red clay monsters again. Annoying woman, damn woman, you've dragged us all down. Don't let me run into you outside, I'll beat you every time I see you. Guo Yu clenched her fists, watching Meng Dai stick out her tongue at her. So angry she gritted her teeth. Little princess, just you wait, you wretched girl. Finally she turned to her subordinate and ordered. That's enough for today. We'll fight another day. Are we not going to clear the stage if we don't buy her red stones? All right. They didn't want to get tangled up anymore, so they nodded. Boss, we're out too. At this moment, Zhang Zi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that little fairy can't beat the little princess. Di Yang also watched with interest. They're really at odds. At this moment, Zhang Zi spoke, bidding farewell. It's getting late. I'm logging out first. I have to get up early tomorrow to report to the army. Moon Shadow, what about you? She Ahmed. Then I'll log out first. Di Yang instructed. Everyone get some rest early. Just leave the red stone selling to the little princess. Finally he waved goodbye. All right, see you tomorrow. Di Yang nodded. Brother Rakshasa, good luck. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. In the 16th military zone at the break of dawn, Zhang Zi saluted solemnly and reported, New recruit Zhang Zi reporting for duty. The man spoke sternly to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi, you are a student of Qingda's martial arts department, but here you are just a soldier. Military orders are like mountains, you must obey, absolutely obey. Do you understand? He replied softly, understood. This voice immediately made the man unhappily shout, Didn't you hear me? Louder. Zhang Zi roared, Clear. The man nodded, very good. Then he instructed, From now on just call me Brother Wu. Sister Shao Qin already spoke to me in advance. Don't worry, I'll arrange an easy task for you. Zhang Zi politely spoke, Yes, thank you, Brother Wu. Keep going, I'll take you to see your task. A moment later, in another place, the security guard was performing his duties solemnly. Zhang Zi looked at the building in front of him, puzzled, and asked hesitantly, Did we come to the wrong place? This looks like a cafeteria. Brother Wu shook his head and replied casually, That's right. From today onwards you are a cook. At night in the military dormitory, the environment was so quiet you couldn't hear a sound in their room. A man sleeping on the top bunk leaned down and spoke, Xiao Zhang, you're new here. Brother Niu has to remind you of something. In this unit you can offend anyone but never offend those wearing mecha warrior uniforms. He asked back, puzzled. Why? Are they very powerful? Another person nearby, hearing this, immediately sat up and explained, Those are mecha pilots, a newly established department in the army, very powerful, especially the female captain of the mobile team. She's truly, Zhang Zi exclaimed in surprise. Ah, there are women in the army and a captain at that? Brother Niu pointed outside. I think her name is Ding Ning. She's a very formidable person. Xiao Zhang, if you encounter her, it's best to stay far away. Zhang Zi smiled and nodded. Yes, thank you, Brother Niu. By the way, Brother Niu, I want to go to the demon domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Niu immediately refused. No, army regulations prohibit soldiers from entering the demon domain without authorization. He looked at him in surprise and asked back, Can't enter the demon domain? The old soldier next to him smiled and replied, Actually, it's not a big deal as long as a few of us don't spread the word. And just be back before 7 in the morning the next day. Brother Niu, Ahmed, but Xiao Zhang, you have to be careful yourself too. He immediately nodded, Yes, Brother Niu, I'll remember. Finally, Zhang Zi tightly gripped his wristband and said gratefully, Thank you, everyone. The next moment, Zhang Zi instantly moved to the demon domain. Before him was a scene where everyone was gathered chatting idly. Di Yang quickly stepped forward and asked, Brother Rakshasa, how was your first day in the army? Shanwai teased, Were you bullied by the veterans? He shook his head. No, everything was fine. Then Zhang Zi asked curiously, What are you all talking about? Di Yang lowered his head and muttered, We're discussing the strategy for Demon Domain Floor 21. It feels very strange, he repeated. Strange? He began to explain. Look, after entering the next floor you'll see 3 doors. Behind each door is an enclosed space. All sorts of monsters will appear inside, Di Yang continued. If you're lucky, it's all small monsters. If you're unlucky, each door has a boss. We have to pass through at least 6 doors to reach the final stone gate. Zhang Zi mused, confirming, So as long as we defeat the monsters behind the 6 doors, we clear the stage? He, Ahmed, that's right. Keep going. With our team's strength, fighting 6 monsters isn't too difficult. let's go when you're ready. Immediately after, a mysterious black teleportation gate appeared and they cheered in unison. Alright, let's go. Demon Domain Floor 21 is here. The next moment everyone had arrived on Demon Domain Floor 21 where many people had already gathered. They noisily debated the three doors. Red wooden door. I once saw an expert's guide. He said going through the red door meant only small monsters and you could smoothly reach the final stone gate. Really? I had a brother who also read that guide, went through the red door and never came back. Everyone's faces showed doubt. It's random, has nothing to do with the color. It's completely up to luck. Too much to agonize over. One person looked around seeking help. I have decision paralysis. Can anyone help me choose? Another person spoke to comfort. Why think so much? Just push open any door and go in. Leave it to fate. At this moment De Young also spoke with his arms crossed. Black, red, white. Which door do you all choose? Shanwai awkwardly scratched his head. Me, my luck is always bad. You all choose, Zhang Zi gently encouraged. Big brother Jushin, you choose. We won't blame you whether it's right or wrong. Moonshadow also agreed. Exactly. A few minutes later, Shanwai tilted his head and pointed to the white door opposite the white door. Zhang Zi quickly agreed. Alright, let's choose the white wooden door then. Two teams have already gone through. I wonder how they're doing. At this moment, De Young gripped the doorknob and asked again, Is everyone ready? Without hesitation, they shouted in unison, Ready, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone jumped into the door together and a dazzling white light immediately shone forth. After entering, Little Rabbit looked back in surprise. The door behind us closed, Zhang Zi sternly reminded. Prepare for battle. Monsters could appear at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, three men in soldier uniforms suddenly appeared in front. Without a word, they charged forward with swords. At this moment, Zhang Zi tightly gripped his bow and decisively shot several powerful arrows. In an instant, a soldier was struck and stumbled backward, taking nearly 9,000 points of damage. Then Shanwai and the Dragon King also charged forward fiercely, attacking the remaining two soldiers. A moment later, the three of them all fell to the ground, unconscious. Ming Dai's eyes widened in surprise. Is that it? I thought it would be some terrifying monster. Turns out it was nothing special. Zhang Zi explained, It seems we're lucky. The monsters in the first room were very simple. At this moment, De Yang walked towards the next door. However, he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong, the door won't open. As soon as he finished speaking, they quickly formed a defensive formation, killing the soldiers that surged from nowhere. They kept jumping out, clamoring, Kill them, kill, kill. Ji-Chu unhesitatingly raised her staff using an ice wall to block all paths of the soldiers, while Yeoguang continuously hurled scorching fireballs at them. The soldiers, struck by the flames, immediately let out painful and chaotic screams. De Young gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the doorknob. But the door still didn't open. Zhang Zi vaguely encouraged, I don't know how many waves of monsters this room will have. We can only resist them wave by wave. At this moment, soldiers were still pouring into the room. Shields and swords clashed, producing harsh metallic sounds. Watch out, Moonshadow swiftly seized the opportunity, cutting down all enemies with her sword. Just then, a click sound suddenly came from De Young's side. He hastily reported, This time the door moved. Zhang Zi breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, we should have cleared everything this time. De Young nodded, probably. He then stepped forward. We didn't take any losses this time. Let's head straight to the next door. Zhang Zi agreed. Sounds good to me. Shanwai spoke boldly. I'll go first, everyone follow me. A moment later they all entered another room with 4 white walls and nothing inside. Yeoguang looked around confused. Why does it look exactly like the previous room? Ming Dai also agreed. Yeah, if this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Just then a buzzing sound suddenly came from above them and Zhang Zi shouted in horror. Watch out! Swarms of bees spewed venom raining down on Zhang Zi's team. De Young tried his best to use his shield to protect everyone from the venom, but a shield has its limits and he worried it wouldn't withstand the impact. The venom is too strong, my shield probably won't last long. Zhang Zi raised his bow, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Chao Wei, focus on suppressing the largest one. Chao Wei quickly obeyed. Okay, the bee's wings buzzed deafeningly, even shaking the surrounding air and creating gravity. Sugu powerfully threw a sea blue glass orb at the bee. I'll help too, disdainfully spat venom back at Sugu, who felt a sharp pain in his arm. Damn it, I'm paralyzed. Yeoguang was enraged by the attack on her beloved. Brother, I'll save you. Yeoguang raised her staff, summoning a whirlwind of flames that instantly ignited the entire space. Zhang Zi understood the bee's weakness. So these hornets are afraid of fire. Shanwai laughed smugly as if victory was assured. That's right, but each wave seems bigger than the last. Dragon King, can you please shut your big mouth? Zhang Zi seized the opportunity. Chao Wei, focus on suppressing. The little girl decisively summoned a magic circle to control. Watch me suppress these 3. Yeoguang continued to attack with a barrage of fire, sending the 3 bees spiraling in confusion. Fire rain. Moonshadow quickly came to Zhang Zi's aid. Dragon King will help too. Shanwai allowed her to join. Unfortunately, this united strength only made a few of the bees more agitated. Their eyes glowed with fire as if they wanted to burn everything here to ashes. Zhang Zi had to shout loudly, signaling everyone to stop immediately. Here they come again, everyone retreat. The swarm of bees grew increasingly massive, greedily absorbing all power, leaving everyone stunned. This one's too big. Zhang Zi always managed to come up with solutions quickly in critical moments. I have an idea, follow me? We should move flexibly, go around to attack from behind. Everyone nodded in agreement, praising the brilliant plan. Good idea, brother Rakshasa. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow launched fire arrows as if enjoying the game. So satisfying, these big guys can't move at all. De Young bravely requested to open the door. Looks like there are no more monsters, let me try opening the door, Zhang Zi agreed. Okay, he almost successfully opened the door. The door's open, the group strode into the next room. Ji-Chu worriedly cautioned everyone beforehand, everyone be careful, we don't know what the next room will hold. A goblin greeted them in the room, and Zhang Zi couldn't help but exclaim, "Hi, it's a goblin." Meng Dai quickly raised her hand and saluted it. Di Yang tried his best to attack the goblin with his shield. Before he could even touch it, it scattered and fled, leaving him dumbfounded, needing someone to enlighten him. Yao Guang released fireballs, the flames relentlessly pursuing, the goblin frantically fled, and finally the flames caught up to it, merging together in an earth-shattering explosion. Everyone froze for a few seconds, their gazes fixed on the front, silent, but with surprise etched on their faces. She pointed in the direction where the goblin had just appeared. Another one just appeared there, still a goblin. Little Rabbit looked on in surprise, but its shape seemed unchanged. Shanwai jumped up and attacked without hesitation. "Leave this to me." He delivered a fierce blow like a wooden ruler slapping a table, but unexpectedly, the goblin actually ran away. Di Yang, having lived so long, had never seen anything like it. A goblin that could dodge attacks. Dragon King, be careful, this time is different from before. It's like a ghost suddenly leaping up to counterattack, which infuriated Shanwai. He was thrown far away by the goblin like a ball. Damn it, this goblin is too strong. The entire team rushed forward in unison with fierce momentum, sword glints, magic, and shouts converging into a fierce storm, rushing towards the goblin in the center of the battlefield. With powerful momentum, Shanwai swung his massive club. Moonshadow and Blade of Indifference cooperated seamlessly, and Di Yang pushed the goblin far away with his shield. The goblin, unable to catch its breath, let out a desperate roar. Suddenly another goblin descended like a meteor holding a club, and Meng Dai had to point it out to Zhang Zi. It bared its sharp teeth as if it wanted to devour her alive. Fortunately, Zhang Zi appeared in time with his sturdy shield, blocking the goblin's attack on Meng Dai like a god. She brandished her sword, thrusting straight at the goblin's head. "I'll take care of it," but it was too agile. Even Moonshadow couldn't stop it. Zhang Zi was stunned again. What, it dodged again? Zhang Zi landed perfectly. It seems this goblin has higher attributes. Zhang Zi and Clay Rakshasa merged. He drew his bow and aimed, shooting arrows with precision. A rain of arrows pouring down on the goblin, scaring it into jumping and fleeing in all directions. From above, a goblin warrior wielding a wooden club was about to ambush Zhang Zi. He immediately summoned the vampire count, subduing it. The count spread his arms, waiting for it to come and fight. The vampire count gripped the goblin's head tightly in his hand. "Lowly creature, how dare you touch my master with those filthy hands?" Zhang Zi, with arms crossed and a majestic aura, commanded. "Clay Rakshasa, eliminated. Then summon one of your followers." Clay Rakshasa obeyed. A single arrow dealt 3 fatal blows, hitting its head. The goblin lay motionless on the ground, but Di Yang didn't let everyone relax their guard. "Everyone be careful, the next one will be even stronger. Here it comes, everyone be careful." Shanwai, impatient, was the first to attack. "Strike first to gain the advantage, take this." His body was strong, yet he had to exert all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to a small goblin, but the attack had no effect on it. Shanwai gritted his teeth, furious. "Damn it, my fully charged attack only dealt so little damage." Zhang Zi tried to dissuade him. "Dragon King, be careful." The goblin unexpectedly kicked him in the stomach. It mercilessly unleashed a series of attacks, causing Shanwai to spew blood. Zhang Zi was anxious. "Quick, save Dragon King. If this continues, Dragon King will be finished." He tied rockets to his legs and rushed toward Shanwai. "Dragon King, quickly get behind me." The goblin's eyes glared, and it struck the arrows with its club, raising dust. Everyone panicked. Rakshasa's arrows were shattered by it. Moonshadow hadn't expected this to happen. "Is this a goblin? It almost killed me just now." Zhang Zi speculated. "It seems this goblin is strength enhanced. Its strength has increased, but its speed might not be fast. Let me deal with it." Blade of Indifference, transformed into an assassin, rushed forward swiftly. He delivered a fatal blow, ending the goblin's suffering. Shanwai, sweating profusely, looked on with admiration. "Blade of Indifference, you're amazing. You completely took care of it." Di Yang also praised. "Having strength without speed is useless." She carefully looked around. There seemed to be no new monsters. Zhang Zi rushed to open the door. "I'll try to open the door." He presumptuously thought that clearing this room was a bit too easy. She frowned. "Dragon King, don't get complacent. If we hadn't saved you just now, you'd be dead." As soon as they stepped in, Shanwai and Moonshadow were both stunned. "It's an orc swordsman." Zhang Zi reminded the entire team, "Orc swordsmen are not easy to deal with. Everyone must be even more careful on this floor." Shanwai postured, ready for battle. The swordsman's bow was already formidable on floor M, let alone on this floor, he asked worriedly. "So what do we do now?" She decisively raised her shining sword. "I learned the swordsman's blade skill. Let me handle this floor. It's also a sign of respect for him." Chao Wei offered Moonshadow her best wishes. "Cousin, be careful," she responded fiercely. Moonshadow strode with heavy steps, enough to make those around her feel fear. She exuded a firm and powerful aura, her eyes burning with the flames of battle. Facing the challenge without flinching, the orc swordsman's eyes were hidden behind a dark mask like 2 burning purple abysses. Silently ablaze, the air was taut like a bowstring. The red sword in Moonshadow's hand trembled slightly, emitting a scorching light. On the other side, he tightly gripped his dual swords, and the spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate. She launched the first attack with imposing momentum, initiating this fierce battle. Bring it on, the orc swordsman gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Two sword energies collided, light erupted, space trembled, air currents surged, and the first strike had already landed. Moonshadow's figure was agile, and her voice echoed decisively through the heavens and earth. The blade skill you taught me, I have comprehended a new ultimate technique, please enlighten me. Moonshadow merely waved her sword lightly, creating an astonishing fiery wind. Chao Wei watched her intently. My goodness, when did Moonshadow learn this move? It's truly man and sword as one. Sister Moonshadow is amazing, Zhang Zi added. This is a new ultimate technique Moonshadow cultivated in the simulator, maximizing the attack power of the blade skill. He responded in a deep voice, his sword art as swift as wind, the orc swordsman brandishing his sword. A purple light tore through space, leaving a thunderous echo. But suddenly he froze. It turned out Moonshadow had used an ultimate move called Willow Moonshadow. Leaving the orc swordsman struggling helplessly, he fell, and she decisively moved forward to finish him off. Teacher, I finally defeated you. Before the first was dealt with, a second one appeared from behind. Everyone shouted a warning, Moonshadow, come back quickly. The second orc swordsman has appeared. This time, the entire team rushed forward to attack without hesitation. De Yong tried his best to raise his shield. Everyone, let's go together, Shanwai said decisively. A single fierce tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Zhang Zi, hitting every shot, shouted, everyone, don't give it a chance to counterattack. Moonshadow's eyes burned with anger. The entire team worked together, united as one, and it wasn't long before the orc swordsman was completely defeated. Zhang Zi didn't expect him to disappear in just a few moves, dealt with so quickly. He was equally surprised. This orc swordsman feels no different from the first. He encouraged the entire team not to be careless. Let's see what the third one is like, maybe we can find a pattern. Moonshadow's eyes widened in fury. It's here. Shanwai couldn't change his impatient nature and rushed forward to attack without hesitation. Just in time, take this. This orc swordsman was completely different from the previous two. It was immune to Shanwai's physical attacks. The orc swordsman even counterattacked more fiercely, making Shanwai lose his footing. Zhang Zi quickly raised his shield to block the attack. Dragon King is in danger, quick, save him. Jichu summoned the Endless Sea. Dragon King, retreat quickly. Moonshadow rushed forward to deliver a fatal blow, but it was still ineffective against it. Let me cut it. De Yong was greatly surprised. What's going on? Immune again? He was extremely puzzled. Even Moonshadow's attack was immune. I don't believe there's a permanently immune skill. Blade of Indifference quietly assassinated the orc swordsman from behind due to the surprise attack. It couldn't resist in time. Die? What? Fortunately, he swiftly and cleanly dealt with the third orc swordsman. Zhang Zi praised continuously. Success, amazing. Everyone cheered and celebrated its defeat. Its method of immunity to attacks left Zhang Zi puzzled. How could this be? Why wasn't Blade of Indifference's attack immune? Shanwai raised both hands and feet in agreement. That's right, we're all physical attackers. How could this happen? Zhang Zi clearly understood the problem. I see, everyone think Moonshadow killed the first swordsman. Dragon King killed the second swordsman, so the third swordsman was immune to their attacks. De Yong suddenly realized it's very likely that's the pattern. Before they could rest, a fourth orc swordsman appeared. Ming Dai shouted loudly, look, a fourth swordsman has appeared. Zhang Zi seized the opportunity. Perfect, we can do an experiment. Blade of Indifference, it's your turn. Blade of Indifference promptly obeyed. Okay, I'll try first. Zhang Zi also helped. I'll attract its attention. But this time luck wasn't on their side. The move he used to defeat the third one had no effect on the fourth. Immune as expected. Zhang Zi pointed at Sugu, telling him to charge. Just as I expected, Blade of Indifference, come back quickly. Sugu, it's your turn. Sugu answered clearly. Okay. Sugu cooperated with De Yong, and countless illusionary shields rushed from all directions towards the orc swordsman. These shields continuously pierced its body, and the orc swordsman turned in panic, a blade piercing its chest. Crimson light burst forth, blood and spiritual energy erupting in an instant. De Yong suddenly realized something due to Zhang Zi's discovery. It seems Rakshasa was right. Each time the orc swordsman refreshes, it remembers its previous death experience, meaning it will be immune to all skills that have previously killed it. Shanwai laughed happily. Next, Sugu's skills will also be immune. Zhang Zi directed Chao Wei to challenge. The next swordsman, leave it to Chao Wei. Chao Wei, pay attention to control and I'll figure out a way for the last one. The little girl's eyes shone with determination. Okay. Brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, the vampire count finally successfully dealt with the fourth orc swordsman. The way of the sword endures. Zhang Zi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. He gnashed his teeth in disgust. This orc's blood stinks. Zhang Zi commanded Clay Rakshasa. Clay Rakshasa, old rules, go summon. Clay Rakshasa obediently replied, yes master. Clay Rakshasa slammed his hand on the ground, creating a destructive bolt of lightning. The orc swordsman struggled desperately but was powerless and had to summon strength to resist. Sword as swift as wind. After a while the door opened. He led the team forward. The next level is open, let's go quickly. Moonshadow responded. Zhang Zi encouraged. Let's all go together. They moved to the next room. As soon as he stepped in, Shanwai's mouth fell open. What the hell is this thing, a future warrior? She was also confused. Are there future warrior monsters like this in the demon domain? He explained seriously. This is the last room. Don't act rashly. It's easy to suffer losses if you don't understand the opponent. The future warrior stood tall, having detected the intruders. It wore sturdy armor and wielded a long golden sword. Zhang Zi entrusted the important task to Clay Rakshasa, sending a follower to test first. It walked over without hesitation. As you command, master. Clay Rakshasa summoned the mischievous elves which scrambled to jump onto the future warrior. De Young was surprised by its damage. This future warrior's normal attack damage isn't low, he continued to order. Summon the orc swordsman too. Clay Rakshasa summoned the mighty orc swordsman whose sword energy was as swift as wind, causing the future warrior to reveal a surprised expression. It didn't launch a fatal blow. Does this future warrior only use normal attacks? Is it just a small monster? Ming Dai asked worriedly. Its normal attack damage is too high and its sword is also cool. Will it drop? Shanwai said decisively. Really? I'll go help out too. They jointly defeated the future warrior but received no rewards afterwards. Absurd, there were no rewards at all. Another surprise awaited them. The future warrior reappeared, threatening, "This time I won't fail again." How many levels had they fought through? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They hadn't expected another talking humanoid monster. Zhang Zi's face turned pale with fright. "Careful, there's something wrong with this monster." He reminded everyone to protect themselves, and Clay Rakshasa jumped up. "As you command, Master." The orc swordsman and the elves cooperated tacitly, blocking its path. "Don't even think about escaping." Miraculously, the future warrior perfectly dodged the attacks, leaving everyone confused. It even dodged the swordsman's and goblins' attacks. Shanwai found it annoying, so he rushed forward to attack, but fate prevented him from hitting. The future warrior easily dodged his moves every time. "Let me teach it a lesson," Blade of Indifference frowned. "How do we fight like this?" Zhang Zi once again used his cleverness. "I know now, it's like the previous room. It will dodge attacks that enemies have already used." "Sugu, go!" Sugu immediately released several large electric orbs. Seeing it unable to withstand such terrifying power, he smiled triumphantly. As expected, De Yang and the shield advanced to block the future warrior's attacks. "We've found the pattern, let me take the damage." He waved his hand and commanded. "Next, Blade of Indifference, get ready." "Are you prepared?" Half an hour later, a volley of arrows fell like a meteor shower. This blow sent it crashing to the ground. "You intruders, I will end you in the future." He walked calmly. "Finally, the sixth one is dealt with." He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this room only had ordinary small monsters. The difficulty wasn't high. The system panel popped up a celebratory notification. "Congratulations on clearing the level." A treasure chest appeared, and the entire team was ecstatic. A treasure chest. So there's a treasure chest for clearing this level of the demon domain. Her eyes shone like headlights. "Look, a clear level key, demon soul orbs and equipment weapons. Quite a lot of stuff." De Yang smiled and said, "Everyone gets a key and equipment weapons will be distributed according to need." Meng Dai was excited. "Finally, we're almost out of here. White walls everywhere." "I'm going crazy," he agreed. "Yeah, we've been here for 5 or 6 hours. It's indeed a bit tiring." He and everyone confidently walked out of the door, holding their spoils. "Let's go out." From the portal in the center of the arena, a group of people emerged, all looking radiant and high-spirited. Discussions and laughter rose and fell. It seemed not all teams could reach this point smoothly. "Yeah, like our team, not many people were eliminated, mainly because we're too strong." Blade of Indifference's smooth long hair covered his eyes. "Let's go to the next level." Zhang Zi stood tall and proud, having cleared another level. "It was truly exciting," Shanwai urged. "Let's go, there's a long road ahead waiting for us." Dark clouds gathered over Demon Domain Floor 22. A blue-silver light flowed backward into the void like water. "What's going on? Is this the altar?" Moonshadow became vigilant in the dusty room. "What exactly happened here? It's too tragic. It seems this is the altar, but why are only we here? Where are the others?" With murderous intent in his eyes, he said, "Don't look. The other adventurers have been scattered elsewhere. I remember now. The guide names this floor Corpse-Tide Siege. This is another special demon domain. A condition must be met to pass." Cao Wei was dumbfounded. "What condition?" The system suddenly popped up a quest. "Rescue 10 survivors and escort them to a safe zone." Little Rabbit just took a glance and shrank back. "Look, there's a quest notification." She was greatly surprised. "Do we need to save 10 people to clear the level?" De Yang answered decisively. "Our team has 13 people, so we'll need to save 130 survivors. That's quite a lot." Zhang Zi stepped forward and apologized to everyone. "Sorry everyone, I have to log out. It'll be troublesome if I'm found not in the dormitory." He strongly agreed. "Yeah, army discipline is very strict," she echoed with a bright smile. "Oh dear, it really is late. I need to get my beauty sleep too." He quietly disappeared. "Then I'll enter the simulator to continue training." He affectionately put his arm around his shoulder and asked, "By the way, Rakshasa, how's army life? Which squad were you assigned to?" He stammered, avoiding the question. "It's hard to explain." Back in the real world, sunlight slanted across the rooftops and Brother Niu's booming voice announced the start of a new day's mission. "All right, everyone's here. Let's start today's mission now." Zhang Zi asked intently, "Brother Niu, does our squad have any combat missions today?" He roared at him. "Of course, our squad's mission today is exceptionally arduous. Little Zhang, your mission today is to wash vegetables." Previously intimidating, his face then turned pale. There were so many. Night fell, dotted with stars. At 8 p.m., Zhang Zi felt sore all over. Finally finished. "Oh, it's already 8 o'clock. I need to get into the demon domain quickly." Back in the demon domain, facing a pile of miscellaneous tasks, the little girl gave an advance notice. "Brother-in-law, you're here. My sister and the others were in there for over an hour yesterday before coming out. They'll definitely be late today too," he replied. I've been busy all day too." Ruodong pulled Cao Wei. "Everyone's working so hard we can't fall behind. Little bird, let's go practice in the simulator too." The little girl agreed with both hands. Okay." Zhang Zi remembered something. Go ahead, I should go see Aisha too. The three of them put on their VR glasses together. It transported him to the elf tribe where the elf king was teaching Aisha basic moves. Zhang Zi eagerly praised the little girl. This child is really working hard. He opened the system to check Aisha's growth. She's almost leveling up but still far from level 3. In another scene, 4 men were gathered together. Jichu said softly, it seems they haven't come out of the simulator yet. Shanwai said decisively, of course we're all training desperately now. Di Yang showed his caution. I've sent them messages, they should see them and come out. Blade of Indifference was highly focused. Where are we looking for survivors today? He said boldly yet casually. Wherever there are many people, that's where we'll go. We need a total of 130 survivors. He immediately dispelled Shanwai's notion. It's not that easy. Many adventurers are ruthless and might even attack survivors protected by other teams, he retorted with a tense face. Holy crap, that's too despicable. That's going to be tough. 13 of us protecting 130 people, Di Yang calmly explained. So we must think of other ways. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow appeared just in time. He asked everyone, we're here, is everyone here? He reported the results of their discussion. We were discussing where to find survivors. Curiosity showed on her face. Any good ideas? Di Yang slightly lowered his head, a little disappointed. We haven't thought of any special methods yet. Zhang Zi encouraged. Anyway, we can't just stay in the room, we need to go out and see what's happening. In the gloomy night, a dilapidated building stood tall like a ghost in a desolate city. He said with unusual force, that's right, we have to go out and see, come rain or shine. I'm going first. With his bow and arrows in hand, he said. Everyone follow closely. Everyone shouted in unison. Okay, Moonshadow felt uncomfortable. What's that smell? It's disgusting, Zhang Zi carefully instructed. We're on the 16th floor now, we must go down floor by floor. Everyone be careful. Di Yang was confused. So high, isn't there an elevator? She immediately retorted. What era is this? How could there still be electricity for an elevator? Suddenly, there was a noise from behind the door, startling him, and he turned to look. A zombie emerged from the darkness, its body gaunt yet fierce, its sunken eyes glinting with ferocity, its roar like a devil tearing through the night. Everyone screamed in fright. Zombies have appeared. He held it back with his shield. Let me handle it, don't be afraid. The zombie was pushed back a great distance. Unexpectedly, its entire body turned red as if it had gone mad. Di Yang panicked. What's going on? Everyone be careful. This zombie isn't dead yet. The zombie's belly swelled like a pregnant woman's, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The zombie's belly could also spray fire, and flames shot straight towards him. Zhang Zi moved agilely, cautiously employing his 100% accurate archery. At this critical moment, Yaoguang also appeared. Shanwai, somewhat flustered at this moment, shouted, What the hell is this thing? It's disgusting. Over here. Moonshadow walked while reminding her teammates, Everyone be careful, zombies might not be killed in one go. Zhang Zi walked ahead, observing, then instructed, I'll cover the rear. Dragon King, Moonshadow, you two check the rooms on both sides to see if there are any survivors. Moonshadow nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, as soon as they arrived, she and Shanwai kicked open the door, which swung open readily. Moonshadow looked around the room, then confirmed. No survivors. Shanwai also checked carefully. None on my side either. Seeing no clues here, Di Yang suggested, then let's continue downstairs to search. He nodded without hesitation. Okay, just then, Zhang Zi warned in a low voice, Careful, there are people over there. Before them was another team who were highly vigilant. Don't come closer. Seeing they were fellow adventurers, Chao Wei spoke frankly, We mean no harm, we just want to leave here and look for survivors elsewhere. Moonshadow calmly walked over and said, Let's go. As soon as they left there, Meng Dai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, finally out, you scared me to death. Arriving at a new place, Zhang Zi continued to observe seriously. This place is no different from the collapsed zones in our world. Just then, several claps of thunder suddenly came from the sky, and at the same time a voice came from an overturned car. How tragic could such a desolate world be a premonition of reality? Seeing this situation, Shanwai curiously walked forward to investigate. It was indeed very much like a collapsed zone. Destroyed by monsters, Zhang Zi stood nearby and directly asked Sugu, You've also been to the collapsed zones, can't ordinary people enter there? Sugu smiled a little bashfully at this moment. I'm a photojournalist. I have a permit to enter the collapsed zones. Hearing this, Shanwai's eyes widened, revealing an indescribable look of surprise. I didn't expect you to be a journalist. Brother Sugu, you're amazing. He still smiled humbly. What's so amazing? Just making a living. Sugu looked up, observing and sensing something. It seems this area is quite remote. Fewer zombies and fewer survivors too. Zhang Zi stood nearby, nodding in agreement. That's right, we need to go to places with more people to check. Just then an explosion suddenly occurred, accompanied by a scream. Help, someone please save us. Moonshadow agilely recognized it immediately. Did you hear that? Someone's asking for help. Hearing this, Zhang Zi anxiously walked over to check. Come on, let's go see. From the explosion, a mother and child fled in a panic, crying out, Help, save us. Shanwai saw this and panicked. We finally found survivors. Quick, save them. Sugu also rushed forward. Everyone go, be careful. Immediately, a zombie army descended from the sky, and Zhang Zi quickly took out his bow and arrows, eliminating them one by one. Yaoguang rushed forward, cooperating smoothly with Blade of Indifference. I'll handle the ones behind, Blade of Indifference immediately agreed. Okay, over here. Di Yang appeared just in time, protecting the mother and child with his shield. Quick, hide behind me. Zhang Zi saw the situation worsening and changed his strategy. There are more and more zombies, we must protect the survivors, Moonshadow agreed without hesitation. Okay, Shanwei, weapon in hand, rushed forward with a triumphant expression. Don't worry, I'll crush these zombies. Moonshadow watched the zombie army swarm in, and a panicked thought crossed her mind. So many zombies over there must be survivors and other adventurers coming over there. Di Yang also warned in a panic. Another group has appeared over there. Zhang Zi heard this, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. So it's them. Just like that, another battle suddenly erupted. As the thick smoke cleared, Chen Feng appeared arrogantly. I thought it was someone else. So it's you, Rakshasa scoffed, his tone highly sarcastic. What a small world. Enemies crossed paths unexpectedly today. Zhang Zi saw the familiar face and immediately warned, Chen Feng, you colluded with the creator god and you'll definitely come to a bad end. Chen Feng held his weapon, laughing viciously. Rakshasa, no, I should call you Zhang Zi, you've repeatedly thwarted our plans. The Chen family has long been displeased with you, and you still don't know what's good for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he and his teammates charged forward to fight Zhang Zi to the death. Today you'll die here. Charge! Moonshadow stepped forward, her tone firm and sharp. Even you, if you're reckless, will only find death. Immediately, Moonshadow charged forward, launching the first attack. Rakshasa watched her charge into battle cautiously, feeling a hint of worry. Following Moonshadow, Zhang Zi drew his sword and cast a spell. You really don't know what's good for you. Today I'll settle scores with you. Clown, Vampire Count, Dark Dragon King, come out. Seeing the Dark Dragon King appear, the opponents summoned their grotesque clown. Master, kill them all. The grotesque clown nodded, revealing a sinister smile. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, the Dark Dragon King furiously charged forward, spewing fire, scaring everyone into scattering. It's the Dark Dragon King. The people below frantically sought cover. How did another Dark Dragon King appear? This person is, could it be Rakshasa? Run, saving our lives is paramount. Before the Dark Dragon King's residual flames could dissipate, the grotesque clown eagerly made its move. Let's play a game. Just like that, they were hit by two fierce attacks in quick succession. Zhang Zi then loudly commanded, Count, release Black Mist, disrupt their vision, protect everyone. The man nodded without hesitation. Yes. The Black Mist then unleashed a powerful attack on the group. Taste the darkness. Moonshadow simultaneously charged forward with her sword. With the Black Mist providing cover, don't let them push through. Shanwei also helped with all his might from the side. Alright, watch me beat these trash to death. Chen Feng furiously led his troops and weapons deep into the smoke, searching for Zhang Zi's trace. Rakshasa, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in Black Mist? We have so many people. Let's see how long you can hide. The man beside him also arrogantly believed the Black Mist wouldn't last long, that it would dissipate, as even boss skills couldn't be permanently effective. Chen Feng furiously gripped his weapon, gnashing his teeth as he commanded, all ranged classes prepare. As soon as they dare to show themselves, strike them hard. Zhang Zi, Lu Yueying, today I'll make you two lovebirds die together. Hearing such a stern tone, they responded in unison without hesitation. Yes. Just then, the Dark Dragon King poked its head out from the thick smoke. Chen Feng's group saw this and shouted ecstatically, it's hit, attack. Immediately, a volley of arrows shot over. The Dark Dragon King also happened to breathe fire to support its teammates. Zhang Zi decisively ordered, Old Black, don't get entangled with them, fly higher quickly. Seeing the Dark Dragon King fly away, the man's face turned red with anger. We can't fly, this is a huge disadvantage. Chen Feng nodded, clearly showing his anger. Exactly, otherwise not a single one of them would leave here alive today. Just then a tragic cry was heard. Mommy, mommy, what's wrong with you? It was the mother and child from before. Moonshadow listened carefully and affirmed, it's over, we must have been hit by an arrow when we flew out of the Black Mist earlier. Hearing this, Ming Dai panicked, unable to believe it. How could this happen? We finally found two survivors, and now one is dead. This floor is too difficult. Moonshadow stood nearby, quickly reminding, Little princess, be careful with your words, there's still a child here. Seeing this, Shanwei couldn't help but loudly curse. These bastards are going too far. Rakshasa, put down the Dark Dragon King, I'm going back to kill them. Chao Wei stood nearby, gently soothing, Don't be angry, they have dozens of people. After some consideration, Zhang Zi decisively decided, No, we're going back. Seeing this, Moonshadow quickly stopped him. Rakshasa, don't be impulsive. Di Yang didn't say anything, only softly asked, Brother Rakshasa, do you have a way to defeat them? He clenched his fists, expressing his anger. Today they must pay the price, we have the advantage of cover, we must use it well. Then Zhang Zi unhesitatingly commanded, Old Black, fly back. As soon as they landed, he loudly shouted, Clay Rakshasa, come out. Zhang Zi immediately ordered, Clay Rakshasa, cast your personal domain with me. Clay Rakshasa didn't hesitate, immediately acting, as you command, master. Just like that, the two cooperated, their powers intertwining to create a personal domain. Seeing this magnificent result, Shanwei shouted ecstatically, Fantastic! The crowd on the other side heard the commotion and immediately became vigilant. Look, that Black Dragon is back. Chen Feng was stunned, staring. What the hell is this thing? Zhang Zi continued to command. Next, it's your two's turn to perform. Shanwei heard this and frowned, sighing, Oh my god, skill damage increased by 100, this time they're in for a tough fight. Yaoguang on the side also hesitated slightly. My fire rain originally dealt 3,000 damage, now it'll be 6,000, won't it? Chen Feng continued to hold his weapon high, his tone full of provocation. It doesn't matter, we have more people. They definitely won't dare to come down. If you have the guts, come down, the Dark Dragon King roared, charging straight at him, simultaneously shooting dozens of ice arrows from the sky. Before long the group was hit by the ice arrows, unable to move. I'm frozen, where's the support mage? Quickly dispel this freeze, how did this ice rain suddenly become so strong? I'm almost half dead after 3 hits, it used to take 5 or 6 hits to do that, where's the healing mage? Quickly heal me, my healing potions are all used up, don't just stand there, run, or you'll all be frozen. Yeogwing seized the opportunity, raising her staff to summon Fire Rain. Seeing the current situation, Shanwei just laughed gleefully. Let you taste what it's like to be caught between ice and fire. The 2 powers were unleashed simultaneously, giving them no time to dodge. One by one they were hit, crying out in agony. Help! After the attack, Yeogwing let out a long breath, a joyful expression on her face. I've never felt so exhilarated. Shanwei also nodded in agreement. So satisfying, damn satisfying, too bad I'm not a mage. Seeing his companions flee in panic, the man loudly shouted, Don't panic, everyone return to formation. Healers heal, attackers attack. Chen Feng stood nearby yelling in fear, Run, saving our lives is paramount. The other members then frantically scattered. I don't care about money anymore, saving my life is more important. Run, if we don't run we'll die. Next time I'll never dare to provoke great god Rakshasa again. Seeing the current situation, the man beside him reminded, Young Master Chen, the situation is against us, perhaps we should retreat first. Although Chen Feng was unwilling, he still reluctantly nodded. All right. Shanwei observed their defeat from above, then laughed gleefully. I chased them away. Meng Dai looked out, observing the current situation. This time they've learned a profound lesson, so much loot on the ground, I'm going to get rich this time. After the battle, the system delivered the spoils. Demon soul orbs, potions, and equipment weapons were rich. Di Yang, however, showed no joy at the sight. There's a lot of loot but still no survivors. Zhang Zi also looked troubled, feeling down. I suddenly thought these survivors must be gathering for warmth. Perhaps there's a base for them somewhere in the city. The little boy was still crying. Mommy's gone, I want to find Daddy. He then bent down, stroking the little boy's head and asking, Do you know where your daddy is? The little boy looked up at the tall building, then said, Mommy said Daddy is in the tallest building in this city. He followed his gaze, also nodding and sighing. There must be many survivors there. Moonshadow also agreed with his guess. Brother Rakshasa, you're amazing. You solved my problem in an instant. Zhang Zi's expression suddenly turned serious. No time to lose, let's go check there first. Di Yang stood nearby, also reminding everyone, Everyone speed up, Brother Rakshasa has already found the survivor's stronghold. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Really, Brother Rakshasa is amazing. Chao Wei also praised repeatedly. Brother-in-law, you're so talented, how did you find that place? However, Moonshadow still suggested worriedly, We don't know the situation inside yet, let's go check first before deciding anything. Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. All right, an eerie and strange aura emanated from the tall building, which was teeming with rampant zombies. As soon as they arrived, Moonshadow peered through a hole in the wall and couldn't help but exclaim, Why are there so many zombies here? Did someone deliberately lure them here? Zhang Zi shook his head, saying confusedly, I don't know, but we must clear the entrance and exit. He then went inside to check the safety, saying, You don't need to do anything, let Old Black handle it. Old Black, clear out all the zombies here. The Dark Dragon King received the command, then opened its mouth to breathe fire, clearing everything around them completely. After a while, Zhang Zi and everyone walked in. The surroundings are temporarily safe, let's go in. Shenwei gripped his staff, walking straight forward. All right, I'll clear the way. Just as they reached the tall building, Moonshadow had a suspicion. It seemed someone had indeed locked it with an iron gate. Shenwei rushed over, violently hitting the wall, trying to open the door. I'll smash this iron gate open. After entering, Zhang Zi stood outside, instructing, Old Black, we're going in, you stay here and watch carefully. After instructing the Dark Dragon King, the entire team proceeded deeper. Zhang Zi asked as he walked, Lele, do you know where your daddy is? The little boy looked up, then answered candidly, Daddy is in the topmost room. He smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. Good. Just like that, Zhang Zi and everyone walked to that room, then gently knocked on the door. A voice immediately came from inside the room. Who is it? Who's outside? Lele couldn't help but shout excitedly. Daddy, it's Lele. Hearing this, the man inside the door opened it to confirm. As soon as he saw his son, he tightly hugged the little boy. Lele, it's really Lele. Did you save my son? Thank you, thank you. He then led everyone into the room, formally introducing himself. My name is Hu Xingye, please everyone come in. Zhang Zi looked around, asking softly, How many people are here if you don't mind me asking? Xingye's face still bore sadness and grievance. Besides me, there are 9 other people, all seeking refuge. Seeing strangers enter, the people there began to whisper, Old Hu, why did you let strangers in so casually? Seeing that they seemed very wary and afraid, Zhang Zi spoke frankly, Everyone calm down, we are here to save you. Xingye heard this and said in surprise, Really, we need food and medicine, he affirmed resolutely. Yes, truly. Faced with Zhang Zi's help, everyone in the room was overjoyed and invigorated. Really, that's great, finally, someone has come to save us. Meng Dai counted repeatedly, always feeling something was missing, including Lele. There were only 11 people. They still needed 119 more. Zhang Zi said seriously to Xingye, We will definitely rescue you all, but is there any way to find more survivors? We want to save more people. He quickly nodded upon hearing this. Yes, I can transmit a signal through the broadcast station, telling everyone who receives it to come to the broadcast station. Hearing this, Zhang Zi's mood instantly brightened. That's great. Then he assigned tasks to his team. Moonshadow, little princess. Let's leave some food and medicine for them. Moonshadow smiled and nodded. All right, the people in the room were all overjoyed upon hearing this. Finally, there's food. Zhang Zi then signaled to Xingye. Old Hu, use the broadcast station to gather more survivors here. Will ensure this place's safety. He nodded, showing trust. All right, I'll do my best. He began to sit down and search for nearby signals. I'll transmit the signal now. Zhang Zi's eyebrows slightly lowered, hoping they could gather enough people this time. Di Yang smiled encouragingly. Brother Rakshasa, you really have a way? Shanwai also laughed, echoing, does this count as a hidden quest? Before long, the computer screen displayed a signal of people nearby. Xingye immediately informed Zhang Zi, there's a response. Building A1 is surrounded by zombies. 10 people are trapped there. Moonshadow stood nearby, unable to help but feel surprised and happy. That's great, a response so quickly. Xingye couldn't help but stand up and say to them, tell them we're coming to rescue them and ask them for their exact location. He quickly notified him via headset. All right, I'll send it immediately. Meanwhile, the Dark Dragon King and Zhang Zi were following the signal's trace. As soon as they arrived, he commanded the Dark Dragon King below. Old Black, let's go down. Hearing this, it flew down, breathing fire and clearing everything around. After the flames dissipated, Zhang Zi was surprised to see everything below. Below, a group of people were fighting. Seeing Zhang Zi's appearance, they loudly shouted, help, save us. Zhang Zi immediately presented them with a condition. We can save you, but those 10 survivors must be handed over to us. They didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing, no problem, we don't want to risk our lives. Immediately, the Dark Dragon King breathed fire at the zombies again. It was then that the group marveled, isn't that great god Rakshasa? Indeed, no wonder he's so powerful. This time we're saved. Zhang Zi sat on the Dark Dragon King's back, smiling as he said, many thanks. They courteously replied, it's nothing, we should be thanking great god Rakshasa for saving us. After rescuing everyone, he ordered, let's go, we're heading back. This was truly a fast way to find survivors. Back in the previous room, Di Yang excitedly boasted about their achievements. Brother Rakshasa, you've returned just in time. Just now, 5 survivors received the signal and found their way here on their own. Zhang Zi smiled contentedly upon hearing this. Fantastic, we've also brought back 10 survivors. Meng Dai also nodded in admiration. At this rate, it won't be long until we gather all 130 survivors, Shanwai grinned, praising. Brother Rakshasa is truly a genius. Just then, Ji Chu suddenly sent a notification. Another signal, a large group of survivors is trapped in Sector F-15. Zhang Zi nodded with satisfaction. Good, send the exact coordinates, we'll set off immediately. Just like that, he once again controlled the Dark Dragon King to head to the signal's source. It let out an earth-shattering roar, scaring everyone into scattering with their hands over their heads. Zhang Zi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this situation. Excellent, this time I'm going to clear out all the zombies in that area. Shanwai was slightly startled upon hearing this. I'll clear them all out, he exclaimed. That's tens of thousands of zombies. Zhang Zi continued to summon his clone to wield power, clearing this area. Just you wait, Clay Rakshasa is about to activate its domain too. The zombies below were all terrified to see this scene. Zhang Zi summoned without hesitation. Phantom Clown and Vampire Count, kill them for me. The Count and the Phantom Clown responded without hesitation in unison. As you command, Master. The Phantom Clown rushed forward with a sinister smile. Santa Claus is here, time for presents. As soon as the gift boxes landed, a series of violent explosions occurred. The Count also seized the opportunity to take action, eliminating all the zombies. Shanwai watched from the side, both scared and thrilled. Although it looked a bit terrifying, he had never enjoyed killing so much. Just then, several important notifications about the Dark Dragon King popped up from the system. The Count glanced back, revealing a pleased smile. I smell blood. The system then updated the Phantom Clown's power index. Zhang Zi smiled excitedly upon seeing this. They've all leveled up. Moonshadow also shouted happily. Fantastic, Zhang Zi, sitting on the Dark Dragon King's back, ordered. It's mostly clear, let's go pick up the survivors. It smiled faintly, feeling extremely satisfied. Eliminating so many zombies at once is truly exhilarating. A moment later, Zhang Zi and everyone returned. We're back, Moonshadow asked curiously. Brother Rakshasa, you've brought back so many survivors again. This place is getting too crowded. All the survivors have been arranged into other rooms, but many more are still continuously arriving. Shanwai patted Zhang Zi's shoulder, encouraging him. It's fine, the more the merrier. I've already had the Vampire Count and the Phantom Clown guard the entrance. It's very safe. Brother Rakshasa, you're truly amazing. We now have over 1,000 survivors here. Meng Dai jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. Great, now we can sell survivors, Di Yang reminded her helplessly. Little princess, don't go too far. Are you planning to traffic people? The group nearby was now retreating in fear. Holy crap, so many survivors. Am I seeing things? We spent over a month on one floor and only found 6 people. What the hell happened? Brother, should we snatch a few? Are you blind? Look at the 2 guarding the door, not to mention the Dark Dragon King in the sky. Try snatching them then. The Phantom Clown and the Count guarded outside, their faces sporting sinister and cruel smiles. Chen Feng was now grinding his teeth in anger, not expecting them to have found so many survivors. Uncle Su, the number of survivors we have is far from enough. He then had a flash of inspiration, thinking, snatching them is definitely a must. The man next to him also came up with a new idea. Gather all the adventurers on this demon domain floor and share the cake. Chen Feng immediately nodded in excited agreement. Good idea. Moonshadow realized something was wrong at this moment and immediately warned, Brother Rakshasa, quickly go out and see. A group of adventurers is surging towards us. Shanwai was slightly startled upon hearing this. What? Where are these adventurers coming from? Di Yang guessed blankly. They're probably here to snatch survivors. Zhang Zi still firmly maintained his stance. Don't panic, let's go out and see. Outside, a group of fierce-looking people surged over, seemingly intending to provoke. Sugu, seeing this, loudly warned. Don't come any closer. The survivors here were all rescued by us. The group grew even angrier upon hearing this. Continuously cursing, you're going too far, taking all the survivors. What about us then? We've been trapped on this demon domain floor for days. Are you not going to give us a way out? Sugu, seeing the chaotic situation, was very worried. He then cautiously reported to Zhang Zi, Rakshasa, you're here. They're planning to snatch our survivors. Shanwai, upon hearing this, loudly challenged. If you want survivors, go find your own. But if you try to snatch ours, no way. They heard this and arrogantly declared loudly, cut the nonsense, these survivors must stay today, or your lives will too. That's right, leave your lives, we have so many people, why would we be afraid of you? We know there's a great god named Rakshasa in your team, but don't think that can scare us. Even a great god can't push people to desperation. A cornered dog will jump. Even if we can't beat you, we'll kill all these survivors. That's right, if we can't clear the level. You won't either. Everyone will be trapped here together. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile triumphantly at this chaotic scene. Uncle Su, this strategy of killing with a borrowed knife is truly brilliant. He stood by with his arms crossed, a look of anticipation and mockery on his face. Let's see how Zhang Zi handles this. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight hundreds of people. That group of fierce-looking people wielding weapons charged forward together. The Dark Dragon King opened its mouth and spewed fierce flames. A scorching wave of heat suddenly struck, scaring the group into panic. Careful, quickly retreat. That's Dragon's Breath. Zhang Zi, controlling it with one hand, had the flames blocking like a barrier in front. Who just said we had to leave our lives? A fearless person accused. I did. We've been very polite by not immediately trying to snatch them. Do you think that's funny? Is that so? Am I supposed to thank you then? Zhang Zi's face turned terrifying, his eyes wide, pointing at them. Then I'll give you a chance too. Get out of my sight immediately, or I'll make you leave your lives behind. But they still stubbornly retorted. Who are you trying to scare? We know you have SSS-Rank skills, but we have more people. We're not afraid of you. No sooner had he spoken than the fattest one and his companions rushed forward. That's right, we have more people. We're not afraid of you. Everyone attacked together. Let's see what he can do. Charge. He calmly raised his arm and summoned Old Black. The Dark Dragon King then absorbed power, gathering it in its mouth. Once it had enough power, it shot lightning directly at the group, making a large number of them fall. This time they seemed genuinely scared. What kind of skill is that? It's too strong, too terrifying. Zhang Zi warned, take another step forward and heavenly thunder will strike your heads. Chen Long was shocked by everything that had just happened. What's going on? A subordinate anxiously ran over to report. Young Master Chen, Zhang Zi's Black Dragon's power is truly heaven-defying. Even Elder Gao can't remain calm. It's over. Rakshasa's Dark Dragon King has leveled up. This is its new skill. Powerful lightning continued to strike, shaking the entire area, scaring everyone into scattering. It's too terrifying. Run. This move probably won't even leave bones. Never mind, I'll go find adventurers elsewhere. Having witnessed the scene firsthand, Di Yang revealed a look of admiration. Brother Rakshasa, well done, you scared them off in just a few moves, Shanwai continued. This group just wants to reap without sowing, they only pick on the weak. Now can we go escort those survivors? Chen Long on the opposite side was now fuming with rage. Damn it, the plan failed again. Elder Gao with a cold face calmed the situation. It's fine, go and take pictures of the miserable state of those injured adventurers. Post them on the forum tomorrow to ruin his reputation first. Don't worry, it's all recorded. Upon hearing this, he regained his triumphant expression and sneered. That's a good plan, making him a target for everyone. Then we'll find another opportunity to kill him, the old man agreed with his arms crossed. That's right, there will be many more opportunities in the future. After the battle, a moment later, the Dark Dragon King was circling in the air, and a voice pointed to the ground below. Ahead should be the safe zone, there's a gathering point there. Everyone also grew excited. Look, there's a military camp below. Fantastic. Once we deliver the survivors there, our mission will be complete. Will we get extra rewards for saving so many survivors this time? Definitely. I can't wait. On the other side, several guards also noticed their appearance. Look, a lot of people are coming this way. What's going on? One person quickly reacted. It looks like survivors. I'll go report to the commander. Zhang Zi stepped forward and politely explained their intention. Hello, these are survivors from the city. We hope this place can take them in. The other party was very surprised. So many survivors? The commander was happy and grateful. Thank you for saving so many survivors. Facing Zhang Zi's small team, he sincerely admired. You dozen or so people accomplished what tens of thousands of us couldn't. You are all heroes. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the mission. The commander patted a large iron chest nearby and said, You've saved so many people and exceeded the mission's requirements. Please accept this. It's your rightful reward. Meng Dai's eyes immediately lit up. There really is an extra reward. The iron chest opened, filled with glowing multicolored orbs. Everyone gathered around, excitedly exclaiming, "So much equipment, we're rich this time. The rewards are truly generous. It feels like several times more than what dropped from the boss before. Don't just stand there, everyone. Quickly take the equipment you need." Shanwei raised a long staff, laughing loudly. "I can use this staff." Moonshadow excitedly looked at the gun in her hand. "Is this a pistol? I want to use this." The kind commander guided them on the next path. "The clear-level stone gate is in the center of the camp. You can proceed to the next demon domain floor at any time," he said with a smile. "Okay, thank you." Just like that, the team prepared to pass through the magic gate, everyone chattering. "Finally, we can go to the next floor." "Yeah, this floor took too much time, but getting so many weapons and equipment makes it worth it." Just then a man spoke up. "Please wait a moment." Zhang Zi stopped, turned back confused, and asked, "Old Who, is there something else?" He explained it was Lele, who knew they were leaving and wanted to give them a gift. He bent down in surprise, looking at the little boy. "All right," Lele, with innocent eyes, handed over the gift with both hands. "Uncle Rakshasa, this is for you." Zhang Zi held several red paper slips in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Half-price discount coupons. This gift truly surprised him. The demon domain merchant is an NPC who sells talent skill books. Seeing this, his teammates also chimed in with praise. "This is really good stuff. With it, once we find the demon domain merchant, we can buy items at half price." I also heard that the demon domain merchant only appears twice, specializing in selling top-tier equipment. But the prices are outrageously high, completely unaffordable. Anyway, this is good stuff. And since Lele gave it to you, just accept it. Zhang Zi bent down and hugged the little boy. "Thank you for the gift, Lele," Lele reluctantly urged. "Uncle Rakshasa, please come back and see me and Daddy whenever you have time," he solemnly promised the little boy. "All right, I will definitely return to this floor." After a reluctant farewell, both sides waved goodbye. In another space, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Demon Domain Floor 23, a huge eerie castle, was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, permeating the entire space. Moonshadow cautiously scanned around. This place is truly terrifying. In contrast, Meng Dai seemed a bit bolder. Another terrifying sight. "Do they think this will scare us?" A huge lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky, illuminating the entire dark area. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Zi spoke. "This demon domain floor is called the Horror Museum. So this must be the place." Zhang Zi opened the system map interface and studied it with a frown. This demon domain floor is a normal demon domain. It's completed by overcoming obstacles and eliminating the boss. According to the map, he had already analyzed the various areas. The Horror Museum includes 6 exhibition zones: Monster Zone, Plant Zone, Flower Zone, Demonic God Zone, Horror Zone, and Disaster Zone. The final boss, the museum curator, is in the office area at the back. They must pass through at least 3 exhibition zones to meet him. De Yong leaned in to look. "So what are the characteristics of each exhibition zone?" Zhang Zi explained each area in detail. "The Demonic God Zone is quite dull. In the Horror Zone we will encounter all sorts of demons and monsters. Physical attacks are ineffective, only magic can be used. I suggest we avoid these 2 zones." This time it was Shanwai's turn to be curious. "What about the other zones then?" Just then, Meng Dai spoke. "It seems we'll need a complex strategy. It's late today. Let's discuss it tomorrow." He frowned slightly, considered it, and agreed with her. "It's indeed getting late. The previous floor took too much time, and I also need to hurry back to the military." "Then that's all for today." With that, everyone agreed to the temporary halt. Everyone said goodbye to each other before logging out. "Okay, see you tomorrow. Too tired, good night." "All right, Moonshadow, I'm logging off to prepare for morning training." The camera pans to a starry night sky and bursts of laughter can be heard from a tent. "Xiaozhang, you're really energetic, going to the demon domain at night and working during the day." "Brother Niu, thank you for looking after me." Zhang Zi stood by the dishwashing sink helping Brother Niu. "It's nothing, thank you for looking after me. I'll help you with the work." He, being informal, politely replied, "No, that won't do. Our mess hall never bullies new recruits." As everyone was chatting, a notification suddenly rang out. "Everyone stop, this is Ding Ning, captain of the 6th mobile team." Ding Ning walked in calmly, and the entire team immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted. The man introduced, "Attention, this is Ding Ning, captain of the 6th mobile team. She's here to inspect our team's hygiene and work." The entire team loudly and uniformly shouted, "Hello, Captain Ding." She glanced at the dishwashing area and immediately reminded them, "Captain J, your team's hygiene needs improvement. I don't want my soldiers eating such unclean food." He smiled awkwardly and immediately replied, "Understood, we'll improve it right away." It was then that Ding Ning noticed Zhang Zi. "Is this a new recruit? I didn't see him last time." Captain J immediately explained, "That's right, Xiao Zhang is a new recruit. He used to study at Qingda Martial Arts Academy." A look of confusion appeared on her face as she wondered, "Strange, isn't Qingda Martial Arts Academy a cradle for demon domain experts? Why would he come to our army?" He stood ramrod straight and loudly replied, "I came to the army to temper myself. As long as I can protect the country, it's the same whether it's an academy or the army." Zhang Zi's attitude temporarily satisfied Ding Ning, and she softly hummed ahead saying, "Very good, I hope you're not a weak person." Then she and Captain J turned and left, concerned that he might make a mistake. Brother Niu kindly reminded him, "Xiao Zhang, if you dare to contradict Ding Tiger, you'll suffer." But Zhang Zi had always been fearless and his attitude was very nonchalant. I was just speaking the truth, she won't be angry. The camera pans to a dark and eerie area where mysterious dark magic seems to gather at the end of a tunnel. A fat man's corpulent body sat beside a huge repulsive maw. He held a phone and a voice came from the other end. Report, how's the demon domain? Is it activated? The fat man munched on meat as he reported, Big brother, the demon domain isn't activated yet. Hearing this, the other party immediately flew into a rage, his face livid. Why is it so slow? Keep adding fuel to the demon domain. The fat man stood up and softly replied, understood. Then he swaggered forward, grabbing a young man who was gagged, tightly bound and terrified. Seemed to have done this many times before with practiced ease. The fat man directly pushed the body into the huge maw. Why are you screaming? Get in there. The young man was finally swallowed in shock and disbelief. As he watched the entire process, he reported, Big brother, the demon domain has been activated. I'm afraid many demon domain monsters will appear soon. The camera pans to a gloomy and dim sky with massive lightning bolts striking down one after another. Many participating players gradually gathered at the training ground. Suddenly, a man carrying an axe walked over and invited Zhang Zi. Brother, want to team up? With an expert leading the way, you're guaranteed to pass through the 3 exhibition zones and meet the curator alive. But he politely refused. No thanks. Seeing this, De Yang curiously asked, Rakshasa, what's the deal with those adventurers? Zhang Zi merely hummed dismissively. Just another bunch of scammers, Yi chimed in, adding, the higher you go, the harsher the environment, and the more scammers there are. Getting back to the point, he opened the system to check the information. Yesterday we said to avoid the demonic god zone and the horror zone. Next, which area do we exclude? Chao Wei was the first to speak. I suggest we exclude the plant zone. Mazes are troublesome. I don't like navigating them. Shan Wei also agreed. That's right, those plant monsters are very annoying. So the team excitedly began to move. Okay, that's decided. Let's go, let's go. Soon, everyone arrived at an open door guarded by 2 magical beasts. De Yang looked up at the plaque. Please observe the following rules when entering the museum. Several precautions were written there. 1. No loud noises. 2. No graffiti. 3. No damage to public property. 4. No unauthorized photography, especially the last item which had very strict requirements. 5. Violators will be put to death. Seeing this, Shan Wei immediately said with dissatisfaction, So what? We're here to kill the museum curator. Who cares about his rules? The rules are strict. Violators will be put to death to avoid wasting time. De Yang interrupted his complaints. Everyone, let's go. In the main hall leading to the administrative area, everyone walked in groups discussing, the 6 corridors around here should lead to 6 different exhibition zones. Which zone should we go to first? Finally, when they arrived at the monster zone room, they decided to make this their first target. This path is the monster zone. Let's tackle this zone first. With so many people, it seems everyone knows this zone is the easiest. When they walked in and saw rows of dead fish lying on the ground, they stopped to re-strategize. This should be the monster spawn point. Everyone wait here. To unlock this exhibition zone, you must kill enough monsters. F-rank monsters give 1 point, E-rank and so on up to SSS-rank monsters giving 9 points. As long as you reach 100 points, you can unlock this exhibition zone. 100 points are needed. With so many people, they'll just fight over monsters. Speak of the devil. De Yang suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted, Look, it's appeared. Immediately after, a huge furry foot landed on the ground. This was an S-rank black bear. Holy crap, we just came in and already encountered an S-rank monster. How do we fight this now? We'll probably be wiped out. On the other side, a group of people appeared, one of whom shouted loudly, Quick, get out of the way, don't provoke this S-rank monster. The man with the sword hastily reminded, Don't fight, don't make a move. If you provoke it, the whole team will die. The bandana-wearing leader appeased his team members. It will disappear on its own after 30 seconds. We'll wait for the next monster to appear. Another group of adventurers also walked over. He looked at the endless stream of people here and sighed. Too many people. I expect they'll be fiercely fighting over the small monsters when they spawn. The man in the brown cloak couldn't help but suggest, Why don't we just go kill this S-rank black bear directly? Chao Wei also heard the other party's conversation, and based on her team's numbers, she agreed with this approach. That's right, we're outnumbered, so we definitely can't compete with those large teams. Why don't we just go for this monster that no one dares to touch? Shan Wei also thought this was a good idea. He agreed with Chao Wei. I think it's doable. Our team has enough strength. Zhang Zi evaluated the situation, then decided to adopt this suggestion. Okay, then I'll lure it over first. Moonlight volunteered at this moment. Can I go? I've already practiced with my gun. Shan Wei, seeing her eager expression, readily laughed and agreed. Okay, let's see how good you are with that gun. To dispel everyone's doubts, she emphasized, I can do it. My firearms mastery skill has reached its highest level. Aiming at the target, Moonlight pulled the trigger and fired. In an instant, her bullet dealt damage to the black bear. It howled in pain, it roared furiously, saliva flying from its mouth. An adventurer saw Moonlight suddenly attack the black bear and exclaimed, Is that a new recruit? Daring to attack an S-rank monster? Is she an expert? But she's just a rogue. No matter how strong, she can't beat an S-rank monster. Another adventurer, dodging the black bear's sharp claws, saw the team behind her. No, she has an entire team behind her. Maybe she'll implicate the whole team and get them wiped out. The adventurer, fearing to be implicated by her, quickly avoided them. Too reckless, practically gambling with the entire team's lives. Get away from her quickly. Seeing the black bear charging madly, Zhang Zi loudly reminded her, Little rabbit, get behind me. Then he continued to direct Shanwai and Di-Yang, Dragon King and Moonshadow. Flank it from both sides. The two acknowledged the order, responding loudly. Understood. Using his agility, Shanwai easily circled around and struck the black bear's head. Seeing it wince in pain, he laughed triumphantly. This monster moves so slowly. This blow made the black bear spit out a mouthful of blood. It moaned in pain and in its fury grabbed Di-Yang. Caught by its strong bear paw, he screamed in agony. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhang Zi immediately ordered from behind, rescue, quickly save him, surround it. Chao Wei, hearing the order, immediately used magic. Gravity suppression. Struck by Chao Wei's magic, the black bear was suppressed and fell to the ground. Di-Yang took the opportunity to jump up, breaking free from its grasp. Now free, he loudly shouted, quick, concentrate fire. As he continued to attack it, Yi Lian also joined the attack. Free from suppression, the black bear immediately rushed towards Chao Wei, who had cast the magic on it. Seeing it charging, she screamed in fear. Zhang Zi, seeing her in danger, immediately acted. Moonshadow Shao Feng, quickly dodge, Bloodsucker, save her. Bloodsucker immediately rushed over, hugged Chao Wei and dodged its claws. The vampire politely asked her, my lady, are you all right? She, relieved from her fright, replied gratefully, I'm fine, thank you, Lord Count. Seeing its prey rescued, the black bear abruptly turned to look behind it. Its eyes were blood red, full of ferocity, glaring intently. Seeing it charge again, the vampire used his cloak to shield Chao Wei. Zhang Zi, of course, wouldn't stand by and let it attack her. He knelt down and activated his summoning magic. How dare you harm my sister? You have thoroughly angered me. The summoned adventurers immediately charged at the black bear with their weapons surrounding and attacking it. They cooperated seamlessly, attacking it so that it couldn't retaliate. Just then, Zhang Zi ordered, Rakshasa, shoot it dead. Upon receiving the order, Rakshasa pulled his bowstring taut, aiming at the black bear. After aiming, the arrow shot like a meteor, accurately striking its brow. The black bear was sent to the netherworld by the arrow. Other adventurers, seeing the black bear defeated, looked at Zhang Zi's team with shock and admiration. This team is too strong. Who are they? So terrifying. Oh my god, I just realized that Archer is great god Rakshasa. He and his team are super strong. No wonder they dared to attack an S-rank monster. So it's a team of great gods. After the black bear was defeated, a system notification popped up. Team gains 7 points. Shanwai, looking at the score on the screen, said regretfully, we are a team, so the score is calculated per team. Thinking of the remaining points, Zhang Zi said tiredly, still 93 points short. It's impossible to finish quickly. Di-Yang looked at the meager points and complained with dissatisfaction. These monsters give too few points. Even an SSS rank monster only gives 9 points. After the black bear disappeared, a green light appeared, accompanied by a horrifying roar. A two-headed wolf demon appeared. A notification immediately popped up. 7 points gained. Shanwai and Di-Yang crossed their arms and looked up. We are a team, so the points are also calculated per team. These monsters give too few points. Even an SSS rank monster only gives 9 points. Zhang Zi seriously calculated the plan. Still 93 points short. It's impossible to resolve this quickly. No sooner had he spoken than a force manifested, and then a two-headed werewolf appeared with a loud roar. The players excitedly jumped up to attack it. It's finally spawned a B-rank werewolf. This werewolf is ours. No one else is getting it. Shanwai sighed lengthily, tiredly saying, should we fight them for that monster? Di-Yang quickly dissuaded him. Too many people, we might not get it. Forget it, it's just a B-rank monster. Let them have it. He then walked to the captain and asked, if it keeps going like this, it's too slow. Who knows when we'll accumulate enough points? Zhang Zi replied coldly. I have a way. Everyone look over there. Shanwai laughed heartily. There's an SSS-rank Minotaur warrior over there. He nodded in agreement. That's right, they don't dare to fight high-level monsters, so we'll fight them. He excitedly accepted the order. Let's go. So Zhang Zi gently walked over and suggested, are you guys fighting this SSS-rank Minotaur warrior? The players immediately waved their hands in refusal. Fight what? That's an SSS-rank monster. Do you want to die? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zi unhesitatingly raised his bow and arrow. All right then, I'll take this monster. The players, upon hearing this, cursed behind him. What, are you crazy? That's an SSS-rank monster. Is that Rakshasa? So it's great god Rakshasa? The Minotaur warrior immediately raised its weapon and swiftly charged towards its opponent. A spark immediately flew into its mouth as if to disrupt its attention. The Minotaur warrior angrily turned and looked at Little Rabbit, who was happily attacking. Moonshadow and Shanwai immediately jumped up and attacked it simultaneously. Watch me kill this bull. The players watched the match, discussing amongst themselves, dealing over 10,000 damage to the Minotaur. As expected of a great god team, it lives up to its name. This Minotaur warrior can only barely resist truly terrifying power. I really envy great gods. When can I become this strong? A notification immediately popped up. Killed SSS rank Minotaur warrior. My team gained 8 points. Zhang Zi said to his clone Clay Rakshasa, you can have another follower. He nodded and accepted the order. Yes, master. Then he pointed in another direction and said to his teammates, there's another SSS rank monster over there. Let's go. Shanwai and Moonshadow quickly accepted the order. If we keep fighting like this, it won't be long before we reach 100 points. Di-Yang walked looking around, observing meticulously. And just like that, the monster exhibition zone was unlocked. Zhang Zi, unfazed, continued to direct. Next, we can move on to the next exhibition zone. The door opened and 2 people curiously looked towards the tech zone opposite. Let's go. Okay, if we're quick, we might even finish the demon domain early today. Shanwei beamed upon hearing this. Fantastic, let's go. However, a figure was hiding behind, observing Zhang Zi's team with a smug smile on his face. You want to clear the level? Dream on. He looked at the item in his hand. Dare to offend me and you won't have a good ending. The man with the side fringe stared directly at the demonic god zone, confidently saying, I've swapped all the signposts between the exhibition zones. Let's see how you clear the level now. Zhang Zi led the way, explaining, this is the tech exhibition zone. It looks like a robot assembly factory. He looked around, curiously thinking, is the way to clear this zone for adventurers to assemble robots themselves and then battle other players' robots? Di Yang leaned against the railing with his arms crossed. Probably, but you have to win 3 consecutive matches to unlock it. Moonshadow gradually understood. I see. Suddenly, the sweet and sour team appeared in the distance. Hello everyone, sorry to disturb you. Di Yang walked forward confused and asked, hello, may I ask what you're looking for us for? She said shyly, I wanted to discuss with you, could we help each other and clear the level together? We're all girls, not very strong and poor students with no money. Di Yang and Zhang Zi immediately exchanged glances. Sweet and Sour started to act cute again. If you're worried, we can let you win 2 matches first and then we'll win 3. If it's still not okay, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Di Yang turned back, looking tired, to ask for opinions. What do you all think? Meng Dai innocently agreed. I think it's fine. Their attitude is very sincere and they even offered to let us win 2 matches. He solemnly reminded, but we can't let our guard down. I've been tricked too many times in the demon domain. Zhang Zi also agreed. Exactly. No one gives you benefits for no reason. Let's refuse them. Di Yang nodded. Okay, then we'll work hard to clear the level ourselves. He gently walked over and frankly replied, sorry, we've decided to find opponents ourselves. Sweet and Sour said with tears in her eyes. It's okay, I wish you a smooth clearance. With that she turned and left, a look on her face that said, how unlucky, they didn't take the bait. I thought I could make a big score, but these people are so vigilant. Pink Hair quickly awaited orders. Big sister, what now? Find other targets. Sweet and Sour crossed her arms, smiling with interest. No, didn't you see? They're all wearing A-grade and S-grade equipment. They're a gold mine. This is a big fish. If we can make a score, it'll last us for months. She began to reveal an evil smile. If they don't take the bait, then I'll make the first move and deliver it to their doorstep. Let's go, sisters. Follow me to make money. Di Yang's team quickly arrived at an obstacle. Let's wait a moment. An opponent should appear soon. We can also study this control panel. Shanwei quickly operated it. Is this panel for assembling robots? Only 1 joystick and 1 button. It looks so simple. Zhang Zi also looked on. Assembling is easy, but making a powerful robot isn't. You have to understand every part. Meng Dai unconsciously gasped in surprise, startled. So what now? Who among us can assemble robots? Zhang Feng immediately raised her hand. I'll try. I taught myself mechanics in my free time. Chao Wei quickly teased. Oh, so you've been secretly learning other skills behind my back? She laughed and retorted. You don't like mechanics yourself. Whose fault is that? A notification immediately popped up. Your opponent is in position. Battle begins in 10 seconds. Please assemble your robot as quickly as possible. Good luck, Di Yang loudly and solemnly said. Everyone attention, the opponent has appeared, after entering the arena. Di Yang exclaimed in surprise. It's them, Sweet and Sour, you're not acting anymore. Sweet and Sour no longer feigned sweetness, but shouted, oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Zhang Zi remained calm and unfazed. What exactly do they want to do? He and Chao Wei quickly speculated like detectives. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that we're fighting them. What's in it for them? I think they definitely have a conspiracy. He turned to instruct Zhang Feng. I'll leave this part to you to assemble the robot. It doesn't need to be too strong, just enough for self-defense. The little girl nodded gently. Okay, soon a robot began to be assembled. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. These parts are a bit more complex than I imagined, but I'll do my best to complete it. Zhang Zi nodded concisely. Good luck, leave the rest to us. Sweet and Sour smiled smugly to herself. You're too green to fight me. She immediately took control, shouting sternly, today I'm going to make you lose everything. Their quick movements assembled an imposing robot with weapons on both hands. A notification popped up. Congratulations, your assembled robot has been rated A-grade. Sweet and Sour's teammates laughed excitedly. Big Sister's robot is out, so magnificent as expected of Big Sister. Big Sister's assembled robots have never been lower than A-grade. The opponent's robot isn't out yet, but it definitely won't reach A-grade. As long as Big Sister is here, we'll definitely win. Zhang Zi's team also assembled a small robot. The Sweet and Sour team looked at her robot with disdain. How does that compare to Big Sister's? A notification immediately popped up. Congratulations, your assembled robot has been rated B-grade. Zhang Feng looked nervously at her teammates. Sorry, that's all I could do. Zhang Zi smiled and comforted her. It's okay, you did very well. That's right, a robot's grade is only one factor determining the match. The player's skill is also very important. Sweet and Sour immediately stepped out and proposed, hey, before the battle, do you want to make a deal with us? He looked at her, confused. Deal what? She immediately pointed and stated her conditions. As long as you give us 1,000 high-grade demon souls or 3 S-grade pieces of equipment, we'll surrender. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't win a single round, and I'll keep following you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Don't even think about clearing the level today. Zhang Zi sternly countered, are you threatening us? She and her teammates giggled beside her. No, we're just delicate girls, how could we threaten anyone? He glared at her, completely unafraid. Others have threatened us like that before, but in the end they all paid a heavy price. Sweet and Sour was not only unafraid but laughed mockingly. Don't think having more people gives you an advantage. As long as we destroy your robot, the match is over. She turned to command. Sisters, prepare for battle. They joyfully obeyed. Yes, big sister. Zhang Zi's team also immediately deployed tactics. Jushin, you protect our robot. The rest of you focus fire on their robot. He raised his shield. Understood. The notification sounded. Battle start. Sweet and Sour cast advanced parameters, tenacity, high speed. Chao Wei and Zhang Feng were a bit worried and nervous. They are buffing their robot. An A-grade robot is already very strong and now it has 2 buffs. Everyone be careful. Shanwei, fearless, immediately charged forward. I'll scout ahead first. You all observe carefully. Sweet and Sour crossed her arms, smiling as she watched the match. Fool. As soon as Shanwei got close, he immediately stepped into a trap. He looked around in surprise, not expecting a trap. Shanwei's arm gradually petrified in astonishment. Meng Dai and Zhang Zi watched their teammate in horror. Dragon King, little princess, quickly purify. She immediately raised her staff, casting purification spell. However, Meng Dai couldn't cast any ultimate moves. She suddenly looked up. Damn it, my skills are countered. All my skills are grayed out and unusable. It was then that Zhang Zi realized this was a trap skill. Di Yang, while raising his shield to defend, explained, this must have been designed by the two of them. They're very clever, setting a trap within a trap. Sweet and Sour and her companions laughed more and more smugly. I told you having more people is useless. Now all your skills are disabled. Let's see how you fight us now. A notification popped up. Petrification Cage A grade level 1. Target petrified for 3 minutes after entering trap. Reflection condition S grade level 1. Trigger condition set. Silences all enemy targets for 8 minutes. Chao Wei calmly and loudly reminded. Despicable wretches, even if we only use normal attacks, we will never lose. Zhang Zi agreed with the whole team. Exactly. He raised his bow and aimed at the opponent. You underestimate us too much. We can win even without skills. Sweet and Sour stood still, merely watching with crossed arms. What a load of nonsense. Then let me crush you with my powerful skill attacks. Her robot's eyes immediately glowed as if it was channeling power, becoming fierce, its 2 weapons wildly flailing. Zhang Zi turned to command. Jushin, the robot's safety is up to you. Di Yang nodded firmly. Don't worry. So he raised his bow and shot the first arrow at the opponent's robot.